Gao Yang, an ordinary office worker, inadvertently discovers that his girlfriend, who is on the verge of marriage, has been having an affair with his best friend. In a fit of rage, he recklessly rides his bicycle through traffic and is struck by a vehicle, leading to his hospitalization. By a twist of fate, he acquires the ability to see through objects. Thus, his destiny alters, and his life's narrative is rewritten. From that moment on, the pursuit of hidden treasures, the appraisal of antiques, and gambling become the core themes of his existence, while traveling with beautiful companions becomes his passion. With an eye for ancient artifacts, calligraphy, and jade, he embarks on a journey that heralds his resplendent life. Chapter 1. X-ray vision. A gentle breeze wafted through, bringing a hint of coolness. Gao Yang carefully placed 2 tickets for Xiao Han's concert into his wallet. He then took the specially ordered cake and rode his second-hand electric scooter towards his rented apartment. Today marks the birthday of his girlfriend, Xiao Lily, and he aims to celebrate her special day with a surprise. The couple has lived together for 2 years and has already made the down payment on a house. Once the property deed arrives, they can finally wed. To honor Xiao Lily's birthday, Gao Yang took half a day off work. Despite her frequent complaints about his financial struggles and lack of ambition, Xiao Lily treats Gao Yang well. With the cake in hand, he hurriedly arrived at the apartment. Just as he was about to unlock the door, he overheard voices inside. "Lily, you're still as flirtatious as ever." Just like a year ago, Gao Yang's hand trembled as he recognized the familiar voice of his college best friend, Zhang Jun. "Zhang Jun, I won't allow you to speak of her that way. She's only flirtatious with you. Hurry, Gao Yang will be off work soon." The revelation struck Gao Yang like a thunderbolt, shattering his world. This was the woman he had vowed to cherish for a lifetime, engaging in such disgraceful acts with his best friend for a whole year. It dawned on him that he had been wearing a metaphorical green hat. His mind raced with memories of their sweet moments together. To endure this would be a disgrace to his manhood. With a furious kick, Gao Yang burst through the door. The sordid scene unfolded before his eyes. Xiao Lily hurriedly pushed Zhang Jun off her, frantically searching for her clothes. "Explain yourself," Gao Yang shouted, slapping Xiao Lily across the face and brandishing his helmet to strike Zhang Jun. "Gao Yang, we're brothers. Let me explain. My relationship with Xiao Lily." Zhang Jun attempted to plead, but could any explanation suffice? "Brother? How dare you call yourself that? He'll end you today." Standing at 6 feet tall, Gao Yang was a formidable figure, and Zhang Jun was no match for him, reduced to cowering on the ground, begging for mercy. "Gao Yang, stop. You're going to kill him." Xiao Lily was terrified. Despite Gao Yang's imposing stature, he often appeared submissive in her presence. Yet today, a different aura radiated from him, instilling fear. Perhaps exhaustion or Xiao Lily's desperate plea swayed him. He forcefully smashed the broken helmet onto Zhang Jun's head, glaring at Xiao Lily. He raised a finger, intending to say something, but upon gazing at her familiar face, he remained silent, slamming the door behind him and riding off on his electric scooter. The screech of brakes echoed, and with immense inertia and impact, Gao Yang was thrown from his scooter. As his consciousness faded, he registered that he had been in an accident and that the vehicle involved was red. Time passed, and Gao Yang slowly opened his eyes. The glaring lights forced him to shut them again. Memories flickered through his mind like a time machine. He recalled Xiao Lily's betrayal with his supposed best friend he had ridden onto the road, only to be struck by a vehicle, leading to his current state. When he opened his eyes once more, he began to survey his surroundings. A hospital room. A woman was on the phone, but that was not the focus. She was unclothed. Her figure was exquisite, particularly in certain aspects, surpassing Xiao Lily's allure. "No." Gao Yang shook his head and looked again at the woman. Her clear, bright eyes, arched willow leaf brows, and long lashes fluttered gently. Her flawless, fair skin glowed with a faint blush, and her thin lips resembled tender rose petals. Cascading waves of long hair framed her face, and her professional attire accentuated her statuesque figure. The high heels, several inches tall, clicked rhythmically against the floor as she moved. "Goodbye." When Wanting hung up the phone, internally lamenting her misfortune, she had come to handle an errand only to find herself embroiled in an accident. Upon raising her gaze, she met a pair of large eyes staring at her. "You're awake. Do you feel any discomfort or need to use the restroom?" Gao Yang shook his head, testing his body apart from some pain in his chest and head. He he felt relatively fine. Since you're okay, let's discuss compensation. Wenwanting took a seat, unperturbed. I think it's no big deal if you cover my medical expenses. We can forget about compensation, Gao Yang replied, assuming she was not at fault. Excuse me, you crossed the street and damaged my car. Are you suggesting that I owe you compensation? Gao Yang paused. Taken aback, he had been the one to suffer an injury, yet he was being asked to pay? Seeing his astonished expression, Wenwanting couldn't help but chuckle. Forget it, I checked your wallet, and it's cleaner than your face. Consider it my bad. Luck you have 2 fractured ribs and several abrasions, but nothing serious. I've already covered $2,000 for your medical bills. That should suffice. We can discuss other matters once you recover. Here is my business card. Call me if needed. I have to leave now. Your wallet and phone are in the drawer. Without hesitation, Wenwanting departed the room, leaving Gao Yang in stunned silence. After a long moment, he noticed the business card in his hand, bearing the name Wenwanting. Turning away to retrieve his phone, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. His vision penetrated the table, revealing his phone and wallet suspended above the surface. The longer he stared, the more transparent they became. Is this X-ray vision? Chapter 2. Being the beautiful CEO's driver, if once was a mere illusion, then twice could not be dismissed as such. Gao Yang refrained from retrieving his belongings. He wished to continue his experiment. He fixed his gaze on the blanket covering him, concentrating his mind. Gradually, the blanket began to vanish, followed by his trousers and underwear, and then a rather large surprise. Gao Yang felt an overwhelming urge to shout with excitement, wishing to share his joy with someone. However, he gradually calmed down, realizing there was no one left to share it with. His best friend, his beloved woman. As for discussing this matter with his parents or younger sister, he decided against it. It would not be a surprise, rather, it would likely bring them shock and distress. If his parents back in his hometown learned of his accident and that he lay in a hospital bed, they would undoubtedly panic. He pondered for a long time, but could not determine a clear direction for his future. Continuing to work menial jobs felt unrealistic. With his newfound abilities, why would he still toil for others? He might as well sever his own fingers. After much contemplation, he noticed the business card in his hand. He decided to make a call, but as he reached for his phone and began to input the number, he hesitated and pressed the cancel button. At that moment, Gao Yang recalled that Wenwanting had mentioned he had 2 fractured ribs, yet he felt no significant pain. Had his body been transformed in some way? Just then, his phone rang, and upon glancing at the caller ID, his expression changed. The call was from Xiao Lan Mao, the nickname he had bestowed upon Qiu Lily. He hastily ended the call, but she called back immediately. After rejecting the call 5 or 6 times, the phone finally fell silent. Opening WeChat, he was taken aback to find dozens of voice messages and texts from Qiu Lily. He could not be bothered to read them and promptly blocked her, including her phone number. Thus, he returned to the solitary existence of a single man. The following morning, Gao Yang sensed that his condition was not dire. Amid the astonished gazes of the doctors and nurses, he completed the discharge process, receiving a refund of over 10,000 yuan. Without a moment's hesitation, he dialed the number on the business card, only to be met with a hang-up. Gao Yang shrugged, noting the name next to the number, and sent a WeChat friend request. Wenwanting, alongside several department managers, was engrossed in a discussion when her phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Without a second thought, she hung up. By the time the meeting concluded, she had completely forgotten about the call. Opening WeChat to check for company updates, she noticed a friend request and confirmed it absent-mindedly. Just after confirming, a transfer appeared in her account. Over 13,000 yuan had been sent, and as she contemplated sending a message to inquire about its meaning, a message arrived. Hello, Miss Wen, I am Gao Yang, the person who collided with your car yesterday. I have since been discharged from the hospital, and the excess funds have been refunded to you. I will find a way to reimburse you for my medical expenses and the car repairs. It dawned on Wenwanting that there was indeed a patient in the ward. Regardless if it was right or wrong, the fact remained that she had caused the accident. She promptly sent a message back. Gao Yang had intended to try his luck after leaving the hospital, perhaps by purchasing a scratch-off lottery ticket, but Wenwanting asked him to wait at the hospital entrance. And he ended up waiting for over an hour. Just as he was about to leave, a white sedan pulled up beside him. The window rolled down, revealing a delicate face before him. Get in. The simplicity of her command struck him with a hint of authority. Gao Yang disliked this sensation, as only 3 people had ever spoken to him in such a manner: his mother, his homeroom teacher, and Chiu Lily. Yet, feeling indebted, he refrained from protesting and slid into the passenger seat. "Can you drive?" she inquired, and though he did not grasp her intent, he nodded in affirmation. "From today onward, you will be my driver for a 3-month probationary period. I will provide you with social insurance and housing fund contributions, paying you half the standard wage. The rest will be considered compensation for the car repairs and medical expenses I covered yesterday. After 3 months, I will assess your performance. By the way, do you have a job?" Gao Yang found this last question somewhat out of place, feeling it should have been asked first. "Yes, but I plan to resign," he replied candidly. When Wanting nodded and exited the driver's seat, indicating for him to take the wheel. In truth, she was aware that Gao Yang could drive, having inspected his wallet the previous day and finding it suspiciously clean, with only about 200 yuan in total. She surmised that his financial situation might not be very favorable, and she indeed needed a driver. However, her main motive for hiring him was the fact that he had transferred the medical expenses to her. Most people would have likely run off with that money. "Where are we headed, Miss Wan?" Gao Yang asked as he started the car, instantly slipping into his new role. "To the Jade rough stone market." Upon hearing this, Gao Yang's eyes lit up. The profitable opportunity he had failed to conceive the night before was revealed by her mere suggestion. With his ability to see through things, he had contemplated purchasing scratch-off tickets or cheating at mahjong, even considering the absurd idea of peeping at beautiful women on the street. Yet, he had never thought of gambling on stones. An impulsive urge to lift when wanting and kiss her fiercely surged within him, though he quickly dismissed the thought, knowing he would have to endure at least half a month of free meals afterward. "Your injury has healed rather quickly," she remarked once the car was in motion. Although Gao Yang's injuries had not been severe, it still warranted a few days of rest. "My family is from the countryside. Getting hurt a little is quite normal," he explained, though it sounded somewhat feeble. When Wanting did not press the matter further. "When we reach the rough stone market, you must refrain from speaking indiscriminately. Understood?" Gao Yang nodded in agreement, realizing that being a driver was far superior to working in a factory. Moreover, there were benefits, and being alongside a female boss was certainly more appealing. "By the way, I should inform you that your phone rang yesterday. A person named Xiao Lanmao called. I answered briefly." Chapter 3. Dismissed on his first day, Gao Yang did not pay much attention to this situation. Before yesterday, if a woman had answered Chi LL's call on his phone, he would have felt quite anxious, fearing that Chi LL might become jealous. Gao Yang remained silent, and WNW Ting naturally did not continue speaking. She had said what needed to be said. One could easily guess, from the name alone, that Chi Li was likely Gao Yang's girlfriend. It was merely a brief explanation or reminder to prevent any misunderstandings between the two later on. The so-called jadeite rough stone market was somewhat exaggerated. It was merely a street with a handful of shops. Even if Gao Yang had never been involved in this realm before, he knew where the largest jade market in Hu 11 was located. After getting out of the car, Gao Yang followed closely behind Ting, who seemed quite familiar with the area or perhaps a particular shop. They headed directly to a jadeite rough stone shop named JNYSH. Gao Yang was relatively quiet, especially since he was not well acquainted with Ting, so he hardly spoke during the journey. He merely focused on fulfilling his responsibilities. Upon entering the shop, they found several individuals engaged in a discussion about a stone. "Old Zhang, I believe this stone is good. What do you think?" The speaker, in his 40s and wearing glasses, exuded the demeanor of a successful businessman. At that moment, the one referred to as Old Zhang replied, "Oldly from its appearance. This material is of very high quality. I am certain it is old pit material." Though Gao Yang was unfamiliar with stones and the art of gambling on them, he possessed the ability to see through objects. With a simple glance, the so-called old pit material began to reveal its transparency. In no time, Gao Yang discerned the truth about this stone. It was completely devoid of value. "Mr. Zhang, what a coincidence." At that moment, WNW Ting initiated a greeting. "Isn't this Ting? Are you here to purchase again today?" The speaker was indeed Old Zhang. WNW Ting smiled and replied, "Our company is experiencing a significant shortage of supplies, so I thought I would take a look. Of course, if I find something good, I will make a purchase. How about this material? Old Zhang and Old Li quickly perceived her interest in the stone. WNTing, this material, in terms of both appearance and size, is quite excellent. The chances of it appreciating in value are high. Are you interested? This time, it was Old Li who spoke. Naturally, WNTing was interested. Otherwise, she would not have inquired. If it is a good material, I would like to make a purchase. A price of over 3 million is not too expensive. Upon hearing this, Gao Yang felt utterly speechless. Over 3 million for a piece of material, and you say it is not expensive? Must you be so ostentatious? Just then, the shop owner approached. Ah, it is Ms. WN. How are you? Have you taken a liking to this stone? If you do, I can offer you a discount. Vente enganado about to respond. But Gao Yang pulled her back. Ms. WN, this material is not worth purchasing. This was Gao Yang's first foolish act. A lesson in his growth, hence he had to endure the consequences. Upon hearing this, WNTing was understandably displeased. She had previously advised Gao Yang to remain silent. Yet he had the audacity to interject right away. She decided that once they were alone, she would dismiss him. Without uttering a word, she resolved to buy the stone. Ms. WN, heed my advice. This material should not be bought. WNTing was indeed a person of refinement, yet having poise did not imply she lacked temper. Give me the keys. You may leave now. Gao Yang was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. With a slight smile, he handed over the car keys. Thank you for your guidance, Ms. WN. I will repay the money I owe you, and today I shall consider it a lesson learned. However, I must insist on one last point. This material is not worth it. After uttering these words, Gao Yang turned and left. WNTing furrowed her brow, contemplating what to say, ultimately thinking to herself, how can young people today be so clueless, making unfounded remarks? Where else could one find such good material for 300,000? In an instant, the onlookers in the rough stone shop began to murmur among themselves. After exiting the shop, Gao Yang felt a strong desire to slap himself. He had just been dismissed on his first day. He realized he should have kept his mouth shut. Whether it was 300,000 or 30 million, it was none of his concern. Taking a deep breath, he noticed an ATM. He still had a few thousand yuan in his account, which was of no use to him. He might as well withdraw it and take a gamble. After withdrawing the money, Gao Yang entered another rough stone shop, casually inspecting the materials. While there were indeed jadeite pieces, they were scarce. Furthermore, there was an observable trend. Those stones containing jadeite or of better quality were generally priced higher. However, Gao Yang only had a few thousand yuan, rendering most of the stones unaffordable. There were smaller pieces worth a few thousand, resembling black eggs. Yet they were completely devoid of value. It seemed that striking it rich through gambling on stones was not as easy as one might think. Perhaps it would be wiser to buy a lottery ticket or try his luck with scratch cards. Just then, he noticed the sound of a cutting machine coming from the back door of the urban shop. Curious, he wandered over to take a look. Before him lay a stone about the size of a millstone, though it had already been partially cut open. Fragments littered the ground, and only a basketball-sized portion remained intact. The cutter was a young man, perhaps under 30, dressed in a manner that suggested he was quite affluent. However, it seemed today would not be his lucky day. Damn it, another white one. What a streak of bad luck. This is the third one today. The young man kicked the cutting machine in frustration, as if attributing his misfortune to it. Wu Xiao, why don't we switch shops? Your luck is surely better elsewhere. Gao Yang discreetly observed the woman who had spoken. She was quite attractive and dressed provocatively. She cooed and clung to this Wu Xiao, her ample curves brushing against him. With just a glance, Gao Yang could ascertain that she was a mistress. All right, let's change shops. I refuse to believe my luck can be this dreadful, Wu Xiao declared, slapping the woman playfully on her rear, producing a surprisingly loud sound. After Wu Xiao and the woman departed, the remaining individuals began to prepare to leave. Boss, are you selling those scraps? Just as everyone was about to exit, a sudden voice interrupted, causing them to halt. One by one, they turned to regard Gao Yang with disdain. These individuals were astute. They quickly discerned Gao Yang's intention to find a bargain. Yet, finding such a bargain was no easy feat, although they had heard of scraps yielding jadeite. None had ever witnessed it firsthand. The shop owner, a man in his 50s and of short stature, had previously encountered buyers for scraps, but over time, such customers had dwindled. Young man, if you wish to purchase, it will be 500 yuan per piece. Feel free to choose. Chapter 4. The first pot of gold. Upon hearing the price of 500 yuan per piece, Gao Yang frowned, observing the mocking glances from those around him. He understood their sentiments. The shop owner was attempting to take advantage of him, and the onlookers were all too aware, yet they remained silent, because they enjoy watching drama. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called Gu Qnzhing. Very well, I shall purchase 3 pieces, but may I use the cutting machine for a moment? Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper realized there was indeed a fool among them, and quickly agreed. 3 pieces of stone cost 1,500, a profit that could not be overlooked. It was merely a matter of using the cutting machine. The cost of the grinding wheel and electricity wouldn't amount to more than 2 yuan. Gao Yang handed the shopkeeper 1,500 yuan and began to select the stones. In truth, only one of them held value. He bought the other 2 merely to create a diversion. Gao Yang first picked up the largest scrap piece and, without hesitation, made a decisive cut. Young man, don't waste your effort. Even the largest raw stone didn't yield anything. It's unlikely you'll find anything in this small scrap. The speaker was an older gentleman, around 50 years of age. Gao Yang forced a smile, remaining silent. He proceeded to cut the second piece, achieving the same result. Nothing. Then, he took up the final piece. As before, he approached it with caution, which provoked laughter from the onlookers. Ignoring their ridicule, Gao Yang continued his task until only a piece the size of an adult's fist remained. He chose to shave the edge. This only elicited more laughter from the audience, who were unrestrained in their commentary. Still, Gao Yang said nothing and persisted in his work. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "It's green." The commotion around him came to an abrupt halt, and the crowd began to gather. "Wow, what incredible luck! It really is green," they exclaimed. "Look at this piece of jade. Although small, its color is exquisite. What a pity it's a bit diminutive. Indeed, but it could easily be fashioned into several rings and pendants, with some left over." In no time, discussions erupted, many tinged with jealousy and envy. The shopkeeper, in particular, wished he could slap himself. After about 15 minutes, Gao Yang had nearly polished the jade. Though it was not large, its shape resembled that of a bar of soap. "I'll offer 300,000 for that jade." Someone finally recognized its worth and began bidding. "I'll offer 400,000. I'll." Before Gao Yang could speak, the crowd began to argue over the price. "I'll take it for 1,000,000. At that moment, a familiar female voice rang out. Gao Yang looked up to see none other than WNWNTing. Since Gao Yang's departure, she had spent 3,000,000 to purchase a stone, with predictable results. In that instant, she recalled Gao Yang, the one who had repeatedly advised her against buying. There might have been some coincidence involved, but more likely, Gao Yang had a keen understanding of jade raw stones. WNWNTing felt a pang of regret. She remembered the last piece of advice Gao Yang had given her before he left. Losing 3,000,000 was not a trivial matter for her. Engaging frequently with jade raw stones, she understood that losses and gains were commonplace, much like a daily game of mahjong, where one might win today but lose tomorrow. If one always won, who would want to play with them? Thus, WNWNTing attempted to call Gao Yang, but he did not answer. With the cutting machine roaring, it was no surprise her call went unheard. She resolved to seek him out and fortuitously overheard the discussions and bidding. Approaching, she caught sight of Gao Yang unveiling a piece of exquisite green jade. This further solidified her belief that Gao Yang understood the art of stone gambling, indicating that his prior warnings were not mere theatrics. Gao Yang was equally surprised by the coincidence. "Ah, it's you, WNZing. That stone you just cut has surely yielded a handsome profit." WNWNTing gritted her teeth, aware of Gao Yang's sarcasm. However, she had to bear the consequences of her decisions. "Gao Yang, I want that jade. I believe no one here will bid higher than me, and I trust you won't turn down a fair offer." WNWNT expertly exploited Gao Yang's weakness. In truth, Gao Yang was indifferent. He bore no animosity towards her. In a sense, her presence had even led him here today to contemplate stone gambling. Very well, give me 900,000, and I shall consider it settled. The rest will cover the cost of your car repairs, Gao Yang declared, handing the jade raw stone to WNWNT. Without hesitation, she accepted the jade and began to transfer the funds. Gao Yang, give me your bank account number. Gao Yang, realizing he wouldn't remember the number, retrieved his wallet and handed her his agricultural bank card, which contained a mere 17 yuan. After about 2 minutes, the transfer notification arrived. Upon seeing the message, Gao Yang was stunned. Didn't I say 900,000? WNWNT shrugged. The repairs for my car won't cost even 100,000, and besides, I have insurance. Gao Yang nodded, not one to be fooled. This woman clearly possessed considerable wealth. One who deemed 3,000,000 not overly expensive would hardly be concerned about 10,000 or 80,000. After putting away his bank card and phone, Gao Yang embarked upon his venture to accumulate wealth. Previously hindered by a lack of funds, he was now equipped with 1,000,000, which had the potential to generate 10,000,000, or even 100,000,000. Perhaps due to the excitement or the passage of time, the onlookers gradually dispersed, leaving only the shopkeeper, Gao Yang, and WNWNT in the store. WNWNT had no intention of leaving, as Gao Yang remained. While Gao Yang might not fully grasp jade prices, he possessed some basic knowledge. For instance, jade should be substantial, and its color must be vibrant. As the saying goes, jade is esteemed in green, with the finest being imperial green and emerald green. However, the likelihood of encountering imperial green in such a small locale was akin to winning the lottery. Gao Yang circled the shelves of jade raw stones, spending no more than a minute on each piece, a whirlwind of activity. Suddenly, one piece caught his eye. This stone was not particularly large, yet its quality was remarkable, boasting both size and color. After scanning to pay 100,000, Gao Yang moved this stone beside the cutting machine. Just as he was about to switch on the machine, he noticed a pair of feet and followed them upward. Ah, WNZ, you are still here? WNWNT was infuriated. She had followed Gao Yang for nearly half an hour, and he only just noticed her now. Did her beauty not outshine the stone? Taking a deep breath, she reminded herself not to get angry, for anger would bring no solace. You need to mind me. I'm merely observing. Finally, WNWNT uttered this line. Gao Yang found himself speechless, thinking, who is minding you? As the roar of the cutting machine filled the air, Gao Yang commenced his work, while WNWNT watched closely. Typically, before cutting, one would study the stone to ascertain where the jade might most likely be found. Then he proceeded to make incisions, a precaution to prevent deviating from the mark, or perhaps to jog his memory on the technique over time. However, this individual appeared to have made no preparations whatsoever, simply placing the stone and commencing to cut. Is this what they refer to as a master? Gao Yang was certainly not adept at stone appraisal, yet this task was not particularly complex. As long as he avoided cutting into the jade flesh, he made a decisive incision from the 13th point of the stone. He then shifted to another location and performed another cut. After several such transitions, only a piece slightly larger than a bowl's opening remained of the jadeite rough. Just as when Wanting assumed this person had faltered, Gao Yang began to refine the edges. After several minutes of delicate work, he paused, picked up a nearby ladle, filled it with water, and commenced to cleanse the cut surface. Watching intently, when Wanting's eyes suddenly widened, and she exclaimed, Red Fei. Gao Yang, it's Red Fei. The icy demeanor she had maintained dissipated, replaced by a flicker of excitement, as if the jadeite were her own discovery. Gao Yang, however, remained unperturbed, fully aware of the stone's quality. His calmness, in turn, led when Wanting to mistakenly perceive him as a gambling stone expert. Satisfied with his assessment, Gao Yang continued to polish the piece. Gao Yang, sell me this red fey for 10 million. In truth, Gao Yang was oblivious to the stone's worth, as he lacked expertise in jadeite valuation. He was uncertain whether when wanting was intentionally trying to undervalue him, or if the stone genuinely warranted a price of 10 million. Thus, he decided to probe further. I'm afraid not. I won't part with it for less than 15 million. Any lower and I'll incur a loss. Before Gao Yang could finish his statement, when wanting swiftly countered with the offer of 15 million. Sensing it was a fair deal, Gao Yang agreed to sell. What purpose did keeping such a worthless stone serve? Regardless of its final value, whether when wanting had taken advantage of him or not was of little consequence. For he was now wealthy. Even if he sold the stone at a loss, with the numerous shops lining the original stone street, he was certain of his fortune. Once the transaction was complete, Gao Yang intended to take a break, as he was quite famished. He had not eaten since the previous night, and after just being discharged from the hospital that morning, he had been dragged over here by this woman. Now approaching noon, his stomach was growling with hunger. As he exited the shop, he had no intention of making further purchases there, even if he was not heading out for a meal. Betting on 1 or 2 stones might raise no eyebrows, but if one were to gamble repeatedly, even one's own faith in success might waver. Gao Yang wait. Reluctantly, Gao Yang halted, turning to see when wanting jogging towards him. Ms. Wan, may I inquire if you have further matters to discuss? A hint of embarrassment crossed her face as she replied, I owe you an apology for my earlier behavior, and I would like to invite you to lunch. Gao Yang chuckled lightly. There is no need for apologies. That money wasn't mine to begin with. As for lunch, if Ms. Wan is willing to treat me to fast food, then I shall accompany you. With that, he headed toward the fast food restaurant across the street, and when wanting, smiling, hurried to catch up. They casually ordered a few dishes, and Gao Yang devoured his meal without regard for decorum. Eat slower. No one is competing with you. She chided. By the way, Gao Yang, let us collaborate. Gao Yang looked up briefly before returning to his meal. When wanting, having only nibbled at her food, felt a pang of urgency as Gao Yang ignored her. Gao Yang, I will provide the funds, and you will assist us in gambling on stones. If we win, we split the profits 50-50. If we lose, it's all on me. What do you think? This was the most unreasonable collaboration proposal she had ever made, as they had never engaged in such an agreement before. Winning half the profits while losing everything herself. Such generous terms seemed irresistible, and she believed no one could possibly decline. However, Ms. Wan, are you naive, or am I the fool? I can claim all the profits myself. Why should I share with you? At that moment, when wanting was rendered speechless, she had never considered such a perspective and found Gao Yang's words both valid and perplexing. Yet, she could not pinpoint the flaw in his logic. Thus, this astute woman was momentarily left at a loss for words. I do not require a partnership. Your desire to collaborate is merely an attempt to take advantage of me. If you wish to purchase jadeite, you may follow me while I gamble and propose a price that satisfies me. But let me be clear, the price must meet my approval. Otherwise, our collaboration is off. After stating this, Gao Yang resumed his meal, for he was genuinely hungry. When wanting spent a considerable time processing Gao Yang's words. Firstly, his assertion that he could take all the profits was flawed, as gambling on stones involved inherent risks. Even the best in the world could not guarantee success every time. Thus, there was a logical inconsistency. Secondly, Gao Yang's claim that her desire to collaborate was a means to exploit him irked her. Yet upon reflection, she recognized that she indeed harbored such thoughts, albeit not in the same context. Fine, I accept your terms. Chapter 6. Nightmare having missed one opportunity. When wanting resolved not to forfeit another. Had she initially trusted Gao Yang's words, he would still have been her employee, allowing her to utilize his skills in stone gambling. However, dwelling on such thoughts was futile now. After their lunch, the two departed the small restaurant, with one wanting trailing behind Gao Yang. Why are you still following me? Gao Yang asked, slightly irritated by her persistent presence. Didn't you mention gambling on stones? Naturally, I must observe. When wanting blinked her captivating large eyes, her charm still evident. Gambling on stones is merely a hobby. One cannot engage in it incessantly. With that, Gao Yang turned to leave. Where are you headed now? I can give you a ride. Gao Yang paused, realizing she had a point. Where indeed was he to go? His immediate need was for a place to stay. He certainly could not sleep on the street. He had resigned from his job and needed to finalize his departure. Yet he only possessed a hospital discharge notice. A delay of a couple of days posed no issue. No one could accuse him of absenteeism, and he was indifferent to potential reprimands or minor wage deductions. He simply sought a sense of closure. Noticing Gao Yang lost in thought and silent, when wanting seemed to have deduced something. She was astute. Yesterday, Gao Yang had suddenly appeared on his bicycle at a certain intersection. The speed of the electric bike had been considerable, and crucially, he had not been paying attention to the road, leading to the accident. Yesterday afternoon, a woman named Xiao Lanmao had called repeatedly, and he had answered one of the calls. Though few words were exchanged, the caller had incessantly apologized, pleading for Gao Yang's forgiveness. From the scant details, when wanting surmised two things. First, this woman had wronged Gao Yang, likely violating his principles and boundaries. What exactly transpired, however, remained a mystery to her, and she did not wish to speculate recklessly. Second, it appeared Gao Yang, despite his talents, was in a dire situation, likely linked to his fallout with this Xiao Lanmao, prompting him to cease pretending. "Please take me to a hotel." Gao Yang's words interrupted Wen Wanting's train of thought. "Do you have nowhere else to stay?" Realizing the futility of her question, Wen Wanting felt a twinge of annoyance. After all, who would choose a hotel if they had other accommodations? Consequently, she led Gao Yang to the car and headed toward a certain inn. "Come pick me up at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and then we will go gamble on jade," Gao Yang instructed before entering the hotel. Wen Wanting was exasperated. This morning, he had been her driver, and now he was asking her to fetch him. However, she decided to endure it today, as she was in the wrong. Most importantly, she still needed to rely on this man, who, despite wearing a sour expression, was rather handsome for gambling. Gao Yang was not inherently grumpy. He was actually quite easygoing and occasionally humorous. However, recent events had weighed heavily on him, especially with regard to Chiu Lily, leading him to misdirect some of his frustration toward Wen Wanting. As he lay on the expansive bed in the inn, Gao Yang began to contemplate his next steps. He had come into a fortune, over 10 million. His first priority should be to purchase a house. The down payment for the property he had shared with Chiu Lily was registered solely in her name. Thus, he found himself uncertain about where to buy and what type of property to choose. He decided to shift his focus to what he should do next. Gambling on jade could not be a daily endeavor. If he frequented it too often, others would become suspicious. He needed to engage in other activities. With approximately 16 million at his disposal, what type of business could he pursue? This question, too, yielded no immediate answers, and as he pondered, he gradually drifted into slumber. Gao Yang was jolted awake by a nightmare, drenched in cold sweat. "Zhang Jun, I will make you pay dearly." Indeed, he had dreamt of the previous day's events. In his dream, Zhang Jun was far from cowardly. He was utterly arrogant, brazenly flaunting his relationship with Chiu Lily right before Gao Yang's eyes. Chiu Lily, in particular, was provocatively flirtatious. Gao Yang lunged forward, filled with rage, only to find himself grappling with Chiu Lily, who suddenly brandished a sharp knife, stabbing him in the abdomen. This shocking scene had awakened him. Gao Yang realized that Chiu Lily and Zhang Jun had become his nightmares. The reason for this dream stemmed from his overthinking. As the saying goes, what one thinks about during the day, one dreams about at night. He had thought this incident was behind him, only to discover that it lingered on his mind. The reason he had refrained from killing Zhang Jun the day before was due to a flicker of rationality, primarily prompted by Chiu Lily's warning. Gao Yang poured himself a glass of water and downed it in one go, contemplating how to seek vengeance. He would never resort to murder or arson. Only when pushed to the brink would he consider extreme measures. Revenge could take many forms. For instance, he could ruin his opponent financially. With that thought, his eyes sparkled as a plan began to take shape in his mind. However, he knew there was no need to rush. Haste makes waste. Feeling a pang of hunger, Gao Yang grabbed his phone and wallet, stepping out of the inn, only to spot Wen Wanting waiting outside. In truth, Gao Yang held no animosity toward her. After all, she had provided him with a decent job earlier that day. Wen Wanting had spent the afternoon pondering Gao Yang's situation. Her grandfather, the chairman of the One Corporation, had tragically passed away in a car accident 2 years prior, leaving her as the sole heir since she had no siblings. Consequently, She had become the general manager of Wensure Jewelry, a subsidiary of the One Corporation. In simple terms, she was poised to inherit the family business upon her grandfather's retirement. Wensure Jewelry possessed its own channels for procuring jade raw materials, primarily sourced from Huashiaruaching. However, the company faced a pressing shortage of jade resources, which explained why Wanting frequently visited the Jade Street. In reality, she did not often gamble on jade. Most of the time, like today, she simply purchased it. Although buying jade was costlier, it also mitigated risk. Even if it meant earning less or nothing at all, she felt compelled to take this approach. Upon discovering Gao Yang, a skilled gambler, she sought to foster a positive relationship with him. After work, she drove to the inn where Gao Yang was staying. Just as she parked and prepared to call him, Gao Yang walked out. "Hey, long time no see," she exclaimed. Gao Yang felt a wave of disbelief. Was long time no see truly appropriate? In a modest fast food restaurant, they sat in a private booth. This time, Gao Yang ate more delicately, unlike his earlier ravenous consumption. "Gao Yang, could you share your story with me?" Wanting inquired. Gao Yang's hand trembled slightly as he held his chopsticks, a subtle gesture that Wanting noticed. Slowly, he lifted his gaze to meet hers, a woman of striking beauty, with a statuesque figure and an aura of wealth. He set down his chopsticks. He needed to express his feelings and required a listener, perhaps to alleviate some of the weight he carried. Thus, Wanting became the fortunate recipient of Gao Yang's confidences. He began recounting his relationship with Qiu Lily, from their initial acquaintance to their eventual cohabitation, culminating in the tragic events of the day of the accident. "Gao Yang, I don't think you should dwell on sadness. If she didn't value you, that reflects poorly on her," Wanting attempted to console him. However, she was abruptly interrupted by Gao Yang. "I'm sharing my story with you not for your advice. I've heard enough of that. It's a common trope in novels and films. I'm telling you this precisely because we are not well acquainted. I merely seek a listener. It is as simple as that. I apologize for my bluntness. However, I have come to terms with the notion that a man must possess wealth. Without it, he is nothing," Gao Yang declared, returning to his meal despite its coldness. "Gao Yang, I believe you're mistaken. Not every woman is motivated by money. You cannot dismiss all women based on your experience with Qiu Lily. At least, I don't view wealth as the most important thing in the world." When Wanting countered, hearing her, Gao Yang set down his chopsticks once more. "I find your statement quite amusing. You are wealthy, thus you are indifferent to money. However, you cannot speak for those women who lack wealth. Some might even sell their bodies or souls for it. Of course, not all women fit this mold, but the minority cannot represent the majority. You assert that money is unimportant, yet I tell you, if a man lacks wealth, women around him will act as paragons of virtue, and any advance will be deemed inappropriate. Conversely, a wealthy man is surrounded by charm and allure. Women will fawn over him, intoxicated by his status. If you drive a modest car, they will drink excessively, while a luxury vehicle will have them feigning sobriety, seeking refuge in your arms, all the while appearing innocent and helpless, waiting for your compassion." Wanting sat in stunned silence, absorbing Gao Yang's fervent tirade. The truth in his words resonated with the prevailing societal norms. She sought to lighten the mood, but found herself momentarily at a loss for words. "Is today Thursday?" Gao Yang suddenly posed a question. Wanting nodded in acknowledgement, but offered no further comment. "Do you wish to attend a concert?" Wanting, who does not idolize celebrities, suddenly realized that she had seen 2 concert tickets in Gao Yang's wallet yesterday. "That sounds great. I had intended to go as well, but unfortunately, the tickets are sold out." Wanting playfully uttered a fib in response to Gao Yang. "Let us go. I shall take you there. We should still make it in time." With that, Gao Yang restarted the car and headed towards the sports center. Little did Zhang Xiaoan know that today, at his concert, 2 individuals who were not his fans would be accompanying each other to enjoy the performance. The concert venue was teeming with people, a crowd that could be described as overwhelming. Concerned for Wanting's safety and potential loss in the throng, Gao Yang held onto her tightly. It was not until they entered the concert hall that the feeling of crowding began to subside. At times, he found it perplexing why individuals would spend thousands to hear someone sing. If one truly wished to listen to his songs, downloading a couple online would suffice. Nevertheless, the atmosphere at the concert was quite exhilarating. By the time they arrived, the performance was already underway. They had likely missed a song or two. as the fans around them were fervently enthusiastic. At the conclusion of each song, the crowd erupted in cheers, fervently waving their glow sticks, chanting phrases of adoration, such as "I love you." It is noteworthy that the ambience at the concert was indeed vibrant. Even if one were not a fan of the artist, immersing oneself in the environment would inevitably lead to joining in the collective excitement. Even when Wani, with one arm linked to Gao Yang's, found herself waving in unison. After a day of emotional recovery, Gao Yang's demeanor towards Wani had shifted from his previous coldness. As the concert concluded, the clock struck 11. Gao Yang drove Wani to a bustling street stall, a favored haunt of his from the past, where he often indulged after joyous occasions or paydays. Accompanying them were Zhang Jun and Qiu Lily. "Wani, let me tell you, the stir-fried snails here are utterly delectable. Enjoying them with a cold beer is simply exhilarating." When Wani beamed at Gao Yang, believing that this jovial version of him was the true Gao Yang. A man should relish food and drink and embrace life as pleasures without hesitation. The former somber demeanor of Gao Yang was something she struggled to adapt to. "Gao Yang, are you quite familiar with this place?" After becoming more acquainted, they began to converse like friends. "Well, I come here 2 or 3 times a month. The owner hails from our town, and his culinary skills are commendable. You must try this pork intestine. It has a delightful chew." Although when Wani typically avoided such fare. Seeing Gao Yang's joy, she took a piece of the pork intestine and put it in her mouth. Surprisingly, after one piece, she found herself reaching for a second and then a third. Delicious, truly delightful. "Gao Yang, I have never tasted pork intestine before. I had no idea it could be so scrumptious." Watching Wani devour the pork intestine and snails with such abandon struck Gao Yang as amusing. His initial impression of her was that of a wealthy professional woman, akin to a female CEO. Yet witnessing her now, indulging with such enthusiasm, made her seem less unattainable. Just then, an unwelcome voice interrupted their moment. Chapter 8. Did I take advantage of her? Gao Yang, previously animated and engaging, instantly darkened at the sound of that voice. Naturally, when Wani noticed this shift, could it be that this woman was Gao Yang's past? Who was she? Gao Yang slowly set down his chopsticks, turned to Qiu Lily, and coldly uttered, "Mind your own business." He then picked up another piece of pork intestine and offered it to Wani. "Darling, this is the last piece." Wani's cheeks flushed slightly. After all, the chopsticks had just been in Gao Yang's mouth, and his tone was intimate. Understanding the underlying reason for his words, she willingly opened her mouth. "Thank you." However, the scene was not yet concluded. Gao Yang reached for a napkin. "Let me wipe your mouth." Reluctantly, Wani complied, though she did not seem entirely averse to it. Perhaps knowing the backstory between Gao Yang and this woman made her more amenable to playing along. "Gao Yang, must I apologize again? Can we speak privately? I wish to explain." Sensing the tension, Wani felt it best to excuse herself, perhaps to visit the restroom. However, as she stood, Gao Yang pulled her back down. "Qiu Lily, you need not explain anything to me. I have no interest in your explanations. The matter concluded yesterday. For now on, you are you, and I am I." Biting her lip, Qiu Lily implored, "Gao Yang, can't you forgive me just this once? Our house is about to be finalized. If you simply overlook what happened yesterday, I promise to comply with your wishes from now on. I will ensure that Zhang Jun is out of my life." Her words, claiming to have made a mistake common among women, only fueled the discontent in both Gao Yang and Wani. What did she mean by overlooking yesterday? What did she mean by common mistakes? Was this even a reasonable request? Bang! Gao Yang slammed his fist on the table, causing the dishes to rattle. Wani was startled by the display. "Had you not been a woman, my fist would not have struck merely the table. You may lack shame, but do not presume that I would stoop to your level. No matter how beautiful a bowl may be, if it has been tainted, even a thorough cleansing cannot restore its worth. Leave." Gao Yang was on the brink of losing control, prompting Wani to gently tug at his arm, urging him to sit back down. "Gao Yang, do not forget. My name is on the property deed. Should you choose to end our relationship, you shall not have it." Her loud proclamation drew the attention of others in the vicinity. "Gao Yang, do not regret this. Do not come seeking me later." Qiu Lily's parting shot was filled with venom as she stormed away, knowing she had no choice but to leave, as Gao Yang was nearly ready to confront her physically. "Gao Yang, are you all right?" In the aftermath of Qiu Lily's departure, when Wanty quietly inquired, still taken aback by his earlier ferocity. "I'm fine. Boss, bring me a case of beer." Initially, Gao Yang refrained from drinking as he was the designated driver. Yet now, he yearned for alcohol. When Wanty contemplated intervening, but ultimately relented. One's suffering is often best understood by oneself. A saying goes, if you do not know another's pain, do not advise them to be kind. When Wanty could empathize with Gao Yang's turmoil, yet she could not fully grasp it, as it was not her lived experience. Gao Yang continued to drink, the empty bottles accumulating at his feet, and when Wanty did not intervene. Sometimes, becoming intoxicated and sleeping it off can serve as a form of relief. Moreover, she observed him. He was undeniably handsome and capable. Though his temperament was somewhat peculiar, his ability to maintain his composure was commendable. If the recent show Lily were not a woman, when Wanting believed that Gao Yang's fist would have struck long ago. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that Gao Yang felt pain. Such a splendid man. Was Xiao Lily truly blind or simply bewitched? Undoubtedly, Gao Yang was intoxicated. Yet it was when Wanting who had purchased the drinks. Just as when Wanting, perspiring profusely, placed Gao Yang onto the bed and prepared to leave. A large hand seized her arm, and before she could react, the man on the bed pulled her into his embrace. Then came a passionate kiss. And by the time when Wanting regained her senses, it was already too late. After a considerable duration, when Wanting awoke, the previous scenes unfolded before her like a dream. An impulse to harm the man before her surged within her, but upon seeing Gao Yang's sleeping face, contorted in distress, she hesitated. She reached for her phone to call the police, but just as she dialed, she hung up. Glancing at the crimson stains on the sheets, and then at the still frowning Gao Yang, she wiped a tear from her eye and, with unsteady steps, exited the room. Gao Yang was roused by an urgent need to relieve himself. When he opened his eyes to the chaos around him and the state of the sheets, he was momentarily stunned. Although he could not claim to remember everything, he retained fragments of the night's events. He recollected drinking too much, then slapping when Wanting hard across the face. He grabbed his phone and searched for when Wanting's number, dialing it directly. The call connected, only to be abruptly ended. After several attempts, he found her phone had been switched off. Gao Yang glanced at the time. It was 3:30 in the morning. Grabbing his wallet, phone, and room key, he left the hotel. Since the deed had already been done, regret was futile. Instead of lamenting, he should contemplate how to make amends in the future. Chapter 9. The transformation of the body when Wanting had, in fact, not slept at all. The pain in various parts of her body was bearable. Although Gao Yang had been quite rough, she had managed to adapt. The primary struggle lay within her psyche. As the esteemed eldest daughter of the one family, how could she be subjected to such indignity? The more she pondered, the angrier and more aggrieved she felt, even in a state of wakefulness. When this thought crossed her mind, she startled even herself. When Wanting began to reflect on the events of the previous night, Gao Yang, inebriated, likely had no awareness of his actions due to the intoxicating effects of alcohol. From his reactions at the time and the aftermath, this was evident. The pressing question now was how to proceed. Should they sever all ties, feign that nothing had occurred, or compel Gao Yang to take responsibility? Severing all ties seemed impractical. Given the small size of Jinling City, her family was in the jewelry business, while Gao Yang was a master of stone gambling. Avoiding each other was nearly impossible. Pretending as if nothing had transpired also appeared unfeasible, as there were traces left behind and remnants of torn fabric. Once Gao Yang regained consciousness, he would undoubtedly piece it all together. Thus, the only remaining option was to make Gao Yang accountable. Yet when Wanting was unwilling to accept this, why should she bear the burden? She was innocent, while Gao Yang had a history of past relationships, even cohabiting for 2 years. Why should she grant him any leniency? Not only had he taken her first kiss, but he had also disrupted her previously settled emotions, leaving her agitated once more. At that moment, Gao Yang's call came through. When Wanting hastily ended the call, too fearful to answer. Indeed, she was afraid. She was not yet prepared to confront the situation and needed time to think. However, Gao Yang's persistent calls continued, and she considered blocking him, but ultimately chose to turn off her phone. Perhaps fatigue consumed her, and she gradually drifted into sleep. Meanwhile, Gao Yang departed the small hotel and arrived near Zhang Jun's residence. Zhang Jun owned an auto repair shop, which likely afforded him some wealth, a fact that may have contributed to Qiu Lily's actions. Gao Yang's plan for revenge was straightforward. If you run a repair shop, I shall ruin a car to the point of destruction, rendering you bankrupt. However, he had yet to devise a method for this sabotage, so he intended to observe first. Gao Yang was not a ruthless individual, but neither was he overly benevolent, especially towards someone who had so brazenly wronged him. If he did not seek retribution, would he still be a man? Nonetheless, he would not resort to extreme measures, for exacting revenge at the cost of his own promising future would be a foolish act. Gao Yang had parents and a younger sister. What would happen to them if he were to find himself in trouble? Half an hour later, Gao Yang reached the vicinity of Zhang Jun's auto repair shop, which was undoubtedly closed at this hour. Zhang Jun was likely in the hospital, as Gao Yang had not held back the previous day and had cracked his skull. The establishment comprised 4 interconnected storefronts, with a courtyard at the back. Since access from the front was impossible, the only option was to scale the courtyard wall. Upon reaching the back wall, he discovered its height exceeded 2 meters, making entry impossible. Attempting to leap over, he was startled by the experience, as he found himself nearly clearing the wall entirely. Was it due to? Gao Yang did not pursue the climb further, instead sitting upon a large rock to collect his thoughts. Since awakening, his mind had been consumed with thoughts of how to earn money, neglecting to consider the changes within his own body. First and foremost, this newfound ability to see through objects was undoubtedly linked to the car accident. That much was certain. Then there was his body's remarkable recovery capability. He recalled when wanting mentioning that he had 2 fractured ribs and numerous bruises, including a wound on his head, all of which could be substantiated by medical records and imaging. Yet, after a night of rest, he felt as though the accident had never occurred, even in better condition than before. Adding to this, the recent leap he had made was astonishing. Even an athlete specializing in high jump would struggle to reach such heights without a running start. The more he contemplated, the more perplexed he became. Uncertain of the changes his body had undergone, he only knew that his body seemed to have mutated. Thus, as dawn broke, Gao Yang hastily departed, reiterating the adage, a gentleman's revenge is not to be delayed. Of course, 10 years was impractical. A few months would suffice. He took a moment to sniff himself. An unpleasant odor had begun to linger, having not bathed for 2 days. Under these circumstances, even a single day without bathing was intolerable, let alone 2. He turned back, intending to purchase 2 sets of clothing. As he exited the small hotel, he spotted a car, a white vehicle. Upon entering, a familiar voice, albeit with an unfamiliar tone, greeted him. Feeling guilty, Gao Yang took the passenger seat. Once seated, Wen Wanting frowned. How many days has it been since you last bathed? Gao Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment at the question. Before he could respond, the car sprang to life and soon arrived at a clothing store. Wen Wanting remained silent, entering the shop and promptly searching for suitable attire for Gao Yang. In a matter of moments, she selected 2 outfits. To Gao Yang's surprise, Wen Wanting even paid for them. As she drove, silence enveloped them. Attempting to break the awkward tension, Gao Yang spoke, I apologize for last night. I will take responsibility. Suddenly, the screech of brakes sounded. Had he not fastened his seatbelt, he might have been propelled through the windshield. Wen Wanting said nothing, simply resting her head on the steering wheel. From her slightly trembling body, it was evident that she was crying. Suddenly, the weeping Wen Wanting lifted her head and turned her face to look at Gao Yang. Tears streamed down her cheeks, leaving traces in their wake. Gao Yang reached for a napkin placed on the table, intending to wipe away her tears, but she blocked his hand with hers. I do not require your responsibility. From this day forth, we are merely partners. You assist me in selecting stones, and I shall acquire them at a reasonable price, nothing more. After uttering these words, Wen Wanting continued driving towards Yuanshu Street. Gao Yang remained silent, for he truly did not know what to say. Could you take me to a real estate agency? I wish to purchase a property, one that is ready for immediate occupancy. Chapter 10. If you can cut out a piece of imperial green, I will gift you a house. Gao Yang could no longer contain himself. He despised this feeling of suffocation. He would rather endure a scathing rebuke from Wen Wanting, or even receive a couple of slaps, than to let the situation linger. If you can cut out a piece of imperial green, I will gift you a house. This was the last statement Wen Wanting made upon arriving at Yuanshu Street. Gao Yang was well aware of the significance of imperial green, but was unfamiliar with its appearance. Thus, he picked up his phone to consult the internet. After a considerable amount of time, he finally grasped the general understanding. Firstly, imperial green is exceedingly expensive, priced by the gram. Secondly, the most commonly referenced imperial green is an intense shade of green, almost oily in its luster. Gao Yang viewed several images, noting their glossy sheen. However, images are merely images. Nevertheless, he need not worry, for with his X-ray vision, locating a piece of imperial green among the myriad of jade stones on Yuanshu Street should not pose a significant challenge. He thought to himself that he must first pacify Wan Ting, as the events of the previous night had left him in a very passive position. If he expressed a willingness to take responsibility, she would refuse. If he simply walked away, his conscience would not allow it. It appeared that women could be equally unreasonable. As Gao Yang lost himself in contemplation, the car came to a halt. Wan Ting exited without a word, and he followed suit. Neither spoke as Gao Yang began inspecting the first jade stone shop. After half an hour, he departed from that establishment, then proceeded to the second, spending a similar amount of time there before leaving. The third and fourth shops followed, until finally when Wan Ting could no longer contain her curiosity. You have examined 4 shops. Have you not found a single stone of value? Gao Yang was taken aback. Did you not request imperial green? In that moment, Wan Ting was unsure whether to laugh or cry, regretting her previous statement. She had assumed Gao Yang was uninterested in any stones, only to realize he was in search of imperial green. If it were so easy to find, it would not command such exorbitant prices. Gao Yang, despite appearing earnest, was indeed sincere. Wan Ting remained silent, and Gao Yang continued towards a 5th shop. As he began his search, he stopped in his tracks just as he was nearing the end. You mentioned that if I were to extract a piece of imperial green, you would give me a house. Is that truly the case? Wan Ting was taken aback by his audacity, believing he was merely attempting to curry favor with her by seeking imperial green. After all this time, he was simply fixated on the house. Her frustration mounted. If you genuinely manage to extract a piece of imperial green, I will gift you my villa. Gao Yang snapped his fingers. This is what you said. It is a deal. This is the one. Let us go and cut the stone. After stating this, he embraced a jade stone slightly larger than a basketball and proceeded to settle the payment. Wan Ting was left speechless. Did he believe he could simply select any stone and it would be imperial green? However, she refrained from commenting, knowing they had finally found a stone after nearly a morning's search, and hurried to follow him. At this point, the stone gambling shop was bustling with patrons. As Gao Yang completed the payment, the stone-cutting machine happened to become available. Gao Yang rolled up his sleeves and began the extraction process. Wan Ting stood by, watching as he made a decisive cut without hesitation, not even marking the stone beforehand. As the raw stone was reduced to the size of an adult's fist, his movements began to slow, transitioning to polishing. A green is emerging. Within moments of polishing, onlookers began to notice the green hue. Others quickly gathered around. Wan Ting could no longer remain composed. She was now certain that Gao Yang was a master at stone gambling, nearly infallible in his pursuits. In the midst of her thoughts, gasps erupted from the crowd. This green, could it possibly be imperial green? Indeed, it is imperial green. I had the fortune to see it once in rewritten last year. This is undoubtedly imperial. The atmosphere grew increasingly animated. When Wan Ting's eyelids twitched, her lips quivered. Could it be that this person had truly extracted a piece of imperial green? She rushed forward to take a closer look, inhaling sharply, while others might still harbor doubts. As the heiress of the Wan family, known for their jewelry in jade, she could not possibly mistake imperial green. Not only did she recognize it, but she was also intimately familiar with it, as she wore a pendant crafted from imperial green around her neck. Imperial green is a symbol of status, with its price calculated per gram. The pendant on her neck contains 18 grams of imperial green, which cost her a staggering 2 million. Wan Ting was no longer composed. She realized she had stumbled upon a treasure. Young man, I will take this piece of imperial green for 50 million. 50 million? This is imperial green. You dare offer only 50 million? Young man, I will pay 80 million for this piece of imperial green. Bids began to rise in a cacophony of voices, some even engaging in verbal altercations. Gao Yang's hand trembled as he polished, nearly causing him to chip away at the precious stone. Even a slight miscalculation could cost him several grams. His excitement was understandable. He knew imperial green was valuable but had not anticipated its worth to soar so high. Just as Gao Yang was about to announce his willingness to sell, when Wan Ting interjected, "Excuse me, everyone, but we will not be selling this piece of imperial green." At this moment, the crowd turned their attention to Wan Ting, some recognizing her immediately. "Ah, it is the young lady from the Wan family. Might I inquire about your relationship with this gentleman?" Wan Ting, having recognized the speaker, smiled and replied, "Ah, it is Uncle Chun. This is Gao Yang. He is my boyfriend." Gao Yang nearly bit his tongue in shock. When had he become her boyfriend? Even if he were, it mattered little, as the price had already exceeded 100 million. With his stone acquired, what sort of villa could he not afford? As Gao Yang prepared to speak, Wan Ting swiftly snatched the piece of imperial green from his hands. "Excuse me, everyone, please clear the way. We are off to lunch. I will treat you all to tea another day." Having spoken, Wan Ting hurriedly pulled the still-dazed Gao Yang away from the jade stone shop. Chapter 11. 8 billion in the account. This jade is splendid. Gulme, let me show you some villas. Gao Yang felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself twice. If it were not for the fear of pain, he might have acted on that impulse. Along the journey, Gao Yang remained silent, considering the jadeite as compensation for last night's events. Yet, why did his heart ache so painfully? When Wanting stole a glance at Gao Yang through the rearview mirror, observing his expression, how could she not fathom the turmoil within him? It was purely an act of retribution. As for coveting the jadeite, how could Wanting possibly entertain such a thought? Setting aside her character, even if she were inclined, she would never act upon it. If Gao Yang could extract a piece of imperial green, he could certainly procure a second or third. It was a veritable treasure in motion. Fortunately, it wasn't long before they arrived at a villa district, halting before Villa No. 5. Gao Yang alighted from the car and began to survey the villa. From the exterior, it was undeniably exquisite. Upon closer inspection, it remained equally stunning. In summary, it was simply beautiful. The villa door swung open, and when Wanting, clutching her bag in one hand and the jadeite in the other, stepped inside, Gao Yang could only follow suit. "So what do you think? Are you satisfied with this villa?" After a cursory glance, Gao Yang nodded. This villa must be worth at least 20 to 30 million, so acquiring it was a worthwhile investment. "Here is the villa key. That room is yours from now on." Gao Yang glanced at the room and then back at Wanting. "Did you not say you would gift me an entire villa? Why is one room?" Wanting shrugged and replied, "You can stay here for now. Once I find a suitable one, I will buy it for you. Furthermore, do not enter the entire second floor. Feel free to roam elsewhere. I'm off to the company." With that, when Wanting departed, her bag and jadeite in hand. Only after she left did Gao Yang realize he had been outsmarted. The so-called villa gift was merely a ruse. In truth, this was for the best, for it spared him from excessive guilt. It seemed that women, after all, were uniformly driven by money rather than sentiment. Thus, he need not harbor remorse regarding last night's incident. He received 2 notifications. The first indicated that he had refunded Wanting's medical expenses, which she had declined to accept. This message was not new. He had overlooked it earlier. The second notification, however, left him stunned. It was a bank alert confirming a transfer of 100 million. Indeed, 100 million. Regardless of the jadeite's worth, whether it be 100 million or 2, Gao Yang had never intended to keep it, given his current capabilities. Achieving wealth was not arduous. If he could alleviate his guilt from last night with a piece of jadeite, he deemed it worthwhile. From this moment forth, he resolved to sever ties with this woman. However, it was apparent he had misjudged her intentions. Wanting had no designs on his imperial green. This was merely his own misconception. Whether this situation was ultimately beneficial or detrimental remained unclear to Gao Yang. Sitting on the bed, he contemplated the notification for a full quarter of an hour before deciding to confront the matter. After tidying his clothes and vacating the room, he prepared to hail a taxi. Alas, the key was still in the villa. Gao Yang was exasperated. With no alternatives, he resorted to calling Wanting. Upon arriving at the company, Wanting handed the imperial green to the manager and arranged for a transfer of 100 million to Gao Yang's account. In essence, their company had purchased the jadeite from him for 100 million. After finalizing the transaction, Wanting intended to visit the repair shop to retrieve her car, which Gao Yang had damaged. Just then, Gao Yang's call came through. A slight smile graced Wanting's lips as she answered. "Hello, I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, Gao Yang waited about 20 minutes for her arrival. Once in the car, he contemplated speaking, but upon seeing her demeanor, he thought better of it. Upon reaching their destination, Gao Yang finally comprehended Wanting's purpose for coming here. He recognized the vehicle. It had afforded him a fortuitous opportunity. Wanting tossed him the keys to the white car. "You can drive this for now. The villa's passcode is. I'm off to work. Don't call me unless it's urgent. Also, if you find the time, please tidy up the villa." With that, she drove away. Gao Yang was not fond of her condescending tone, but felt he had no choice but to acquiesce for the moment. At least he had fulfilled this obligation and felt no guilt, allowing him to remain indifferent. He commenced tidying up, starting with the room designated by Wanting. Fortunately, he owned little. His previous belongings were left in the rental apartment, which he had no intention of retrieving. All that remained were 3 sets of clothes, 2 new outfits, and 1 set needing laundry. He tossed the dirty clothes into the washing machine, and, as he did, he noticed a pile of clothing in the bathroom corner. Upon inspection, he realized it was the outfit Wanting had worn yesterday, albeit in tatters, including the bra, which had its clasp broken. Gao Yang noted the size, planning to purchase a replacement later. Additionally, he needed to buy some personal items and complete his resignation paperwork at the company. After washing the clothes, he placed Wanting's shredded outfit into a garbage bag and cleaned the floor. Feeling satisfied with his efforts, he grabbed the garbage bag and the villa key as he stepped outside. Meanwhile, Wanting sat in her office, fixated on the surveillance footage from the villa. Indeed, the cameras were not installed to monitor Gao Yang. Rather, they were a precaution against potential intruders. She had placed 2 hidden cameras in key locations and remembered to check the footage to see if Gao Yang was behaving. After viewing the footage, she was left speechless. He was certainly diligent, having tidied the home thoroughly, suggesting he had done such chores before. However, an embarrassing moment ensued when she realized she had neglected to dispose of the pile of clothes in the corner that morning. Consequently, Gao Yang had picked them up, examining them closely, especially the oversized bra, which he scrutinized from various angles. Wanting's face flushed crimson, extending down to her neck. Chapter 12. Cooperation Agreement. Gao Yang first indulged in a fast food meal, not out of stinginess but for convenience. He could now be considered wealthy, or rather, a nouveau riche in certain respects, for he possessed over 100 million, a staggering sum in an era where the average salary barely reached 5,000. After lunch, he went to the company to finalize his resignation, and with the medical documentation in hand, his boss was eager to settle his pay and see him off. Following his departure, Gao Yang purchased a few items of clothing, several pairs of socks, and 2 pairs of shoes. By chance, he found himself in a women's clothing store. Relying on memory and color, he selected 2 sets of lingerie for Wanting, including the outer garment he had torn to shreds. With all the miscellaneous tasks completed, he bought some ingredients, intending to cook dinner for himself. Gao Yang was capable in the kitchen since Chiu Lily was not. As for his next steps, he planned to contemplate his future endeavors that evening. Wealth should not lead to complacency. He was an ambitious young man, and entrepreneurship was the first task he needed to undertake. He entered the kitchen, observing that it appeared untouched by the flame of cooking. Upon opening the refrigerator, aside from a few juices, beverages, and milk, it was utterly barren, lacking even the most basic essentials such as salt, oil, and vinegar. Fortunately, he had planned to purchase these items, otherwise, a trip outside would have been necessary. In the kitchen, Gao Yang was preparing dinner while Wanting had just finished her tasks and was ready to clock out. As she was about to shut down her computer, an inexplicable impulse led her to glance at the home surveillance. To her surprise, she saw Gao Yang diligently cooking. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she closed her laptop, grabbed her bag, and left. Being a wealthy young lady, cooking was not within her skill set. "Did you make this?" Wanting inquired, feigning ignorance. "Have you eaten? If not, you might as well." She trailed off, not needing to finish her sentence. Gao Yang, understanding her hint, served 2 bowls of rice and set the table. The dinner was simple yet delightful, comprising 3 dishes and a soup, stir-fried greens, shredded pork with green peppers, loofah with edamame, and a tomato egg soup. Initially uncertain about the quality of Gao Yang's cooking, Wanting found herself savoring each dish, ultimately leaving the soup bowl empty. "Not bad," she remarked, and that was the end of the conversation. "By the way, your clothes are worn out, so I bought you 2 new pieces." Gao Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment at this admission. However, When Wanting was even more embarrassed. Stealing a glance at Gao Yang, she retreated into her room, locking the door behind her. Once inside, she quickly opened the shopping bag, only to be taken aback. The lingerie was in her size, and the jacket and skirt seemed tailor-made for her. This led her to reconsider her previous thoughts about Gao Yang. He was attentive, handsome, kind to his girlfriend, and capable in household chores. Why did Show Lily fail to appreciate such a good man? Was it because Gao Yang was not good enough, or perhaps too good? Suddenly, a thought struck her. No one cares for someone who has traversed mountains and rivers for her. What she truly values is the person he crossed those mountains and rivers to see. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted her musings. Quickly, When Wanting shoved the lingerie into the closet and opened the door with a wary expression directed at Gao Yang. He stepped back, assuring her, "Don't misunderstand. I just want to talk to you." Nodding, When Wanting descended the stairs, as she resided on the second floor of the villa. "This is a draft of an agreement. Take a look. If it's acceptable, we can proceed accordingly." When Wanting hesitantly accepted the document, initially suspecting it to be a rental agreement. However, upon reading it, she grew puzzled and surprised. The agreement stated that starting immediately, Party A, When Wanting, would provide funding, while Party B, Gao Yang, would assist in purchasing jade rough stones. After deducting the principal, all profits would be split evenly, with Party A unable to coerce Party B into cooperation when inconvenient. Furthermore, Party A could not withhold or deduct Party B's share, with a contract duration of 1 year, effective immediately. Understanding the implications of the contract, When Wanting recognized the crux of the matter. Gao Yang had previously been unwilling to collaborate, as it held no benefit for him given his expertise. His refusal was understandable. Yet now, he had proactively proposed a partnership and drafted an agreement. The reason was crystal clear. Following the events of the previous night, Gao Yang felt a sense of indebtedness and sought to make amends through this arrangement. Tears of injustice streamed down When Wanting's cheeks. Was her sacrifice merely a means for him to secure a year-long contract? At that moment, she felt humiliated. Noticing her distress, Gao Yang quickly interjected, "Please don't misconstrue this. The agreement is unrelated to last night. I've pondered this deeply. Currently, I am unemployed and homeless, with nothing to my name. Even if I possess the skill to carve exquisite jade, there is no one to sell it to. Thus, collaborating with you is beneficial, as it alleviates my risk and concerns about sales." Hearing his earnest explanation, When Wanting's mood lightened considerably. "Is that truly how you feel?" she inquired, her tears subsiding as she clutched the contract and prepared to ascend the stairs. "About last night, if you need me to take responsibility, I will." With that, the door slammed shut. Gao Yang shrugged, realizing that was the last time he would mention it. Glancing at the clock, he tidied the dishes, took his keys, and prepared to leave. "Where are you off to at this late hour?" When Wanting's voice rang out just as he was about to exit. "I'm going out for a bit to contemplate potential money-making ventures. Also, from now on, let us maintain a partnership. Please refrain from speaking to me in a condescending tone. I dislike that feeling." Chapter 13. Another accident. Upon hearing Gao Yang's words, When Wanting's lips moved several times. Yet she remained silent. Just as he was about to step outside, she finally spoke, "I will accompany you." Without a car, Gao Yang parked in a vacant spot, and they began to stroll aimlessly. He was searching for business opportunities, but lacked direction. When Wanting followed closely behind, initially wishing to inquire but ultimately recalling Gao Yang's earlier remarks, leading her to remain quiet. "What do you think is currently profitable?" After wandering for a while, Gao Yang finally asked, struggling to conceive suitable ideas. This dilemma was rooted in his upbringing and mindset. Previously, he had only considered securing a better job or a modest raise. Suddenly possessing over 100 million was akin to a beggar becoming a millionaire. They were unprepared for such wealth. When Wanting pondered before responding, "It depends on the type of business you wish to pursue. If you're considering the service industry, you could open a restaurant, hotel, or CAF. However, if you're looking to invest, the market has been unfavorable in recent years, presenting significant risks. Regarding physical businesses, profit margins are currently slim, and stability in orders is crucial." Gao Yang listened intently, acknowledging her reasoning, but found it somewhat unhelpful. "Please provide me with practical advice. I now have over 100 million and wish to establish a business. Nothing extravagant, just a viable enterprise. When Wanting expressed her dissatisfaction with his tone, yet proceeded to offer her suggestion. The simplest method to make money at this juncture is to open a franchise. It's straightforward and hassle-free. Our One Family Jewelry has numerous franchises. You might consider opening one under our brand. Once you select a location and it passes inspection, the company will handle renovations, employee training, and so forth. Naturally, you would need to cover these expenses. Gao Yang squinted, recognizing this could indeed be a viable option. What do your franchises primarily sell? Is it solely jewelry and jade, or do they also offer gold and similar items? What is the franchise fee? Regarding these inquiries, when Wanting displayed her expertise. First, you need a sufficiently large store that meets our approval. After the review, all the formalities and procedures will be handled by us, including the provision of goods and pricing, for which we will provide a standard. The total cost will be around 3 to 4 million, while in Jinling City, approximately 5 million will suffice. Upon hearing When Wanting's words, Gao Yang's eyes brightened. 5 million is not a problem for him at the moment. The crucial point is that he finally has something to engage in. All right, I have made my decision. I will join Wen's Jewelry. When Wanting shot Gao Yang glance. If these reviews do not pass, you will not be allowed to join. Gao Yang scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Aren't you in charge here? Given our relationship, can it be as simple as your word?" When Wanting was momentarily speechless, she realized for the first time that this man had quite thick skin. As for their relationship, at this thought, her cheeks flushed slightly, as it indeed seemed to have a hint of something deeper. Even if you could use some backdoor methods, you still need to provide a storefront, right? Surely you cannot expect us to provide the premises for you. Gao Yang understood that When Wanting could indeed assist him, but the storefront was indeed a challenge. How about I go tomorrow? Just then, a car suddenly sped towards them. When Wanting noticed it too, but she had no time to react. At that moment, a strong hand swept around her waist and lifted her up. She felt a dizzying spin, and when her vision settled, she saw that a car had collided with another vehicle at the spot where she had just stood, and she found herself cradled in a powerful embrace, distanced by at least 6 or 7 meters. "Are you all right? Gao Yang, what happened? Don't scare me." When Wanting was almost in tears, and Gao Yang quickly waved his hand. "I'm fine, just a little scratched." After speaking, Gao Yang set When Wanting aside and stormed towards the car. He forcefully yanked open the driver's door, intending to drag the driver out and give them a good beating. However, upon opening the door, he found a petite woman trembling in the driver's seat. Gao Yang's anger dissipated significantly. It was evident she was a novice. "Are you all right?" Gao Yang asked, but his inquiry startled the girl, causing her to scream loudly, nearly bursting his eardrum. "Susan?" At that moment, When Wanting recognized the girl. "You know each other?" Gao Yang was utterly confused by this revelation. An hour later, after Susan's car was towed and all necessary procedures completed, Gao Yang had managed to piece together the situation. The girl was named Susan, and her connection to When Wanting stemmed from her sister being When Wanting's high school classmate. The reason for the accident was that her earbuds had fallen, prompting her to reach down to retrieve them when she hit a pedestrian while swerving the steering wheel, sending her car onto the sidewalk. Fortunately, Gao Yang had quick reflexes. Otherwise, he and When Wanting would have ended up in a hospital room that night. "Gao Yang, let me take you to the hospital." Seeing multiple scrapes on Gao Yang's arm, When Wanting felt a surge of emotion. She had been terrified when the car had come rushing towards her. Thank goodness Gao Yang was there. Gao Yang lost interest in shopping. Although the injuries were not severe and might heal overnight, the immediate stinging was quite real. Besides, after such an incident, who could still have the heart to shop? "I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to cause this," Susan apologetically said. Gao Yang waved his hand. There was no need to argue with this little girl. He couldn't possibly beat her up. "Gao Yang, please sit down. I'll help you apply some medicinal alcohol. Just a moment, I need to shower first. By the way, you're not hurt, are you?" Chapter 14. Susan, after Gao Yang went to shower, When Wanting sat in the living room waiting. She occasionally frowned, and then revealed a faint smile, clearly lost in thought. If it weren't for Gao Yang today, she would undoubtedly be lying in a hospital bed now. He was injured yet still concerned about others. After Gao Yang finished showering, he noticed When Wanting in a daze. "Are you all right?" When Wanting snapped back to reality and quickly shook her head. "Please sit down. Let me apply some medication." Gao Yang did not object. The wounds had nearly started to scab, but after showering, they had softened again. The long scrape was likely from his arm rubbing against the concrete. It wasn't serious, but looked alarming due to the raw skin. Additionally, his palm had also been scraped. When Wanting opened the iodine and gently began applying it to Gao Yang's wounds with a cotton swab. The moment the iodine touched the injured area, Gao Yang involuntarily flinched. "Hold on, it will be over soon." When Wanting applied the iodine with great care and gentleness, even blowing softly on the area as she worked. "Thank you." When Wanting frowned slightly before grabbing a change of clothes and heading off to shower. This outfit was the one Gao Yang had bought for her earlier that afternoon. Gao Yang lay on the bed, not dwelling on the past. There was no use in doing so. Instead, he contemplated the future. He would focus on two primary matters, the first being assisting when Wanting with her stone gambling venture, not only because he had promised her, but also because he wished to earn money. The second matter was the jewelry store, which was equally significant as it could very well be his first enterprise. His sister was growing up. Lacking the capability was one thing, but if he had the means, he ought to provide a dowry. Thus, the jewelry store would be ideal. Once it opened, he would also consider other ventures. With newfound capabilities, he must utilize them wisely. Merely using them for stone gambling would be a waste. After all, this was not Rue City, and the raw stone market was relatively small. After a few visits, he might tire of it. It was akin to playing mahjong. If one always wins, who would continue to play with them? So what else could his perspective offer? Buying scratch-off tickets was merely trivial. Lotteries are something one can believe in, but should not take too seriously. If there were truly that many grand prizes, lottery companies would have long since collapsed. For a moment, Gao Yang felt lost. He did not know what his ability to see through things could truly achieve. Just then, his phone chimed with a WeChat notification. Upon checking, it was a message from Susan, the girl who had collided with him earlier, since they had previously added each other as friends. "Gao Yang, is your arm all right?" Gao Yang glanced at his arm, which was scabbing over. It was evident that his body had undergone some changes. "I'm fine, just some scrapes." "I'm relieved to hear that. You scared me. Let me treat you to a meal sometime." They exchanged casual messages, and through their conversation, Gao Yang learned some of Susan's background. Her grandfather owned an antique shop, and currently, Susan was helping out there, or rather, she had just graduated and had yet to find a good job. After a few exchanges, Gao Yang concluded the conversation, as they were still unfamiliar with each other. Just as Gao Yang plugged in his charger and prepared to sleep, another WeChat notification chimed. This time, it was from Wanting. "Is your arm still hurting? Could it be that this girl is genuinely concerned about me?" "Gao Yang, thank you for today. Get some rest early. Good night." After WNW Ting sent two such messages, there was no further news. Gao Yang felt that this woman was somewhat unwell. This sentiment was not unfounded. Since yesterday morning, she had exhibited erratic behavior, akin to the fluctuations experienced during menstruation. At times, her tone was commanding, while at other moments, it was rather gentle. One moment she would weep. The next she would laugh, sometimes expressing self-loathing, only to later offer thanks. Was this not a sign of instability? The following morning, when Ting descended the stairs, Gao Yang had already prepared breakfast. Additionally, the clothes that had been in the washing machine the previous night were now hung on the balcony. Ting felt a warmth in her heart. Being cared for by a man like this was indeed pleasant. However, she was overthinking it. Gao Yang was not preparing breakfast specifically for her. It was merely a habit, compounded by the fact that he needed to eat as well. You may enjoy your freedom this morning, or perhaps explore our company. In the afternoon, we will procure some jade raw stones. As for your intention to open a jewelry franchise, I will keep that in mind. However, you must prepare some of your materials, he stated. Ting replied while eating her breakfast. Yes, I will open a new account shortly and transfer the necessary funds onto this card. Additionally, I will search for suitable storefronts. Gao Yang casually remarked, but that does not imply it is non-existent. It requires a period of adjustment. With time, perhaps one may forget, or perhaps even become at ease. Of course, it might also lead to the development of feelings. You need not concern yourself with the storefront. I will handle it when the time comes. Your task is to prepare the necessary documents. Additionally, once the shop receives approval, you will need to hire a group of employees. They must undergo training before starting, and I will take care of the rest. It is getting late. I must head to the company. With that, WNWNT took her phone and bag and left. Gao Yang glanced at the dishes she had used, realizing he had inadvertently become a caretaker. After tidying up the kitchen and cleaning the space, he too departed. He first went to the bank to open a new account, transferring 5 million to this card. When the bank staff saw the amount in Gao Yang's account, their hands trembled with anxiety. Ultimately, he left the bank under the escort of the manager. Reminded of SSHN's antique shop nearby, he decided to pay a visit. At that moment, SSHN was bored, playing with her phone at the counter. Suddenly, a customer entered the store. "Welcome. Feel free to browse." SSHN did not lift her head, continuing to engage with her device. With such a lackadaisical approach, it is a miracle this shop has not closed. Hearing a familiar voice, SSHN looked up and her eyes lit up. "Gao Yang, what brings you here?" she exclaimed, putting down her phone, her face beaming with delight. With few friends, her joy was evident. Gao Yang took the opportunity to assess the young woman before him. SSHN stood about 1.6 meters tall, an average height for a girl. Her hair, neither long nor short, fell just to her neck, and her round face had a hint of baby fat. It appeared she was not fond of makeup, as her complexion was quite pure. She wore a yellow short-sleeved top paired with jeans, with black straps visible from her shoulders. Overall, she exuded a petite charm, especially with her slightly full lips, which many men would find appealing for their sensuality. "I recall you mentioning your shop was nearby. I happened to pass by and thought I would check in. Yet, upon entering, I found you lazing about, making SSHN feel a bit embarrassed. Lazing? You have no idea how dull an antique shop can be. I wish I hadn't come. Hardly anyone enters. You're only the second customer today. I'm almost suffocating here." Gao Yang chuckled. As they say, 3 years without a sale, but when it opens, it thrives for 3 years. To run an antique shop, one must maintain a positive mindset. Otherwise, a few days without visitors might shatter your spirit. SSHN. If you do not wish to work here any longer, would you consider working for me? Gao Yang recalled WNWNT mentioning that he needed to handle staffing matters himself. His primary aim in visiting was this very proposition. As a recent university graduate, SSHN possessed the necessary qualifications. With a bit of training, managing a jewelry store would pose no problem. Furthermore, he could later bring her sister over, which would be convenient. Upon hearing Gao Yang's offer, SSHN instantly perked up. In many ways, how a girl views a boy is similar to how a boy perceives a girl. If a girl is beautiful, boys might approach her. Likewise, if a boy is handsome, girls may reciprocate that interest. An innate appreciation for beauty transcends gender. That sounds great, but you haven't told me what I would be doing. With SSHN's agreement, Gao Yang felt elated and succinctly outlined his plans for the jewelry store. Upon learning that Gao Yang intended to open a jewelry shop with WNWNT's assistance, SSHN felt more assured of his credibility. "When will the shop open?" she inquired. Gao Yang pondered briefly. "However, we need to recruit staff first, and they will likely require a few days of training." Feeling exceedingly bored and lacking a decent job, SSHN was thrilled at the prospect of being appointed as the store manager. Without inquiring about wages or benefits, which Gao Yang did not mention, she readily agreed. After discussing the main business matters, Gao Yang began to meander through the antique shop, casually picking up a vase to examine. However, he was startled by the words that suddenly flashed in his mind. "Modern crafts, value non-existent." Almost dropping the vase in shock, he took a moment to collect himself. Undoubtedly, this was related to his bodily transformation. He hastily checked other items, finding similar inscriptions. Gao Yang's mind raced. He had discovered another lucrative avenue, scoring bargains. "SSHN, I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Let us finalize our agreement, and see if you can invite a few classmates to help out at the shop. It cannot be just you alone." SSHN readily agreed, and Gao Yang did not linger, heading directly to an antique street. Contrary to expectations, this so-called antique street was not bustling. It was merely a stretch where vendors set up stalls. Most items on display were counterfeit, though genuine antiques were present, often exorbitantly priced. However, amidst the fakes, There existed a small fraction of genuine items, which was why the term score, a bargain, emerged. Filled with excitement, Gao Yang scoured the stalls. Yet after half an hour, his initial exhilaration waned. He had not encountered any valuable items. For instance, copper coins were assuredly genuine, yet their worth was negligible. "Boss, how much for this?" The vendor is a man in his 50s, adorned with a pair of spectacles and possessing slightly dark skin. His most distinguishing feature is a prominent mustache. Priced at 20 yuan each, Gao Yang casually glanced at the approximately 10 comic books displayed. "Boss, could you perhaps lower the price a bit? If it's cheaper, I'll take them all." He began to tentatively haggle. The vendor replied, "Young man, these aren't exactly priceless treasures. I only make a profit of about 3 to 5 yuan on them. There are 12 books here. If you want them all for 200 yuan, that's fine. If not, just leave them here to gather dust." The vendor's words were quite reasonable, as these items are indeed worth that price, and if he were to inflate the cost, no one would purchase them. Considering comic books are a relatively recent phenomenon that has now ceased publication, thus keeping their market value low. As Gao Yang chatted idly, he discreetly handed the vendor 2 100 yuan notes while picking up the comic books. Once he got into his car, he finally felt at ease. After all, this was his first fortunate find, and it certainly sparked a bit of excitement. He placed the comic books on the table and extracted one, gently opening it to discover 2 stamps tucked within its pages. Indeed, Gao Yang's intent in acquiring the comic books was not for them, but rather for these 2 stamps. Shanhita Epian Hong, worth a fortune, he thought with elation, realizing these stamps must be quite valuable. Hooray! I've struck gold. Being alone at that moment, his true nature surfaced as he bounced joyfully in the villa's living room, oblivious to the fact that someone was observing all of this through the surveillance cameras. Chapter 16. Song Huiyan watching Gao Yang frolic about the villa, when Wanting's lips curled into a subtle smile, revealing a hint of affection. This was the first time she had noticed this endearing side of him. She herself couldn't fathom why she was secretly paying attention to this man who had caused her pain. Previously, she would only occasionally check the surveillance to see the state of her home, sometimes going days without a glance. However, that morning, she had checked 7 or 8 times. And the last time she did so, it was to witness Gao Yang's exuberance once more. Just then, a knock resonated on her office door. "Come in," she instructed, simultaneously shutting off the monitor. The door opened to reveal Song Huiyun, the manager of the marketing department. Did you call for me?" When Wanting smiled and gestured toward a chair, inviting her to sit. "Manager Song, I recall you mentioned last month that we had secured a new store. Is that correct?" Song Huiyun promptly affirmed. "Yes, we intended to open a branch there, but due to recent shortages of raw materials and other issues, we have temporarily put it on hold. However, we'll be operational soon. Please rest assured." When Wanting recognized that Song Huiyun might have misunderstood her intent, which was entirely reasonable. They had secured the storefront, yet failing to launch it in a timely manner was indeed their oversight. "Manager Song, the reason I summoned you today is this. I have a friend who intends to franchise our Wunsure jewelry store. I've reviewed our plans for the upcoming quarter, and it seems we have no immediate plans to open a branch ourselves. Why not transfer this store to him? We can settle the financial details accordingly. I will have him come to the company tomorrow, and you can coordinate with him then." Song Huiyun, naturally astute, recognized that when Wanting's words were merely a pretext, the true purpose was her friend's interest. "Very well, I shall discuss the details with him," she replied. "Regarding the expenses, how shall we account for them? After all, we have already completed the renovations." Here, she paused, hinting at the straightforward notion that while the store could be transferred, the costs incurred for renovations should also be addressed. If when Wanting were to say that they would not charge for them, then Song Huiyun would know how to proceed, given her competence as a marketing manager. After a moment of contemplation, when Wanting initially considered offering the renovations as a gift. However, she soon realized that such an act might stir rumors within the company. More importantly, she did not wish for Gao Yang to perceive her as overly accommodating. He had merely requested that she refrain from speaking in a commanding tone. He had not instructed her to cater to him, and besides, she was still somewhat miffed. "Manager Song, as I previously stated, we shall account for everything fairly. We shall not take advantage of him, but we must also ensure we do not incur losses. Furthermore, Please inform the HR department to assist in training a few employees in a few days. Song Huiyin grasped that there was a connection between this individual and When Wanting, albeit not one particularly close. It was more akin to a favor. Understood. I will proceed accordingly. After Song Huiyin left, When Wanting began tidying her belongings. Additionally, she felt compelled to remove the surveillance equipment from her home. Should Gao Yang discover it, he might draw the mistaken conclusion that she was monitoring him. In celebration of his fortunate discovery, Gao Yang decided to cook an extra 2 dishes. Confounded, he remarked on the impeccable timing of it all. Wow, it smells amazing. When Wanting, unceremoniously, dashed to the kitchen to fetch a bowl of rice and sat down. Gao Yang, did you used to cook every day? Also, I'm not particularly fond of spicy food, and I rarely indulge in sweets as they contribute to weight gain. Furthermore, When Wanting rambled on, causing Gao Yang's expression to darken. Did she truly perceive him as a servant? Miss Wen, President Wen, the meals I prepare are for my own consumption. If you choose to partake occasionally, I have no objections, given that we share this residence. Yet your expectations are excessive. It is one thing to eat without contributing, but to make demands is quite another. I'm not a maid. When Wanting's cheeks flushed, not from Gao Yang's remark about her taking advantage, but rather from his reference to their cohabitation. In a certain sense, he was correct. After speaking, she set down her bowl and lowered her gaze. Realizing he was a loss for words, Gao Yang thought it unwise to engage in a dispute with a woman. However, the more pressing matter was a certain keyword. He had been busy all morning on his own affairs. What could they possibly involve? Most likely the jewelry store. Upon this realization, his eyes brightened, and he conceded, "All right, I admit my fault. From now on, I will minimize the use of chili and sweet ingredients. Is that satisfactory?" "That's what you said. I haven't coerced you." When Wanting replied, lifting her head, holding her bowl, and consuming her meal in one fluid motion, showing no signs of grievance. Gao Yang, exasperated, recalled When Wanting's earlier statement about being preoccupied with his matters. "You mentioned being busy all morning regarding my affairs. How'd it go?" When Wanting knew that his intentions were not entirely innocent. However, given the delicious meal before her, she chose to overlook it. The situation is as follows. Our company previously. When Wanting succinctly recounted the developments. "So you're saying the store is ready, renovations completed, and we are merely awaiting the paperwork to commence operations, correct?" Gao Yang inquired tentatively. "That is indeed the case. Our store primarily focuses on jewelry and jade, so all items we offer revolve around that theme. We do sell gold as well, but typically alongside related products." Gao Yang nodded in understanding, having grasped this aspect. The establishment is referred to as a jewelry store rather than a silver shop or a gold shop, indicating a distinct difference. The focus lies primarily on gemstones and jade, with gold serving merely as an accessory. For instance, it would not merely sell a gold ring. Rather, the ring would be adorned with a piece of jade. Consequently, the pricing and profit margins are significantly higher than those of selling gold alone. The question then arises, how much would it cost to set up such a store? In Chapter 17, When Wanting reflected on this, uncertain of the specifics, but recalling her earlier conversation, she suggested that they visit the store together the following morning, reminding him to bring the necessary identification. After lunch, the two returned to the raw stone street. Upon Hai Yang's arrival, he was immediately recognized, leading to whispers among the crowd. Hai Yang furrowed his brow and exchanged a glance with When Wanting, who mirrored his concern. Hai Yang's worst fears were realized. The adage "fame brings trouble" echoed in his mind. While the situation was manageable on ordinary days, his recent extraction of the rare imperial green jade had garnered significant attention. Although the piece was not large, its notoriety was undeniable. The implications of widespread recognition troubled him. What would happen next? Hai Yang's thought was abrupt, yet When Wanting understood its essence. He nodded, resigned to the situation. They switched to another raw stone shop, only to find the same crowd trailing behind them. There was no escaping it. Accepting this, Hai Yang resolved to proceed with his selection. His pace was swift, and in no time, he had chosen 7 pieces. As he prepared to settle the bill amidst the eager gazes of onlookers, a suggestion arose from the crowd. "Why not cut one here? I can help you." "Yes, we want to see it too." "Don't worry, we want to interfere." Soon, a chorus of encouragement erupted, even the shopkeeper chiming in. "All right, we have little time left. Let's cut one." Hai Yang, undeterred by Wanting's subtle warnings, boldly approached the cutting machine with the cheapest stone. Instead of immediately cutting, he leaned towards Wanting and whispered something. She paused, seemingly grasping the meaning, yet unsure. Ladies and gentlemen, the likelihood of this stone yielding high-quality jade is substantial. Look here, I assure you. Yang boasted as if he were the most skilled in Jinling. Once he felt he had sufficiently impressed the crowd, he commenced the cutting process. As the machine roared to life, the audience's anticipation grew, only to gradually shift to disappointment as the stone revealed itself to be worthless. I thought he was exceptional. With that level of skill, even my son could do better. Diverse opinions erupted, with some cultured individuals merely chuckling, while others launched into sharp ridicule. That was just a mistake. I have 6 more stones. I guarantee they'll all be masterpieces. Just as Yang, feeling frustrated and defiant, prepared to cut the second stone, his phone rang. Apologies, my wife is calling again. I must take this. After answering, he muttered complaints about her incessant calls. Sorry, everyone. I have some matters at home. Tomorrow, yes, tomorrow at this time, I will return to share more insights. Under the disdainful gazes of the crowd, Yang departed with Wanting. They secured a small truck to transport the raw stones directly to the company. Wanting was bewildered by Yang's unexpected maneuver. She grasped parts of it, but was still confused overall. Yang, what just happened? He, aware of her impending question, began to clarify. As you witnessed today, if we continue to extract high-quality jade, we might be labeled as undesirable clients. Whether the shopkeeper would even sell us stones becomes questionable, so I intentionally staged that performance. Listening intently to his explanation, Wanting finally comprehended. Yang had selected 7 stones, and the one he cut was merely a waste piece, strategically chosen to illustrate that his previous success with the Imperial Green was a mere stroke of luck. The outcome had been remarkably effective. At this realization, Wanting felt compelled to admire him. His original intent was to leave without cutting, yet that would not have achieved the same impact. She then pondered another question. What if they had not insisted on him cutting that stone? Yang looked at her as though she were naive. Did beauty correlate with a lack of intelligence? This glance did not escape Wanting, and she felt a surge of indignation. Is it not a possibility? Miss, you ought to share some of your beauty with your intellect. Just because they don't demand I cut the stone doesn't mean I can't do it myself. When Wanting faltered, she had not considered that angle. Yang's implication had indeed been a compliment regarding her beauty, but her thoughts had strayed. As he drove to the One Sure Jewelry Company warehouse, a location she had provided, the small truck followed closely behind. Upon arriving, she quickly summoned 2 employees to assist with unloading the stones. Is there a cutting machine? Yang inquired about a larger, table-style cutter. As a company founded on jade, it was absurd to think One Sure Jewelry lacked such equipment. The employees wheeled the jade stones to the cutting machine, which was significantly larger than the one at the shop. Once the machine was powered up and the jade stones were in place, Yang knew it was his time to shine. In Chapter 18, as Yang prepared to cut the stone, Wanting approached with a work uniform. Without uttering a word, she helped him put on. This uniform resembled those worn in hair salons, with a front cover and ties at the back. She also handed him a hat and mask, attending to him like a devoted partner. Yang observed her beauty, feeling a surge of desire. Wanting noticed his gaze and felt her cheeks flush. He awkwardly touched his nose before beginning the stone cutting process. The process of unearthing the stone is, in truth, rather monotonous. Although the stone lacks the hardness of steel, it is not as easily cut as one might imagine. The most critical aspect is the dust generated during the cutting process. Fortunately, the cutting machine is equipped with a drainage hole designed specifically to cool and clear away the dust. As the layers of stone gradually shed, the initially disc-sized rock transforms into something akin to a football. Eventually, it resembles a red brick. At this juncture, one must exercise greater caution. Gao Yang directly lifts the stone and rubs it against the grinding wheel. At long last, a hint of green appears before Wanting's eyes. Gao Yang, it's green. Gao Yang promptly shuts off the cutting machine and removes his mask. You are the one who's green. Wanting realizes her earlier comment was rather nonsensical, rendering it quite jarring. Stung by Gao Yang's retort, she sticks out her tongue and falls silent, leaving the 2 employees beside them utterly bewildered. Is this truly their domineering and beautiful CEO? Gao Yang dons his mask once more and resumes his work. In no time, a piece of green jade is revealed. Although his technique is not particularly professional, the outcome is remarkably impressive. This is a piece of apple green jade of exceptionally high quality, which he casually hands to Wen Ting. Gao Yang then begins to cut a second piece. But as soon as the machine starts, he switches it off again. That previous piece of green jade should suffice for the investment, right? Wen Ting pauses and then realizes indeed, this piece of apple green jade is valued at more than the total price of the raw jade stones purchased that day. Gao Yang nods and resumes cutting. By the time all 6 pieces of jade rough are revealed, it is already 4 p.m. 6 stones, 6 pieces of jade. Wen Ting is left speechless. Given such skill, even the most seasoned stone gambler would likely feel inadequate. Moreover, the quality of each piece of jade is exceptionally high. This time, they have truly struck gold. Gao Yang removes his hat and mask, and Wen Ting hurries to help him take off his jacket. Gao Yang, you are truly remarkable. This statement is made sincerely by Wen Ting. In what regard? Upon hearing this, Wen Ting's face flushes as she recalls the events of that fateful night. Although she was passive then, she cannot deny it was quite enduring. Wen Ting playfully pinches Gao Yang's waist and sways her hips as she departs, taking the 6 pieces of jade with her. Gao Yang had merely teased Wen Ting. If he claimed he had no thoughts about such a beautiful woman, that would be quite unnatural. He pays no heed to Wen Ting leaving with the jade, instead choosing to wander around the company. The Wen Group occupies a vast area. Walking past the warehouse leads to the office building. Gao Yang is naturally here to find Wen Ting. Who are you? You don't seem to be from our company. How did you get in? Just as Gao Yang is looking around, a woman's voice interrupts him. Regrettably, her glasses detract from her overall beauty. Her figure is quite alluring, almost voluptuous. She walks with a slight sway, and one might fear suffocation if they were to get too close. Gao Yang contemplates using his X-ray vision, as he has never encountered anyone quite like her. What are you staring at? I'm talking to you. Qian Meili becomes alert at the sight of the man with a lecherous gaze. She is the procurement manager and has just received a call from Wen Ting, prompting her to rush over. To her dismay, she encounters this suspicious man who, while somewhat attractive, clearly does not seem to be a good person. His earlier behavior of looking around suspiciously only reinforces her assumptions. Furthermore, he is not wearing a company uniform. Their company has strict regulations requiring employees to don uniforms, even managers like herself. Most concerning is the way he is staring at her. Don't misunderstand. I'm a friend of President Wen. I just seem to have lost my way. You needn't worry about me. Upon saying this, Gao Yang attempts to leave, but the woman grabs hold of him. You say you're a friend of President Wen? Perfect. I'm heading to her office now. You can come with me. Qian Meili does not believe Gao Yang's words at all, and she refuses to let him go. Should he continue to resist, she is prepared to call security. With no other choice, Gao Yang reluctantly follows her into the elevator. She keeps a wary eye on him, while he can only chuckle helplessly, too apathetic to explain or justify himself, knowing the truth will soon be revealed. As Gao Yang knocks on the door, Wen Ting invites him in. Upon turning around, she sees Qian Meili and another person, which causes her to feel a bit puzzled. This expression of confusion does not escape Qian Meili's notice, confirming her suspicions. President Wen, this man was lurking downstairs. When I caught him, he claimed to know you. Hearing Qian Meili's explanation, Wen Ting nearly bursts into laughter. Manager Qian, what he said is entirely true. Wen Ting struggles to suppress her amusement as she speaks. This leaves Qian Meili feeling quite embarrassed. My apologies. Gao Yang surely does not mind. In fact, he holds a certain admiration for people like her. If the roles were reversed, he would likely not concern himself either. Once the misunderstanding is cleared, they can finally address the matter at hand. President Wen, may I ask why you called for me? Chapter 19. Massage and enjoying the scenery. Please have a seat. Since you are both present, I will address this matter now. Here are 6 pieces of jade, all of exceptional quality, which were unearthed in collaboration with Mr. Gao Yang. Wen Ting briefly recounts the circumstances. Essentially, these 6 pieces of jade were extracted in the company's name alongside Gao Yang. The final appraisal values them at 37 million, and after deducting the principal, there remains 30 million. Wen Ting implies that Manager Qian should handle the necessary procedures. As the procurement manager, this task naturally falls under her purview. Manager Qian is taken aback. This somewhat lecherous man is, in fact, a gambling stone expert who has just brought in a profit of 15 million for the company. This revelation astonishes her. All right, I will handle this immediately. Please provide your personal information and bank account details, and once all procedures are complete, the funds will be transferred to your account. Before Gao Yang can finish speaking, Wan Ting hands a folder to Qian Mei Li. Manager Qian, all his information is in here. Please verify it, and if everything is in order, we can proceed with the transfer. Also, please help him acquire a card. In the future, whenever we need to make a purchase, we can directly transfer the funds to this card. Qian Mei Li takes the folder. Though she has some reservations, she is hesitant to voice. Issuing a card to transfer funds directly to Gao Yang raises concerns. What if he absconds with the funds? What if the procurement prices are inflated? Ultimately, Qian Mei Li refrains from expressing her worries, believing that Gao Yang's capabilities will prevent him from engaging in such deceitful behavior, especially since the procurement prices are backed by official invoices. Certainly, there is one paramount reason. This matter was personally entrusted by WNWNT Yang. Even if problems arise, it does not concern her. At worst, she can simply confirm with WNWNT Yang each time payments are made. As the saying goes, one's position often dictates one's perspective. Those who can ascend to senior management in a company possess acumen that surpasses others. Qian Il acknowledged this and bid farewell to Gao Yang before departing. Thus, the office was left with only Gao Yang and WNWNT Yang. Why are you looking at me like that? Gao Yang did not choose to leave after Qian Il's departure, nor did WNWNT Yang prompt him to do so. He was merely indulging in the admiration of beauty. Feeling a tad embarrassed under Gao Yang's gaze, WNWNT Yang inquired, "Is it a crime to admire someone I find attractive?" She shot him a look, then recalled their earlier conversation. "Right, I will handle everything else. But you must manage the employees. If you choose to open a store, we must act swiftly. We should seize the opportunity to earn more money. A man must have his own career. Since you have chosen to open a franchise, you must excel." WNWNT Yang began her lecture, which Gao Yang found irksome. He could tolerate such admonitions from his mother and teachers during school, but hearing it from this woman was somewhat vexing. "Miss WN, first and foremost, I believe your viewpoint is misguided. One should not be overly hasty in any endeavor. Those who exert excessive force from the outset seldom travel far. When one is overly fixated on outcomes, every minor obstacle becomes an unbearable burden. This incessantly drains both body and spirit. Thus, a gradual and patient approach is often more sustainable. We must be fully committed in tactics, yet remain detached in strategy. Immerse ourselves in practical methods while maintaining a reflective mindset. Remember, a steady pace is often swifter than a hurried sprint." WNWNT Yang observed Gao Yang with certainty that he was indeed steering the conversation in an unexpected direction, and he appeared to be enjoying it. His mischievous glances and the slight curve of his lips suggested otherwise. However, she found herself at a loss for evidence to confront him. Consequently, she resolved to ignore him. Yet, Gao Yang was not one to remain subdued. "By the way, where is the office of that Qian? This inquiry made WNWNT Yang wary. "Why do you ask?" She responded sharply. Gao Yang casually scratched his nose and replied, "I was merely curious. I intended to have a discussion with her, perhaps delve deeper into matters." WNWNT Yang felt a surge of irritation. Wasn't Qian Il merely endowed with a generous bosom? What could possibly compare to her? How could he remain unaffected by such a captivating presence while seeking deeper conversations with another? At that moment, WNWNT Yang found herself grappling with a hint of jealousy, prompting her to disregard Gao Yang and focus on her work. Perhaps due to prolonged sitting, her neck had begun to ache, and she absent-mindedly rubbed it. Just then, Gao Yang approached from behind and offered a massage. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, startled. Gao Yang shrugged innocently. "I noticed your neck was sore. Generally, neck tension indicates shoulder discomfort. I happen to know some massage techniques and thought I might alleviate your fatigue. If you're not appreciative, I'll simply go seek out Qian Il instead." As he turned to leave, Gao Yang paused. Can you actually give a massage? Ven vente Ng asked, intrigued. Well, why not give it a try? Gao Yang readily obliged, positioning himself behind her and beginning the massage. Initially, WNWNTing felt a bit tense, but she had to admit that Gao Yang's technique was rather commendable, certainly superior to that of her secretary. Gradually, she began to relax. Gao Yang, having massaged CLL for 2 years, had unwittingly become somewhat of an expert. However, at that moment, he was not wholly focused on the massage. Rather, he was subtly appreciating the view afforded by WNWNTing's attire, which he had selected the previous night. The neckline was modest, perhaps even slightly low, allowing for an unobstructed view from his vantage point. WNWNTing remained oblivious to Gao Yang's indiscretion until she caught her reflection in a small mirror on her desk, realizing what had transpired. What are you gazing at? Do you dare to have your eyes plucked out? In a moment of embarrassment, Gao Yang found himself in an awkward predicament. Regretting the existence of the mirror on WNWNTing's desk, he resolved to dispose of it in the future. However, he would not concede to her accusation. What nonsense! When did I steal a glance? Then explain where you were looking. WNWNTing retorted, her irritation palpable. It was astonishing that this man had the audacity to deny his lewdness while unabashedly questioning her. Fortunately, the workday had concluded. She hurriedly shut her computer and stowed away her phone and mirror into her bag. As WNWNTing swayed her way out of the office, Gao Yang quickly followed, primarily because he had a tendency to lose his way. Just as he settled into the driver's seat, WNWNTing unexpectedly plopped down beside him. Don't you have your own car? She remarked, casting him a sideways glance. She nearly expressed that this vehicle also belonged to her, but refrained. Over time, she had gleaned some understanding of this man. Despite his assertive demeanor and overt machismo, there was a fragility beneath the surface. If she had uttered such a statement, she was certain he would sulk and avoid her the following day. However, this behavior was not entirely surprising. If he did not react in such a manner, it would be beneath her regard. With the recent rise in fuel prices, every bit saved counts. WNWNTing casually justified. Gao Yang chuckled at her reasoning. Had anyone else made such a statement, he would have wholeheartedly agreed, but from WNWNTing, he could only smirk. Given their current dynamic, the conversation felt somewhat delicate, tinged with awkwardness. They had rarely broached personal topics, and whenever they shared a vehicle, the atmosphere often turned peculiar or heavy. Well, prices fluctuate, don't they? WNWNTing ventured, seemingly enjoying the exchange. Gao Yang, however, remained skeptical. Fluctuate? Don't be misled by so-called experts. Take fuel prices, for instance. A decrease of 10 or 20 cents is termed a significant drop, while an increase of 80 cents to $1 is merely a minor adjustment. In essence, just take it with a grain of salt. Don't take it too seriously. WNWNTing regarded him with curiosity, surprised to find his perspective compelling. For the first time, she used the word we. Gao Yang shot her a dismissive glance and retorted, "Can you cook? I've seen your kitchen. It appears untouched. The label on that frying pan still dangles. Your chopsticks remain unopened, and there isn't even a single item in the fridge." WNWNTing felt a flush of embarrassment at his remarks. She truly lacks culinary skills and has never cooked a meal in her life. Given her family circumstances, to be frank, there is little necessity for her to cook. However, being looked down upon by Gao Yang does leave her somewhat embarrassed. The crux of the matter is that this fellow tends to ramble, even mentioning certain intimate details. Dining out is not only a waste of money, but also lacks practicality. It is far better to prepare whatever one desires at home. As Gao Yang drove, he expressed his thoughts on the matter. In truth, I am not particularly fond of meat, yet we could purchase some shrimp, clams, and ideally a fish along with a pork rib soup, and that would suffice. Gao Yang was drenched in sweat. Was this what he deemed a lack of fondness for meat? It seemed he hadn't even considered vegetarian options. Was he perhaps speaking in contradiction? Gao Yang's suspicion was correct. When wanting was indeed expressing the opposite sentiment. Unlike most girls, who generally shy away from meaty dishes, she was quite the contrary when wanting relished seafood, and her meals were consistently adorned with meat. Curiously, She never seemed to gain weight from her carnivorous diet. Any weight she did gain appeared only in the appropriate places, such as her curves. Gao Yang parked near the vegetable market and prepared to buy ingredients with his wallet and phone in hand, just as he intended to ask when wanting to wait. She had already exited the vehicle. At this hour, the market was bustling, and the crowd made it rather congested. Unbeknownst to whether it was intentional or accidental, Wanting slipped her hand into Gao Yang's arm. It was slightly inaccurate to say she was holding on. Rather, her hand rested lightly on his arm. After acquiring the vegetables she had suggested, Gao Yang also picked up a few additional items, as they had nothing for lunch the following day. In this era, few pay with cash, yet Gao Yang opted for it. He had withdrawn several thousand yuan from his card, originally intended for purchasing jadeite raw stones, which he ultimately did not use, thus leaving him with a substantial amount of cash. Gao Yang was not a reclusive individual. In the past, he enjoyed outings, especially before he met Xiao Lily. He and Zhang Jun would often spend entire afternoons roaming the mall, each clutching a soft drink, simply to escape the heat and enjoy the air conditioning without any intent to shop. However, after meeting Xiao Lily, his excursions dwindled, as shopping inevitably equated to spending money, especially when accompanied by a girlfriend. While 9 out of 10 women cherish shopping, among men, perhaps only 1 in 10 shares that enthusiasm. Observing Gao Yang busy in the kitchen wearing an apron, when Wanting found a certain charm in the scene. Lost in her thoughts, she envisioned years into the future. "Hey, can you hurry up? The fish will be ready soon, and you haven't even peeled the garlic." Gao Yang's voice echoed from the kitchen, snapping her back to reality, her cheeks flushing in embarrassment. Where had her mind wandered? She hastily placed the peeled garlic on the countertop and, seizing the moment while Gao Yang cooked, discreetly removed the 2 cameras from their home. "Gao Yang, after you finish your tasks at the company tomorrow morning, your next plan should be to hire employees. Understood? Should I send you a recruitment message?" Chapter 21. Xiao Lily has passed. I've already found a store manager. Now I'm just helping to find staff. In a couple of days, everything should be set. Upon hearing this, When Wanting raised an eyebrow. "Found one. Who is it?" Gao Yang promptly revealed Susan S. name. This revelation astonished When Wanting. This fellow had secretly approached Susan. Did he harbor feelings for her? A sense of discomfort washed over When Wanting. Susan was utterly inexperienced. How could she be a store manager? Besides, they were hardly acquainted. Perhaps I should help you find someone instead. Gao Yang glanced at When Wanting and shook his head. "I think she's quite suitable. If she lacks knowledge, she can be trained. After all, doesn't your side arrange for staff training? At least she was a university student. Her learning capacity should suffice. As for familiarity, I believe it is sometimes a hindrance." When Wanting found herself at a loss for words, Gao Yang had effectively silenced her objections. After dinner, Gao Yang took his clothes into the bathroom, and When Wanting contemplated reminding him that the villa had 2 bathrooms but ultimately decided against it, recalling that he had bathed there before. Meanwhile, Xiao Lily arrived at the hospital to visit Zhang Jun. He had sustained considerable injuries from Gao Yang's altercation, with a 1-inch gash on his head and bruises adorning his face. The most prominent injury was a laceration on the corner of his left eye, caused by a helmet, resembling a gruesome centipede due to the stitches. Initially, Xiao Lily had no intention of visiting. To be honest, she had feelings for Gao Yang, given their lengthy acquaintance and the fact that they had saved up for a down payment together. Under normal circumstances, after acquiring the house, they would have completed a simple renovation and collected their marriage certificate. Together, they would face the challenges of repaying the mortgage, and even purchasing a modest vehicle would not pose a problem. Yet, she had strayed from that path. This tale begins a year prior, one fateful evening. Gao Yang was occupied with work and could not pick up Xiao Lily, so he enlisted Zhang Jun as help. Their friendship was strong, and Zhang Jun owned a car. However, complications arose that night. Zhang Jun picked up Xiao Lily and casually mentioned Gao Yang. That day, Xiao Lily was in a foul mood due to Gao Yang's absence. Though one day without his presence was not catastrophic, the prior day had seen a minor quarrel between them. Thus, Xiao Lily began to vent her frustrations in the car, lamenting how Gao Yang had changed over time. Given Zhang Jun's close relationship with Gao Yang, it was only natural for her to express her grievances, perhaps hoping Zhang Jun would relay them to Gao Yang. Zhang Jun attempted to console her, but as is often the case, the more one tries to soothe a woman, the more resolute she becomes. Consequently, Zhang Jun took Qiu Lili out for a meal, and over dinner, they consumed alcohol, possibly more than intended. Qiu Lili, attractive and under the influence, found herself increasingly drawn to Zhang Jun unbeknownst to them. They would soon engage in a liaison in the car. After the encounter, Qiu Lili felt regret. Although she and Zhang Jun agreed it was an accident and vowed never to repeat it, certain situations are challenging to navigate. A woman's infidelity can be classified as either a singular event or a repeated offense. Following another quarrel with Gao Yang, Qiu Lili found herself again contemplating Zhang Jun naturally. Zhang Jun harbored his own intentions, leading to a second rendezvous. Initially, their meetings were discreet, usually occurring while Gao Yang was working late, with Qiu Lili sneaking into Zhang Jun's car for their clandestine encounters. Once the moral constraint was breached, they acted without reservations. Their clandestine meetings became increasingly frequent. No longer satisfied with the confines of the vehicle, they ventured to motels, secluded groves, and ultimately, even a Gao Yang's rented apartment. Initially, Qiu Lili resisted this last location, but Zhang Jun's persistent persuasion wore her down, transforming the apartment into their secret haven. Fortunately, Qiu Lili was exceptionally cautious, typically choosing weekends for their escapades, as she had weekends off while Gao Yang did not, thus prolonging this arrangement for 6 months. Qiu Lili understood that Zhang Jun did not love her. In Zhang Jun's words, this was merely a thrill. Qiu Lili herself harbored no affection for Zhang Jun, as he was riddled with vices such as drinking, gambling, and other shortcomings. Yet, she found herself drawn to the exhilaration that came with their clandestine encounters. To put it succinctly, the saying domestic flowers do not smell as fragrant as wildflowers aptly described her situation. For her, Zhang Jun represented the wildflower. His flaws were inconsequential since she had no intention of marrying him. That particular Sunday, Qiu Lili sent Zhang Jun a message, and naturally, he responded promptly. She realized the end was near, and simultaneously felt a sense of fear. Gao Yang, in many aspects, was undoubtedly the ideal husband. Even Qiu Lili's parents held Gao Yang in high regard. Thus, she reached out to Gao Yang, apologizing in a tone that she had never employed before. Qiu Lili understood Gao Yang's temperament. He was not easily angered, and provoking him would only exacerbate matters. Yet, all her efforts proved futile. When she met Gao Yang's cold gaze, the realization struck her. Their relationship was irreparable. With Gao Yang no longer a viable option, it became imperative for her to secure a new partner, and Zhang Jun naturally fit that role. After work, she made her way to the hospital. Despite Zhang Jun's numerous flaws and the disfigurement on his face, his wealth was enticing. As long as she could establish a good relationship with Zhang Jun, it would suffice. Although his visage was currently fearsome, physical appearance was generally not the primary consideration for men. Zhang Jun, our affair is known to Gao Yang now, and since I played with him, we can finally be together openly, without the need for secrecy. Hearing Qiu Lili's words, Zhang Jun scoffed inwardly. Would he truly be interested in such a worn-out shoe? However, engaging with her was still an option, and he had revenge to consider. Other injuries would heal, but the scar on his face would remain with him for life. How could he endure that? The woman before him could still be of use, as Zhang Jun was well aware of Gao Yang's deep affection for Qiu Lili. This fact alone would serve him well in the future. He intended to ruin Gao Yang. Lili, rest assured, Gao Yang does not want you. I want you. As night fell, and having never attempted such an encounter in a hospital room, Qiu Lili was well aware of Zhang Jun's intentions. In the past, she would have never consented to such a thing in this setting. But now it mattered little to her. With a smile, she stood up and locked the hospital room door. Zhang Jun, lying in bed, gazed at her with a wicked grin, his scar enhancing the sinister aura he exuded. Chapter 22. Discussing the franchise store. Meanwhile, Gao Yang spent some time examining stamps, planning to show them to Susan's grandfather the next day. If the price was reasonable, he would sell them. Keeping them was of no use. It was better to convert them into currency. His bank account now boasted over 130 million. After earning 1 million from his first gambling venture, he spent 100,000 on a rough stone and ultimately profited 15 million. Following that was the Imperial Green piece, which netted him a staggering 100 million. Adding the 15 million earned today, His total stood at 130 million. Not to mention, 13 million was an unimaginable sum for Gao Yang before. Now it was a reality. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Any impoverished individual suddenly becoming a millionaire would likely feel as he did. Gao Yang longed to share his newfound wealth with his parents, but ultimately refrained, fearing it would shock them. Just then, his phone chimed with a notification. It was a message from Wanting. Gao Yang, are you asleep? He read. No, are you? Gao Yang sent back, immediately regretting his choice of words. The expression he imagined on her face was one of exasperation. He added, if I were asleep, could I send you a message? Feeling awkward, he sent another message. That is not necessarily true. Sometimes, when one misses someone too dearly, they may subconsciously act against reason in their sleep. Wanting burst into laughter upon reading this. Sending a reply. You vain creature, who said I missed you. After sending this, Wanting felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks, certain her face was now red. Just then, another message arrived. That's good. You scared me. I'm so frightened. Accompanied by a fearful emoji. Upon reading Gao Yang's message, Wanting's mood soured. She felt indignant. Was she truly that unremarkable? This contradiction was a common trait among women. She sent Gao Yang another message, but it vanished into the void as Susan initiated a voice chat. They spoke for over an hour, discussing 3 classmates interested in joining. Gao Yang had no objection to more participants. A jewelry store would ideally require 7 or 8 staff members. However, with Susan, the 4 of them would suffice for now, especially since they had not yet opened for business. Even at the outset, business would likely be slow, and they could continue recruiting and training employees as needed. Once the voice chat concluded, Gao Yang finally noticed Wanting's message. He plugged in his phone to charge and went to sleep. The next morning, he repeated the previous day's routine, driving Wanting to her office. Shortly after arriving, he was escorted to a small conference room where a woman awaited him. As Gao Yang sized her up, he noted she appeared to be in her 30s, tall and robust. His first impression was that she was a strong woman from the Northeast. His intuition was correct. Song Huiyun hailed from that region. Hello, I am Song Huiyun, the marketing manager. Mr. Gao, please have a seat. She greeted him warmly before getting straight to the point, a characteristic trait of Northeasterners. Mr. Gao, Ms. One has briefed me on your situation. We have audited your assets, and they fully meet our company's requirements for opening franchise stores. However, there are a few matters I must address. Firstly, regarding the store, we have leased it for 5 years at an annual rent of 800,000, which you'll need to cover. Additionally, we have invested 1 million in renovations, which include the store's setup, counters, cash registers, and other essentials. Together, these costs amount to 5 million. We also charge a franchise fee of 500,000 payable in one lump sum. These are the primary expenses, and we will conduct unscheduled audits monthly. For every product, we will provide you with a standard price and an upper limit. Gao Yang understood. The 4 million for the 5-year lease, or 800,000 per year, was quite reasonable. The renovation expense was also justifiable, saving him considerable time and hassle. The franchise fee seemed somewhat steep, but was acceptable given the prestige of the One Group, one of the top jewelry companies in the nation. After all, the franchise fee was a one-time payment, not an annual burden. Regarding the pricing, Gao Yang is amenable to it. For instance, if a piece of jewelry is priced at 30,000 on their side, that is merely the cost price. The upper limit, for instance, is 40,000, which indicates that Gao Yang could sell this piece of jewelry for 340,000. As long as the price does not fall below or exceed this range, it is acceptable. Ultimately, setting the price is a matter for Gao Yang alone. What troubles him, however, are the irregular audits and inspections that occur monthly. This is quite a headache. Manager Song, may I inquire about the specifics of these inspections? Who conducts them? Song Huiyun pondered for a moment and replied, let me explain. These inspections mainly focus on checking your safety, sanitation, fire prevention, pricing, and service attitude, among other aspects. We have a dedicated auditing department, but Mr. Gao, you need not worry. These are merely routine checks. As long as there are no significant issues, everything should be fine. Gao Yang discerned that this robust woman from the Northeast had emphasized the term routine check, implying that it is merely a formality. And as long as one does not go too far, trouble is unlikely. Thus, Gao Yang felt reassured, especially given his solid backing. Very well, no problems. However, I have two more questions. First, when will my employees receive training? Second, where is my shop located, and when can I access it? Chapter 23, Chun Kai Song Huiyin opened a folder and presented a form to Gao Yang. Once all procedures are completed, please fill out this application form and submit it. We will then arrange a time for you to bring your employees for training. This training is complimentary. As for the new store, if the terms we discussed are acceptable to you, I can take you to see it at any time. If everything is satisfactory, we can proceed to sign the contract. Gao Yang nodded, saying, "All right, let us go see it now. If everything is in order, we can sign the contract and make the payment at any time." Song Huiyin smiled and nodded, then gathered her belongings and led Gao Yang outside. Upon exiting, they spotted Wen Wanting approaching. "How is it?" Wen Wanting's question seemed directed at Song Huiyin, yet her gaze was fixed on Gao Yang. "Ms. Wen, we have reached an agreement. I am now taking Mr. Gao to view the shop. If there are no issues, we can proceed to sign the contract." Wen Wanting nodded. "In that case, I happen to have some matters to attend to over there. Please hand me the keys, and I will escort him." Song Huiyin eagerly complied, passing the keys to Wen Wanting before bidding them farewell. "Do you fancy this type?" Once Song Huiyin departed, Gao Yang casually glanced over, inadvertently catching Wen Wanting's attention. "Not bad. A big backside breeds sons." After Gao Yang uttered this remark, he disregarded Wen Wanting and proceeded towards the elevator. Wen Wanting stifled a laugh, having comprehended the underlying meaning of Gao Yang's words, which implied that the woman had a commanding presence. Song Huiyin, being from the northeast, was indeed robust, and it was hard for Wen Wanting to believe that Gao Yang would be attracted to such a type. As Song Huiyin observed the two departing, a look of skepticism crossed her face. Perhaps she began to doubt her earlier assumptions. The relationship between these two was undoubtedly more complex than she had surmised. Wen Wanting would not simply take Gao Yang to view a shop without reason. They were clearly well acquainted, and their outing might very well involve discussing her previous conversation with Gao Yang. In fact, Song Huiyun's suspicions were not unfounded. As soon as Gao Yang and Wen Wanting entered the vehicle, they delved into this very topic. "I believe I have conveyed everything that needed to be said. Is there anything you do not understand?" Gao Yang inquired while driving, harboring a few lingering doubts. "Why is this store, which is already fully renovated and ready for business, being transferred to me?" Upon hearing this question, Wen Wanting hesitated momentarily. "Well, the main reason is, just trust me on this." Gao Yang was left speechless. That response was futile. "Then why is the renovation cost exactly 1 million, not 900,000 or 1 million? This question seemed devoid of significance. The critical point was that she had no idea. Approximately half an hour later, Gao Yang arrived at his shop, which was even larger than he had anticipated. The overall decoration style mirrored that of other jewelry stores, and he was quite satisfied. "If you find it acceptable, we can finalize this matter and expedite the paperwork. I will also arrange your products promptly. The primary focus now should be on your staff. Shall I consider appointing a different store manager for you?" As Wen Wanting mentioned the possibility of changing the store manager, she pursed her lips but ultimately did not dwell on the topic. Noticing the time, she realized it was nearly noon. "Let's go have lunch. I will treat you as a token of my gratitude for your assistance." After saying this, Gao Yang led Wen Wanting to the car. The mention of treating someone to a meal reminded Wen Wanting of that previous evening, when Gao Yang had also offered to treat her, only for her to end up footing the bill. In a rather decent restaurant, the two sat across from each other, without entering a private room, since Gao Yang had not requested one. "Are we still going to the Jade, raw stone market this afternoon?" Gao Yang asked while enjoying his meal. "Perhaps tomorrow. This afternoon, I must finalize your matters. Additionally, please fill out the training application form and submit it as soon as possible. I will arrange a time for the training." Gao Yang nodded. "Tenrchaled atruchiel detail. Could you provide me with an account number? I will transfer the funds to you." Wen Wanting glanced at Gao Yang and replied, "Let us set this matter aside for now. We can settle the payment together when we go to gamble on stones tomorrow. It will save us the hassle of transferring money back and forth." Just as Wen Wanting was about to finish her thought, a voice interrupted her. Gao Yang turned to see a man, approximately his age, possibly slightly older, standing about 175 meters tall. He wore a white shirt and bore a resemblance to Wu Yinzu, appearing quite handsome. "Shin Kai, what a coincidence." Wen Wanting quickly rose, smiling as she greeted him. "Indeed, Quite a coincidence. You are also dining. Chen Kai made a rather trivial remark, yet Gao Yang furrowed his brow. The way he phrased it suggested a distinction. He said, "You're also dining rather than you're dining." While the meanings might seem similar, a deeper analysis reveals subtle differences. "Yes, and you?" When Wanting replied casually, then inquired, "I am discussing a business deal with a client. He deals in jade raw stones and is in the private room over there. Would you like to join us? I can introduce you. Perhaps there is room for collaboration." Under normal circumstances, upon hearing about a raw stone business with potential collaboration, When Wanting might have considered joining. However, today was different. "Oh, I cannot. I am having lunch with a friend and need to discuss a few matters as well." When Wanting effectively declined. At that moment, Chen Kai seemed to have just noticed Gao Yang, promptly smiling and extending his hand. "Hello, I am Chen Kai, a friend of Wanting's. It is a pleasure to meet you." Chen Kai, whether intentionally or not, paused slightly in front of his friends. Chapter 24. What if I pretend to be a country bumpkin? Gao Yang was indifferent to whether Chen Kai was genuinely happy or feigning it. He stood up, extended his hand, and shook hands with him. "Wanting, since Brother Chan has sincerely invited us to dinner, why don't we go?" Gao Yang declared, relishing the opportunity to make new friends. Wanting, however, was momentarily perplexed. She could not discern Gao Yang's intentions. She understood Chen Kai well enough. Despite his outwardly gentle demeanor, he harbored deep-seated cunning. Even from their brief exchange, Wanting detected some underlying issues and found it hard to believe that Gao Yang had not noticed as well. If Gao Yang had indeed caught on, then why? "Indeed, let's have a meal together." Chen Kai once again disregarded Gao Yang, instead casting an expectant gaze at Wanting. After a glance at Gao Yang, who gave a slight nod, she acquiesced. They abandoned their previous plans and followed Chen Kai to a private room. Inside, they encountered a man in his 40s, slightly balding. After introductions, Gao Yang learned that his name was Wang Da-Ching, who primarily engaged in the business of reselling jadeite raw stones. To put it simply, he was a middleman, purchasing relatively inexpensive jadeite raw stones from the Rui-Chung area and selling them to stone shops for a profit. Decades ago, such dealings might have been labeled as speculative trading. Gao Yang appeared exceedingly enthusiastic, engaging in conversation with this man about various topics, although the majority revolved around matters concerning Rui-Chung, as if he were a rustic simpleton incessantly inquiring. This behavior elicited a sense of disdain from Chen Kai. Had Wanting not been present, would have expressed his contempt more openly. Conversely, Wanting seemed to grasp Gao Yang's intentions, which clarified many of the previously puzzling aspects of their interaction. The lunch proved to be quite enjoyable, at least from Gao Yang's perspective. After the meal, he took the initiative to exchange contact information with Wang Da-Ching. Following a brotherly exchange with Chen Kai, he drove away with Wanting. "Are you planning to go to Rui-Chung?" Wanting suddenly blurted out as the car hit the road. "How did you know?" Gao Yang replied, "Daken abak." Wanting shot him a glance. "Am I not familiar with you? If you had no ulterior motive, would you be acting all buddy-buddy with Chen Kai? And those questions you asked, while appearing to stem from mere curiosity, were clearly probing for information about Rui-Chung. Am I wrong?" In truth, Wanting's statement carried a profound implication, one she might not have fully realized herself. Gao Yang turned to look at her in the passenger seat. "I didn't see that coming. It seems we share a connection." Wanting scoffed. "So when do you intend to go?" Gao Yang shook his head, replying, "It's hard to say for now, but I plan to visit after the jewelry store opens." According to Wang Da-Ching, the area was teeming with raw stones, and he was eager to take a look. Wanting's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "I'll accompany you." Gao Yang frowned. "I only agreed to collaborate in Jinling City. I never said anything about working together in Rui-Chung." Wanting was exasperated. How could she not discern Gao Yang's intent? He simply wanted to visit Rui-Chung to seek fortune while avoiding the prospect of her sharing in the profits. "Rest assured, I merely wish to accompany you to observe. Besides, I am more familiar with that area, having visited it twice. At worst, I'll purchase the jade you cut at market value." Hearing her words, Gao Yang finally felt reassured. He could not be faulted for being cautious. Splitting profits from stones found here had already put him at a disadvantage. After all, he was the one in the wrong. However, the situation would differ in Rui-Chung, where his skills would make it relatively easy to profit from stone gambling. Furthermore, Having Wan Ting along would provide certain advantages. Although Gao Yang had over 100 million, it was insufficient for substantial profits. Additionally, in an unfamiliar place, issues of personal safety and selling the cut jade would present challenges. But with Wan Ting by his side, such concerns would dissipate. If the jade turned out to be less valuable, it would be a minor inconvenience. Gao Yang lacked a grand plan because his perspective had yet to broaden. It was akin to a beggar suddenly acquiring $1 million. He would be at a loss on how to spend it. Simply put, he did not know how to make money work for him, and the jewelry store idea had only emerged due to Wan Ting's suggestion. Moreover, the chain store model was not the business Gao Yang desired. He needed an independent venture, such as opening his own jadeite raw stone shop. This notion was inspired by Chun Kai's mention of a person in the raw stone business. Gao Yang envisioned a way to transport raw stones from Ruwei, Chung to Jinling City for sale, or even selling finished jade directly. After all, he possessed an advantageous edge. Thus, he found it worthwhile to ingratiate himself with Chun Kai, even though he knew Chun Kai looked down on him. He continued to inquire despite Wang Daqing's obvious irritation. Sometimes, maintaining a facade of dignity is not as significant. True worth is earned. When he eventually amassed wealth, his success would overshadow any previous disdain. In this era, where wealth is revered over virtue, even women shamelessly flaunt their allure on various platforms. High standards require the backing of capability, and without it, they merely appear pretentious. Moreover, Gao Yang hailed from humble beginnings. Being a country bumpkin was merely a fact of life, akin to Zhu Yuanzhang, who had once been a monk before ascending to the throne. After dropping Wan Ting off at her company, Gao Yang drove towards Grandpa Susan's antique shop. Indeed, he intended to sell stamps, as those 2 stamps had become a burden with no utility. It was far more sensible to convert them into cash. Upon entering the shop, he was momentarily taken aback. Susan was absent, and 2 elderly men were engaged in conversation. One appeared to be in his 60s, vibrant and sprightly. Based on his attire, he seemed to be the shop's proprietor, Susan's grandfather. The other man had a square face and an affluent appearance. Upon noticing Gao Yang's entrance, both ceased their chatter and turned their attention to him. Chapter 25. Su Jingping, young brother. How may I assist you? Gao Yang had correctly surmised that the speaker was none other than Susan's grandfather, Su Jingping. Do you buy stamps here? Gao Yang straightforwardly declared his purpose. Unacquainted with the customs of the antique trade, he saw no need to adhere to them. He would present his items, and if the price was right, he would sell. If not, he would simply walk away. This is the advantage of being an outsider. Upon hearing about the stamps, Su Jingping exhibited little interest, for stamps were exceedingly common. Each year, numerous individuals approached him with stamps, all of which were commonplace, with truly valuable ones being exceedingly rare. However, in the realm of commerce, one seldom declines an offer before witnessing the object in question. We must assess the value of the postage stamps. Gao Yang nodded and promptly produced a small comic book, placing it upon the counter, signaling Su Jingping to examine it. Su Jingping cast a dubious glance at Gao Yang before opening the comic book, and instantly, 2 postage stamps came into view. Initially indifferent, Su Jingping's eyes narrowed suddenly as he picked up a magnifying glass to scrutinize them. He deftly grasped the stamp's corner with tweezers, examining it intently. "Old Su, let me have a look," remarked another elder nearby, who also recognized the extraordinary nature of the stamps. He swiftly seized the magnifying glass from Su Jingping's hands and began his inspection. The moment he did, he was instantly captivated, akin to a youthful lad struck by the beauty of his first love. After a prolonged moment, he inquired, "Young man, what price do you intend to offer?" Gao Yang glanced at Su Jingping, confirming that he was aware of the stamp's worth. "Boss, propose a reasonable price. If it aligns with the value, I shall part with these 2 stamps." As he spoke, Gao Yang discreetly closed the comic book and lifted it, indicating his clear intent. A fair price would secure the sale, while an inadequate offer would see him depart. Moreover, he harbored a concern that the other party might resort to deceit, perhaps claiming ownership of the comic book later, or even attempting to seize it by force. Gao Yang found himself in a quandary. These stamps were indeed remarkable, yet he understood that such items primarily held value in modern commerce. As for the worth, Su Jingping remarked, looking at Gao Yang, extending 2 fingers, 1 index and 1 thumb, indicating the number 8. This gesture could be interpreted as 880,000 or even 800 million. However, it must be noted that this interpretation was subjective. If one claimed it to be 800, it was indeed 800, while if one believed it to be 800 million, the other might contend it was merely 80,000. In essence, Xu Jinping aimed to deceive Gao Yang through this ambiguous gesture. If Gao Yang proposed 80,000, he would counter with 8,000, and they would negotiate until a final price was reached, relying on who would concede first. Yet, Xu Jinping miscalculated. Gao Yang was not from this trade, rendering such tactics ineffective. Boss, just give me a straightforward answer. How much will you pay for these 2 stamps? I have matters to attend to. If you're not interested, I shall seek another buyer. Upon finishing his statement, Gao Yang turned to leave. Hold on a moment. At that juncture, the other elder spoke up. Gao Yang paused. Young man, where did you acquire these 2 stamps? Gao Yang furrowed his brow. Sir, has selling items become this convoluted nowadays? The elder chuckled lightly, responding, Young brother, do not misunderstand. I was merely inquiring out of curiosity. My name is Ma Jiangwo, and I find these 2 stamps to be in impeccable condition. I am quite intrigued. What if you set a price, and I assure you, I shall not haggle. Gao Yang scrutinized the man, named Ma Jiangwo, for 3 seconds before extending 2 fingers, identical to Xu Jinping's gesture. 8 million. You present me with this figure, and I shall include the comic book as well. Gao Yang's declaration amused Ma Jiangwo. Why would I want that comic book? Very well, I accept the 800 million, exclaimed Ma Jiangwo. Old Ma, what are you doing? Xu Jinping interjected, visibly agitated, for he was acutely aware of the stamp's value. His intention had been to offer 80,000, believing that after some negotiation, they could settle around a few 100,000. Yet, now Ma Jiangwo had swooped in with an offer of 800 million. Ma Jiangwo recognized he might have breached an unspoken rule and, with an apologetic smile towards Xu Jinping, remarked, Old Xu, if you wish to purchase them, I shall yield to you first. Xu Jinping was rendered speechless. 8 million was an amount he could not possibly muster at once. With a resigned shake of his head, he chose silence. Consequently, the transaction proceeded with ease. Payment, transfer, and a transfer contract were drafted. With that, the deal was concluded. After the transaction, Gao Yang exited the premises, heading straight to the bank to procure a cash check for 5 million, before driving directly to Wen's Jewelry Company. Upon parking and entering the office building, he encountered a familiar face, Qian Meili. Qian Meili could be aptly described as mature, in her 30s, an age representing the pinnacle of femininity. She was neither the unripe crispness of a green apple nor the overly ripe sweetness of a banana. Rather, she was akin to a freshly harvested red Fuji apple, visually appealing and undeniably delightful. Particularly, her ample curves elicited a visceral reaction within Gao Yang each time he encountered her. Alas, the frame of her glasses marred her allure, igniting within him an impulse to remove them and crush them beneath his heel. Upon noticing Gao Yang, Qian Meili appeared momentarily taken aback, followed by a hint of embarrassment, recalling how she had mistaken him for a thief the day prior. Ah, it's Mr. Gao. I truly apologize for the misunderstanding yesterday. Gao Yang chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. No harm done. It's merely my appearance. I suppose I have a somewhat disreputable look that often leads people to mistake me for a rogue. I've grown accustomed to it. His words elicited laughter from Qian Meili, her amusement bordering on exaggerated, causing certain parts of her physique to quiver. Gao Yang felt an instinctive urge to reach out and steady her, swearing that this was purely out of concern for her well-being, fearing that she might inadvertently drop something. Chapter 26, a tinge of jealousy feeling a twinge in her neck. She stretched and twisted it slightly. She then picked up a spray bottle and approached the windowsill to water the 2 pots of orchids there. At that moment, she noticed 2 individuals conversing below the office building. One was Gao Yang, while the other was Qian Meili. They appeared to be enjoying a lively conversation, with Qian Meili laughing heartily, evidently entertained by Gao Yang's jokes. This sight incited a wave of irritation within Wen Wanqing. After dedicating a good portion of her afternoon to matters concerning Gao Yang, she found him idly amusing himself by chatting with a beautiful woman. Instantly, the office was filled with an air of jealousy. Mr. Gao is truly humorous. By the way, you're looking for President Wen, right? I just saw her enter her office. You should go find her. I have a few matters to attend to, so we can chat another time. After Qian Meili departed, Gao Yang made his way to the elevator in the office building. He then opened a computer game and began to play. As he casually glanced at his small mirror, he recalled how when Wan Qing had placed it into her bag. Just as he completed these actions, a knock sounded at the office door, with an invitation to enter. The door swung open, and without a doubt, it was Gao Yang who stepped inside. When Wan Qing glanced up briefly before returning to her game, Gao Yang retrieved the cash check from his wallet and placed it directly on Wan Qing's desk. Upon seeing the check, Wan Qing instantly grasped Gao Yang's intent, igniting a surge of unspoken ire within her. She had previously stated that she would cover the expenses temporarily, yet here he was, presenting her with the check. Is it truly the case? This is the money I just earned, which is just enough to cover the rent and renovation costs of the store. Gao Yang's vague explanation provided a modicum of comfort to Wan Ting's heart. However, another question arose. Earned? Did you go gambling again? This was the first thought that crossed Wan Ting's mind, as it seemed that this fellow was only adept at gambling. Moreover, earning 5 million is not something that can be achieved casually. Gao Yang shook his head and said, Didn't I go to find Susan yesterday? I stumbled upon a great deal at the antique street. He briefly recounted the situation. Wan Ting suddenly recalled seeing this fellow jumping around on the surveillance footage, passionately kissing a comic book. At that moment, she thought he might have lost his mind. So, he had indeed found a hidden treasure. This illustrates that one should not solely rely on appearances. Only through in-depth understanding can one ascertain the truth. You understand antiques? Wan Ting was somewhat astonished. To casually stumble upon a treasure and earn several million. If this were mere luck, she would never believe it. I have a rudimentary understanding, Gao Yang replied nonchalantly, noticing Wan Ting repeatedly tapping her shoulder with her small fists. He quickly moved behind her and began to massage her. What are you doing? Wan Ting feigned ignorance as she uttered those 3 words, but they carried an almost playful tone. After speaking, she neither rejected nor resisted and proceeded to voice her curiosity. Which are you more proficient in, antiques or gambling? Gao Yang pondered for a moment. In truth, he excelled at neither. Were it not for his extraordinary ability, he would be an ordinary person. Thus, he casually remarked, I feel they are about the same. Honestly, I'm not that professional. You are definitely trying to show off. Wan Ting was 100% certain of that. Gao Yang, standing behind her, contemplated sneaking a glance, but he hesitated today. Just then, he noticed that the mirror on the desk was missing, and his eyes lit up. Meanwhile, Wan Ting, while engrossed in her game and enjoying the massage, had not turned her head. However, she sensed that someone was watching her with a pair of sly eyes. It was an instinct, often referred to as a woman's sixth sense. In truth, Gao Yang could look openly because he possessed the ability to see through. Yet, men often share a common flaw. They crave excitement. Zhang Jun was no exception, which led him to sneak away with Qiu Lily. Fortunately, this resulted in Gao Yang wearing the green hat for only a year. Had it not been for this, he might never have uncovered the truth, possibly remaining oblivious for a lifetime. Many such individuals exist. Some go their entire lives unaware of their partner's infidelity. Some even raise another's child for a lifetime. Had Gao Yang remained ignorant and continued to treat Zhang Jun as a brother, that green hat could have stretched from his neck to his chest and ultimately to his feet. Wan Ting felt that it was about time for this fellow to stop taking advantage of her. Sometimes, one should not allow too many concessions. Excessive leniency can lead to adverse effects. All right, I believe my shoulders are no longer sore. You should sit down, and I have something to discuss with you. Gao Yang responded with an O, then seated himself on the nearby sofa. Everything on your end is nearly sorted out. The business license and related documents will be ready in the coming days. This means you can arrange for staff training at the company at any time. Generally, we assign 1 store manager and 10 employees for each branch. Gao Yang frowned. So many people? Wan Ting could guess that he was confused. The 11 individuals depend on the size of the store. I'm referring to the minimum staffing for your establishment. The store manager works the day shift, and our branch's operating hours are from 8 a.m. to midnight. The total operating time is 16 hours, divided into 2 shifts, morning and afternoon, with 5 salespeople assigned to each shift. Additionally, 2 security guards are needed. Upon reflection, Gao Yang found this reasoning sound, as he indeed required a division of labor. Thus, it became clear that he was short on personnel. I'll step out for a moment, Gao Yang stated, preparing to rise. He intended to consult Susan about this matter, as she was currently the store manager and, naturally, should handle the challenging task of recruiting employees. Wait, are you going to find Susan? Upon saying this, Wan Ting felt it was somewhat inappropriate. So, she quickly added, what I mean is, the store can open first while we simultaneously recruit staff. Additionally, for the first 3 days of the opening, we can hold a promotional event. I can arrange for a batch of workers from the company to assist. As for future employees, I can help you recruit some online under our company's name. Gao Yang sat back down, gazing at Wan Ting with curiosity. This woman was quite clever and had considered the situation thoroughly. It was impressive that she could devise such a plan. Wan Ting noticed Gao Yang was watching her, causing her to feel somewhat shy. Why are you looking at me like that? Chapter 27. Malicious words, it's nothing. I was just contemplating how you were so astute. You can think of such matters. If it were me, I would have prepared to post recruitment ads. Hearing Gao Yang compliment her, Wan Ting felt a tinge of joy. However, Gao Yang's next remark made her both exasperated and amused. You can take some people to help, but let us not pay them, all right? Ultimately, Gao Yang was ushered out of the office by Wan Ting. He decided to take a stroll, but noticed that there was still half an hour left before Wan Ting finished work. He thought it best to wait for her. After all, who doesn't appreciate a beautiful woman? Moreover, given their relationship, it would be disingenuous to claim that Gao Yang harbored no such thoughts. However, he had a rather irritable temperament. Simply put, he had a strong sense of pride and did not enjoy being scolded. Of course, Chiu Lily was an exception. When they first met, she would not act this way. But over time, as they spent more time together, there were bound to be minor frictions. Women can be somewhat unreasonable, and Gao Yang, as a man, often adopted a more yielding attitude. Most importantly, during that time, he was in love with Chiu Lily and believed she loved him in return. As for Wan Ting, it was not love. It could at most be described as a slight fondness, primarily based on her beauty. Many things, when repeated once or twice, can feel awkward, but with time, they become habitual. For instance, when Gao Yang took Wan Ting to the market, her small hand naturally wrapped around his arm. Gao Yang purchased 2 pounds of lobster, as he particularly relished garlic lobster. Gao Yang? At that moment, a woman's voice called out. Gao Yang looked up and felt a surge of anger. He turned and walked away. Gao Yang, I'm asking you one last time. Are you really going to be so heartless? Gao Yang found it amusing and shot a disdainful glance at Chiu Lily. Chiu Lily, I never realized how repulsive you are. Repulsive is one thing, but what's worse is your utter lack of shame. I cannot fathom how you can utter such words. Seeing you now is akin to looking at a bowl filled with excrement, and to make matters worse, there's a green fly perched on it. People like you, I initially thought were a blessing from heaven, but I ultimately discovered you are merely a failed creation of the divine. W&W&T could no longer contain her laughter and erupted into giggles at the side. Gao Yang's words were undeniably harsh. Terms like shameless seemed trivial in comparison. The most appalling were his crude remarks about excrement and green-headed flies, which were utterly revolting. Gao Yang cast a glance at the items in Chi LL's possession and remarked, pig kidneys, black fish, and pork rib soup. I recall these are not your preferred delicacies, which implies you prepared them for ZHNJN. Am I correct? So what? She retorted. ZHNJN is at least more capable than you. Chi LL had completely torn off the mask of civility, aiming to provoke Gao Yang. He chuckled lightly and replied, Chi LL, I truly wish to refrain from insulting you. Yet I must declare, you are exceptionally vile. Those women on the streets, despite selling their bodies, at least do so for some monetary gain or to survive. But you are even beneath them, eagerly throwing yourself at him. It reminds me of the sow we raised during my childhood. She was led into the pigsty for mating, and her owner ended up paying the boar's owner. How utterly disgraceful. W&W&T could hardly bear to listen, stifling her laughter with her hand while playfully tugging at Gao Yang's sleeve. What's wrong, darling? You needn't be upset. I don't fancy such public displays. Her cheeks flushed slightly, yet she complied with a soft acknowledgement. As Gao Yang walked away, arm in arm with WNWNT. Chiel trembled with rage, yet found herself speechless. Just as Gao Yang had articulated, she was indeed the one demeaning herself. Ven vente klang toge o enye es arm. Not releasing her grip even after they had distanced themselves significantly from the market, all the way to the vehicle. Gao Yingyi, I never knew your words could be so venomous. Yet, it is quite gratifying to hear, especially the comparison to the rural Sao. Gao Yang was speechless. It was surprising that WNWNT was concerned about such matters. Upon returning home, Gao Yang first set the rice to steam before beginning to prepare the lobster. Lobster is a delightful delicacy, amenable to various cooking methods. Yet cleaning it is quite a chore, largely due to its habitat. Lobsters typically reside among aquatic vegetation or in muddy shallows, leading to their bodies being coated in grime, akin to rust, and harboring numerous unidentified substances. Thus, the first step involves snipping off their tiny claws, followed by scrubbing them with a toothbrush. Once cleaned, the head must be severed, as it contains certain unsightly innards. After dealing with the head, the tail still possesses an intestinal tract that connects directly to the brain, resembling a blackened string filled with waste. Cleaning 2 pounds of lobster took approximately half an hour. During this time, WNWNT peeled several cloves of garlic. Gao Yang, this peeling is quite painful. WNWNT's tone had grown increasingly soft, occasionally tinged with a hint of playfulness. Perhaps a transformation she was unaware of. As they dined, she paid no mind to her sore hands. You take a break, I'll handle it. WNWNT playfully stuck out her tongue before sidestepping, eagerly awaiting his words. Gao Yang peeled garlic with far greater ease than WNWNT, swiftly slicing through the base and carelessly handling the rest, resulting in a pile of garlic in no time. WNWNT was taken aback. She had never realized peeling garlic could be executed so efficiently. This was understandable, as she had never cooked before. Gao Yang had not purchased many vegetables that evening, as there was still plenty left from the previous day's market trip. By the time all the dishes were prepared, it was nearly 7 p.m. Pairing beer with lobster brought forth joyous laughter. WNT, how about we indulge in some beer? Gao Yang began, only to suddenly feel a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Not only did Gao Yang realize the implications, but WNWNT also understood the underlying tension. Indeed, that fateful night was instigated by beer, leading to an awkward atmosphere between them. The beer was in the fridge. They could help themselves, but moderation was imperative. Maximum 2 bottles. Ultimately, Gao Yang hesitated to retrieve any alcohol. Strangely, WNWNT dashed over and fetched 2 bottles, even using a bottle opener to pop one open. Just 2 bottles from now on. No more than 2 when we drink together, she stated, trailing off. Gao Yang shrugged off her comment, nonchalantly taking 2 disposable cups and pouring a drink for both of them. He raised his cup to clink against hers. WNWNT shot him a glance, realizing this fellow must have had considerable experience with alcohol, as his movements were remarkably deft. Just then, Gao Yang's phone rang. He picked it up to see it was his mother calling. He stepped into the bedroom, while WNWNT's curiosity piqued, prompting her to set down her utensils and sneak over to eavesdrop. Mom, I'm doing well. All right, I understand. Just tell her to come over. Speak your mind. She heard him say, sounding somewhat distressed. My younger sister is on summer break. She wishes to visit and perhaps find a summer job. I was thinking WNWNT picked up on the implication. There are plenty of rooms here. Any of them will do. She interjected, putting down her utensils as she had finished eating. She began to tidy up the mess, knowing she had to step out soon to address matters at her workplace. Just then, a loud scream erupted from the bathroom. WNWNT's cry sent Gao Yang rushing over to find her sprawled on the floor in a rather compromising position. After her shower, she had attempted to dress, standing on one foot while lifting the other, which is a precarious maneuver. However, this resulted in her losing her balance, causing her to fall unceremoniously. While the fall was not severe, it certainly left her rear end feeling quite sore. Gao Yang quickly scooped her up, asking, "Are you all right?" Without waiting for a response, and carried her out of the bathroom. Thus, WNWNT found herself in his arms, clad only in her undergarment, feeling both pain and embarrassment. The discomfort radiated from her backside, while her face burned with shame. Yet, she could not voice her feelings. She was being cradled by Gao Yang, and it felt utterly unfair to complain. He took her to the second floor, to her room, and laid her gently on the bed, unabashedly gazing at her. "Stop staring and get out." WNWNT could no longer endure his gaze, which felt predatory. Though she felt embarrassed, her resistance was not particularly strong. "Shall I have a look at your rear? I could help massage it," he began, but was abruptly interrupted by a flying pillow. "All right, I suppose good intentions can be misconstrued," Gao Yang replied with a shrug and exited the room. WNWNT felt a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance, realizing that today had left her exposed to this man. After all, he had been in a dazed state that one time, but today was different. What is done is done, she reassured herself, preparing to find something to wear. There lay her change of clothes on the bathroom floor, and the thought of him seeing them filled her with dread. However, as she exerted herself to rise, a sharp pain shot through her rear, enveloping her entire body. As WNWNT inhaled sharply, she took a considerable time to regain her composure. Gradually, she began to move her body, casually slipping into a nightgown that lay on the mattress and started to hobble around the room. After a while, she felt somewhat better, and only then did she slowly open the door, intending to head downstairs to tidy up her undergarments. To her surprise, upon opening the door, she found Gao Yang holding her small piece of lingerie. Do not misunderstand. Gao Yang was merely hanging the laundry. However, after finishing, he continued to gaze at it. This was not due to a lack of familiarity with such items, but rather because the proportions seemed peculiar, the bra remarkably large while the panties were astonishingly scant. The disparity was evident. At that moment, WNWNT stood the staircase, eyeing him, and the awkwardness was palpable. Would you believe me if I said I was lost in thought? She had originally intended to collect the clothes, but now that they were already hung, it meant she had been seen. After completing his tasks, Gao Yang glanced at the time. It was already past 8 in the evening. Just as he was about to head out, his phone chimed with a notification from WNWNT. "Gao Yang, I'm in a lot of pain. Could you please bring me the Hu? Left with no choice, he decided against going out. Compared to aiding WNWNT with the oil, everything else seemed trivial. Gao Yang stowed away his phone, recalling where WNWNT had placed the small first aid kit 2 nights prior. He quickly opened the cabinet and, sure enough, found the first aid kit, with a bottle of Hu perched atop. He grabbed it and ascended to the second floor. Just as he switched on the light, he heard WNWNT's voice. "Don't turn on the light." Well, the patient's needs came first. Gao Yang reassured himself and promptly turned the light off. Vente engies hartreist. She feared Gao Yang might suddenly succumb to his baser instincts, much like that day. Should she resist? Yet, in her current state, it seemed futile. While WNWNT's mind wandered, Gao Yang had reached her bedside. She was clad in her nightgown, lying prone. To apply the Hu, 2 options were available. One could remove the nightgown or lift it from underneath. Either choice would undoubtedly be somewhat awkward. However, as the saying goes, as long as one is not embarrassed, the embarrassment lies with others. Gao Yang thought this way. Not only was he unembarrassed, but he felt a hint of anticipation. Thus, he extended his hand. As Gao Yang's hand made contact with WNWNT's body, she distinctly sensed her body stiffening. However, after a brief moment of daze, Gao Yang poured a bit of iodine into his palm and began to apply it. The right side displayed some bruising, fortunately located on her rear where the flesh was abundant. The pain was manageable, not overly severe. When Gao Yang placed his large hand on her, WNWNT felt as though she had been electrocuted. Her body tensed, accompanied by a sharp, fiery pain. Thankfully, this tension dissipated within a minute, and she gradually relaxed. The burning sensation vanished, replaced by a soothing coolness. This sensation was immensely pleasant, akin to savoring a snow cone on a sweltering summer day. Just as WNWNT Yang relished this massage. Gao Yang abruptly halted his movements. This made her anxious again. Would he develop some ulterior motive? In truth, Gao Yang had no such thoughts. Although the sensation was indeed delightful, he swore his momentary distraction was not due to that. Then, a thought crossed Yang's mind. What is the matter? Fortunately, her inquiry interrupted Gao Yang's contemplation. Nothing, he replied casually, resuming his massage, lost in thought regarding earlier events. He was suddenly aware of a surge of energy flowing from his hands to Yang's body. The absence of light in the room contributed to this sensation, and her mind was fully occupied with the comforting coolness. Strangely enough, it was indeed delightful. Time slipped away, and before long, Yang had drifted into slumber. Gao Yang, too, felt utterly drained, as if all his strength had been siphoned away. He capped the Hu, gently lowered the hem of her nightgown, picked up the remote, adjusted the room temperature by 2 degrees, and quietly descended the stairs. Shortly after Gao Yang's departure, Yang awoke, a faint smile gracing her lips. At the very least, she had confirmed one thing that evening. Despite his occasional nonsensical chatter, Gao Yang was, in fact, a gentleman. Had he wished to do anything untoward, she would have had little choice but to acquiesce. Yet, throughout the ordeal, he had only tended to her injured area, even taking care to lower the hem of her nightgown before increasing the air conditioning temperature. He was indeed a considerate man. This implied that the events of that night were purely accidental, primarily induced by alcohol, with a minor contribution from his unstable state of mind. When a person is subjected to stimuli or repression, their inner self tends to become fragile. Coupled with the influence of alcohol, it is entirely normal to engage in actions one would typically avoid. Yang gradually rose. To her delight, she realized her discomfort had vanished entirely. She even stood and twisted her body, confirming that she felt no pain. Eagerly, she turned on the room light and glanced in the mirror. The redness had indeed subsided significantly. Yet, recalling that Gao Yang had massaged that area for nearly an hour, her cheeks flushed. The night passed without further incident. The following morning, Yang descended the stairs, still limping slightly. Gao Yang promptly set down the plate he was holding and rushed over to his sister. "How do you feel?" Yang nodded slightly. "Much better, but there is still a bit of pain." After saying this, she stole a glance at Gao Yang. "Perhaps you should take the day off work and rest at home. I can help you with another massage in the afternoon, and you should be fine." Yang shook her head, continuing toward the restroom. Gao Yang stepped into the bathroom first, picked up her toothbrush, applied some toothpaste, and filled a cup with water, placing it on the counter to indicate she could brush her teeth. Yang felt genuinely touched. After observing Gao Yang over the past 2 days, she believed he was not only adequate, but indeed surpassed expectations. Once she finished washing her face and brushing her teeth, and after a quick visit to the restroom, she discovered breakfast was already prepared on the table. "What do you have planned for today?" she casually inquired while eating. "First, I'll take you to your office. You seem unable to drive in your condition. Then I'll pick up Susan and the others for training at the company. By the way, what is the plan for personnel and finance on my end?" This was something Gao Yang had contemplated the previous night. Daily attendance could be managed by Susan. If necessary, they could invest in a fingerprint clocking machine. However, tasks such as monthly reporting and payroll calculations required someone else's attention. He himself hardly had the time, and even if he did, he would not engage in such tedious and mundane tasks. When Wanting thought this made sense. "How about this? I will have Sun Yin come by once a week, and by the end of the month, I will ask her to help you calculate the salary and prepare some reports." The Sun Yin that when Wanting referred to was her secretary. Sun Yin was petite, and the term dainty seemed quite fitting. With a pair of glasses perched on her nose, she exuded an air of gentility. Gao Yang found this arrangement agreeable. For the time being, it would suffice. They could seek a more suitable person later. After breakfast, Gao Yang drove when Wanting to her company and then departed. Once when Wanting saw Gao Yang leave, her gait returned to normal, the earlier limp disappearing as if it had never been there. Gao Yang did not visit the antique shop owned by Susan's grandfather, but rather arranged to meet at a CAF via phone. In a private room, Gao Yang encountered 3 other young women. One was named Jiang Jiaoi, another Fan Yulian, and the last bore the name Gao Yang as well. An awkward moment ensued due to the shared name, though fortunately, they differed in pronunciation. The discomfort was not confined to Gao Yang. Gao Yang, the girl, felt it too. Chapter 30. The Little Secretary Sun Yin. The 3 young women were discreetly assessing Gao Yang, while he observed them in return. Fan Yulian was slightly taller, approximately 1.65 meters. With long hair, an oval face, double eyelids, and rosy lips, it was evident she had applied lipstick. She wore a black short-sleeved shirt that subtly accentuated her figure, paired with denim jeans and sandals. Jiang Jiaoi was of average height, her hair resembling Susan's but in a shade of brown. Her eyebrows were neatly groomed, and her lips bore lipstick complemented by foundation on her face. She donned an off-shoulder top and a body-hugging skirt, suggesting a more extroverted or vivacious personality. As for the last individual, that was of course Gao Yang. A mere letter separated her name from Gao Yang's, yet she appeared the most demure, wearing glasses. Overall, the 3 young women presented themselves well, making them suitable candidates for positions in a jewelry store. After all, sales personnel belong to the service industry, where outward appearance holds significant importance. People tend to judge by appearances. If a customer entered the store and was attended to by an unattractive salesperson, the outcome would undoubtedly be less favorable than if a beautiful one were serving them. After a brief introduction, Gao Yang was about to conduct his very first interview. You 3 are classmates of Susan, so I will be frank. My store has just completed renovations and is expected to open in a few days. Naturally, I will require more staff, and you'll be the first batch. If you're willing to work, I will take you to Wynn's jewelry company shortly for training, meaning you'll start working from today. We can discuss specific working hours after your training, but I believe your primary concern is the salary. I have inquired, and since this is a chain store, the operating model is consistent across locations. Thus, salaries will be in accordance with national standards. Additionally, there will be commissions since performance is pivotal in the service sales industry. Beauty alone will not suffice if you cannot sell products. Details regarding salaries will be covered during training, and I tentatively plan to disburse wages on the 5th. If you have any questions, feel free to ask now. Otherwise, I will take you for training and assist you in completing the onboarding procedures. The 3 young women exchanged glances, ultimately shaking their heads. In today's world, finding a job that is both easy and well-paying is indeed challenging, even for graduates from more prestigious universities, unless one hails from a 985 or 211 institution. This statement reflects a general trend and does not encompass all scenarios. Some individuals with average qualifications manage to secure good jobs, while some graduates with advanced degrees find themselves delivering takeout. This phenomenon is gradually becoming the norm. Since there were no further questions, Gao Yang settled the bill and drove the 4 women directly to Wynn's jewelry company. When Wanting had just finished her daily tasks and was preparing to visit the production workshop, upon exiting her office, she noticed Gao Yang leading the 4 young women out of the elevator. The moment she saw Gao Yang, her previously normal stride devolved into a limp once again. You should limit your walking if it's inconvenient, she advised. Sister Wanting, what happened to your leg? Susan inquired, assuming when Wanting had sprained her ankle. It's nothing, she replied, but just then, she began coughing, prompting Gao Yang to close his mouth, eager to explain. Susan, these are your classmates, right? Gao Yang, please take them to the training room. I will notify the HR department to arrange for the trainers to come over. Also, could you come by afterward? I have something to discuss with you. Gao Yang nodded, assisting when Wanting into her office before leading Susan and the others toward the training room. The so-called training room was where new employees typically received orientation. Shortly after they entered, when Wanting's little secretary, Sun Yin, arrived with a training staff member. After a brief introduction, the training commenced, and Gao Yang and Sun Yin stepped out. Congratulations, Gao Zong. The little secretary was aware of Gao Yang's new business venture and understood that his relationship with Wen Wanting was quite special, so naturally, she sought to foster a good rapport with him. After all, Gao Yang was now a boss, and the title suited him. Sun Secretary, just call me Gao Yang. I will need your assistance in the future. Sung Yin understood that the help he referred to involved attendance tracking, salary calculations, and similar tasks, all of which were child's play for her. As they conversed, they made their way to Wanting's office. Sun Yin had a small office adjacent to Wanting's. Gao Yang entered without knocking, only to be greeted by a rather provocative scene. It turned out Wanting remembered that she had a sizable bruise on her backside from the previous night. Although it no longer hurt, she wanted to check if the bruise was still visible. Holding a mirror in one hand, she pulled her skirt down with the other, primarily to see if the bruise still remained. Just as she confirmed that it had faded, the office door swung open, revealing Gao Yang, who was staring intently at her. Wanting's cheeks flushed crimson as she hastily adjusted her skirt. This was hardly her fault. Anyone entering her office was expected to knock. Yet Gao Yang had barged in without warning. "Did you see enough?" Gao Yang snapped back to reality and nodded earnestly. "Yes, quite fair." This infuriated Wanting. "Would it kill you to keep that to yourself?" She glared at him, her face flushed. However, Gao Yang, in his earnestness, replied, "I am a straightforward person, always preferring honesty. It would have bothered me to keep it unspoken." Wanting chose to disregard his comment, concluding that as long as she did not dwell on the subject, all would be well. "This is your item. Take care of it. If it gets lost, replacing it will be quite the hassle." As she spoke, she handed Gao Yang a file folder. He casually accepted it, glanced inside, and then returned it to her. "Please keep it for me. I have no place to store it." Wanting shot him an exasperated look, yet she still reached out to take it, placing it into her bag. "The company is currently in dire need of red jadeite. Are you confident in procuring it?" Chapter 31. How did you manage that? Upon hearing this, Gao Yang furrowed his brow. Betting on stones and obtaining high-quality jadeite is already a formidable challenge, and specifying a particular type of jadeite makes it nearly impossible. Though he possesses the ability to see through the stones, it is contingent upon having red jadeite to begin with. It is akin to the last instance with the imperial green jadeite. How many stones were searched before a piece of imperial green, albeit not very large, was found? Now, the demand for red jadeite adds a significant layer of difficulty. "I cannot guarantee anything, but I shall do my utmost," Gao Yang ultimately replied. Wanting nodded, acknowledging that her inquiry had been somewhat casual. In truth, it is not just red jadeite that is lacking. She is in need of all types of jadeite. The conversation concluded here, with Wanting attending to her work while Gao Yang reclined on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, one foot casually resting on the coffee table, perpetually swaying. Wanting found herself somewhat exasperated and thus initiated a new topic. "Gao Yang, do you believe that love exists in this world?" Just as Gao Yang was absorbed in his game, he heard this remark, prompting him to exit the application. Love should exist, though its preservation period is rather brief. Moreover, it requires the assistance of financial resources. Wanting nodded in non-committal agreement. "I hope you won't take offense, but you only recently experienced a heartbreak. Just a few days ago, you seemed out of sorts. In the past couple of days, you hardly appear to be affected by a breakup." Gao Yang remained silent for a minute before responding. "That was not a breakup. I have been through a death of sorts. In the moment you propelled me away, I had no time to contemplate, a feeling you may find difficult to comprehend. When faced with a choice between love and bread, some choose bread, while those who opt for love may ultimately find themselves starved. Conversely, those who choose bread can wait until the lovers starve to seize both opportunities." Wanting was momentarily taken aback. While the statement seemed somewhat absurd, it held a certain novelty and undeniable wisdom. "When I thought I had perished, I found myself alive again. Thus, life is inherently unpredictable. The bonds of kinship, love, and friendship. Kinship is an act of giving and taking. Love is akin to coffee sweetened with rock sugar. And as for friendship, one must simply learn to let go. Life may subject me to countless trials, yet I shall treat it as I would my first love. Even if one is likened to excrement, there will always be a beetle to encounter." Wanting listened intently, sensing that while Gao Yang's assertions might not be entirely accurate, they undeniably contained some truth. However, this fellow, as per his usual habit, concluded his musings with a rather irksome remark. "Enough of this sentimentality. I must take them out for a meal. Will you join us?" Gao Yang's invitation was clearly directed at the four women. Would Wanting attend? Not a chance. Due to the increased number, a single vehicle would not suffice. The four women, along with Gao Yang and Wanting, plus a little secretary, meant that ultimately they had to take two cars. They returned to the same restaurant as before, but this time Gao Yang requested a private room. When Wanting not only attended, but also sat beside Gao Yang. With so many women at the table, Gao Yang spoke very little. The three new employees, aware of Gao Yang's presence, were similarly reserved. After all, he was their boss. And with his silence, they naturally followed suit. The one who truly engaged in conversation was Susan. As for Gao Yang, he intended to head towards the Jadeite Street. Initially, he planned to go alone, but since when Wanting desired red jadeite, she insisted on accompanying him, which became a source of annoyance. Given that when Wanting had some difficulty walking, Gao Yang had to support her, attracting considerable attention. This was contrary to his initial intention of discreetly amassing wealth. Unlike his last venture, Gao Yang did not specifically select any one stone. However, today he was somewhat particular, only choosing those stones that promised profit. Thus, he typically selected 1 or 2 stones from each shop. Upon arriving at the 4th store, he smiled and said, "Wen-Ting, why not be my girlfriend?" This seemingly nonsensical statement left Wen Wanting perplexed regarding his intentions. "If you agree to be my girlfriend, whatever stone you desire, I shall procure it for you." Upon hearing this, the astute Wen Wanting quickly grasped Gao Yang's implication, recalling the incident with the imperial green jadeite. Dream on. Unless you can extract a piece the size of a basketball with imperial green, you might as well not think about it. After uttering this, Wen Wanting suddenly felt the difficulty of her request was rather high. Thus, even if it were not basketball-sized, it at least had to be the size of a bowl. Gao Yang rubbed his nose and casually remarked, "All right, next time I head to Ruiqing, I'll get you one." Wen Wanting naturally did not take this seriously. Imperial green jadeite is rare enough, let alone one the size of a bowl. Gao Yang casually moved the jadeite raw stone before him onto the cart, and then proceeded to the checkout with Wen Wanting. Once the transaction was completed, Gao Yang did not intend to make further purchases. Today had sufficed. "Gao Yang, are you certain this piece is red jadeite?" Before them lay 6 stones, one of which was purportedly the red jadeite Gao Yang mentioned. Gao Yang was no fool. He would not assert certainty. "I can only say that this raw stone appears to have a significant possibility of yielding red jadeite. Look, the surface of this raw stone exhibits sporadic red spots, indicating a substantial likelihood of producing red color." Gao Yang rambled on with his fabrications. Wen Wanting leaned in for a closer look and indeed spotted 2 things resembling red spots. However, what she did not realize was that these were not red spots at all. Upon closer inspection, other raw stones exhibited similar features. Yet in certain aspects, a woman's intellect can diminish significantly, sometimes even to 0. Gao Yang wisely refrained from elaborating further, knowing that the more he explained, the more loopholes he would reveal. Thus, he decisively initiated the cutting process. With the roar of the cutting machine, Gao Yang's task for the day officially commenced. Half an hour later, when Wen Wanting beheld the hefty piece of red jadeite weighing over 2 pounds, her jaw dropped in astonishment. It was large enough to accommodate 2 eggs. This was not to say that this piece of red jadeite held immense value. Comparatively, red jadeite is less valuable than green jadeite. What left Wen Wanting astounded was Gao Yang's remarkable skill. She had merely made a casual remark, often with an intention to challenge him, or perhaps to spark a conversation. Yet this fellow truly managed to extract a piece of red jadeite. While the quality of this red stone was not the best, it did not diminish Wen Wanting's astonishment. "Gao Yang, how did you achieve this?" Chapter 32, Su Li. Gao Yang would naturally not divulge the truth. However, there are times when boasting a little can be quite beneficial. Let me put it this way. Jadeite gambling relies heavily on innate talent. Some individuals are simply born for this trade, such as myself. With over 30 years of experience in jadeite gambling, alright, perhaps that boast was a bit excessive, but it effectively masked the doubts lingering in Wen Wanting's mind. Gao Yang proceeded to tackle the second piece of jadeite raw stone. This time, he made a decisive cut and then picked up a small polishing machine to commence polishing. In no time, the jadeite within the raw stone revealed itself. Observing the delicate polished surface, which displayed a hint of amber patterns, Wen Wanting's eyes lit up. "Gao Yang, look, this is ice type. We struck gold." Wen Wanting was indeed a bit exhilarated, and such excitement was understandable. From this cut, it was evident that the jadeite's volume would be considerable, and given that it was ice type, its value could potentially surpass that of the previous imperial green jadeite. After all, the last piece of imperial green was rather small. Is ice type highly valuable? A sudden remark from Gao Yang left when Wanting momentarily stunned. She was puzzled by the meaning behind Gao Yang's question. Did he not comprehend the value of jadeite? To her surprise, she had indeed guessed correctly. Gao Yang possessed only a rudimentary understanding, knowing that certain jadeites held greater worth, but lacked a precise grasp of their monetary value. Allow me to elucidate. Ice-type jadeite ranks just below the coveted emperor green in terms of value. Judging by its cut, this piece of jadeite is undoubtedly substantial. Thus its worth is considerable. Gao Yang nodded, having acquired a nugget of knowledge that day. He then resumed the process of unearthing the jade. As the ice-type jade was revealed, when Wanting's eyes narrowed with excitement. Gao Yang, you are truly remarkable. This was the second time she had expressed such admiration. Just as he was about to tease her about which aspect she was referring to, he decided against it. What he sought was wealth. With money, all else would follow. After unearthing all 6 raw stones, when Wanting felt a sense of numbness. This fellow was undeniably extraordinary. Gao Yang, should we not return tomorrow? With your skills, we will soon amass a fortune. Gao Yang smiled wryly and shook his head. Matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. He too wished for such simplicity, yet reality dictated otherwise. The number of raw stone shops in the area was limited, and he had already selected the best ones, unless he opted for quantity over quality, which would be exhausting. Thus, he felt an urgent need to venture to rewritten. However, he would not share this with one Wanting. It would be beyond her understanding. In any case, he had no intention of gambling on stones in the coming days, especially since he was covered in dust. The woman, slightly taller than when Wanting, wore glasses perched upon her delicate nose and sported light makeup. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down her back, framing her finely shaped brows, large, bright eyes, and a prominent nose. Her lips were red and alluring, and a small beauty mark graced her chin, a mark of allure indeed. Dressed in professional attire similar to when Wanting's, she wore a knee-length leather skirt paired with black stockings, completing the ensemble with high heels. This woman, in terms of poise, figure, and beauty, surpassed when Wanting. She exuded an air of maturity. Indeed, she was Su Li, the elder sister of when Wanting's classmate, Su San. At that moment, Su Li was also scrutinizing Gao Yang. He stood approximately 6 feet tall, robustly built, and if he were to frequent a gym, his physique would undoubtedly captivate a throng of affluent young women. While not conventionally handsome, he was certainly appealing. Su Li was well aware of Su San's employment. Both Su San and when Wanting had shared this information with her. With free time in the afternoon, she decided to pay a visit. Su Li owned a live streaming company, a burgeoning industry in recent years. To put it simply, they function as an intermediary, sourcing products and collaborating with popular streamers to establish sales agreements. Naturally, her company had also cultivated a cadre of internet celebrities, resulting in commendable business. Although Su Li's family background was decent, it paled in comparison to when Wanting's. 1 year older than when Wanting, Su Li had married 2 years prior and divorced 6 months ago. She could be classified as a strong woman. It had not been an easy journey, and when Wanting had provided substantial assistance, not only in terms of financial support, but also in sourcing products. Currently, about half of Su Li's inventory comprised items from Wen's jewelry, which yielded significant profits. With a bit of free time today, she had come to check on Wen Wanting as well as her sister's work situation. Moreover, she was curious about the type of man who captured Wen Wanting's interest. Though Wen Wanting had not explicitly shared much, snippets of their conversations and inquiries regarding Su San had provided her with some understanding of this man named Gao Yang. After a brief introduction, the two were acquainted. With the training session still ongoing, Gao Yang and Su Li conversed outside. Miss Su, have you considered live streaming the process of stone unearthing? I mean, having a selection of jadeite raw stones on site, explaining the process live, and unveiling the stones in real time. Once a stone is revealed, we could transform it into customized gold or silver jewelry for our clients. Gao Yang said, acknowledging that his knowledge of the live streaming industry was limited, having only gleaned such ideas from short videos he occasionally watched. Su Li fell into contemplation. Gao Yang's idea was indeed creative. First and foremost, it could enhance viewer engagement, leading to potential tips. However, The real advantage lay in the ability to secure orders immediately after unveiling the jadeite, allowing for the production of requested items upon payment. This approach would undoubtedly be more effective than direct sales, with higher profit margins. It was a remarkable concept, yet concerns arose. Having known Wen Wanting for some time, Suli possessed a fair understanding of the risks associated with gambling on stones. She had accompanied Wen Wanting to the jadeite markets a few times, thus grasping the inherent dangers. Should they encounter a series of unfortunate cuts during the live stream, it could result in substantial losses, jeopardizing not only their business, but their capital as well. Mr. Gao, your proposal is indeed innovative, but the risks are considerable. The primary concern stems from the gambling aspect, a risk I am currently unable to shoulder. Gao Yang shrugged. He had previously mentioned his lack of expertise and had merely suggested an idea. Since Su Li was unwilling to pursue it, there was little more to discuss. I believe it is feasible. At that moment, a woman's voice interjected. Wanting, I recognize that this concept holds merit, yet you are aware of the significant risks involved. When Wanting hesitated before responding, casting a glance at Gao Yang before speaking. The level of risk depends on whom you collaborate with. If you undertake this alone, the risks are indeed substantial. However, partnering with him would essentially guarantee success. Su Li was taken aback by this assertion. What did it mean to guarantee success? Sensing Su Li's confusion, Wen Wanting began to elucidate Gao Yang's impressive track record. This revelation shocked Su Li even more. It was astonishing that someone could be so proficient, having even unearthed Emperor Green Jade. Gao Yang nodded, inviting Su Li to inquire further. Mr. Gao, since you possess such exceptional skills in stone gambling and a brilliant idea, why not pursue it yourself instead of sharing it with me? I doubt Su Sin holds such influence. The moment Su Li spoke, Wen Wanting felt a pang of anxiety. She had overlooked this detail. It was important to remember that Su Li was not inferior to her in terms of physique or appearance. Her only advantage was her youth, which was somewhat diminished now. However, it remained a factor in Gao Yang's perception, especially considering he had uncovered the jade. Additionally, her family background surpassed that of Su Li. After several days of interaction, it became clear that Gao Yang was not particularly concerned with such matters. This was understandable, as Gao Yang possessed the ability to generate his own income. As for his marital history, some men were drawn to women with such experiences. Hence, Wen Wanting's unease was entirely warranted. Fortunately, Gao Yang's explanation brought her considerable relief. Miss Su, it seems you may be trapped in a dead end. Let me offer an analogy. Consider a particular brand of Dabanjiang. Its quality and flavor are undeniably exceptional. However, why has it not gained widespread recognition? Only when someone recognized the potential of this product and invested in its promotion did it become a household name. I liken myself to the artisan behind the Dabanjiang. I possess profound knowledge of jade gambling. Thus, how can I promote this expertise? As the adage indicates, every profession has its specialization. I cannot invest in fields where I lack proficiency or engage in blind investments. Therefore, collaboration emerges as the most prudent choice. Wealth is inexhaustible, and it cannot be amassed by a single individual. Do you not agree with my assertion? Gao Yang's explanation resonated not only with Su Li, but also with Wen Wanting. As he articulated, while he excels at jade gambling, he lacks proficiency in online streaming. If he were to start from scratch, one must question whether he could even succeed. Even if he possessed the capability, how long would it take? A year, 2 years, or 3? At the very least, Wen Wanting believed that Gao Yang would not squander such an extensive amount of time on this endeavor, as it would be a futile endeavor. Hence, investment remains the optimal solution. To simplify, it is akin to borrowing a chicken to lay eggs, a prevalent strategy in the current market, often referred to as a win-win strategy. Do not be disheartened by the notion of borrowing a chicken. It is merely a survival tactic. If we all profit, it does not matter if it involves borrowing a chicken or even a person. Remarkably, Sullivan facility intrigued, contemplating a gimbo. After all, who does not aspire for greater development? If it were merely an idea, she would not have been so impulsive or naive to act upon it. However, collaboration presents a different scenario. Gao Yang must first secure funding, for once financing is achieved, the interests of all parties become intertwined, unless one is irrational enough to frivolously spend money. Checking the time, Gao Yang remarked, Today is not feasible. Time is of the essence. How about this? Tomorrow I will take some time to visit you, and concurrently, I will gain a better understanding of your operations. After all, my knowledge of this streaming model is quite limited. I need to ascertain its feasibility, and once I comprehend it, I will present a detailed plan. We can then discuss collaboration and investment regarding this plan. What do you think? Suli considered this and agreed. After all, both parties are currently unfamiliar with one another, and collaboration cannot be rushed. It must be approached step by step. All right, the time is nearly upon us. Shall we go for dinner? Suli consented and even offered a treat. This is quite customary. In Huaxia, the first step in business is often to share a meal. Upon hearing that Wanting was unwell, Suli turned with suspicion to observe. She then noticed Wanting winking at her, and, as someone who has experienced such matters, the realization dawned on her. Wanting and Gao Yang were undoubtedly in a romantic relationship, and the claim of illness was certainly a ruse. With this understanding, she smiled knowingly. Let us exchange contact information, and I will wait for you at the company tomorrow morning. I did Suli departed. She also took Susan and a few others with her. Consequently, Gao Yang was left to conclude his day. No, he had no job to finish. Gao Yang, do you truly intend to collaborate with Suli? Upon returning home, the two began preparing dinner while engaging in conversation. The scene resembled a couple managing household chores after work. Not necessarily. We shall see tomorrow. As you previously mentioned, the number of investable industries is dwindling, and the most lucrative emerging industry is streaming. My perspective is that once we establish ourselves, we will only gain profits, starting with the extraction of jade. If someone places an order, not only will the streaming company profit, but Yurwin's jewelry will also share in the gains. With each order placed, your company increases its sales. Even if orders are scarce, the jade we extract can be utilized personally. This arrangement benefits all three parties, you, me, and Suli. This is what we term collaborative win-win. If I had my own platform, I could conduct this business independently without sharing profits, but clearly that is not the case. Thus, collaboration stands as the most viable path, and crucially, I need not involve myself in management. Wanting nodded, as her understanding of business surpassed Gao Yang's. What are your thoughts on Suli's appearance? Is she attractive? Chapter 34. Almost. Gao Yang recognized this as a frivolous question. What significance does it hold? Of course, this was his internal monologue, which could never replace Wanting's sentiments. Wanting, I must critique you on this matter, he blurted, leaving her puzzled. Critique myself? With a hint of skepticism, Wanting gazed at him as Gao Yang prepared to manipulate the situation. Wanting, I cannot help but criticize you for your arrogance. Though I am reluctant to speak the truth, my conscience compels me to refrain from falsehood. You know I am an honest person, and I prefer directness. This is precisely what I wish to criticize. Do not always compare diamonds to gold based on brilliance. That is unfair to others, you know? Just as some boast of their wealth, money, in my view, is akin to underwear. One must possess it, but need not flaunt it to everyone. Therefore, I earnestly warn you against allowing your misguided thinking to distort my aesthetic judgment. Surely, I can discern the superiority of diamonds over gold. With that, Gao Yang turned and retreated to the kitchen. Wanting's face radiated joy, her eyes nearly squinting with delight. Upon reflection, Gao Yang's critique was, in essence, a compliment to her as a diamond, while Suli was likened to gold. Is there even a need for comparison of value? Although the credibility of this assertion may be questionable, it mattered not. Wanting was delighted by his words. Meanwhile, Gao Yang felt a swell of pride within. The saying a man's words are deceiving rang true. As a remarkable young man of the new era, such manipulation posed no challenge for him. After all, Suli was not present. He could always reverse his words in the future. Gao Yang, should we not hasten our efforts? Time waits for no one. The sooner we establish our venture, the sooner we reap the rewards, particularly in the streaming industry, which I believe holds tremendous potential. Would you like me to accompany you tomorrow? It would be best to bring along the marketing manager to assess the situation as well. As she spoke, Wanting carried the vegetables she had prepared to the sink to wash. Gao Yang set down the knife he had been using and gazed at Wanting. Her heart raced. Did he intend to make a move? But she was unprepared. If he were to kiss her, would she consent or not? At that moment, her thoughts began to wander. However, Wanting, We must refrain from acting on impulse without any preparatory measures when engaging in potentially risky ventures. Many times, unforeseen events arise unexpectedly, catching us off guard. Thus, we must proceed with caution, step by step, first understanding each other before delving deeper into communication, and ultimately determining the duration of our collaboration and the investment required based on the actual circumstances. Engaging in business is akin to pregnancy. One cannot rush, nor can one be negligent, lest it lead to a miscarriage. When Wanting listened, momentarily stunned, sensing that Gao Yang was steering the conversation in an unexpected direction. Yet she possessed no evidence. After dinner, as per usual, Gao Yang washed the pots and dishes while Wen Wanting limped into the bathroom with her clothes. As for her garments, she had not tidied them, carelessly leaving them strewn on the floor. Once Gao Yang finished tidying up, he proceeded to shower, and afterward, he tackled the laundry. At this moment, the door to the second floor opened, revealing W&W in Ting standing in the doorway, still clad in the same nightgown as yesterday. Gao Yang, my pain is still lingering. Could you perhaps apply some more Hing Huayu for me? Without waiting for his response, she blushed and turned back into her room. The mere thought of the enchanting scene from the previous night sent a surge of adrenaline through Gao Yang. He tossed the mop aside and ascended the stairs. The room remained dim, but this posed no challenge for Gao Yang. Today, he was far less hesitant than the day before. He boldly resumed yesterday's routine. As before, WNWN Ting wore her nightgown. Gao Yang poured a bit of iodine and began the massage. The cool sensation permeated WNWN Ting's body once more, a truly delightful feeling. Just as she was reveling in it, she noticed one of Gao Yang's hands had ventured to her other side, causing her heart to race. She had mentioned only half of her body was in pain, something Gao Yang was well aware of. His actions now suggested intent. WNWN Ting's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she feigned ignorance. Gao Yang was clearly taking advantage, and his gaze was far from innocent. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Harmony. WNWN Ting's heartbeat quickened. She understood Gao Yang's intentions, yet lacked the courage to refuse. Just then, Gao Yang's phone rang, prompting him to answer and exit the room. Once he left, WNWN Ting sprang up and began to pat her chest vigorously. That old lecher! How close he had come! Yet, why did she feel a tinge of disappointment? If it weren't for that phone call, WNWN Ting recalled the call and wondered who had dialed. Why did Gao Yang avoid her to take the call? With this thought, she quietly opened her door, preparing to eavesdrop. Gao Yang was downstairs in the living room, engaged in conversation while pouring himself a cup of tea. All right, I understand. But let me make this clear. Once you arrive, you'd better work diligently, or I'll take you down. Sure, just give me a shout when you're ready. I'll pick you up. Upon hearing this, WNWN Ting hurriedly closed her door. She discerned that the call was likely from Gao Yang's sister. In truth, she had guessed correctly. After hanging up, Gao Yang felt overwhelmed. His sister was coming over for a summer job. How would he arrange everything? Where would she stay? How would he explain his circumstances? Gao Yang lost interest in continuing the massage, shifting his focus to calculating his earnings. With previous funds and today's income, he had surpassed 200 million. Perhaps it was time to contemplate purchasing a property? Chapter 35. Discussions on acquisition. The notion of buying a home had been swirling in Gao Yang's mind for several days. As the saying goes, a gold nest or silver nest cannot compare to one's own doghouse. It wasn't that the current living situation was unfavorable. In fact, it was quite comfortable. There were no rent or utility bills to worry about. Yet as a man, one ought to possess their own abode. Even a 3-bedroom unit would suffice. After all, he was not short on funds. He had also considered purchasing a villa, but that could wait. Thus, Gao Yang resolved to visit a real estate agency or a sales office the following afternoon. He recalled a commendable real estate property he had visited with Chi LL a few months prior, which boasted several residential complexes. Among them was an upscale residential area featuring a standard 3-bedroom unit of 147 square meters. However, lacking the funds at the time, he had opted for a 2-bedroom apartment. It seemed he would need to inspect it further. Lost in contemplation, he gradually drifted into slumber. As he entered the realm of dreams, his body began to undergo an involuntary transformation, as if an electric current were coursing through him. The next morning, following the routine of breakfast, WNWNT found her discomfort significantly alleviated, walking with only a slight limp. After breakfast, Gao Yang escorted WNWNT to her workplace and then, guided by navigation, headed to SL's company. As SL showed Gao Yang around her office, she felt a hint of embarrassment. What she referred to as a company was, in fact, a repurposed factory space housing approximately a dozen live streaming studios. It was evident these rooms were designed for hosts to promote products. Gao Yang, however, was not concerned with such details. Every entrepreneur deserved respect, even those selling pancakes at street stalls. Earning a living through one's own efforts was commendable, far superior to those who relied on their appearances and sold their bodies for profit. What is the total value of your assets here? I am referring to the factory equipment and the estimated worth of your virtual industry. After surveying the premises, SL led Gao Yang to her office. She prepared a cup of tea for him, while he straightforwardly inquired about his concerns. The rent and equipment do not amount to much. As you know, our industry primarily revolves around the virtual sector. Thus, its value cannot be precisely gauged due to the absence of a standard for measurement. If one were to assess it, we would have to rely on annual profits. For instance, in live streaming sales, some influencers may generate hundreds of thousands in a day, while others might only sell a few thousand. Ultimately, the valuation hinges on the number of followers these hosts have, their audience demographics, and their sales performance. SL's explanation provided Gao Yang with a clearer understanding. In essence, it was uncertain how much it was worth. How many followers do you have? SL opened her laptop and displayed her account for Gao Yang to see. He glanced and was taken aback. How do you have over 10 million followers? SL smiled and replied, I began promoting products myself, and my results were quite satisfactory. I earned a fair amount. Later, I met my ex-husband, who was also a live streaming host. We partnered to establish this company, but I wanted to elaborate on the reasons. He eventually left. I gave him all the money, retaining only this company, and I was on the verge of collapse until WNT stepped in to assist. Uninterested in SL's personal life, his focus resting solely on the forthcoming collaboration. Miss S, how about this? I propose to acquire 60 of your company's shares. How much do you think I should invest? Upon hearing this, SL was taken aback. Gao Yang's intention was not collaboration, but acquisition. This company was her labor of love. How could she allow someone to take it over? Her original boundary was a maximum of 30 shares. Yet this individual was proposing 60. This meant that if she agreed to the acquisition, Gao Yang would become the future owner, relegating her to the status of a secondary owner. Mr. Gao, I cannot possibly sell such a large stake. This company is my heart and soul. Gao Yang waved his hand dismissively. Please allow me to finish. I will purchase 60 of the company's shares, but I will not interfere with any operational aspects or management. We can stipulate this in the contract, provided you possess the ability to grow the company. If you cannot, we can revisit our agreement. In summary, I only require performance metrics. The rest is under your purview. Furthermore, after the acquisition, I will co-host live streams with you. And I can assure you that within a month, we will triple the company's output. I speak of genuine wealth, not the so-called virtual figures. At times, we must adhere to our principles while relinquishing that which is unnecessary to uphold. Moreover, as we are in collaboration, the more I invest, the greater my dedication to this enterprise. In other words, if I pour my resources into this company without affecting its growth, what then is the purpose of my investment? Therefore, I assert that the 60 stake is worth a significant sum. You may calculate its value and inform me accordingly. My time is limited at most 3 days. Suli remained silent. In truth, her heart was rife with conflict. The company she had painstakingly built was now on the verge of acquisition. To claim she was untroubled would be a falsehood. Yet, Gao Yang made a valid point. If this company were to thrive, it would forever remain in its current state. Earning modest profits might be feasible, yet the prospect of substantial gain seemed nearly impossible, which raises the question of whether to persist or to let go. The crux of the matter lay in Gao Yang's proposition. he would still allow her to manage the company while exponentially increasing its profits. He would not desire to profit. At this moment, the scales in her heart began to tip, even if she refused to acknowledge it. It was akin to nurturing a fruit-bearing tree, only to have someone approach her one day with a proposition to enhance its growth. Currently, she could harvest merely 100 jade of fruit annually. Yet this individual claimed he could elevate her harvest to 300 or 400 jade. However, the majority ownership of the tree would thereafter belong to him. The analogy stands. Mr. Gao, I need to ponder this. Regardless, I shall provide you with a response within 3 days. How does that sound? Gao Yang declined Su Li's invitation to lunch and departed in his vehicle. His assertions were not mere bluster. He possessed the capability to elevate this live-streaming enterprise. He could procure millions in jade raw stones daily, leveraging Su Li's fanbase for live, unearthing sessions. This concept alone is highly innovative, particularly in an era dominated by short videos. A multitude of online viewers have grown accustomed to the same old routines. They yearn for the extraordinary. The unearthing of stones is indeed a creative endeavor. Should he unveil high-quality jade, the ensuing popularity could skyrocket. If the subsequent jade pieces prove to be of excellent quality, orders would naturally follow. This scenario would yield profits not only for their company, but also for Wen's jewelry, rendering it a mutually beneficial strategy. Furthermore, any jade that remains unsold could be sold to Wen's jewelry, as they too have a need for it. In essence, there is no possibility of incurring losses. The question now rests on whether Su Li is willing to collaborate. Should she agree, it would be fortuitous. If not, he could always explore alternative avenues. However, it is inconceivable for Gao Yang to establish such a company independently. He currently possesses 200 million in his bank account, having made over 60 million from his last venture. With these funds, he would first aim to earn a profit in rewritten. Additionally, he had a matter of vengeance to address. In recent days, he had not been without gains. He had gleaned insights into his internal transformations. His abilities manifested primarily in 3 aspects. First, his X-ray vision. Second, his enhanced physical attributes, which were his greatest boon, encompassing strength, speed, and an extraordinary recovery rate. And third, the abundant spiritual energy within him. Over time, he sensed this energy growing within him, although he was still uncertain of its precise applications. He recognized its potential for supportive purposes, such as providing massages for Wen Ting, which also had healing effects. Regarding the source of this energy, Gao Yang had deduced that the frequency of his encounters with jade stones directly correlated with its increase. Even in the absence of contact, he could feel a gradual growth in his energy, albeit at a slower pace, which was a primary motivator for his eagerness to visit rewritten. Moreover, his relationship with Wen Ting had become somewhat ambiguous. While it could be labeled as a romantic involvement, it did not entirely fit that description. Conversely, it cannot be dismissed as non-romantic since they cohabitated. Additionally, the issue of purchasing a home warranted discussion with Wen Ting. Consequently, he turned the steering wheel towards her company. Wen Ting was engaged in her work when the office door swung open. Without needing to look up, she knew it was Gao Yang, for he was the only one who entered without knocking. Thus, she paid him no mind, engrossed in her tasks, merely placing her small mirror flat on her desk. Gao Yang approached her from behind and began to massage her shoulders. Wen Ting, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Speak, what is it? Gao Yang gathered his thoughts and said, My sister is coming tomorrow. Which room do you think would be most suitable? Additionally, I intend to purchase a home, as our current living arrangement is rather inconvenient. Upon hearing this, Wen Ting's expression soured. What inconvenience is there? This place is spacious, with ample rooms. Are you concerned about your sister lacking a place to stay? Wen Ting still did not grasp Gao Yang's intent, prompting him to clarify. You see, I have broken up with Xiuli Li, and they are unaware. If my sister discovers that I am cohabitating with you, it would be difficult to explain. Gao Yang's mention of cohabitation caused Wen Ting's cheeks to flush. Well, can't you clarify things with her? If necessary, I could pose as your girlfriend, albeit a fictional one. Gao Yang was initially delighted, but then Wen Ting's subsequent remark dampened his spirits. That may be so. Nevertheless, the house must be purchased. After all, as a grown man, I should possess my own residence. After stating this, Gao Yang fell silent. Wen Wanting noticed his disappointment, but was uncertain why she felt compelled to add that remark. Primarily because Gao Yang had never formally pursued her. Had he been bolder, perhaps by presenting flowers or suggesting an evening out, Wen Wanting might have acquiesced, albeit reluctantly. Yet, despite his charming words and roving gaze, he lacked tangible actions. For instance, during her recent injury, he had the perfect opportunity to offer prolonged massages for 2 days. This led Wen Wanting to recall a saying circulating online. You are given opportunities, yet you remain ineffectual. As for Gao Yang's assertion that a man should own a home, Wen Wanting could not disagree. However, the purchase would hinge on her satisfaction with the property. When is your sister arriving tomorrow? How did your meeting with Su Li go today? Wen Wanting set aside her work, focusing intently on the massage Gao Yang was providing. Remarkably, his technique was quite impressive. She should arrive around 10. The drive will take about 2 hours. As for Su Li, Gao Yang succinctly recounted the morning's negotiations. Wanting, how about I take you to lunch with my sister tomorrow? I can pick her up with you. Regarding Su Li, I can hardly comment. Her husband had misappropriated all the company's funds, leaving her unable to even disburse wages upon taking over. In truth, she faced significant challenges. Her family was relatively well off, as her grandfather owned an antique shop, as you are aware. However, Su Li, having been married, possesses the awareness that a married daughter is akin to water that has been poured out. Thus, even during her most challenging times, she refrained from requesting financial assistance from her family, although conflicts with her relatives played a part in this decision. Eventually, I encouraged her to assist our company in sales, granting her a significant profit margin, which gradually improved her situation. My intention in sharing this with you is not to elicit your sympathy for her, but rather to suggest that if circumstances permit, it may be beneficial to extend her some advantages. Gao Yang, at this point, was no longer inclined to listen to Wen Wanting, particularly since she was wearing a strapless outfit. The absence of straps allowed certain areas to protrude more prominently, and Gao Yang found himself admiring this view. However, while he appreciated the sight, he knew his hands could not cease their activity. Stopping would inadvertently signal to others his engrossed focus on a specific task. After lunch, Gao Yang returned to the sales office in the community. His decision to purchase a property was not contingent on a mere word from Wen Wanting. A house was a necessity, and the consideration lay in what kind of house to acquire. Consequently, Wen Wanting had no choice but to accompany him. The sales representative who attended to Gao Yang was an attractive woman with light makeup. As Gao Yang listened to her explanations, perusing the promotional brochures, an unwelcome voice interrupted once again. Gao Yang, turning around, he saw it was none other than Xiao Lily. To his surprise, Zhang Jun was also present. The sight of Zhang Jun caused Gao Yang's expression to darken, his hands instinctively clenching into fists. Wen Wanting, unfamiliar with Zhang Jun, quickly sensed the tension upon seeing Xiao Lily linked to him and Gao Yang's reaction. She promptly tugged at Gao Yang's sleeve, signaling him to remain calm. Zhang Jun, upon spotting Gao Yang, was filled with fury, though a tinge of fear lingered, for Gao Yang was taller and more robust than he. Gao Yang, you are penniless now, yet you dare to come here to look at houses? Are you playing the kept man for someone? Xiao Lily remarked, casting a pointed glance at Wen Wanting. Truthfully, Xiao Lily was envious. Wen Wanting was more beautiful and had a better figure, and it was only natural for her to feel resentment. Xiao Lily even believed that Gao Yang's refusal to forgive her was largely due to this woman. None of your business. Gao Yang dismissed her without a second thought. As for engaging in a fight, he had matured since their last encounter. That time, even with police involvement, he faced no serious repercussions. However, if a fight were to occur now, the implications would be entirely different unless the other party initiated aggression first. Gao Yang's disdain only fueled Xiao Lily's provocations. Some people just love to show off. Do you even realize where you are? The property prices here are beyond the reach of certain individuals. Truly, have you lost your mind? Gao Yang chose to ignore her, focusing instead on a 3-bedroom apartment. Wen Wanting, what do you think of this one? A spacious 3-bedroom. Just as Wen Wanting was about to express her thoughts, Xiao Lily interjected once more. Oh, a 3-bedroom? You can barely scrape together a down payment for a 2-bedroom, and now you're pretending you can afford a 3-bedroom? If you could buy a 3-bedroom, I'll eat my hat live on stream. Unable to contain himself any longer, Gao Yang found Qiu Lily's incessant nagging unbearable. Ignoring her was not an option. She buzzed around like a fly, incessantly irritating. The worst part was that she was a filthy fly. Attempting to swat her might only result in a mess. Qiu Lily, how did I not realize before that you are so revolting? I refuse to engage with you. Yet you persist, don't you? Look at yourself. What is the difference between you and a clown? To put mildly, you resemble a shrew, and to be blunt, you're akin to an ugly duckling. Every time I see you, I feel nauseated. Qiu Lily's expression shifted dramatically, and she forcefully pushed Zhang Jun beside her. Zhang Jun, did you hear him call me a clown and an ugly duckling? Zhang Jun heard her, but pretended not to. This infuriated Qiu Lily further, while Gao Yang regarded the pair with a mixture of amusement and disdain. Qiu Lily, do you know why the ugly duckling can transform into a swan, yet you cannot? It is because the ugly duckling was, in fact, a swan all along, while you will forever remain an ugly duckling. Whether I can afford a house is none of your concern. It is certainly better than some individuals who revel in wearing others' cast-off shoes. When Wanting was aware of Gao Yang's sharp tongue and was astounded by his originality in insults, she often wondered where he learned such barbs. Last time, he had called someone an old sow. This time, it was an ugly duckling. It was evident that this woman, knowing she could not best Gao Yang in a battle of wits, repeatedly sought confrontation. Qiu Lily's face turned a livid shade, while Zhang Jun's was no better, both resembling the bottom of a pot. Gao Yang, mind your words. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Zhang Jun's threat did not faze Gao Yang, who merely scoffed in response. What are you? You picked up a pair of worn-out shoes, and now you're acting all high and mighty. You ought to visit a clinic and get your feet checked. After all, those shoes are hardly pristine. By this time, a crowd had gathered, the onlookers seemingly piecing together the unfolding drama. Murmurs and laughter erupted as they grasped the implications of Gao Yang's remarks. Zhang Jun's face darkened to a scalding hue. Zhang Jun, are you still man? You're being insulted like this, and you still choose to endure it? The type of woman a man encounters ultimately dictates his fate. Zhang Jun's willingness to swallow his pride stemmed from his fear of Gao Yang, with bystanders now whispering and chuckling at Zhang Jun's expense. Qiu Lily's taunts became relentless. Overcome with rage, he swung his fist toward Gao Yang. Gao Yang smiled faintly. He had labored to provoke a reaction. In a confrontation, the distinction between the aggressor and the defender could influence future consequences. He deftly pushed when Wanting aside and took Zhang Jun's punch squarely to the jaw, stumbling back and crashing into the bar behind him. When Wanting was understandably alarmed, while Qiu Lily reveled in her moment of triumph, albeit briefly, Gao Yang, appearing enraged, charged at Zhang Jun, swiftly overpowering him like a rag doll. Gao Yang showed no mercy, seizing this opportunity. With cameras rolling and witnesses present, he was justified in retaliating, having been struck first. Stop. I've already called the police. At that moment, the property manager rushed in with 2 security guards, pulling Gao Yang away. Zhang Jun, now bloodied and battered, bore a fresh wound that reopened on his face. Gao Yang, are you all right? When Wanting, having never witnessed a fight before, was initially taken aback, especially when Zhang Jun ambushed Gao Yang. She felt anxious until Gao Yang activated his inner strength, toppling Zhang Jun. I'm fine, don't worry. Just remember to help me find a lawyer. Chapter 38. Captain Hai Yao Gao Yang's premonition proved to be accurate. In no time at all, a police car arrived. Without a doubt, Gao Yang was taken away, along with the surveillance footage from a store and the witnesses present. In summary, one was sent to the hospital while the other was escorted to the police station. When Wanting initially intended to accompany him, but was deterred by Gao Yang. Her presence would serve no purpose. It was better for her to remain outside, as such scuffles were hardly significant matters. The most crucial aspect was that all the evidence favored him. At worst, he would receive a reprimand and perhaps a brief detention. Additionally, there were medical expenses to consider, though that would depend on the final judgment. In the interrogation room, Gao Yang was subjected to questioning by 2 police officers, 1 male and 1 female. The female officer conducted the inquiries, while the male officer took notes. Gao Yang lost interest in the male officer after a fleeting glance, but found himself captivated by the female officer. She had short hair and donned a uniform, exuding an air of confidence. Her eyebrows, meticulously groomed, appeared slightly asymmetrical, likely due to her own handiwork. Her large, double-lidded eyes sparkled, complemented by a delicate nose and a small mouth, which bore a tiny mole at the corner, a beauty mark, some might say, though Gao Yang deemed it a gluttonous mole. While her uniform adorned her figure, it seemed a tad ill-fitting with the buttons straining against her chest. A cursory glance revealed that she possessed the very shape that Gao Yang admired. In essence, he had an affinity for all beautiful women, particularly those with pleasing physiques. Name, age. After a series of routine questions, they finally delved into the crux of the matter. Why did you engage in a fight? Faced with this mundane inquiry, Gao Yang shrugged and replied, "Did you not watch the surveillance footage? He struck me first. I merely defended myself." The female officer found herself momentarily at a loss for words. "We did observe the footage, and, as you stated, it was indeed the other party who initiated the confrontation. However, your counterattack was excessively violent, resulting in the other party's current hospitalization. This constitutes an overreaction in self-defense, thereby rendering you partially responsible." While her words were not entirely erroneous, Gao Yang found them unacceptable. "Beautiful officer," he began, "you may call me Officer Hai. You can refer to me as High Officer or Captain Hai." Gao Yang nodded and continued, "I was merely there to purchase a property. Yet those two provocateurs insulted me unprovoked. Ultimately, they struck first. I am not a ninja turtle, after all. I cannot simply stand there passively and absorb blows." At this, Hai Yao erupted into laughter, nearly losing her composure. My apologies, please continue." Gao Yang spread his hands in a gesture of finality. "I've said all I needed to say." Hai Yao blinked, realizing that he indeed had finished, but something felt amiss. She suddenly recalled an essential inquiry. Fights invariably have causes. This oversight could be attributed to her recent promotion to captain. Until last month, she had merely assisted in interrogations. Coupled with Gao Yang's somewhat erratic speech, it had momentarily disrupted her questioning flow, nearly causing her to forget such a fundamental question. Given the opportunity, Gao Yang felt no need to conceal the truth and began recounting his narrative. One must always sympathize with the weak. For instance, that despicable couple truly deserved to be struck. She nearly slipped up, but quickly regained her composure. Cough, cough. Let's move on to the next question. After a few more inconsequential inquiries, the interrogation concluded. "Here is your interrogation record. Please review it, and if there are no issues, kindly sign." Upon handing the document to Gao Yang, he glanced over it briefly, noting it aligned closely with his statements. He promptly signed his name. "While the primary fault does not lie with you, considering the other party is hospitalized, we are obliged to detain you." At that moment, another officer entered and whispered a few words to Hai Yao. She nodded, then turned her attention back to Gao Yang. "The main responsibility does not rest upon your shoulders. However, given the circumstances, you must remain reachable by phone. You will need to cooperate with our investigation. As for whether you will need to cover medical expenses or if the other party will file a complaint, those are matters for the future. You are now free on bail. If there are no further issues, you may leave." Gao Yang smiled. The outcome was nearly identical to his expectations. This was merely a trivial altercation. No, it could not even be deemed a brawl, just a fight. At worst, it was a disturbance of the peace, not a criminal offense. Regarding compensation, he was indifferent. Had it not been for when wanting, he might have faced a detention of 24 or even 48 hours. "Beautiful officer, may I inquire your name?" Hai Yao shot him a glance of exasperation, choosing to ignore him. "Beautiful officer, that seems rather improper. I am requesting your name in case I need to file a complaint against you. How would I do so without knowing your name?" Hai Yao found herself speechless. This was her first encounter with someone so peculiar, employing such a method to obtain her name. "My name is Hai Yao. My badge number is..." Gao Yang hastily interrupted. "I just remembered. I trust you are fair and just, so I would not dream of lodging a complaint against you. Therefore, there's no need for your badge number." As he departed, Hai Yao's lips twitched, sensing that this fellow bore a resemblance to a rogue. Drawing upon her 3 years of experience, she surmised from a video that he had evidently provoked the other party with his words, leading them to strike first, after which he retaliated. The moment he received the first punch, it was clear he had a beautiful woman by his side. Logically, he should have evaded that blow, Yet he did not. Instead, he pushed the girl aside, a telltale sign of his readiness to engage in a fight. However, expressing these thoughts would be futile. In the end, it was merely a case of two individuals squabbling. Verbal provocation was not a crime, and given that the other party had indeed struck first, coupled with the fact that he had been knocked back several paces, there was sufficient evidence to substantiate his claim of self-defense, which held legal weight. Meanwhile, Gao Yang sauntered out of the police station, spotting Wanting conversing with a man in his 40s. Upon seeing him, she hurried over. Gao Yang, are you all right? Did they subject you to any form of torture? Chapter 39. Just a blackstrap. Gao Yang chuckled at her words. You are overthinking it. It was merely a fight. Torture? This is not the ancient times. We do not start with 50 lashes and then proceed to instruments of torture. Wanting felt somewhat embarrassed, her anxiety leading to such a question. She proceeded to introduce the lawyer to Gao Yang, who had intended to treat the lawyer to a meal, but was politely declined. Thus, Gao Yang's plans to purchase a property fell through. He felt disheartened, while Wanting stifled a laugh. As lunchtime approached, the two found a restaurant to enjoy a meal. Gao Yang, you look quite dashing while fighting, Wanting remarked between bites. Gao Yang flicked his hair back dramatically and replied, I have always been handsome. Allow me to share with you that during my academic years, I seldom dared to step beyond the school gates. The moment I ventured out, I would let go of my chopsticks and animatedly describe my experiences to Gao Yang. However, such statements were clearly exaggerated. It is a common trait among men to boast, irrespective of the veracity of their claims or whether others believe them. What truly matters is that such boasting serves to bolster their confidence. Take Gao Yang, for instance. His confidence radiates brilliantly, undeniably a charm that captivates young women. Even though Wanting can no longer be considered a mere girl. Yet, this confidence still holds considerable allure for her. In my office, there are two potted plants that I find unsatisfactory, as they do not bloom. In truth, I have a preference for flowering plants. Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback by Wanting's abrupt mention of this issue. Ting, those two potted plants are unlikely to flower. I explained, cultivating potted plants requires skill. If you desire flowering ones, consider purchasing roses or azaleas. Wanting fumed silently, contemplating whether her suggestion was misconstrued. She was subtly hinting that Gao Yang ought to present her with flowers, yet he persisted in discussing potted plants. Her frustration grew as she pondered how she had encountered such a bluntly straightforward man. Consequently, she resolved to maintain her silence for the next 2 hours. During this time, she indeed refrained from speaking. Gao Yang, my neck hurts. This was Wanting's way of requesting a massage. Ting, how about I sleep in your room tonight? Gao Yang's sudden proposition left her astonished, her heart racing. Do not misunderstand. I merely suggested this because my sister is coming tomorrow. Since you have expressed a desire to be my girlfriend, it would be inappropriate for us to sleep separately. Therefore, I am proposing, of course I could sleep on the floor. I assure you, I will not engage in any improper conduct unless you take the initiative. Gao Yang's increasingly absurd remarks prompted Wanting to lose her patience, leading her to evict him from the office. Gao Yang, feeling unjustly treated, scratched his nose, convinced he had said nothing inappropriate. At that moment, their secretary, Sun Yin, happened to pass by and witnessed Gao Yang being pushed out by Wanting, quickly grasping the situation. Yang Ge, are you at it again? She teased. Gao Yang, upon seeing Sun Yin, felt a wave of embarrassment. Sun Yin, please be mindful of your choice of words. Why must you use again? Do you imply that I frequently engage in such behavior? Sun Yin giggled behind her hand, finding Gao Yang's demeanor somewhat charming despite its slickness. Sun Yin, I have a suggestion for you, Gao Yang began, prompting her to look up with a curious expression. Given your complexion, you ought to avoid wearing a black bra. It would be more fitting to wear. Sun Yin was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing with indignation as she shot him a glare. Forget you, you old lecher, peeping Tom. Yet, despite her words, she showed no inclination to leave. Gao Yang shrugged and raised his hands in surrender. Sun Yin, where have I been lewd? And when did I peep? Your strap is clearly visible. Upon glancing down, Sun Yin realized he was correct. Her low-cut shirt had indeed revealed a black strap, likely dislodged from a recent haste. Once she rectified her attire, she remained oblivious to Gao Yang's perceptiveness. He had already taken note of every attractive woman in the company, even being aware of their monthly cycles. This afternoon, with little to occupy his time, Gao Yang found himself wandering aimlessly around the office. Staff members were aware of the close relationship between Gao Yang and their boss, allowing him to roam freely, some even greeting him politely. As he meandered about, he stumbled upon Qian Meili's office, swearing he had merely wandered in by chance. Qian Meili was scratching her back against her chair when she noticed Gao Yang entering. Even in such an ungraceful moment, her beauty shone through. Flushed with embarrassment of being caught in an indecorous act, she shot him a glare and said, "My back itches terribly. Come help me scratch it." She intended for Gao Yang to scratch her back over her clothing, but he perhaps misinterpreted her request. Approaching Qian Meili from behind, he lifted her shirt, and before she could react, his hand was already. Qian Meili's face turned crimson, just as she was about to protest. She felt his hand on a particularly sensitive spot, sending a jolt of indescribable sensations coursing through her. "Meili Jia, you seem to have a bump on your back. Shall I help you squeeze it out?" As Qian Meili reveled in the sensation, she absent-mindedly affirmed with a soft Gao Yang was genuinely inclined to assist. So he raised her shirt even higher, his hands applying pressure to the area. However, his gaze was not on the task at hand. "Meili Jia, your figure is truly remarkable." Upon hearing Gao Yang compliment her physique, Qian Meili beamed with delight. What woman does not appreciate being told she is beautiful? Unless, of course, she has reached such heights of beauty that constant praise becomes tiresome. "I'm no longer young. What beauty remains?" However, Gao Yang could not indulge her self-deprecation, for he needed to maintain a good rapport with her as the procurement manager for future business dealings. "Meili Jia, from your appearance, you could easily pass for someone in their early 20s. The first time I saw you, I thought you were a young girl." Her laughter was infectious, and no matter the truth behind his words, they were pleasing to hear. Yet, as she laughed, certain parts of her body quivered enticingly, nearly causing Gao Yang's eyes to pop out. "You certainly know how to flatter. Your words are as sweet as honey. No wonder our director won." Gao Yang had to leave Qian Meili's office by 2 o'clock, as she needed to resume her work. Additionally, he found it increasingly difficult to concentrate, primarily because Qian Meili's laughter was so captivating that it left him feeling lightheaded. He resolved that he must win over when wanting swiftly. For holding back his feelings was unbearable. Perhaps he should send her flowers, followed by an invitation to a candlelit dinner. Yet, what if she rejected the flowers? The thought of such embarrassment was daunting. After much contemplation, Gao Yang decided to take the plunge. After all, a man must sometimes sacrifice his dignity for the sake of happiness. With determination, he drove away from Wen's group, entering without knocking, as was his usual custom. Wen Wanting, aware of his presence, even without looking up, feigned ignorance due to her lingering annoyance. At that moment, a bouquet of roses appeared before her. Upon seeing it, her heart fluttered with joy. "Wenting, these are for you." Ing suppressed the joy bubbling within her and calmly inquired, "Why did you send me flowers out of the blue?" After asking this, she reached out, took the bouquet, and removed the artificial flowers from the vase in her office to replace them with the roses. At that moment, Ing approached slowly, extending his arms and gently enveloping Ing in an embrace. She shivered slightly, her cheeks flushing red, yet she offered no resistance, merely making a token movement. Ing felt a surge of happiness, and, in a playful gesture, licked her earlobe, sending a wave of tingling sensations coursing through her body, as if that were a sensitive spot for her. But the moment was interrupted as there came a knock at the office door. "Damn!" Ing exclaimed. "Come in." As the invitation was issued, the door swung open, revealing the secretary, SNYN, accompanied by a man. This man was none other than CHNKI, whom Ing recognized from their previous dinner encounter, prompting him to mentally curse the entire lineage of this individual. Ing, Mr. CHN said he has something to discuss with you, SNYN remarked, casting a playful glance at Ing. "All right, you may leave." Ing addressed SNYN before turning to CHNKI. "What brings you here?" "Vente. Our company has recently acquired a batch of exquisite pearls, and I thought you might be interested, so I came to inquire." CHNKI's family operated a pearl farming business, maintaining significant business relations with the WN family. His father and W.N.T. Yang's father had been friends for many years, hence the informal address rather than using their titles. Is that so? That's wonderful. W.N.T. Yang's expression brightened, as pearls, gold, and jade were the three primary raw materials in their jewelry business. While gold could be procured easily at market price, pearls posed a challenge in terms of quality and pricing. Superior pearls played a crucial role in jewelry, while jade held even greater significance due to its vast profit margins. The value of jade could vary dramatically based on its quality and craftsmanship, hence the disparity in worth among different pieces. CHNK, I was equally pleased, as he had harbored feelings for W.N.T. Ying for quite some time, though it had remained unspoken. Thus, he always reserved the finest pearls for her. W.N.T. Ying, do you have time for dinner tonight? I'd like to treat you. CHNK, I finally voiced his primary intention for visiting. W.N.T. Ying felt a wave of discomfort. She had no desire to go, fully aware of CHNK's interest, yet she had no feelings for him. How could she decline? Suddenly, she noticed Gao Yang blissfully engrossed in his phone, seemingly oblivious to the situation. CHNK, I can't tonight. I have a prior engagement. Let's reschedule. I'll treat you then. Upon hearing the word engagement, CHNK's attention was piqued. W.N.T. Ying was not merely referring to a business dinner, but to a date. At that moment, he recalled Gao Yang's presence and turned to see the glaring bouquet of roses. The fleeting shadow of jealousy crossed his face, which W.N.T. Ying keenly observed, silently lamenting the fact that CHNK seemed to harbor resentment towards Gao Yang. Oh, Mr. Gao is here too. I apologize for not noticing earlier. CHNK, I said, his previous gloom lifting as he forced a smile. I didn't realize it was you, Mr. CHN. How rude of me. W.N.T. Yang's lips twitched at the pretense of politeness for both men. The earlier commotion from the door could not have gone unnoticed. Truly, men are all the same, deceitful. She thought bitterly. May I inquire what profession Mr. Gao is in? After some pleasantries, CHNK, I shifted the conversation. I'm a driver. Gao Yang replied succinctly. CHNK, I furrowed his brow. A driver? Gao Yang nodded earnestly. Indeed. W.N.Z. Ying said my driving skills are exceptional and requested me to drive her. I receive benefits and a salary, and occasionally earn a little extra on fuel. W.N.T. Ying's lips twitched in irritation. What did he mean by requested to drive her? Moreover, was it appropriate to mention earning extra in front of her? Realizing Gao Yang was merely a driver, CHNK, I felt relieved, concluding that the flowers were not from him. Nor was the dinner invitation related to Gao Yang. Being a driver is good. It offers prospects. Do your best. CHNK, I remarked, losing interest in further conversation with Gao Yang. Initially thinking him a rival, he discovered instead that Gao Yang was just a driver. W.N.T. Ying, how about tomorrow at noon? Tomorrow won't work? My sister is coming. I need to pick her up. Just as CHNK, I was about to respond. He suddenly realized, your sister? Since when do you have a sister? He was well aware of W.N.T. Ying's family background. She had no sister, not even a cousin. Oh, I met my boyfriend's sister. She's visiting tomorrow, and I need to pick her up. CHNK's expression shifted. The mention of a boyfriend striking a discordant note. W.N.T. Ying, you have a boyfriend? How come I wasn't aware? W.N.T. Ying felt her patience waning, finding CHNK's persistence rather tiresome. Why should she disclose her relationship status to him? Suddenly, Gao Yang burst into laughter, slapping his thigh in exaggerated amusement. CHNK's expression darkened, while W.N.T. Ying played along. Gao Yang, what is so funny? After a fit of laughter, Gao Yang finally managed to compose himself. W.N.T. Ying, you won't believe it. I just saw a short video about a clingy dog that the owner no longer wanted, yet it kept following them around. W.N.T. Ying couldn't help but chuckle, while CHNK, I looked bewildered, not understanding the humor. As laughter erupted between Gao Yang and W.N.T. Ying. CHNK, I realized Gao Yang was mocking him, likening him to a clingy dog. His face turned as dark as a pot bottom, yet he had no evidence to confront him. All right, let's refrain from playing on our phones during work hours. Otherwise, your salary might be docked. W.N.T. Ying felt the need to temper the situation, not wanting to offend either man. Although Gao Yang's quip had been satisfying, further laughter would be too overt. Ultimately, CHNK, I left in a huff. Gao Yang, I never realized you were so wicked. Your tongue is sharper than a woman's. And now you've upgraded to subtle jabs. Gao Yang leaned closer, their faces mere inches apart. W&T Ying, since you've acknowledged my new version, why not give it a try? W&T Ying felt a pang of nervousness as she gazed at his close face, her heart racing. How would one experience that? As when Wanting finished her sentence, Gao Yang eagerly began to teach. He slowly leaned his face closer to hers, and she waited in a daze. Her cheeks flushed with warmth as she understood the implications of Gao Yang's so-called experience. With a hint of anticipation, she gently closed her eyes. At that moment, Gao Yang felt a surge of nervousness, fearing that Wen Wanqing might slap him. Thankfully, she did not. When his lips met Wen Wanting's soft, delicate mouth, his heart blossomed with exhilaration. It was intoxicatingly fragrant and sweet, yet abruptly interrupted by the sound of his phone ringing. To his dismay, the call was from Su Li. Wen Wanting watched Gao Yang's retreating figure, her cheeks flushed and a smile gracing her face. Today, this seemingly unyielding man had transformed. With flowers and tender gestures, he had surprised her. The most frustrating part was the phone call. Wen Wanting had even scolded Su Li. The content of the call was merely to discuss matters with Gao Yang, but he was hardly in the mood for such conversations. His moment of happiness had been disrupted, and he felt an urge to pin Su Li down and express his frustrations repeatedly. It was exasperating that he had already been dismissed by Wen Wanting twice that day. Just as he prepared to step out for a stroll, his phone rang again. Initially thinking it was Su Li, he was surprised to see an unfamiliar local number. Hello? He answered. Oh, it's the beautiful police officer. Are you inviting me to dinner? I'm available. Compensation? Sure, I'll come by tomorrow. After hanging up, Gao Yang smiled. Zhang Jun's request for compensation indicated that the matter was likely resolved. However, he was reluctant to part with his money. He would rather pay his lawyer than hand over a single penny to Zhang Jun. As Wen Wanting's complexion began to return to normal, Gao Yang re-entered the room, causing her to feel a twinge of fear. The reason for her apprehension was Gao Yang's unpredictability. He had flirted with her multiple times throughout the day, which was quite overwhelming. When Wanting, Zhang Jun is now demanding compensation. Gao Yang relayed the contents of the earlier call. 10,000 yuan is hardly a substantial amount. Just give it to him. This was Wen Wanting's sentiment. Gao Yang shook his head, asserting, I would rather spend 100,000 yuan on legal fees than hand him a single dime. Perhaps you could assist me further? Wen Wanting understood that Gao Yang was hinting at hiring a lawyer. Gao Yang, if we involve a lawyer, it will lead to a lawsuit, escalating the situation. Are you truly prepared for that? Gao Yang pondered for a moment. When Wanting, I find myself with little to do these days. Why not engage in a lawsuit? It could be quite entertaining. I previously paid a deposit of 150,000 yuan for a house, which I had no intention of reclaiming. But now I have a brilliant idea. The property title may not be in my name, but I possess bank transfer records and proof of payment. Could we potentially sue Qiu Lily and Zhang Jun for intentionally misappropriating my assets? When Wanting's eyes brightened, Gao Yang's suggestion was indeed feasible. As he had previously stated, he was unwilling to become entangled in this matter. Furthermore, 10,000 yuan was insignificant given Gao Yang's current status, but the circumstances had changed. As he mentioned earlier, he would rather spend 100,000 yuan on legal fees than compensate the other party. Sometimes what one seeks is merely a matter of dignity and pride. Wait a moment. I will call Lawyer Liu to come over for a consultation. Chapter 42. Setting the atmosphere. Liu Xiangdong was the lawyer mentioned by Wen Wanting, serving as the legal counsel for the one group. Approximately half an hour later, Liu Xiangdong arrived. After a thorough explanation and understanding of the situation, Liu Xiangdong had grasped the feasibility of the case. Mr. Gao, your property issue is entirely resolvable. Firstly, you possess transfer records, which indeed indicate the existence of fraudulent intent regarding the substantial funds involved. Moreover, concerning the assault, we could treat both incidents as one. We can argue that you approached the other party to demand payment, but not only did they refuse, they also provoked and assaulted you. Consequently, your reaction was a defensive response to their aggression, compounded by the significant amount of money involved, which led to your emotional outburst. We can use the video from that day as evidence, and this significantly increases our chances of winning to at least 90%. Liu Xiaodong's eloquence left Gao Yang astonished. It turned out that the power of language was indeed paramount. A simple change in phrasing could alter the entire context. Knowledge is power, and this adage rang true. Very well, I entrust this matter to you, Lawyer Liu. Ultimately, Gao Yang opted for a proactive approach. If the other party sought compensation, he was determined to turn the tables on them. As for the insufferable Qiu Lily, if she thought she could gloat, he would ensure she was left with nothing. After bidding farewell to Liu Xiaodong, Gao Yang realized it was nearly time to leave work. After taking a brief stroll, he invited when wanting to leave the office. Instead of heading to the market, they opted for a restaurant. In a private room, they sat across from each other, and Gao Yang ordered dishes that when wanting cherished. Throughout the meal, her heart brimmed with joy. This fellow had finally come to his senses, bringing her flowers and inviting her to dinner. When wanting, considering our current situation, and after everything that has happened, why not be my girlfriend? Gao Yang proposed simply and directly, without any grand declarations or extravagant gifts. Gao Yang, I need to think it over. When wanting replied, not giving a definitive answer. As a girl, she felt the need to maintain a sense of decorum. Things that come too easily are often taken for granted, and this was how Wanting perceived it. In truth, Gao Yang felt elated upon hearing her need for consideration. He understood that girls often required time to reflect. Today's indecision might very well lead to a positive response tomorrow. Should he consider purchasing a diamond ring? Perhaps he could find a piece of imperial green jade, carve a hole in it, and fashion it into a necklace for Wanting. Gao Yang's imagination began to run wild. Alternatively, they could visit the cinema or linger in a park gazebo. Sharing moments in the dark and engaging in playful touches could be an excellent way to deepen their relationship. Although when Wanting also wished to go, she feigned discomfort, knowing that if she suddenly felt better, Gao Yang would become suspicious. That would be utterly embarrassing. As usual, when Wanting took her shower first, Gao Yang wanted to head upstairs, but hesitated as when Wanting had not messaged him. Just then, the door to the second floor opened. Gao Yang, come upstairs to sleep. Upon hearing this, Gao Yang's mouth fell agape in disbelief. Don't misunderstand. Your sister is coming tomorrow, right? We're just acting. You can sleep on the floor. After saying this, when Wanting turned and left, her heart racing. Gao Yang, unfazed, thought, having slept downstairs yesterday, he could sleep upstairs today. And perhaps tomorrow he would have the chance to be closer to Wanting. With that thought, he quickly turned off all the lights downstairs and sprinted up the stairs. Upon entering the room, he discovered a small mattress on the floor, complete with a pillow and a thin blanket. When Wanting lay on her side, her back facing him, Gao Yang decided to be a gentleman and take things step by step. He turned off the lights and settled onto the mattress. When Wanting was exasperated. This man truly was a dense individual, and she tossed and turned in bed, creating a bit of noise. Gao Yang raised his head and asked, Wanting, what's wrong? Does it still hurt? When Wanting responded with a soft murmur. Gao Yang quickly got up and climbed onto the bed. When Wanting, either intentionally or unintentionally, shifted her body inward, deliberately making space for Gao Yang. Thus, he lay beside her and extended a hand to gently massage the area where she had previously injured herself. The familiar absence of barriers allowed Gao Yang's large hand to glide effortlessly, unlike before when he would sit at the edge of the bed to help her. Today he reclined beside her. As he did so, he caught a whiff of the unique fragrance emanating from Wanting. Lost in the scent, he gradually leaned closer to her, noticing that she did not react. This emboldened him, and he inched even closer until her back pressed against his chest. Wanting could distinctly hear the rhythmic beating of Gao Yang's heart, a sound she recognized well, as her own heart mirrored its cadence. Gao Yang rested his head on Wanting's shoulder, extending his tongue to gently caress her earlobe, occasionally exhaling warm breath. His hand, which had been attending to her injury, now rested on her abdomen, moving in soft circular motions. This tender gesture quickened her breath. She felt a tingling sensation in her ears, followed by a stir in her lower belly. Soon, she sensed Gao Yang's large hand sliding upwards along her stomach. A mix of anticipation, anxiety, and fear flooded her mind, leaving her feelings in a state of conflict. After a couple of minutes, Gao Yang's hand finally settled over her like a lid on a pot, albeit the pot was inverted. Wan Ting shivered slightly. Her face flushed as if she had consumed a strong spirit. She bit her lip, determined to maintain her composure, for she believed that would spare her from embarrassment. Yet, she was no match for Gao Yang. Her only prior experience had been that night when Gao Yang, under the influence of alcohol, had taken the lead. Gao Yang's experience was vastly different, having been with Qiu Li for 2 years. In every aspect, Wan Ting felt outmatched. Ultimately, she could no longer endure the tension and gently turned herself to lie flat. Gao Yang's other hand swiftly slipped beneath her head, providing a makeshift pillow. Certain matters need not be spoken. At a certain point, both parties instinctively understood what was to come. Gao Yang then began to unfasten the buttons of Wan Ting's sleepwear. Suddenly, when Wan Ting pressed his hand down, Gao Yang felt a pang of frustration. Was she really going to withdraw at such a critical moment? Gao Yang, there are things I need to clarify. I'm not a frivolous girl. You know what happened that day. Don't think that I am. Gao Yang understood her concerns. Leaning closer, he whispered a few reassuring words into her ear, causing her face to flush even more. However, she gradually released her grip on his hand and even offered a soft kiss. From that point onward, the situation progressed smoothly, leaving them to ponder whether this was their first or second time together. The night was filled with tender intimacy, marking a significant milestone in their relationship. The next morning, Wan Ting awoke to find Gao Yang already out of bed. Reflecting on the previous night's passionate moments, her cheeks flushed anew. By the time she finished dressing and descended the stairs, Gao Yang had prepared breakfast. Sweetheart, hurry and wash your face, brush your teeth, and enjoy the lovingly made breakfast. Wan Ting playfully retorted, Who are you calling sweetheart? How shameless. Blushing, she hurried into the bathroom. As Gao Yang's sister was visiting today, Wan Ting rushed to complete her work at the office. She then linked her arm with Gao Yang's as they exited, a simple gesture that spoke volumes about her transformation. Several onlookers were left agape, astonished that their beautiful CEO was in a relationship. How could such a prize gem be taken? Wan Ting paid no mind to their astonishment, only loosening her grip on Gao Yang's arm once they reached the car. Gao Yang, is your sister easy to get along with? What does she like to eat? What are her hobbies? Throughout the journey, Wan Ting bombarded him with inquiries. Gao Yang chuckled, teasingly remarking on the rarity of seeing as so nervous. Realizing her reaction, Wan Ting playfully punched his arm. How annoying. I'm not nervous. I just want to make a good impression since it's our first meeting. Gao Yang chose not to expose her nervousness, acknowledging that it was entirely natural for a female CEO to feel that way. Gao Xiaoyu was quite cheerful, excited that summer vacation had begun. She was on her way to visit her brother and to pick up a summer job to earn some extra money. Unlike Gao Yang, who was tall and robust, she took after their mother, petite and delicate. Clutching her bag tightly, which contained 10,000 yuan given her by their mother to assist Gao Yang with his new house, she felt a mix of pride and apprehension. Their mother had insisted that the money be given to Gao Yang discreetly, away from the prying eyes of her sister-in-law, Qiu Li, who she found rather domineering. As she pondered these thoughts, the bus arrived at the station. Stepping off, she followed the crowd until she spotted her brother, Gao Yang, who looked as handsome as ever. Just as she was about to call out, she noticed a stunning woman linking arms with him. This beauty was tall and possessed a figure that Gao Xiaoyu could only dream of. Who was this woman? Gao Xiaoyu was certain she was not Qiu Li. The latter lacked such beauty and grace. Just then, Gao Yang spotted her. Xiaoya, over here. Gao Xiaoyu quickly shook off her thoughts and hurried over. Brother, I missed you so much. She unabashedly embraced Gao Yang, ignoring the presence of Wan Ting. Xiaoya, let me introduce you. This is Wan Ting. You should call her sister-in-law. Wan Ting, this is my sister, Gao Xiaoya. Gao Xiaoya froze momentarily at the mention of sister-in-law. Hello, Xiaoya. Wan Ting greeted warmly, realizing that her brother would not mislead her. Gao Xiaoya quickly responded, Hello, sister-in-law. It's about time. Let us grab a meal, and then I'll show you around the company. Gao Yang said, taking the bag from Gao Xiaoya and leading the way toward the parking lot. Wan Ting, being perceptive, noticed the confusion in Gao Xiaoya's demeanor. But she knew this was a matter for Gao Yang to clarify. As the sister-in-law, she felt it necessary to be cordial, so she engaged Gao Xiaoya in conversation. asking about her journey and expressing genuine interest. The dining establishment was not an extravagant hotel, but rather the restaurant frequently visited by Gao Yang and when wanting. Gao Yang, I will go order food and conveniently use the restroom. Upon finishing her sentence, when wanting winked at Gao Yang and turned to leave. The truth was she intended to give the siblings an opportunity to converse, disguising her real reason under the pretext of ordering food and using the facilities. Why do I suddenly have another sister-in-law? Does that Xiao Lily's sister-in-law know about this? Gao Yang poured a glass of water for Gao Xiaoya before he began discussing his matters with Xiao Lily. At 18, Gao Xiaoya was perceptive enough to grasp the situation. Upon hearing about Xiao Lily's disgusting actions, she was filled with indignation. However, as she settled down, a smile broke through. Brother, this is a good thing. Xiao Lily can't possibly compare to this sister-in-law in terms of beauty, especially since she is a stunning CEO. Brother, you've struck gold. Let's keep this from our parents for now. I will inform them when the opportunity arises, understood? Gao Xiaoya promptly stood up, performing a somewhat unrefined military salute. Enough with the theatrics, it sounds awkward. Gao Xiaoya stuck out her tongue, recalling the second matter her brother mentioned. Brother, you mentioned you're making a fortune and planning to open a jewelry store? Gao Yang nodded, saying, I'll explain the specifics later. After we finish eating, I will take you to your sister-in-law's company for some training. This summer, you can help out, and it will serve as valuable experience. If you behave, this store could become yours in the future. At that moment, Gao Yang halted his speech, realizing that discussing such matters would not benefit Gao Xiaoya. Brother, what does this store mean for the future? Sister-in-law, you are truly beautiful. With your figure, poise, and appearance, I dare say no one in this world, aside from my brother, could possibly be worthy of you. Gao Xiaoya was a lively and clever young lady. If given the choice, she would undoubtedly select when wanting as her sister-in-law. Additionally, there was another reason. This sister-in-law was wealthy. By aligning herself with this affluent sister-in-law and showering her with compliments, wouldn't her future be secure? When wanting felt a bit bashful from Gao Xiaoya's praise, yet she remained graceful. Xiaoya, you are quite lovely as well, petite and delicate, evoking a protective instinct. Women communicate best with one another, and soon the two were engrossed in conversation. After lunch, the trio arrived at Wanting's company. Gao Yang had no interest in the 10,000 yuan Gao Xiaoya had brought. He considered it a small allowance for her. Unfortunately for Gao Xiaoya, she was immediately swept into training without a moment's rest. Gao Yang was currently riding high on success and could now openly admire Wanting while massaging her shoulders. Wanting, I am planning to purchase a house. Wanting was momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining her composure. She was irritated. This fellow seemed to have a penchant for discussing real estate. Wanting, here's my thought. My parents worked hard to raise us, and previously we lacked the means. Now that we have the ability and the funds, I want to buy a house for them. This way, we can better care for them, and when we have children, they can help us out, especially Xiaoya. Upon hearing Gao Yang's rationale, Wanting's annoyance dissipated. His reasoning was sound, and given their current circumstances, it certainly made sense. Moreover, from Wanting's perspective, accommodating her parents in a cramped space would indeed be inconvenient. Gao Yang, let's consider a villa. There are a few available in my neighborhood that are similar in size to mine, priced around 30 to 40 million. Purchasing a well-furnished villa would be far superior to a cramped apartment, both in space and comfort. Gao Yang's eyes lit up. Only those who have resided in a villa truly understand its advantages. Just as he was about to leave, Wanting caught his arm. Why the rush? Villas won't sell overnight, so why worry? Don't forget, Su Li is coming over shortly. Gao Yang had indeed forgotten. He had been preoccupied with numerous matters recently, including Su Li's visit. At precisely 2 o'clock, Su Li arrived at Wanting's office. After exchanging pleasantries, they settled down to discuss business. Mr. Gao, I agree to your proposal. I won't ask for much. Just give me 10 million, and I will transfer 60 of the company's shares to you. Gao Yang snapped his fingers. No problem, it's a deal. Su Li was taken aback by how swiftly their negotiations concluded. She had prepared various arguments at home, only to find none of them necessary. This left her questioning whether Gao Yang was genuinely serious about acquiring a company. Mr. Gao, just call me Gao Yang. He interrupted. You were about to ask why I agreed so readily, right? Su Li nodded. Gao Yang smiled and explained, first and foremost, I am averse to complications. I prefer not to engage in endless discussions over trivial matters. Either something works or it doesn't. Collaboration should focus on mutual benefit. If we're already nitpicking before the partnership begins, how can we ever work together? If I wish to invest, and you're open to financing, then we should keep it straightforward and pleasant. Suli found herself at a loss for words. Furthermore, now that we are collaborating, we will need to draft agreements and contracts. My suggestion is that you set up a spacious and well-lit live streaming room and procure some equipment. Do you foresee any issues? Suli, still somewhat dazed, struggled to keep pace with Gao Yang's rapid-fire dialogue. After a long pause, she finally gathered her thoughts. I have nothing to add for now. I just want to know when your jewelry store will open. On this matter, Gao Yang was uncertain as he turned to him wanting for clarity. Our jewelry store is slated to open around July 8th, at the latest by the 10th. This gives us about 5 to 6 days, considering we need to train our staff, conduct advertising, and restock merchandise. Upon hearing this, Suli nodded, realizing they had ample time to prepare. A pleasant collaboration. Gao Yang stood up, extending his right hand. Pleasant collaboration. After their handshake, the deal was effectively sealed. They then engaged in casual conversation. Gao Yang, I've invited you to dinner twice, and you declined both times. Now that our cooperation is established, you won't refuse tonight, will you? Suli's tone was tinged with playful sarcasm. Gao Yang chuckled. Tonight isn't possible for me, as I'm the one hosting. However, you are certainly included in the invitation. Suli looked puzzled, prompting when wanting to clarify. To put it simply, Gao Yang is treating us to dinner tonight, primarily because his sister has come. Additionally, there are Su Shan and 3 other ladies, along with Suli. Suli did not decline. After all, dining out was a casual affair. Once the discussions were concluded, Gao Yang left the office, recognizing that it was natural for Wen Wanting and Su Li, both female classmates, to converse comfortably without him intruding. If asked where Gao Yang most enjoyed visiting at the One Family Enterprise, it would undoubtedly be Wen Wanting's office, because Qian Meili surprisingly changed her glasses, which were quite exquisite. Upon noticing that it was Gao Yang, she smiled faintly. She also realized something about Gao Yang. This fellow never knocks on the door. It's over. Meili Jia, you have stolen my most precious possession. Upon hearing this from Gao Yang, Qian Meili was momentarily perplexed. Gao Yang, what do you mean it's over? What have I stolen from you? Gao Yang covered his heart and said, Meili Jia, you have captured my soul, and my heart has been taken by you. Qian Meili began to laugh heartily, her joy evident as Gao Yang's gaze fixated on her trembling form. Gao Yang, with that mouth of yours, you have no idea how many people you've annoyed. And those 2-colored, squinty eyes of yours, where are you looking? You won't gain anything by staring. Qian Meili was no naive girl. She was already 30, adept at driving and telling jokes, a seasoned individual. Meili Jia, whether or not I can gain anything is not just a matter of your words. If you pity me, grant me a sip of milk, and I certainly wouldn't refuse, would I? Qian Meili playfully slapped Gao Yang's large hand and chided. You're still so young, and yet you seek to take advantage of me. Do you believe I can knock you out with this? Gao Yang quickly stepped back, feigning terror. What, are you scared? Qian Meili found his reaction rather peculiar. Meili Jia, I'm just afraid of damaging your place. I could never afford to compensate for that. While Gao Yang flirted with Qian Meili, Zhang Jun at the hospital was in a state of shock. He had just received a court summons. He was being sued. Typically, after a court accepts a case, they notify the other party within 5 working days. But for some reason, this time was remarkably swift. The events of the previous day led to Zhang Jun receiving the summons by the next afternoon. He had become the defendant, with Gao Yang as the plaintiff, the claim being that he and Xiu Lili conspired to seize Gao Yang's property and had actively provoked, threatened, and assaulted him, resulting in Gao Yang experiencing some mental distress and being unable to work. They demanded compensation of 1 million. Zhang Jun was terrified. Where could he possibly find such a sum? Just then, Xiu Lili rushed into the hospital room. Zhang Jun, I've been sued, look. Xiu Lili was even more frightened than Zhang Jun. She was clueless about these matters. She would likely tremble even at the thought of going to the police station. And it's all your fault. You had to provoke him, and now I'm stuck in the hospital and facing a lawsuit. Upon hearing Zhang Jun's words, Xiu Lili became incensed. Isn't this all you're doing? If you had listened to me that day and not gone to see me, none of this would have happened. Besides, if you hadn't gotten involved with me, would I be in this situation today? With a resounding slap, Zhang Jun struck Qiu Lily across the face. If he couldn't defeat Gao Yang, taking on a Qiu Lily was trivial. You, wretched woman. Who was it that eagerly got into my car? Who was it that sought revenge on Gao Yang? Now you dare to blame me? Just look at yourself, a tarnished woman. Did you really think I would marry someone like you? I was merely playing around. It didn't cost me anything, and you took it seriously? Leave me. We have no relationship anymore. How did I end up with you? A harbinger of misfortune. Qiu Lily could hardly believe it. The man who had always sweet-talked her now spoke such harsh words. Was she truly as lowly as Gao Yang claimed? Gao Yang had never laid a hand on her. Today, Zhang Jun, you scoundrel. Now that you've had your fill, you deny it, and even strike me. Gao Yang was entirely correct. You're just a coward who bullies women. Do you believe I want to report you? With another slap, Zhang Jun retorted, Gao Yang. Oh, now you remember him? Were you when we were together in the car in the little grove? You dare threaten to report me. First, think about how you'll handle this lawsuit. Qiu Lily was utterly a loss for how to leave the hospital. Her mind was in turmoil. Gao Yang had left. Zhang Jun revealed his true nature. And now there was a lawsuit looming with exorbitant compensation. 1 million. How could she even begin to navigate the court battle? She had never done this before. Gao Yang. Yes, she needed to find Gao Yang and apologize, begging him to withdraw the suit. But where was he? At that moment, Qiu Lily felt like a ship lost in a stormy sea, directionless and surrounded by darkness. Gao Yang, unaware of her plight, would only shrug if he knew. He was currently dining with a group of women at a restaurant. Tonight, it was his treat, primarily to welcome his sister and, secondarily, to celebrate a successful collaboration. Lastly, as their future employer, it was only appropriate for him to treat them to a meal before opening. Gao Yang hadn't intended to drink, but for some reason, Wanting insisted he partake this evening, and he ended up consuming quite a bit. Wow, sister-in-law, is this the villa? It's enormous. As soon as Gao Xiaoya entered the villa, it was as if she were Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, exploring every nook and cranny. This was quite normal, as she had never seen such a place before. Gao Yang's first visit had not been much different. If it hadn't been for the unpleasant incident with Wanting, he would likely have explored and marveled as well. Xiaoya, you will live here from now on. That room was where your brother used to stay. And now it's yours. As Wanting spoke, she gestured toward the room Gao Yang previously occupied. Finally, she helped him sit on the sofa and prepared a cup of tea for him. Wanting, I've told you not to let me drink, yet you insisted. Gao Yang felt a bit dizzy. His tolerance for alcohol was low, and although he was drinking beer, he couldn't handle much. It's fine. If you drink too much, just sleep it off. I'll take care of you. Wanting whispered this into Gao Yang's ear. Thus, women are indeed peculiar beings. At that moment, Gao Yang's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Chapter 46. When Wanting's plan, Gao Yang frowned. He didn't recognize the number. He signaled when wanting to answer the call, and she put on speaker. Hello, Gao Yang, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I know you love me. Let us get back together. I'll put the house in your name, and I will listen to you from now on. Wanting and Gao Yang exchanged glances. The caller was Qiu Lily. Gao Yang was about to hang up when Wanting stopped him. Miss Qiu, Gao Yang is now my boyfriend. Please do not disturb him any further. Furthermore, everyone must take responsibility for their own actions. You know exactly what you've done. As a woman, I originally didn't want to say too much, but I cannot hold back. You truly do not deserve Gao Yang. Having finished her statement, Wanting abruptly ended the call. On the other end, Qiu Lily was left dumbfounded. She had intentionally purchased a new number to reach Gao Yang. Her previous number was no longer able to contact him, having been blocked for certain. Thus, she obtained a new phone number, only to be met with the presence of that woman. Gao Yang, why don't we withdraw the lawsuit? Perhaps she will change in the future. After hanging up, Wanting set the phone down and added, do not attempt to awaken another's conscience with your kindness. Mr. Chen Paisai once remarked that conscience is an inherent trait. It exists or it does not, and the notion of awakening it is forever non-existent. I am familiar with Qiu Lily, at least in terms of her character. The person she currently despises most is not me, but rather you. A woman who is perpetually self-centered will invariably attribute all problems to others, never recognizing her own faults. Can you believe that if this were the era of the Song dynasty, I might just become the second Wu Dalong? Gao Yang expressed this sentiment and then proceeded to the balcony, picking up 2 sets of clothing, one for himself and the other for Wan Ting. He then took the still dazed Wen Wanting towards the bathroom. Upon entering, Wen Wanting only realized what was happening after Gao Yang closed the door. Gao Yang, what are you doing? She questioned. Gao Yang chuckled, taking a shower. Wen Wanting shot him a glare. She certainly understood that entering the bathroom implied bathing, but why had he brought her along? After shooting him another glare, she attempted to leave, only for Gao Yang to block the exit. Look, we've been like an old married couple for quite some time now. There's no need to feel embarrassed. I can help scrub your back, and you can help me scrub mine. How delightful. Wen Wanting was well aware of Gao Yang's lecherous and rogue nature, yet she could not ignore the fact that Gao Xiaoyao was still in the house. Gao Yang, your sister is here. It would be inappropriate if she sees us. However, all of Wen Wanting's protests and resistance proved futile. In less than a minute, she blushed and acquiesced. After their bath, it was naturally time to rest and sleep, but for certain individuals, a bit of exercise before slumber was indispensable. Gao Yang, please share your plans moving forward. After their interactive game, Wen Wanting curled up like a little kitten in Gao Yang's embrace, her back pressed against his chest, facilitating the movement of his mischievous hands. My plan is quite straightforward. The first step is to get this jewelry store up and running. We are merely waiting for their training to conclude, and you need to arrange for the goods. This matter was essentially devoid of major issues. So he intended to visit the raw stone market tomorrow to procure some rough materials. Although quality rough materials were scarce, profitability was still assured. The crux of the matter lay in whether these materials would be attributed to the one family or to both him and Su Li. Wen Wanting grasped Gao Yang's intention, as it involved the complexities of their cooperation. If the rough materials were classified under Wen's jewelry, it would mean that Su Li's company would merely assist them in securing orders. In other words, whether the finished stones yielded profit or loss would have no bearing on the live streaming company, as all would belong to Wen's jewelry. The alternative collaboration method would involve Gao Yang and his associates purchasing stones themselves, still utilizing the live streaming sales approach. This would alter the nature of their cooperation from primarily providing goods to a processing model wherein the platform would independently secure orders, negotiate business, and even supply jade. Wen's group would only be responsible for processing and offering jewelry. Ultimately, both collaboration methods had their merits and drawbacks, necessitating a careful consideration of trade-offs. Gao Yang, the processing model carries considerable risk. Let me illustrate with an example. If you were to cut a jade piece for an order requiring just 13 or even 110 grams, what would happen to the excess jade? Once jade is cut, its leftover value diminishes significantly. Even if Wen's group were willing to purchase it, the price would be substantially lower. Therefore, the most prudent approach remains, as before, purchasing jade rough in the name of our company, allowing the live stream to handle sales. This way, your risk is virtually non-existent. Of course, we can adjust the profit margins. Would I let anyone suffer losses, especially you? Though Wen's jewelry is largely owned by the one family, it is not exclusive. Besides, what is mine will eventually be yours. Could you please keep your hands to yourself? Wen Wanting was discussing serious matters, yet Gao Yang's wandering hands were incessant. Despite this distraction, she felt he had calmed down enough to continue. The live streaming company is merely a small entity. No matter how much it sells, it will never dominate the market. Thus, your focus cannot remain here indefinitely. Once this industry is established, you must extract yourself. If you continue to revolve around a live streaming room, you will only become an internet celebrity, not a competent boss. Hence, my plan is to accompany you to Ruei City once everything settles, where we will purchase a batch of jade in our names and open a jade store. We shall set up on Jade Street, establishing the largest possible outlet. I have calculated that you possess 200 million. I will devise a way to secure a few hundred million more. This would establish our primary industry, leveraging our inherent advantages. Do you understand my meaning? Chapter 47. Su Li's ex-husband. Gao Yang's eyes lit up when Wanting's ideas aligned perfectly with his own. Even though the public auction in Ruei City had not commenced, the rough stones there were undoubtedly superior to those available here. Gao Yang had contemplated purchasing and processing them himself, but human energy is finite. How many stones could he possibly cut? Even if he managed to process 3 stones an hour, how many could he handle in a day? Repeating such actions would be exhausting and undeniably mundane. Moreover, he would face skepticism. Hiring others to assist would be even less feasible. Each jade rough carries the potential for great profit. What if his secret were uncovered? Opening a jade raw stone store would be entirely different. He could buy a portion of high-potential rough stones to cut himself, while selling the remainder in the store. Eventually, they could even expand into branches. Gao Yang possessed a unique trait. Once he focused his mind, he became oblivious to all else. At this moment, he had entered a state of contemplation, causing his hands to instinctively cease movement. This displeased when wanting greatly. Gao Yang, let us discuss tomorrow's matters then, otherwise. As she spoke, one hand reached behind her, searching for the source of her frustration. A night passed without conversation, and the following morning, after completing her work, when wanting accompanied Gao Yang to the jade raw stone street. They had two objectives. First, to seek out jade rough, and second, to find a suitable storefront. Indeed, they were preparing to establish their shop. With the passage of time and the fading of prior events, Gao Yang's cutting of a piece of imperial green had slipped from public memory. The topic had lost its novelty amidst the bustling crowd, and no one seemed to recall him. Today, Gao Yang sought to procure jade that catered to the mid-tier consumer market. In live-stream sales, if the jade cut were of excessively high quality, potential buyers would be unable to afford it. He aimed to find jade that the general populace could afford, while also securing a few lighter, high-end pieces. This would align with the objectives of live-stream sales. However, one prerequisite remained. The jade purchased must not incur losses, a guarantee Gao Yang could provide. Additionally, it needed to yield some profit for Wen's jewelry, as mutual benefit epitomized their collaborative ethos. Yet, the jade raw stone street was increasingly devoid of quality materials. Originally scarce, Gao Yang had already selected a portion. Without uttering a word, Wen Wanting simply wrapped her arm around Gao Yang's. Gao Yang followed closely behind wherever she went. Once she set her eyes on a particular piece of jade, she promptly summoned a small cart to transport it. Today, a total of 11 pieces were acquired, each at a modest price. As Gao Yang aimed to penetrate the market by initially offering a selection of low to mid-range products, later interspersing them with higher-end items for a more impactful effect. The total expenditure for the 11 jade raw stones amounted to less than 10 million, a relatively small sum. Subsequently, they proceeded to purchase a stone processing machine. Since Wen Wanting had work commitments, she drove to her office, while Gao Yang accompanied the delivery driver to Su Li's location. In the morning, Su Li organized some materials and contractual plans. Upon checking the time, she realized it was already past 10 o'clock and decided to engage in her daily exercise routine. Indeed, this was a ritual she adhered to, which contributed to her enviable physique. However, she exclusively performed her exercises in her office. Just as she finished her warm-up and was about to commence her routine, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, she was surprised to find Gao Yang, who typically did not knock, but was perhaps aware of their unfamiliarity. "Gao Yang, what brings you here?" Su Li asked, turning off the music. "I brought a batch of raw stones, but I'm unsure where to place them." Su Li's eyes gleamed with excitement. Was this the beginning of their venture? It appeared that Gao Yang was indeed the pragmatic individual he had claimed to be. Collaborating with such a person was undoubtedly a wise choice. Half an hour later, the 11 raw stones were placed in the live streaming room, which was still undergoing cleaning. This space was primarily used by Su Li, who usually showcased her products there daily. However, today it required tidying up as it was to be transformed into a jade specialty showcase. After tidying up, they returned to the office, at which point Gao Yang finally noticed Su Li's attire for the day. As she was about to engage in her exercise, she wore a form-fitting outfit that accentuated her curves even more prominently. "Gao Yang, how about we try a live stream tonight to see how it goes?" Su Li suggested while preparing a cup of tea for him. This implied that with the raw stones purchased and the equipment ready, it was time to commence their live selling. Her eagerness was understandable. Who would T want to start earning sooner rather than later? Gao Yang stroked his chin, contemplating the feasibility of her proposal, yet acknowledging that several procedures remained unaddressed. At the very least, they had yet to sign the contract, which was still pending at 1 o'clock. Perhaps tomorrow evening or the afternoon. We currently lack samples. First, we need to procure some from Wen's jewelry. Additionally, expedite the contract so I can transfer the funds to you. Su Li realized he was right. They could not afford to rush matters. Where did you purchase that outfit? Gao Yang inquired, and Su Li, initially puzzled by the question, quickly grasped its implication upon noticing his gaze fixated on her chest. It suddenly struck her that discussing business in such attire might be somewhat inappropriate. I was just doing my workout when you arrived, so I'm still in my exercise gear. I didn't have time to change. You can find this outfit online. Gao Yang nodded, contemplating purchasing 2 sets for when wanting as well. Please, have a seat while I change, Su Li said, heading towards the changing room. No need, it looks quite nice, he exclaimed, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. His compliment undoubtedly referred to a specific aspect of her appearance. However, she felt it was too late to change now. Move aside, or I'll have Su Li dismiss you. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside, followed by the forceful opening of the office door. I couldn't stop them, exclaimed Su Li's assistant. Su Li waved him away, signaling him to leave. Xiao Mingwen, what are you doing here? We have severed all ties. Su Li, let us remarry, Xiao Mingwen declared. Who are you? He finally noticed Gao Yang's presence, a man in the office. What business is it of yours? You're not welcome here. Su Li's face turned tense. She feared that this incident might jeopardize her collaboration with Gao Yang, potentially ruining their plans. Su Li, I know I was wrong. I'm truly here to seek your forgiveness. I will change. Xiao Mingwen continued, ignoring Gao Yang's presence and adopting a pitiful demeanor as he pleaded with Su Li. Su Li scoffed, You were wrong? Do you truly expect me to believe you? Reflect on how many times you've uttered those words. I doubt even you believe them now. Look at my company. You've driven it into debt. My accounts have been frozen, and now you wish to come back and deceive me again? It turned out that Xiao Mingwen had attempted to reconcile with Su Li multiple times over the past 2 months after he was reported for inappropriate remarks during a live stream, leading to the suspension of his account. This was indeed a critical issue. Once a decent account was suspended, it required starting anew, and negative publicity would only proliferate. Xiao Mingwen found himself in such a predicament, having squandered his savings on indulgences and scams. At that moment, he thought of Su Li. He had never truly wanted a divorce. After all, Su Li's family background, physique, and beauty far surpassed his own. If not for his reckless actions being discovered by her, he would not have ended their marriage. The divorce had cost him a substantial amount, leaving Su Li with a company that gradually recovered and became profitable, while he was left with nothing after being cheated out of the funds he planned to use to start a new venture. Now, seeking reconciliation with Su Li seemed the most advantageous route, allowing him to bask in her success without lifting a finger. Su Li, if you refuse to remarry me, is it because of this pretty boy? Xiao Mingwen's insinuation provoked Su Li's fury, igniting his erratic behavior once more. Don't slander me. I'm not as vile as you. Xiao Mingwen dismissed her retort, determined to make her miserable as well. Am I speaking nonsense? Look at how you're dressed. If I hadn't happened to come by, you two might be engaged in some scandalous activity right now. Su Li trembled with rage, glancing at her outfit, momentarily at a loss for words. She longed for someone to stand up for her. At this moment, Gao Yang approached Su Li, suddenly taking her hand and declaring with deep affection, Su Li, I have actually liked you for a long time. Ever since we first met 3 months ago, I've been utterly captivated by you. Your every gesture, every smile, has been indelibly etched in my mind. The way you wrinkle your nose, the blush that graces your cheeks when you act coy, especially your movements while performing aerobics. Each and every action profoundly tugs at my heartstrings. Now that this matter is out in the open, I have nothing left to conceal. Su Li, would you agree to be my girlfriend? I will cherish you for a lifetime. Every penny I earn will be yours. You call me to the east, and I shall not venture west. All right? Having finished his heartfelt confession, Gao Yang gazed intently at Su Li. For a fleeting moment, Su Li found herself momentarily entranced, almost believing the sincerity of his words. If that's the case, then yes, I accept, she replied, recognizing that Gao Yang was genuinely supporting her, and nodded obediently. Gao Yang seized the opportunity to embrace Su Li, relishing the comforting sensation of closeness. However, his enjoyment did not imply that others would share the same sentiment. You two shameless lovers, as I suspected, a voice interjected, revealing Xiao Mingwen. Gao Yang swiftly retaliated with a powerful slap across Xiao Mingwen's face. Mind your words. or I shall tear your mouth apart. Su Li is now my girlfriend, and if I see you near her again, I will not hesitate to deal with you. Standing at a height of 6 feet, with a robust build, Gao Yang's expression was intimidating, radiating an air of menace. Xiao Mingguan, a streamer reliant on his looks, was taken aback by Gao Yang's fury, stumbling backward in fear, which elicited a disdainful reaction from Su Li. How could I have been so blind as to date someone like him? As Gao Yang raised his hand again, Xiao Mingguan panicked and fled the office in a hurry, exclaiming, "Su Li, just wait." His departure confirmed that he had indeed been thoroughly intimidated. Well, that issue is resolved. Dealing with such individuals requires a firm hand. Gentleness is ineffective. After all, that felt quite satisfying. Unexpectedly, Su Li threw herself into Gao Yang's arms, sobbing uncontrollably, overwhelmed by a multitude of grievances she had never shared with anyone. She felt utterly alone, with no one to turn to for help, until today, when Gao Yang, whom she had only known for a couple of days, stood up for her. Instantly, a profound sense of safety washed over her. After a considerable time, Su Li finally ceased her weeping. "Gao Yang, thank you. But could you please remove your hand?" Gao Yang realized with embarrassment that he had unconsciously placed one hand inappropriately. It was merely a reflexive action. "Ah, I'm sorry, my hand was misplaced. I intended to pat your back," he stammered, attempting to deflect the awkwardness. After all, if he wasn't too embarrassed, he felt it was only fair for her to be. Suddenly, Su Li burst into laughter, unable to believe that someone could confuse the back with the front. "If you were a man, I might understand, but with your physique, how could you possibly mistake the two? All right, even if you misplace your hand, what about those few squeezes?" However, Su Li did not pursue the matter further. It was normal for men to have such inclinations, and she certainly didn't feel wronged. "Anyway, thank you. Please sit for a moment. I'll have the contract ready shortly." Gao Yang nodded, taking a seat while sipping tea and admiring the scenery. The prospect of a swimming session lingered in his mind. Su Li mentioned it would be ready soon, yet Gao Yang found himself waiting for 2 full hours. Eventually, he decided to send a message to Wanting, updating her on the situation. Wanting, being reasonable, understood that Gao Yang was there for an important contract signing, which could not be delayed. By the time the contract was finalized, the agreement reviewed, and signatures affixed, it was nearly 1 in the afternoon. Next came the transfer of funds, a task that Wanting would handle. The pair then prepared to visit Wen's jewelry company. "Gao Yang, let us grab some lunch first. I sincerely apologize for making you wait. Lunch is on me today. This is my 4th invitation, and you simply cannot refuse." Gao Yang nodded, his stomach grumbling in agreement. "Please wait here while I change clothes," Su Li declared, stepping into the changing room, which doubled as a resting space. Gao Yang's eyes sparkled. This was an excellent opportunity. He discreetly used a glance to survey the area and then declared, "All right, let's go have lunch." They settled on a fairly decent restaurant and opted for a private room. At this hour, patrons were sparse, and even dining in the main hall would not present much of a crowd. "Gao Yang, I heard from Wanting that your acquaintance with her began from a car accident." As they dined, conversation naturally flowed to ease the tension of 2 individuals sitting face to face, one handsome gentleman and one beautiful lady. Gao Yang nodded, briefly recounting the incident. "Why, with all your talents, were you previously living in a rental? And why?" Su Li hesitated, feeling her questions might come off as impolite. Gao Yang pondered for a moment before responding. "I am a rather low-key person and do not place much value on wealth. I find joy in leading a simple life alongside someone I cherish, which is why I conceal my abilities. I would rather toil in a factory. And it wasn't until I found myself in the hospital that I realized love does not equate to sustenance. It can only be built upon it. I resolved to abandon that way of life and strive for success, aspiring to become wealthy. With wealth, a man can attain anything, power, beauty, and so forth. Everything becomes attainable." Every word from Gao Yang was a fabrication, yet to Su Li, it resonated as truth. Given Gao Yang's capabilities, achieving success would be effortless. It was astonishing that he willingly worked in a factory. Wasn't that the essence of love? Clearly, the girl named Qiu Lily had failed to appreciate him. As for Gao Yang's talents, Su Li recognized his exceptional abilities, especially regarding his insights into gambling stones, which she found admirable. Su Li knew when Wanting, If Gao Yang were not outstanding, she would never have taken an interest in him. Regarding Gao Yang's indifference towards money, she believed it, as he had readily agreed to $1 million without hesitation. While she did not entirely agree with Gao Yang's subsequent remarks, she could comprehend them. A man deeply in love might willingly relinquish wealth, only to face betrayal. Thus, a change in character was only natural as he had come to terms with reality, which romantic prodigy had not encountered obstacles. Therefore, Su Li was not surprised by Gao Yang's earlier advances. Instead, she felt a surge of pride, basking in her allure. Gao Yang, I heard from wanting that you plan to go to rewritten. Might you take me along? Gao Yang regarded Su Li with a quizzical expression. Take you along? What about the company? Moreover, what do you do there? Su Li pondered for a moment and remarked that there was currently a person in charge at the company. If it were merely about regular merchandise promotion, it posed no issues. As for our live streaming sales, I envision it as follows. First, by visiting rewritten. We can film numerous short videos specifically to promote jadeite raw stones. In the evening, we can engage in stone unveiling and sales, which is undoubtedly far superior to merely sitting in a live stream room. Additionally, we could promote your account by releasing more short videos. Over time, this would naturally lead to increased traffic and a growing fan base. Consequently, when we conduct live sales, it would be akin to having 2 live streams running concurrently. Gao Yang set down his chopsticks, deep in thought. Su Li's suggestion was indeed promising. To speak of his own account, Gao Yang had yet to attract a single follower since registering for his short video account. Oh wait, there was Chiu Lily, who had once followed him, which counted as a fan, right? Therefore, as long as he produced quality videos, attention would follow. In rewritten, the opportunities for filming short videos were abundant, and perhaps he could truly gain fame. Yet, this was not the crux. The focus remained on Su Li, who already boasted over 10 million followers. Thus, the trip to rewritten would undoubtedly elevate her follower count further, seizing the moment for a wave of sales. The efficacy of this approach was indeed far superior to conducting sales in a live stream room. I believe this method is feasible, and we shall commence our live stream tonight. After we finish dining, let us seek out Wan Ting. Also, please share the pertinent details regarding the live stream with me. Listening to Gao Yang, Su Li's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she had long awaited this opportunity. Gao Yang was no fool. The two had already signed a contract, and it was now July, indicating that the company had officially become a joint venture since July 1st. For every additional dollar earned, Gao Yang would receive 60 cents, which served as part of his motivation. After lunch, the two arrived at Wan Ting's place at 2:30 in the afternoon. Upon seeing them together, Wan Ting exhibited no surprise, as Gao Yang had informed her in advance. After exchanging simple pleasantries, they delved into the main topic. First and foremost was the matter of the fund transfer. Since the contract had been signed, the transfer was imperative. Su Li, these are several pieces of jewelry I specifically selected today, representing the best value for quality. Among them are 3 necklace pendants, 2 earrings, as well as rings and bracelets. You mentioned starting a live stream tonight, and I believe that would be beneficial. We should create some buzz around the products. So let us aim to lower the prices slightly. Although this would reduce profit margins, it would achieve a promotional effect. The 3 of them continued their discussion in the office for over 2 hours, focusing primarily on the products and various operational models. Gao Yang's chief concern was how to utilize verbal skills to enhance the appeal of the products. Eventually, he realized this was not his forte and decided to entrust these responsibilities to Su Li. His role would be to unveil stones and provide a basic explanation of jadeite raw materials, while Wan Ting and Su Li would handle the explanations for the cut jade. Once all matters were settled, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Gao Yang exited the office, intending to check on his sister. However, by a twist of fate, he found himself at Qian Meili's place. Upon noticing Gao Yang's arrival, Qian Meili instinctively adjusted her clothing, particularly around the neckline, as he often stole glances when visiting. Yet there was a possibility she was doing this intentionally. Meili, I sense you're wary of me. This behavior truly saddens me, you know? Gao Yang remarked, moving behind Qian Meili to assist her with a massage. She did not refuse his help. Gao Yang, I cannot afford to let my guard down. Your gaze is simply too lascivious. One misstep, and you would take advantage. Qian Meili replied, though her hand resting at her neckline gradually relaxed. In truth, Gao Yang wished to express that he gazed at her openly. It would not matter whether she donned a simple t-shirt or something more revealing. Sister Mei Li, do you not dress beautifully for the admiration of men? If there were no men in this world, I assure you women would all shave their heads and wear comfortable clothing instead of fashionable or expensive attire. Regardless of how well you adorn yourselves, it matters not if there is no one to appreciate it. Especially with hair, cutting it all off would simplify both work and study. Thus, if a man finds a woman alluring, she should feel honored and collaborate willingly. Gao Yang rambled on, but there was some truth in his words. If there existed no men, why would women bother to dress up? Why maintain a fit physique? They would likely prefer to become simple and carefree, even foregoing sunscreen in the summer, embracing a tanned appearance without concern, and perhaps even eschewing clothing altogether. You certainly have a way with words. It matters not to me if you take a peek. I lose nothing in the exchange. However, you can only look, not touch. I fear for your well-being. Mei Li, ever bold, displayed her candidness as a married woman. Mei Li, I have recently been practicing a technique that requires considerable self-control. Currently, my self-control in this regard is lacking. Perhaps you could assist me in gauging my resolve? Mei Li erupted into giggles, her laughter reminiscent of two rattling tambourines. Gao Yang, they say a man's words are but tricks. I find this to be entirely accurate. If you wish to take advantage of sister, I have heard you are heading to rewritten. Would you consider bringing me along? You see, as the head of the procurement department, it would be reasonable for me to accompany you to observe, and if I encounter quality jade, I could make purchases. Would that not be fair? Gao Yang discerned her intentions. She sought to seize this opportunity for personal gain, a common occurrence in the procurement department, which often involved lucrative dealings. However, they adhered to a principle, ensuring that the company's interests remained unscathed. To illustrate, suppose the company sought to procure a batch of computers, where the original supplier priced each unit at 5,000. If another supplier approached the procurement head, offering the same quality at 4,900 and providing some benefits, then some profit could be made, even if the owner were aware. Conversely, if the new supplier quoted 5,200 for the same computers, with the extra 200 pocketed by the head, such actions were deemed unacceptable, as they constituted personal enrichment at the company's expense. However, upon reflection, Gao Yang realized his relationship with Wan Ting was known among the company higher-ups. Logically, Mei Li should not be so naive, leading him to ponder her true intent for joining him. Was it purely for the company's benefit? This reasoning seemed flawed, as they were all merely employees, and Mei Li's awareness did not suggest such high-mindedness. Thus, accompanying this woman posed no issue. It would also serve to assist Gao Yang in handling the jadeite in his possession. However, it was imperative to first ascertain the woman's intentions. Despite Gao Yang's reckless nature, he would not jeopardize Wan Ting's interests. Sister Mei, I am not opposed to taking you along, but you must elucidate why you wish to go. Do not claim it is solely for the company's sake. While that may hold some truth, it is certainly not the primary motive. Am I correct? Mei Li turned a glance at Gao Yang, disregarding his gaze that trailed down her neckline. She then articulated, I wish to accompany you primarily for 3 reasons. The first, as you mentioned, is indeed related to company procurement, though it is not the main objective. The principal reason is the second. I seek to clear my mind, as recent events at home have left me feeling overwhelmed. The last reason is somewhat ancillary. I'm aware of your capabilities, and my request is modest. If you could casually guide me in selecting a couple of jadeite rough stones, earning a profit of around 1 to 200,000 would suffice. While this sum may seem trivial to you, for someone like me, it is exceedingly challenging to save such an amount. Chapter 51. Live streaming sales. At this point, Gao Yang finally comprehended her perspective. He trusted Mei Li's words. Individuals in her executive position typically earned around 20,000 a month, including bonuses. After deductions for insurance and taxes, the net income would likely be less. Of course, with some gray income, she could manage to reach 20,000. Over a year, that equates to 240,000, rounded up to 250,000. After accounting for personal expenses, food, clothing, cosmetics, vehicle maintenance, insurance, fuel, and family costs, she would probably be left with a maximum of 100,000 annually. This 100,000 over 10 years totals 1 million. The crucial factor is that money depreciates. 1 million today is not equivalent to 1 million a decade from now. Thus, collaborating with Gao Yang to select a suitable piece of jadeite could effortlessly yield 1 to 2 million, effectively allowing her to bypass 10 years of labor. Anyone with sense would opt for such an opportunity. As for Qian Meili's insinuations, they were undoubtedly genuine. After all, we live in a society where money reigns supreme, and few things hold greater significance. Gao Yang did not immediately acquiesce. While he certainly appreciated the allure of women and indulged in playful flirtations, that did not imply he desired to engage in a deeper relationship. Women could often be troublesome. Once entangled, it was difficult to extricate oneself. A bit of flirtation and minor advantages could provide a welcome distraction from the monotony of life and work, serving as a spice to liven things up. Given the multitude of beautiful women in the world, falling for one after another would be exhausting. Sister May, I cannot make this decision alone. It ultimately depends on President Wen's approval. If she consents, I will be willing to assist you. Gao Yang ultimately deferred the matter to Wen wanting. What he lacked was not a woman. He already had one. What he truly sought was a career. He believed in the importance of establishing a foundation before enjoying material pleasures. Qian Meili understood the implications and smiled, extending her hand to grasp Gao Yang's. Gently placing it upon her neckline, a clear gesture, Gao Yang was taken aback. He had not anticipated such boldness. Regardless, when he departed Qian Meili's office, he did so with a noticeable flush of excitement. It seemed that tonight, Wen Wanting would be in for a treat. Considering the upcoming live stream, the group enjoyed a casual dinner before proceeding to Su Li's location. Gao Xiaoya also joined them, tasked with utilizing Gao Yang's account to capture engaging videos for upload, aiming to attract attention and elevate the account's popularity. To this end, Wen Wanting had meticulously prepared Gao Yang's appearance, capturing several photos to showcase. Frequent viewers of live streams are aware that the majority of female hosts have a predominantly male fan base, while the reverse holds true for male hosts. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Yang began selecting stones, arranging them sequentially. This would be beneficial for the subsequent live stream. The first stone needed to create a strong initial impression. Hence, the jadeite's quality should not be overly high. The better the jadeite, the more valuable it is, making it less affordable for most consumers. Therefore, opting for ordinary jadeite to craft accessible jewelry would be the optimal choice. Finally, once all preparations were complete, Su Li initiated the live broadcast. The moment she began, the viewer count surged, quickly escalating from a handful to hundreds, and soon surpassing 10,000. As an experienced live streamer, Su Li knew how to engage with her audience and create a lively atmosphere. When the viewer count reached 50,000, she gradually steered the conversation towards the topic at hand. She began by introducing the purpose of the stream, followed by brief introductions of Wen Wanting and Gao Yang. This served to enhance the ambience and establish their credibility, while also promoting both Wen Wanting and Gao Yang, particularly the latter. Among the viewers were numerous women, and upon seeing Gao Yang's striking appearance, many were likely to follow him. In less than half an hour, Gao Yang's follower count exceeded 1,000. Ladies and gentlemen, let's not dilly-dally. As previously mentioned, today we present the latest jade jewelry from Wen's Jewelry Company. Furthermore, we will be conducting live jade stone evaluations and subsequently creating corresponding jewelry pieces. As this is our inaugural event, the first 100 customers to place orders will enjoy a 20% discount. Remember, only the first 100. While Su Li engaged with the audience, it was evident that they were not gullible. After all, the cheapest jade jewelry typically starts at 1 or 2,000. Despite various certifications, convincing viewers to place immediate orders was no simple feat. The crux of the matter lay in product verification. Gao Yang was particularly diligent today, exhibiting professionalism as he meticulously drew lines on the stones, even feigning a bit of embellishment. The atmosphere needed to be just right. As viewers began to grow impatient, Gao Yang started to unveil the stones. Many had heard of jade stone evaluations, but had never witnessed one firsthand. Consequently, a flurry of viewers began sending gifts, a hallmark of live streaming. Whenever a host demonstrates a skill, be it singing, telling jokes, or engaging in interactive games, it often leads to viewer donations. As the rough stone gradually revealed a not overly pure light green jadeite, an uproar erupted in the comments. Wow, this is my first time seeing a stone being evaluated. I finally understand how jadeite is extracted. Me too. This jadeite is incredible. I must place an order. In no time, countless comments flooded the screen. In truth, many of these commenters were likely paid promoters, commonly referred to as shills. It is well known that without such shills, a live stream could falter. These shills not only engage in conversation, but are often the first to place orders. For instance, when Suli previously mentioned the first 100 orders, there was no actual limit imposed. She can conjure up countless excuses, such as lamenting the overwhelming number of fans who have made purchases, dismissing the notion of financial loss with a cavalier attitude, and so forth. To put it bluntly, no one engaging in live streaming can be deemed a rational individual. Some rely on their physical allure, while others wield their persuasive tongues. Ultimately, their sole aim is to dupe fans into emptying their wallets. While the words may sound harsh, the reality is undeniable. Terms like brother and family are bandied about, yet once the live stream concludes, the FA crumbles, revealing disparaging remarks such as fools to describe their viewers. Dear friends, this exquisite jade piece I present to you can be transformed into pendants, earrings, or rings. Even if one were to create a simple jade pendant, its quality is indisputable. Do you see this necklace I am wearing? I purchased it last year for over $20,000. Now, I contemplate discarding it, as it pales in comparison to what I have prepared for today. Seize this opportunity, for it shall not return. Today marks our inaugural offering of such merchandise, and we shall not ask for 9,900 nor 8,800. Chapter 52. The conspiracy unfolds. Suli is not particularly loquacious, especially when it comes to the art of persuasion, a skill in which Gao Yang undoubtedly excels. However, her proficiency shines through in the realm of product promotion. Once she embraces this role, technical jargon flows effortlessly from her lips, leaving Gao Yang momentarily speechless. He speculates that Suli's eloquence stems from thorough training, having observed that many live streamers adhere to a similar script. As the atmosphere intensifies and initial orders are placed, others soon follow suit. Dear friends, we can accept no more orders. This jade design is limited to only 20 pieces of jewelry, and we are rapidly running low on materials. Suli orchestrates her performance in the live stream, while Gao Yang stands awkwardly to the side. Friends, we are about to unveil the second raw stone. Please show your support with gifts, as the process of stone unveiling is arduous. Whether the task is truly laborious, Suli cannot say, but she is keenly aware of the gifts being showered upon her. The live stream concludes around 11 in the evening. Huzzah! Once Suli finishes broadcasting, she erupts into jubilant celebration, exchanging high fives with When Wanting, Gao Yang, and others. Remarkably, the success of our first live stream far exceeds our expectations. We need only to maintain this momentum. It is late now. Let's indulge in a midnight snack. Suli is indeed elated. A preliminary calculation of profits reveals that she has earned more in one evening than in an entire week of typical live streaming. Even though she currently receives only 40% of the total profits, this is a substantial improvement. Most crucially, today is but the first day, and many remain unaware, waiting for feedback from the initial buyers. Moreover, her follower count has surged by over 100,000 throughout the night. This is a splendid beginning. Even Gao Yang's followers have surpassed 10,000. Naturally, those intrigued will follow suit, thereby expanding Gao Yang's fanbase. After their late-night feast, it is well past midnight. However, considering the need to work the following day, they decide to wash up and retire for the night. Gao Yang and When Wanting have just begun to explore their relationship, so engaging in some playful intimacy before sleep is entirely natural. Gao Yang, why are you so formidable tonight? You outdid yourself compared to yesterday. I was nearly overwhelmed. Gao Yang chuckles, refraining from admitting that he was spurred on by Qian Meili's presence. When Ting, the credit goes to you. How could I resist with your striking beauty? When Wanting's cheeks flush as she playfully punches Gao Yang's chest. You dare say that? Had it not been for your drunken antics, I wouldn't have let you off so easily. Their playful banter gradually shifts to Su Li and Qian Meili. This conversation is prompted by a discussion When Wanting had with Qian Meili just before the end of their shifts. When Wanting is inclined to go, yet she cannot simply abandon her job, as this is not a matter of days but quite possibly weeks. If she were to leave for such an extended period, it would be unrealistic. The presence of Qian Meili and Su Li could provide a sense of security, given that the situation in Ruiqing may not guarantee safety. Were it just Gao Yang and Su Li, when wanting might harbor reservations. After all, it is quite normal for two solitary individuals of differing genders to encounter unforeseen circumstances while away. However, having Qian Meili along would foster mutual oversight. Since when Wanting has already made arrangements, Gao Yang refrains from further discussion. The following morning, shortly after Gao Yang departs from Wanting's company, he receives a phone call from Qiu Lily's father. After hanging up, he drives to the rental apartment he has not visited in several days. The purpose of the call is clear. Qiu Lily's father wishes to discuss matters with Gao Yang. Initially, Gao Yang contemplates declining, but considering the circumstances, he ultimately decides to meet. Simplistically put, he seeks to avoid complications. Engaging in legal battles is inherently tedious. Should the opposing party choose to appeal, a second hearing would ensue, perhaps even a third. Gao Yang cannot afford to squander excessive time on this matter, and ultimately, it would inflict minimal damage on the other party. A compensation of 1 million is out of the question. Thus, he opts for settlement. Upon entering the rental apartment, Gao Yang finds Qiu Lily's family of 4 present, her parents and younger sister. Gao Yang, uncle is aware of the situation now. To be frank, I feel embarrassed to face you. Lily acted thoughtlessly and has brought shame upon us. Gao Yang interjects, stating that he is not there to dwell on such matters. Although her parents have treated him kindly, discussing the past is of no consequence now. Uncle, aunt, Yuan, this shall be my final farewell to you in this manner. I genuinely appreciate your kindness towards me. Since Qiu Lily has briefed you, I shall not repeat myself. I merely wish to understand the purpose of your visit today. Qiu Yongquan, Qiu Lily's father, glances at Gao Yang, then at Qiu Lily, who is unable to meet his gaze and exhales deeply. Gao Yang, the house you purchased will be returned to you by Lily, and we have gathered 50,000 yuan as compensation for you. Let us forego the lawsuit. Even if you were to win, we would not have the means to compensate you. It would be futile to press us. Gao Yang Li stents, understanding that Qiu Yongquan speaks the truth. Moreover, he really does not care about the money. His intention is purely to irk them. I would like to speak with Qiu Lily privately, if I may. Gao Yang's sudden request leaves the family in shock, particularly Qiu Lily, whose eyes glimmer with hope. Does Gao Yang still harbor feelings for her? Qiu Yongquan and the others exchange glances before stepping out of the room. Gao Yang, I know you still love me, right? Just forgive me, and I will do anything you ask. You have always wanted to take me from behind, and I promise to oblige. As Qiu Lily speaks, she approaches Gao Yang and kneels before him, reaching to undo his belt. Gao Yang feels an overwhelming sense of revulsion and forcefully pushes her away. Qiu Lily, listen carefully. I am willing to withdraw my lawsuit, and I do not even require compensation. I could even relinquish the house to you. However, you must promise me one thing. If you agree to this, not only will I forego the house, but I will also grant you an additional 100,000 yuan. What do you think? Chapter 53. Seeking a storefront, whatever it is, I am willing to do it. Gao Yang chuckled, slowly crouching down, his hands swiftly reaching out to grasp Qiu Lily's neck. Just as Qiu Lily panicked, fearing for her life, Gao Yang gradually released his grip, only to pinch her chest hard. The pain brought tears to Qiu Lily's eyes. Yet she dared not scream, fearing that Gao Yang might change his mind and sue her. I will say this only once, so remember it well. Gao Yang leaned in close to Qiu Lily's ear and began to speak. Her expression shifted continuously. Finally, gritting her teeth, she replied, I agree. But you must keep your word. Do not go back on it later. Gao Yang nodded with a smile. Rest assured, as the saying goes, one should look at the Buddha's face rather than the monk's. Given how well your parents have treated me, I must also give them some respect. You have 3 days. If I do not see the results I desire, we shall meet in court. If the outcome satisfies me, I will certainly fulfill my promise and grant you the additional 100,000 yuan. Remember, do not attempt any tricks, otherwise there will be no next time. My lawyer is the legal advisor for the One Group. Do not think that this mere compensation is all. I could easily have you working for 3 to 5 years. Gao Yang was merely attempting to intimidate Qiu Lily. As he understood, she was completely ignorant of the law. It should be noted that many young women are similarly uninformed about legal matters. Gao Yang departed. After calming her family, Xiao Lily sent them away, then carefully prepared herself before heading to the hospital. Zhang Jun had expressed regret for his words yesterday, realizing that he and Xiao Lily were inextricably linked in this situation. If infighting were to arise, and she spoke indiscriminately in court, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, he found himself somewhat reluctant to part with Xiao Lily, appreciating her carefree nature. Thus, when Xiao Lily arrived today, he was pleasantly surprised, and they exchanged apologies. Ultimately, Xiao Lily forgave him, and they agreed to meet at a hotel the following afternoon. They had shared such experiences before, and Zhang Jun understood immediately. To win the case, he needed to stabilize this woman first. Zhang Jun, do you still have that medicine from last time? Bring some more tomorrow, and make sure it's a substantial amount. We want to enjoy ourselves, you know what I mean? Xiao Lily said, her cheeks flushed, appearing shy. Rest assured, I will be discharged from the hospital tomorrow morning, and we shall meet at the hotel. Meanwhile, shortly after Gao Yang left, he received a call from Wanting. The company had arranged for some items, which were now ready and delivered. Consequently, Gao Yang drove to his jewelry store. Upon his arrival, the delivery personnel had already departed. The purpose of today's visit was not to bring in jewelry, but rather to set up display cases and organize the space. Susan and the others had also arrived, having completed their training, each receiving 2 sets of uniforms. As the store manager, Susan was currently supervising 4 individuals as they tidied up, mopping the floor and arranging display cases. The moment Gao Xiaoya saw Gao Yang, she dropped her mop and ran over. Brother, do I look good in this uniform? Gao Yang playfully gave her a light smack on the head. From now on, you must address me as boss. Understand? Gao Xiaoya stuck out her tongue and glanced at Wanting, who was stifling laughter nearby. How should I address sister-in-law? Should I call you sister-in-law? Or should I call you General Wen? Or perhaps boss lady? Wanting's face flushed, caught off guard by the teasing from the young girl. Ahem, you may call me whatever you like. Gao Yang felt a bit embarrassed as he casually replied, then approached Susan. From now on, this will be your responsibility. I suspect we will need more hands, so please print a job advertisement to post at the store entrance. We should hire about 4 more salespeople and 2 security guards. Then, the 4 trainees can mentor the new hires, splitting into 2 shifts. We will observe for a few days, and if we still find ourselves short-staffed, we can hire again. Susan nodded eagerly. She valued this job, as working in a jewelry store was indeed quite relaxed. Furthermore, as the manager, she might even ascend to a higher position in the future, especially since her sister was collaborating with Gao Yang. Rest assured, boss, I will excel in this role. Gao Yang felt satisfied, taking a moment to survey the shop. Everything was nearly ready. They could open at any time. However, they had decided to set the opening date for July 8th, not wishing to rush. After all, as Gao Yang's first business venture, it was essential to choose an auspicious date, ideally one associated with the number 6 or 8. After observing for a while, Gao Yang left, returning to the original Stone Street. His purpose today was not to gamble on stones, but rather to scout for storefronts. He had only taken a cursory glance yesterday, so today he decided to explore further. The profit margins from running a jewelry store could never match those from a jade stone shop. Of that he was certain. Upon arriving on this street, Gao Yang found a parking spot and began to survey the area. In truth, there were only a handful of shops selling jade stones on this street. The rest were comprised of various establishments, such as fast food restaurants and flower shops. There were indeed storefronts available for transfer. One fast food restaurant caught his attention, but upon inspection, he found it inadequate due to its small size. It fell short of the area of other original stone shops, which was unacceptable. He required a larger space to establish his stone shop. Just as he was nearing the end of the street, he noticed a convenience store with a sign indicating it was available for lease or transfer. This convenience store was not small, boasting an area nearly twice that of other stone shops. Thus, it perfectly met Gao Yang's requirements. Aware that such negotiations were beyond his expertise, he sought assistance. And who better than Su Li? After all, she was engaged in live streaming sales and was likely proficient at haggling. Gao Yang promptly called Su Li, and approximately half an hour later, she arrived. Gao Yang, is this the one? Gao Yang nodded, stating, I just examined it. The reason this convenience store is up for transfer is that a supermarket has opened across the street. I stood here for nearly an hour, and only 5 customers entered. 3 bought cigarettes, and 2 purchased bottled water. This means that the store likely struggles to cover its electricity and rent. Hence, the urgency to transfer ownership. Chapter 54. Leasing a storefront. Su Li gazed at Gao Yang with curiosity. Gao Yang, feeling somewhat perplexed, asked, "Why do you look at me like that? I know I am quite handsome, but I am the unattainable idol for you." Su Li scoffed and replied, "I must admit, you have quite the attention to detail, noticing how many customers entered and what they purchased. Now, tell me, what are your requirements? Additionally, this store is labeled as a transfer, not a rental. This means that you might have to take over all the inventory as well." Gao Yang naturally pondered this issue. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Please inquire whether the landlord is the same individual as the shop owner. If they are indeed one and the same, ask if he would be willing to sell the property. If he is open to selling, even taking over entirely would not pose a problem. However, if it is merely for rent, then taking over would not be worthwhile. If you can manage this matter for me, I shall treat you to a meal, and you may choose what you wish to eat." Su Li gestured with her hand and then entered the convenience store. In truth, Gao Yang's intention was to purchase the establishment. The amount of money involved mattered little to him. He had a plan for the inventory. If necessary, he could arrange for 2 employees to conduct a clearance sale. Offering all items as buy one get one free would minimize his losses. After all, it was just a single convenience store. How much inventory could it possibly hold? Approximately half an hour later, Su Li emerged. "How'd it go?" Gao Yang inquired anxiously. "Only renting, no selling. Furthermore, the landlord is the shop owner himself." Gao Yang furrowed his brow. "What is the transfer fee? What is the annual rent?" Gao Yang felt a twinge of disappointment. "Gao Yang, perhaps we should consider another option. This place is far too costly. The annual rent is 200,000, and the transfer fee is 1 million. I roughly calculated that it might be worth less than half. The shop owner seems intent on making a profit." Gao Yang nodded. This was quite normal. Many shop owners operate this way, hoping to garner a transfer fee as they depart. Occasionally, when someone urgently needs a location, they are willing to pay that transfer fee. However, it is evident that this convenience store cannot thrive here. The notion of making a profit is rather absurd. If he were willing to sell, he would accept 1 million. Even if he incurred a loss of a few hundred thousand, it would not trouble him. "Then let's move on," Gao Yang declared, turning to walk in another direction. Su Li, feeling exasperated, realized she had been used and was now disregarded. After rolling her eyes, she followed him. In reality, the majority of stores in this area were operational and vacant spaces were virtually non-existent. A few were available for transfer, but either they were too small or offered poor value. In short, there were no suitable locations. "Gao Yang, you need not confine yourself to this area. Why not consider relocating?" Gao Yang felt a mix of amusement and frustration. Thus, he began to explain simply. Su Li quickly grasped the concept. Like attracts like, and this principle applies to business as well. In any given street, if it specializes in building materials, most shops will sell building materials. For instance, in terms of national banks, once you locate one, you can generally find others nearby. The same applies to restaurants, wherever food is served. That street will host a multitude of eateries. The same holds true for antique shops. If they are not concentrated, who would venture there without reason to shop? The essence of a market is simply a congregation of similar businesses. When enough businesses cluster together, they create a market. If you set up shop in a remote corner, how would anyone know what you are selling? Just like a vegetable market, it primarily sells vegetables, meat, and other agricultural products. This is a fundamental rule. At worst, one could establish a warehouse. Operating a warehouse costs little, perhaps 200,000 to 300,000 at most. Gao Yang, why not check out the antique street? I recall there are vendors selling raw stones there, albeit fewer than here. Gao Yang paused, recalling his visit to the antique street, where he had not noticed any raw stone vendors. Su Li, observing Gao Yang's expression, understood. You may not be familiar with the antique street. It is divided into the front street and the second street. The second street, being somewhat off the main path, sees less foot traffic than the front street. However, I believe opening a jade raw stone shop there would be feasible. Firstly, there are vacant shop spaces, and secondly, the rent is more affordable with ample space. Gao Yang felt intrigued and took hold of Su Li, urging her forward. "Come, let's go take a look." Su Li, like a marionette, followed Gao Yang until they reached the car, at which point he released her. "Why are you just standing there?" Gao Yang exclaimed. Su Li retorted, This is your car. Mine is over there. You dragged me here, and now I must run back to drive. Gao Yang slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten this detail. But would he admit his mistake? Why did you not mention it earlier? Hurry and get in. I can drive from there. Su Li, feeling speechless, reluctantly settled into the passenger seat. It wasn't far, just over 100 meters. Once they resumed their journey, they headed towards the antique street. Upon reaching the so-called Second Street, it was indeed spacious and open. To simplify, the foot traffic was relatively low, with even less vehicular movement. A few antique shops were present, just as Su Li had stated, with 2 or 3 establishments selling jade at night markets. Gao Yang speculated that these vendors had no other options for their shops, hence their relocation here. One shop led to another, and soon there were multiple options. If Gao Yang returned, there would be yet another. The area was larger than the previous one. Should it develop into a market, the jade raw stone shops across the way would likely suffer. Gao Yang, I believe the shop is quite appealing. Come take a look. Su Li, with her keen eyes, spotted a shop available for rent as soon as they stepped out. Gao Yang looked up to see a connected storefront with 2 levels, perfectly situated at the center of the market. However, the door was closed and a paper was affixed to it, reading for rent sale along with a phone number. Upon seeing the word sale, Gao Yang's eyes lit up. Su Li, please call the landlord and ask him to come over. I will call Wan Ting. Su Li nodded, albeit puzzled as to why he needed to call Wan Ting for a mere rental inquiry. Nevertheless, she did not press further, taking out her phone and dialing the number displayed on the paper. Chapter 55. Su Li's bargaining skills. The landlord was a rather portly man named Zhu Dafu, a rather mundane name. Upon receiving the call about someone interested in renting his shop, he hurried over. Are you the ones who wish to rent my shop? Zhu Dafu exclaimed upon arriving at the door, where he saw a man and a woman. Gao Yang couldn't help but think that this man, clad in slippers and arriving on an electric bike, bore a striking resemblance to a certain comedic figure. Yes, may we take a look inside? Zhu Dafu nodded and produced a key to unlock the door. As the door swung open, a musty odor wafted out, revealing a cluttered interior that had likely gone uninhabited for several months. Even Zhu Dafu held his nose in distaste. Gao Yang paid little mind as he surveyed the shop. The space was spacious, with 2 floors, making it ample for his business needs. The upper level housed an office and another room, although it had been partitioned. Gao Yang's interest piqued upon discovering a back door. Pushing it open, his eyes brightened at the sight of a sizable yard. Within the yard were several additional rooms, and a cursory glance revealed a bathroom and kitchen. Landlord, why does your property have a yard when others do not? Gao Yang inquired curiously. Zhu Dafu replied, originally, there was no yard. It was built later at a cost of over 200,000. In hindsight, I regret it. Gao Yang felt a surge of joy. The construction was indeed a wise decision. Landlord, I am curious about the rental terms. If you were to sell, what price would you consider? Zhu Dafu paused, having caught the key word, sell. Indeed, the house has been in his possession for over a decade now. At that time, he thought that with the antique street nearby, this area would eventually thrive. However, little did he expect that the antique trade itself was rather lukewarm. Relying on it to attract foot traffic is as futile as hoping for a widow to bear a son. Consequently, owning this property felt akin to holding onto a burden. A few years ago, there were renters, but eventually they left without even claiming their deposit. The last tenant had agreed to a year-long lease, but departed after just 6 months, and again, the deposit was left unclaimed. Given that payment is generally made quarterly here, expecting someone to pay a full year up front is unrealistic. No one would rent under such terms. Thus, he could only hope for 3 months of rent at a time, and with a stroke of luck, perhaps even earn a deposit. He has been trying to sell the property for 5 years without success, fundamentally due to the lack of vibrancy in the area. As for living here, who would choose such a desolate location? The first street lacks appeal, let alone the second. Hence, the 2 rows of houses here are essentially unsellable. Little brother, I purchased this house a decade ago, and, as you can see, the situation is quite dire. All the property documents are in order. How about 3 million? This includes the front lot, the parking area, the back garden, and both floors of the building. I only asked for 3 million. Upon hearing the figure of 3 million, Gao Yang felt a surge of joy. Acquiring 2 shops along with the upstairs and backyard for 3 million is undoubtedly a lucrative deal. Just as he was about to agree, he hesitated, realizing he was not adept in such matters, and thus turned to Su Li for guidance. Su Li understood his unspoken request immediately. "May I ask your esteemed surname, landlord?" Gao Yang felt a bit sheepish, realizing he had neglected such basic etiquette and had not even learned the other party's name after all this time. He shook his head with a wry smile and stepped outside, disinterested in the negotiations. Since he had entrusted Su Li, he decided to place his complete trust in her. Upon stepping outside, he noticed Wen Wanting scanning the surroundings until she spotted Gao Yang's vehicle and hurried over. "Gao Yang, are you planning to open an emerald stone shop here?" Gao Yang nodded and began to explain that there was simply no suitable space elsewhere. After searching extensively, this location was the most fitting. While this area might not possess the same foot traffic as the other side, once the business was established, it would not matter much. Wen Wanting frowned slightly, expressing her concern that opening up the market would not be a simple task, as people were already accustomed to gambling stones at the other location, making it challenging to attract them here in the short term. "Just look at those two shops over there. I've visited this place before, but there was hardly any activity, so I stopped coming." Gao Yang smiled mysteriously. "Wen Ting, while I may not excel in business like you, I'm certainly adept at unconventional ideas. Observe this shop. We can conduct our raw stone business downstairs, and the back garden can serve as a storage area for the stones. I've seen the upstairs. There are 2 rooms suitable for living and another spacious office that matches the downstairs area. We can designate 1 room for ourselves and tidy up the garden. As for the other, we could transform it into a live streaming studio. Once we gain traction with our live broadcasts, the shop will naturally become popular, drawing countless visitors." The more Wen Wanting listened, the brighter her eyes shone. She began to envision the potential. Those who gamble on stones share a common trait with gamblers: superstition. They believe in luck and fortune. If the live streaming studio takes off, as Gao Yang suggested, the shop would inevitably flourish, attracting more visitors, especially if the quality of the emerald stones is commendable. Within 2 minutes, Wen Wanting had thoroughly considered the entire business model. "How much is this shop worth?" she inquired, pointing to the interior. "Gao Yang, Su Li is negotiating. I'm not familiar with this." Wen Wanting nodded and ventured back inside, with Gao Yang following closely. "Mr. Zhu, you are well aware of the state of this property. 200 million is more than fair. To be frank, if it weren't for the adjacent courtyard, I would only offer you 8 million at most. There are plenty of shops in this vicinity. If it could sell, it would have done so already. We're the only ones willing to pay this price. If you're ready to sell, we can draft the contract right now. If not, we need not continue this conversation. I will take a look next door." Zhu Dafu felt a tumult of emotions. He purchased this house 10 years ago for 2 million. After renovations and upgrades that cost nearly an additional 500,000, he found that not only had the property not appreciated, but it had depreciated. However, as Su Li pointed out, this house would likely only find a buyer with them. Even if others were interested, they would probably offer even less. "Fine, I will sell this house." Chapter 56. Projects for small profits. Selling a house, completing the paperwork, and transferring ownership cannot be accomplished in mere minutes. Sometimes it may take a day or 2, and that is under expedited conditions. Of course, if one has sufficient funds, the process can be hastened. However, given the nature of property transfers, it is impossible to finalize everything today due to time constraints. Gao Yang provided the seller with 100,000 yuan, and they drafted a simple agreement, scheduling a contract signing for the following morning to prepare for the transfer. Yet, Gao Yang did not leave. He stroked his chin in contemplation. "Gao Yang, do you have something on your mind?" Wen Wanting, familiar with Gao Yang's nature, posed the question. "Wen Ting, Su Li, would you like to make a little extra cash?" This statement left the 2 women momentarily stunned. "Quick, tell us, what do you mean by extra cash?" Su Li interjected, but Gao Yang remained silent, gazing at Wen Wanting. Understanding his implication, Wen Wanting's face flushed with embarrassment. This conversation harkened back to the previous night, when Gao Yang's playful advances had ignited a fire within her. Just as she craved more, he had ceased his actions, insisting she plead with him. This was typical playful banter between couples, a harmless interaction. Though slightly embarrassed, Wen Wanting ultimately acquiesced, indulging in flirtation. However, now, with Gao Yang demanding her to act coy, she felt bashful. He had a preference for gentleness and submission. When she complied, he treated her like a treasure. In truth, When Wanting enjoyed embracing her feminine side. At home, she could be playful, avoiding chores while enjoying the pampering befitting a queen. Yet, observing Gao Yang's current demeanor, she realized she had to assert herself. Gao Yang, you should speak. I'm so curious. When Wanting said with a voice that made her feel shy, tugging at Gao Yang's arm in a playful manner. The most astonished of all was Su Li, who had known When Wanting for quite some time and was witnessing this side of her for the first time. What charm did Gao Yang possess? Gao Yang nodded in satisfaction before speaking. Let's purchase all the shops available on this street, as many as we can. I assure you, within 2 months, the value of these properties will triple at the very least. This is an exceptional opportunity for profit. It remains to be seen whether you are willing to invest. Upon hearing this, both women gaped in disbelief. First and foremost, this indeed presents an exceptional investment opportunity, particularly if it comes to fruition as per Gao Yang's previous plans. In no time, this street will be revitalized, and at that juncture, witnessing a 2- or 3-fold increase in property prices will certainly not be a concern. However, another risk lurks here. Should the plan falter, all the properties here may well become burdensome liabilities. The 2 streets in question are neither overly long nor short, with no fewer than 100 stores. If we consider the acquisition of 50 stores at $2 million each, that amounts to a staggering $200 million for 10 stores, and a total of $1 billion for 50. Should the plan fail, that $1 billion could vanish entirely. There exists a significant risk in this venture. The crux of the matter is that Gao Yang deems it a trivial sum, over $100 million, and he still refers to it as small change. At least, that is Su Li's perspective. As for Wan Wanting, she remains indifferent. Even if she were to shoulder the entire billion alone, it would not pose much of a challenge for her. The key lies in her learning to embrace a more demure role, for a gentle woman garners affection, while a strong woman often finds it difficult to attract admirers. Gao Yang, is this plan not too audacious? Should it falter, we are risking over $1 billion. Su Li was the first to voice her concerns. Gao Yang nodded and remarked, good things must be seized. Only the weak await distribution. We need not acquire too many. Half will suffice. Regardless, I have already made my decision. I will undoubtedly invest. As for your participation, that is for you to decide. Do not be surprised when you see me counting the profits while you merely drool. Wen Wanting playfully punched Gao Yang's chest with her tiny fist. You say how much to invest? I shall cover it. Upon witnessing Wen Wanting's commitment, Su Li gritted her teeth and stated, I happen to have $10 million in my account. That is all I can invest, as I cannot afford more. I shall gamble with you on this occasion. If I lose, it will be my misfortune. Thus, the 3 of them drove to Wen Wanting's office. A comprehensive acquisition plan was swiftly devised through their collaborative discussions. Excluding the store Gao Yang had previously purchased for personal use, the investment shares were delineated. Su Li with $10 million, Gao Yang with $50 million, and Wen Wanting with $40 million, culminating in a total fund of $1 billion. Ultimately, this matter was entrusted to Su Li and Wen Wanting for management. As for Gao Yang, he was reluctant to engage in such affairs, claiming, I only excel in strategizing. The rest is for others to handle. Gao Yang relished his current lifestyle, particularly his satisfaction with Wen Wanting. In essence, she single-handedly fulfilled all his expectations of a woman. At the very least, after their discussions, Gao Yang refrained from seeking out Qian Mei Li, as he would have typically done. His ability to perceive through the veil of reality no longer intrigued him. He found it uninteresting. Women are fundamentally the same. Once the lights are dimmed, all functions are equivalent, differing only in performance. The following morning, Gao Yang began organizing his store, first ascending to the 2nd floor. Compared to the 1st floor, the 2nd was considerably cleaner. At the very least, the 2 compartments were tidy, even equipped with beds that required only minimal cleaning before use. As for the office, the furniture remained intact, as it held little monetary value, likely unsellable. After a brief tidying up, he proceeded to the backyard. The yard brought him immense satisfaction, as it could serve as a repository for jade rough stones in the future. Acquiring a large guard dog would ensure minimal disturbances. The premises included a bathroom, a kitchen, a small dining area, and 2 storage rooms. Such a configuration, even if designed by oneself, would only yield similar results. As for the parking area, while it sounds appealing, It merely refers to the vacant space in front of his store. Any empty space in front of a store is inherently owned, a fact beyond dispute. Chapter 57. Plans undergo changes. While Gao Yang was tidying up, Su Li endured a challenging morning, tirelessly making phone calls to view properties and negotiate prices. Her throat nearly parched, she managed to secure 3 properties successfully. Lunchtime soon arrived, and on the other side, Qiu Lili had dressed beautifully. Zhang Jun arrived for their meeting, and they opted for a table in the main hall instead of a private room. Lili, that outfit looks splendid on you. Quite daring, Zhang Jun remarked, eyeing the ample decolletage of Qiu Lili, licking his lips incessantly. Qiu Lili feigned shyness. Oh, you mustn't say such things. It's quite embarrassing. By the way, did you bring that item? Zhang Jun nodded, giving her a knowing look. All right, I'll head to the restroom first. Afterward, we'll dine, and then it's up to you, Qiu Lili stated as she made her way toward the restroom. As soon as she left, Zhang Jun eagerly retrieved 2 pills, placing them into Qiu Lili's drink and giving it a gentle swirl. Little vixen, you're in for a treat. Qiu Lili observed this scene from a nearby corner, fully aware that everything was part of her meticulous design. She had consumed such pills before. Their sole purpose was to incite passion. Today, every action was a calculated move, with her as the bait. She had come to terms with the fact that Gao Yang would never choose her, and Zhang Jun was even less reliable. The events of the previous days were etched vividly in her memory. To put it bluntly, she was merely a plaything. Given that, she might as well reap some benefits. Sipping her wine while dining, she remarked, "Oh dear, I feel a bit dizzy today." Zhang Jun chuckled softly, suggesting, perhaps the effects of the pills are kicking in. Let us eat quickly. I've booked the room. Qiu Lili nodded in agreement, her appetite waning as she continued sipping her wine. When she sensed the time was right, she signaled Zhang Jun. Consequently, he assisted the unsteady Qiu Lili as they exited the dining area and headed toward the elevator. Zhang Jun, I prefer something a bit more thrilling. Let us engage in roleplay afterwards, shall we? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jun's eyes lit up. He was all too familiar with her notion of roleplay, a concept he had originally proposed. Simply put, he would be the big bad wolf, and Qiu Lili would be the innocent lamb. Some individuals relish such playful dynamics. The access card opened the door, and they stepped into the room. Upon entering, Zhang Jun immediately attempted to overpower Qiu Lili, who naturally resisted vehemently. Soon after, her garments were torn into shreds, and with the aid of the pills, things escalated rapidly. At 2 in the afternoon, Gao Yang received a call from Hai Yao summoning him. Upon arrival, he encountered a disheveled Qiu Lili, sporting bruises around her mouth and forehead, her clothing in tatters, draped in an unfamiliar coat, weeping profusely. Gao Yang, Zhang Jun is a beast. He drugged me and then assaulted me. Qiu Lili sobbed, her tears flowing freely. It took considerable effort for 2 police officers to calm her down. Mr. Gao, allow me to provide you with the details, Hai Yao began. This Miss Qiu Lili was dining with Zhang Jun at a hotel. While she was in the restroom, he took the opportunity to drug her drink. Hai Yao succinctly recounted the incident. Gao Yang understood the gist. Zhang Jun had drugged Qiu Lili's drink while she was away, and subsequently, as the effects took hold, he led her to a room. It seemed that Qiu Lili had retained some clarity during the ordeal. The rebellion commenced, resulting in a brutal beating from Zhang Jun, ultimately leading to an intimate encounter. The hotel surveillance footage, coupled with the signs of struggle within the room, along with the injuries on Qiu Lili and her torn clothing, have established that this incident can be classified as a case of drug-induced assault. Officer May, I am not involved in this matter. As I have long since parted ways with this couple, I asserted. Hai Yao nodded, stating, Indeed, this matter does not pertain to you. However, the victim has requested we inform you, so you comprehend the situation. She shrugged, seemingly indicating that the issue was beyond him. Gao Yang, touching his nose, suggested, Hai Yao, how about I take you out for dinner tonight? I am not well versed in these matters, and I wish to gain some understanding. Hai Yao shot him a glare, ignoring his proposition. You may converse with the victim for a while. This case will be escalated shortly, she informed him. Gao Yang acknowledged her words. Typically, serious cases like this are forwarded to the bureau. In a lounge, he encountered Qiu Lili. Upon entering, his eyes scanned the room for surveillance devices, but fortunately, it was merely a simple lounge. What do you want from me? Gao Yang asked, irritated, as he wished to distance himself from this affair, but found himself ensnared by this foolish woman. Since this has transpired, we must pursue it to the end. You know that lawyer, right? Have him represent me in court. I not only want him imprisoned, but also seek compensation. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, recalling a childhood saying, "The sword in the mouth of the green snake, the needle at the tail of the yellow wasp. Neither is venomous, but the most poisonous is a woman's heart." Indeed, when a woman is determined, she can be more ruthless than a man. How fortunate I discovered this early. Or I might have ended up like Wu Daolong. He thought, I can assist you with this, but mark my words, if I do not seek you out in the future, you must not contact me. Otherwise, I will ensure your fate is far more tragic than Zhang Jun's. Qiu Lily nodded rapidly, genuinely frightened. A lawyer will arrive shortly. Say what needs to be said and refrain from uttering a word beyond that. Additionally, once this is resolved, I will provide you with a sum of money. He concluded before departing. After leaving, Gao Yang headed directly to Wen Wanting's office. Just as she was about to call him, she exclaimed, "Gao Yang, I was just about to call you." Upon seeing him, she hurriedly prepared a cup of tea. "Wanting, please contact that lawyer Lu for me. I need to discuss something with him." Wen Wanting assumed he still needed assistance with the previous matter, so while handing him the tea, she inquired, "Isn't that already resolved? We just need to wait for the court date. About some other matters, please help me get in touch. Also, accompany me later." She nodded in agreement and picked up her phone. In truth, Gao Yang wished to keep Wanting uninformed about this issue, but he was not naive. He decided to change his approach. Lu, the lawyer, served as the legal advisor for the One family group. Could such a matter truly be concealed? It was better to be forthright than to be perceived as deceitful. Otherwise, Wen Wanting might suspect he had clandestine dealings with Qiu Lily. Given the sensitivity of the topic, he glossed over it. In summary, the evidence against Zhang Jun is irrefutable, and lawyer Lu possesses an absolute confidence in this case. Zhang Jun will undoubtedly face justice. Observing Wen Wanting's hesitant demeanor, Gao Yang pulled her into his embrace, seating her on his lap. Startled, she gasped, realizing they were in the office. Yet his arms held her securely. "Wanting, I know you are perplexed, and may even question whether I still harbor feelings for Qiu Lily, correct?" Wanting attempted to deny it, but he stopped her. "Let me assure you, from appearance to intellect, from poise to family background, you surpass her by several streets. A gentleman avenges himself 10 years later. I am not a gentleman, so I cannot wait, for I do not possess such longevity. I cannot squander too much time on this matter, nor will I breach the law, as it is not worth it. This time, it is Zhang Jun. Next time it could be Qiu Lily. I must resolve this swiftly. Do you understand?" Gao Yang recounted the phone call he had received from Qiu Lily's father and all that had transpired. Wen Wanting listened intently. Initially, she had entertained the notion of rekindled feelings, a common occurrence. Hence her suspicions were reasonable. However, she sensed something amiss. Before outsiders, she hesitated to inquire. Yet Gao Yang's explanation clarified everything. This was a scheme orchestrated by Gao Yang and Qiu Lily, or rather, Gao Yang used the lawsuit to compel Qiu Lily to yield. Ultimately, she acquiesced, and the plan was evidently successful. What if this matter is exposed? When Wanting voiced her concerns, Gao Yang chuckled. "I have not been involved in this from the beginning. If it were to come to light, the one who suffers would be Qiu Lily, with no connection to me. We live in a society governed by law, where evidence prevails. It is a harsh world, and we must outdo the villains. Now, let's conclude this matter. However, I am quite famished. I've yet to eat since noon. Shall I order takeout for you?" Wanting suggested, reaching for her phone. To her surprise, Gao Yang opened his mouth wide and took a bite of the steamed bun. "How bold of you! In the office, no less," she exclaimed, realizing that such a snack would hardly satiate his hunger. Ultimately, Gao Yang could only nibble at the bun, yielding little sustenance. Upon leaving the company, he made his way to the antique street, having lost an afternoon to delays in property transfer. Yet there was no rush. He trusted Su Li and when wanting to manage the situation efficiently. Su Li had been tirelessly working throughout the day and rolled her eyes upon seeing Gao Yang. "How'd it go?" Gao Yang offered Su Li a bottle of water, opening one for himself as well. "Well, today we have acquired 7 properties. The remaining ones are merely a matter of time," she replied. Gao Yang nodded, recognizing this as a promising start. "Now I understand why housing prices in our country are exorbitantly high. It's due to unscrupulous merchants like you inflating the market, Su Li remarked. Gao Yang shrugged, refraining from explanation, as he felt none was necessary. Firstly, he was not engaged in real estate investment, and the mere acquisition of this street could not possibly influence a city or national market. Moreover, even if he refrained from purchasing, the prices would still rise. Once his store became popular, the real estate in the area would likely skyrocket, potentially more than it would otherwise. There exists a situation where prices soar, yet properties remain unattainable, as some individuals are far more adept at speculation than he. He merely sought to profit from the difference, while others aim to manipulate the market for gain. Ultimately, his intention was simply to earn. If the roles were reversed and someone else purchased the property, he too would require substantial funds for leasing or buying. For instance, why would the owner of a convenience store demand $1 million for goods worth less than $500,000, even pricing it above what he sold for? In other words, even if Gao Yang refrains from taking action, others will inevitably do so. At the very least, his involvement merely results in a slightly elevated price, which unscrupulous individuals may seize, rendering the desired item unattainable. Even if one manages to purchase it, the cost would be exorbitant. Sometimes we must concede a harsh reality. Concentrating resources in the hands of a single individual yields better outcomes than distributing them among many. When resources are vested in one person, they can generate profits for 10. Conversely, if shared among 10, it is likely that 100 will face misfortune. This mirrors the housing market in certain cities, where properties remain unsold and buyers are left empty-handed. This phenomenon has become mainstream. Purchasing existing properties proves too costly, while investing in off-plan homes carries inherent risks, potentially leading to the loss of a lifetime's savings without even acquiring a house. Gao Yang acquires these properties, and when the time comes, he might sell them for a mere double profit. Should the business flourish in the area, a 2- or 3-fold increase in property prices will be acceptable to others. However, if various establishments struggle to sell or find buyers, it could ultimately undermine the vitality of the street. Retaining resources within one's control is invariably preferable to relinquishing them to others. Gao Yang had initially planned to head to rewritten once his jade jewelry store opened, but now it appears that his departure will be delayed for a few days, at least until everything here is in order. As he checked the time, he realized that when Wanting and the others would soon be finishing work. Let us go. You've worked hard today, and dinner is on me. We can discuss a few matters while we eat. Su Li nodded in satisfaction. At least you have a conscience. Look at you, the big boss, idling away while I, the smallest shareholder, am working myself to the bone. Gao Yang merely smiled, choosing not to respond, as he felt an undeniable sense that this place was where he would rise to prominence. He drove Su Li towards Wanting's company. In the ensuing days, the three of them were busily occupied, acquiring properties by day and conducting live broadcasts by night. Remarkably, the live streaming proved highly effective, with some customers who had already received their items beginning to promote the store. Others even placed additional orders for other jewelry. However, today marked a special occasion, July 8th, the grand opening of Gao Yang's jewelry store. Over the past few days, Susan had been diligently organizing, and they had hired several employees, including 2 security personnel. The newly recruited staff did not undergo formal training at the company. Instead, Susan and her team took on the responsibility of training them. Due to national regulations prohibiting fireworks, the opening ceremony would feature colorful ribbons instead. Early in the morning, an arch-shaped balloon adorned the entrance of Gao Yang's store, emblazoned with auspicious phrases. With no relatives or friends to support him, Wanting graciously sent several flower baskets on behalf of Wen's jewelry. Su Li also contributed a few baskets and added some ribbons, which sufficed for the opening celebration. The launch of a new store typically attracts a fair number of customers, particularly in the realm of gold and jewelry. For the past few days, Susan and her team have been distributing flyers every afternoon, promoting various discount activities, such as spend $1,000 and receive $88 off, or spend $2,000 and receive $188 off. However, there was a rather deceptive aspect to these promotions, a common practice in many malls and other retail environments. For instance, a piece of jewelry that could easily be priced at 1,000 yuan might be marked at 999 yuan instead. Similarly, an item worth 2,000 yuan might be priced at 1,999 yuan. The apparent 1 yuan difference may seem trivial, yet it necessitates purchasing an additional inexpensive item to meet the threshold for the discount. Without that, one would never qualify for the advertised offer. Gao Yang, previously oblivious to these tactics, gained insight when he began setting prices as he learned from others. Hence, buyers are perpetually at a disadvantage compared to sellers. As the saying goes, there are only mistaken purchases, never mistaken sales. Furthermore, consider the spend 1,000 receive 88 off promotion. Perhaps the item was initially priced at 900 or even 888 yuan. Yet, by marketing it as 1,000 yuan with a discount of 88, it still ends up being slightly more expensive than before. Consumers, however, perceive it as a bargain. As for the gifts offered, which often include items like teacups or dinnerware, these are typically sourced from wholesale markets and hold little value. Consumers are often led to believe that these items are free, but ultimately, the cost is incorporated into their purchases. For example, if someone buys a jade necklace priced at 4,999 yuan and receives a pendant as a gift, the pendant may indeed be made of jade, but its total worth could be merely a few dozen yuan, as it might consist of the cheapest leftovers. Yet, consumers remain oblivious, equating any jade with high quality. This is akin to the distinction between imperial green and glutinous rice jade. While they're composed of the same material, their values differ drastically. Upon opening, the staff were still somewhat inexperienced. Fortunately, when wanting it brought in some seasoned employees from other stores to provide guidance. Gao Yang observed the store's progress and decided to leave around 10 o'clock, entrusting its operations to Susan and Gao Xiaoya, primarily Susan. As Gao Xiaoya would soon return to school, Gao Yang began to devise a plan for his trip to Rewritten. Lacking a solid foundation, he realized that without Wanting's assistance, he might have struggled to find direction. To put it simply, even if he were to cut numerous jade pieces, he might not find buyers. Spending days cutting jade on the street would eventually raise suspicions, and even if he were to carve out 10 million yuan worth of jade, selling it for 2 to 3 million would be a fortunate outcome. This illustrates why it is so challenging for the underprivileged to embark on entrepreneurial ventures. Every step Gao Yang took was fraught with difficulty, far from the simplicity others might assume, even with a so-called golden touch. Take, for instance, his collaboration with Su Li on the live streaming. While it appeared successful, the journey from the inception of the idea to the first broadcast was mentally exhausting. He initially possessed over 200 million yuan, yet the acquisition of properties had drained over 50 million, along with an additional 10 million spent on purchasing Su Li's shares. Naturally, he had earned some along the way, without delving into the earnings from live streaming, which had yet to be distributed. He was entitled to 50% of the profits from the stones he had purchased under a contract with Wen's Jewelry, although the quality of those stones wasn't exceptional, resulting in limited profits. To embark on his journey to Rewritten, the over 100 million yuan he had seemed insufficient. Although it sounded substantial, Gao Yang was not content. He needed additional funding, and there were two avenues to acquire it. One was to seek a loan from Wanting, and the other was to continue purchasing jade raw stones to generate profits. However, quality raw stones were scarce, making it challenging to amass a significant amount of capital in a short period if he only bought ordinary items. The final option was to gamble on stones in Rewritten, cutting the good jade and selling it, which was the quickest way to generate funds, albeit with the risk of attracting unwanted attention. After much contemplation, Gao Yang ultimately resolved to proceed to Rewritten. Some risks were necessary to take. Frankly, he hesitated to touch Wanting's money, adhering to his somewhat traditional masculine principles. Although Wanting had hinted numerous times that she had 200 million yuan in liquid assets, Gao Yang had let 2 more days slip by. And soon it was July 10th, when he made his decision to travel to Rewritten. Gao Yang, have you made up your mind? In the office of WNWNTing, Gao Yang sat comfortably in the swivel chair, relishing the massage administered by WNWNTing. Indeed, their roles have been reversed. The journey to Rewritten must commence without delay. Without venturing to Rewritten, he could not acquire the jade raw stones, and without these stones, his shop would remain unopened. If the raw stone shop could not launch, a plethora of subsequent activities, including live broadcasts, would also falter. Most critically, if they failed to ignite the shop's popularity. Their numerous storefronts would remain unsold. This was a web of interconnected issues. Resolving one would naturally untangle all, but the prerequisite was an expedition to Ru Ching. WNWNT nodded, acknowledging the veracity of Gao Yang's statements. Everything revolved around the raw stones. When do you intend to depart? She inquired. The day after tomorrow, we shall fly out early. WNWNT hesitated, then could not restrain her thoughts. Gao Yang, please do not take this the wrong way, but there is no shame in you utilizing my funds. In any partnership, one party may possess a more affluent background, yet this is insignificant. What matters is our shared future. Eventually, what is mine will also be yours, and vice versa. I recognize your capabilities and ambition, but given our rare opportunity to visit Ru Ching, the financial constraints may prove troublesome. Understanding her sentiment, Gao Yang gently patted her hand. He then rose to assist her onto the chair and began to massage her. Everyone possesses their own passions, independent of right or wrong. Perhaps what you assert is correct and likely perceived as such by many, yet it does not reflect my perspective. Do you recall my previous thoughts? In my past employ, I often mused about encountering a wealthy woman, regardless of her appearance, as long as she had the means to indulge me. That way, I could achieve success effortlessly. Now, I have indeed found such a person, but if I were that kind of individual, would you still choose to be with me? For instance, if someone were to offer me 100 billion, urging me to embark on a venture, would I still possess the drive to innovate? When I could simply receive 100 billion without effort, would I still strive for mere millions? Upon hearing Gao Yang's reflections, WNWNT fell into contemplation. As he articulated, if Gao Yang were to abandon ambition and merely spend his own money, revolving around himself, would that align with her idea of an ideal partner? Alternatively, if one could obtain endless cash without toil, would they still have the impetus to innovate? WNWNT had never pondered these dilemmas. As she did not require entrepreneurship, she merely needed to follow a routine of work and leisure, for her path was already paved. Gao Yang indeed harbored a certain machismo, yet was likely rooted in his desire to rely on his own capabilities to generate wealth. Some individuals cherish the journey of enjoyment, while others thrive in the entrepreneurial endeavor. Gao Yang likely belonged to the latter. Every earnest man possesses an inherent charm. At that moment, WNWNT felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. When a woman experiences joy, she often exhibits a particular trait, playfulness. And WNWNT was no exception. Gao Yang, it is now the lunch break. You have yet to visit my lounge. Shall I show you? She proposed. Her cheeks flushed as she led him toward her resting area. The lounge, situated within the office, was modest, featuring a cabinet and a bed. This was Gao Yang's first visit. He typically occupied the sofa in the main office or engaged in conversation with WNWNT at her desk. This was indeed a novel experience for him, and WNWNT's actions had already demonstrated her intentions. This marked their first daytime engagement in such playful games, with WNWNT taking the initiative. Time swiftly passed, and 2 days later, Gao Yang, accompanied by Qian MIL and SL, boarded a flight to Ru Ching. Lacking an airport, they first traveled to MING before continuing by car to Ru Ching. Contrary to Gao Yang's expectations, Ru Ching was not as opulent. It appeared somewhat underdeveloped. The region was home to the Dai, Jingpa, Achang, Doang, and Lisu ethnic minorities, with the Dai being the most populous. Renowned for their peacock dance originating from this locale. Ru Ching lies in the southeastern corner of Hu 11, bordering Myanmar to the southwest and northwest. With a border stretching nearly 170 kilometers, lacking natural barriers connecting it to Myanmar's Kachin and Shan states. Simply put, this area was not entirely peaceful, as it was in close proximity to the notorious Golden Triangle. Particularly, northern Myanmar was chaotic, infamous for various illicit activities, with the border practically bereft of defenses. The trio found a relatively decent hotel to stay, prioritizing safety while traveling. Some hotels struggled with business. Once settled, It was around 2 in the afternoon. After a light meal, they embarked on their first task, exploring the jade market. Bringing goods was impractical for the day. Ing did not boast jade raw stones in abundance. It resembled a farmer's market with designated areas. They hailed a taxi and soon arrived. Upon entering the market, Gao Yang was dazzled by the myriad shops, with 9 out of 10 selling stones. The foot traffic was substantial, with many merchants from afar purchasing jade raw stones for resale, while others were present to carve stones on-site, with buyers ready to purchase promising finds. Such transactions occurred daily, as jade raw stones were comparatively cheaper here, and similar jades were also more affordably priced. Gao Yang refrained from hasty purchases, opting to observe instead. Ignorant of the market dynamics, any impulsive action would be foolish. He felt akin to a wealthy heir, accompanied by 2 lovely ladies for a leisurely outing or engaging in a gamble over stones. The betting market here differed from that of Ing. There, stones were displayed on shelves with prices marked, while here they were arranged haphazardly, with some in heaps. The less expensive stones lay closer to the periphery, while the more valuable ones were situated deeper within. Gao Yang aimed to seize opportunities, seeking to profit. Thus his focus was naturally on the most affordable options. The least expensive items were not devoid of quality. Rather, the likelihood of discovering premium stones was significantly reduced. He casually entered a comparatively quieter shop, eager to make a purchase. At the very least, he aimed to earn some money to cover their expenses for the coming days and rent a space for stone carving. Carving his own stones would minimize risks and avoid attracting unwanted attention. Il had joined this trip to procure jade, with the financial transactions managed by the company. In essence, any stones Gao Yang carved could be directly sold to her, followed by the company remitting payment upon confirmation. This approach was, in fact, a concept devised by WNWNTing. Indeed, their company visits this place annually to purchase raw stones and jade, particularly Mei, who possesses a considerable understanding of jade's value. This creates opportunities for transactions. For instance, a jade valued at 10 million in Jinling could be acquired for 8 million with a 20% discount. This arrangement benefits both Gao Yang and the company, exemplifying a win-win strategy. Gao Yang had no reason to decline such collaboration, as it allowed him to earn money through his own capabilities. Feel free to browse. All these materials are the most affordable. Upon entering, a portly man promptly greeted him, seemingly the shop owner. Gao Yang nodded slightly, dismissing the man, which suited his identity as a wealthy young master. Activating his X-ray vision, he discerned that these stones were the least desirable leftovers from the selection process, inferior even to those from Jinling. However, they were indeed inexpensive, with a similar stone costing less than half of what it would in Jinling. Gao Yang was determined to select a fine piece of stone for his first purchase, aiming to set a positive tone for the day. Furthermore, the ongoing live stream would benefit his future business endeavors. After about 5 minutes of selection, he found his target. He completed the transaction, paying 380,000, a remarkably low price. The owner was elated and promptly had someone transport the stone near the cutting machine. As soon as onlookers noticed someone cutting stone, they gathered to witness the spectacle. Most of them were daily spectators, either there for entertainment or to purchase jade, functioning as jade procurement merchants. The spectators were akin to those who watch others play mahjong, lacking the funds or confidence to gamble themselves, yet deriving vicarious enjoyment from observing others. Others were there to see if any fine jade would emerge, ready to make a purchase. Gao Yang's approach was consistently straightforward and bold. The cutting machine roared to life, and he made a decisive cut, prompting the onlookers to shake their heads in disbelief. Unperturbed, Gao Yang continued with his task. "Ah, it's green. It truly is green. Let me see." Several spectators rushed closer, prompting Gao Yang to momentarily halt the cutting machine. He then sprayed water on the freshly cut surface, revealing a green jadeite to the crowd. Although its quality was not the finest, it was still quite rare and, crucially, appeared to be a substantial piece. "Little brother, is this jade for sale? You needn't cut any further. I'll take it off your hands. I'll shoulder the risk. A flat price of 1 million. Finally, someone spoke up. Such instances were common, known as semi-gambling on rough stones, where only one side of the stone was revealed, leaving the interior's condition unknown. The price was assessed based on the visible surface alone. Everyone understood that a stone typically has 6 sides, and with only one exposed, there was significant uncertainty. It could yield a large piece of jade or merely a thin layer, potentially leading to substantial losses. Yet, some individuals relished the gamble. Gao Yang chuckled and flipped the jade over, making another cut. As time passed, the audience swelled from a few to 20 or 30, all eyes fixed intently on the unfolding drama. This was entirely normal. Each stone-cutting session resembled a high-stakes game. Some spectators even risked their fortunes. The adage, one cut impoverishes, the second enriches, and the third reveals the truth, aptly applied here. Wow, that cut was remarkably precise. As the other side was revealed, Gao Yang merely polished it slightly with a small grinding machine, and a vibrant green emerged before the onlookers. Little brother, no need to say more. I offer 3 million for this jade. The same man from before continued. I'll go 350,000, chimed in another well-fed gentleman clutching a briefcase. Others joined in, and the price quickly escalated to 5 million. Gao Yang felt the price had reached a reasonable point. In Jinling, this jade might fetch 6 to 7 million. But in rewritten, the value differed. Fine, 5 million it is. He conceded without hesitation. The man was overjoyed at Gao Yang's agreement. Little brother, here is my business card. If you come across any quality jade in the future, do reach out. Rest assured, my offers will always be the highest. Gao Yang accepted the card and exchanged names, not particularly concerned with the veracity of the man's claims. The transaction concluded swiftly. Gao Yang collected his payment and relinquished the half-cut jade to the buyer. He had no intention of cutting many stones today, as time was running short, and he had other matters to attend to. Gao Yang, you won't believe it. The live stream just exploded. The number of viewers has doubled compared to yesterday's peak, and the tips have been phenomenal. Suli gushed, brimming with excitement. This surge in viewership indicated an increase in followers, enhancing the likelihood of future sales through live streaming. It was fundamentally a matter of probability. If 1 out of 100 viewers made a purchase, then among 1,000 it could be 10, and among 10,000, perhaps 100. Additionally, the tips from this live stream exceeded 10,000. However, this amount belonged to the company, as Su Li's streaming account was a corporate asset, not a personal one. While Su Li reveled in her success, Qian Meili was green with envy. In just that brief moment, after deducting costs, Gao Yang had netted over 400,000. Who wouldn't envy such a rapid accumulation of wealth? Gao Yang was no fool, well aware of the saying, one eats the meat while others sip the broth. Another adage stated, money on the gambling table is not real money. Now, in rewritten, it felt as though he had stepped onto a gambling table, with the recent stone cutting merely the first hand dealt. Thus, he aimed to distribute wealth to attract attention. Meili, I tend to be rather lazy, so I hope you can help me with laundry and tidying up my room in the future. However, I won't let you work for nothing, since today has been auspicious. Let us share the wealth. Before Qian Meili could respond, Gao Yang initiated a transfer. Upon hearing the notification, she picked up her phone, her jaw dropping in astonishment. Capable of accommodating a banana and 2 eggs, she had initially anticipated a sum of 10 or 80,000 and was already content. Yet to her surprise, an additional 0 followed the 10. Gao Yang merely smiled, offering no explanation. Qian Meili, buoyed by her joy, stood on tiptoes and placed a kiss on Gao Yang's cheek. She was ecstatic. 1 million was a significant fortune for her, potentially saving her years of labor, and all she needed to do was express her gratitude to Gao Yang. He chuckled and subsequently transferred 1 million to Su Li and another 1 million to Wanwaning. Su Li has already stopped broadcasting, and it is unclear who she is chatting with on WeChat. Suddenly, a transfer notification popped up, and she quickly clicked to see it, her mouth agape in astonishment. Gao Yang shrugged, offering no further explanation, as Wanwaning had just messaged him. Having just finished work, Wanwaning stretched lazily. Gao Yang's absence left her feeling somewhat unsettled, as there was no one to take advantage of her. This is a rather common phenomenon. If a man frequently teases a woman, whether through words or gestures, such as playfully flicking her chin or surreptitiously pinching her backside, she may initially feel uncomfortable, but over time, such behavior becomes second nature. Gao Yang teased her daily, whether it was a playful tap here or a gentle touch there, sometimes even pinching her. At first, she felt a bit shy about it, but as time passed, she grew accustomed to it. Occasionally, when walking in front of Gao Yang and he did not reach out to pat her backside, she would feel a sense of discomfort, prompting her to walk back and forth in front of him until he finally patted her, which brought her satisfaction. Otherwise, she felt something was missing. This is the essence of habit. Thus, with Gao Yang absent today, when Wanting felt unusually uneasy, she decided to visit the store since Gao Yang was not around. Just then, her phone buzzed, and upon checking, she was surprised to see a transfer of 1 million. She quickly messaged Gao Yang. As soon as she sent the message, Gao Yang's response arrived. The content made when Wanting chuckle softly. For her, 1 million was indeed not a significant amount, but its implications were profound. This marked the first instance of Gao Yang giving her pocket money. Moreover, this was no trivial sum. However, within less than a minute, she already envisioned how she would spend it. All right, I'll listen to you, darling, I miss you, moi. Upon sending this message, when Wanting felt her cheeks flush, she was unaware of the transformation she underwent since meeting Gao Yang. In the past, she hardly ever flirted, and her demeanor was often icy. Now, she not only knew how to be coy, but sometimes even playful. With her phone in hand and her bag slung over her shoulder, she set off for Gao Yang's store, ready to indulge in a shopping spree. She intended to buy clothes for Gao Xiaoya and Gao Yang. When Wanting thought to herself as she left the office, she had already gauged the situation. Making a fortune here with his skills was not a daunting task. However, occurrences like today should only happen once or twice a day. Doing it excessively would raise suspicions. If one were to consistently gamble on rising fortunes, it would take long for everyone to take notice. If one had a strong backing, they might be safe, but being a nobody with nothing to their name, walking alone at night could pose dangers. Thus, Gao Yang had to prepare accordingly. First and foremost, he needed a warehouse, even if it was just a temporary one. Who would handle this? Naturally, it required the assistance of both women, which was precisely why Gao Yang offered them each 100,000. To put it bluntly, having given them benefits, they were expected to work for him. Mei Li, starting tomorrow, help me find a warehouse. It doesn't need to be large, but it must be accessible for a large truck. Additionally, please hire a few security guards from a security company to guard that warehouse 24/7. Moreover, I need a stone cutting machine. The price is not an issue. If you can get this done for me, I will not treat you unfairly. Mei Li's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she eagerly agreed, almost throwing herself into his arms. The only reason she refrained was because Su Li was nearby. Gao Yang then turned his attention to Su Li. Su Li, during your live stream tonight, you can do some promotions, not only for our purchase of raw stones tomorrow, but also for our stone cutting session tomorrow night. I may not possess great capabilities, but rest assured, as long as you assist me, I will ensure you are well compensated. Gao Yang, reclining on his bed, promptly sent when Wanting a video message. When Wanting had just finished her shower, clad in a nightgown with a towel wrapped around her long hair, she held her phone in one hand while chatting with Gao Yang and conversing with Gao Xiaoya. Rushing into her room, the couple found it most fitting to video chat there, as some intimate topics might arise. Gao Yang began to discuss the day's events, including the matter of giving each of them 100,000, which he justified and when Wanting found reasonable. It is only natural to offer benefits to those who assist you. Who would want to earn a little extra on a business trip? After addressing the serious matters, they naturally shifted to more personal topics. When Ting, I think that nightgown doesn't suit you. When Wanting was taken aback. But you said this nightgown was the prettiest last time. Gao Yang shook his head. What I mean is, you would look better without it. When Wanting instantly grasped his implication, her cheeks flushing crimson, she quickly grabbed a nearby blanket and wrapped it around herself. You naughty man, you 1TC. How could Gao Yang let that slide? Thus, the ensuing conversation was filled with various provocations, seductions, and playful banter. Gradually, when Wanting succumbed to his charms, lifting the blanket and beginning to unbutton her clothes. Chapter 63. A night of indulgence. By the time Gao Yang ended the video call, an hour had passed. He couldn't help but feel exhilarated. If not for his strong self-control, he might have been overwhelmed. He decided to take a cold shower. However, just as he got out of bed, the doorbell rang. He casually opened the door, expecting either Mei Li or Su Li, only to be greeted by a flamboyantly dressed woman, heavily made up. Sir, do you require our services? We offer a full range of entertainment, from singing to playing instruments. There is nothing you can think of that we cannot provide. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Gao Yang, her eyes lighting up. With his looks and physique, she would have willingly offered her services for free. Gao Yang, having just woken up and clad only in his underwear, was still in a state of distraction after his enticing chat with Wen Wanting. Upon hearing the woman's words and seeing her gaze, he quickly realized her intentions. However, he was not interested in such women, especially since he was in a foreign place, where he needed to be cautious. "No, thank you," Gao Yang replied, shutting the door firmly. Just as he stepped into the bathroom, there was another knock at the door. This time, Gao Yang was irritated. He flung the door open and shouted, "I already told you I don't need your services." But he froze mid-sentence, as the person at the door was Mei Li. "Mei Li, it's you," Gao Yang said, a bit sheepish. Mei Li was well aware of what Gao Yang had just said, as the same woman had knocked on her door moments ago. "Is this how you plan to speak to me?" she asked, casting a glance at a certain part of Gao Yang's body, her tongue flicking out suggestively. After all, he was preparing to take a shower, and the bathroom was conveniently located near the entrance. At that moment, Mei Li suddenly wrapped her arms around Gao Yang from behind. He was taken aback, but did not resist, feeling quite comfortable with her embrace. "Gao Yang, before coming here, I promised you that as long as you brought me along, I would comply with your wishes. Now I have come to fulfill that promise." Mei Li is also quite tall, standing behind Gao Yang. Her chin rests perfectly on his shoulder. As she speaks, she playfully extends her tongue to lick his shoulder. Her heart races, perhaps from shyness or other emotions. This sensation is undeniably thrilling. Mei Li embodies a mature woman, reminiscent of autumn apples, sweet and fragrant. Just as Gao Yang feels the urge to turn around, his phone, which lay on the table, rings. He hastily removes Mei Li's hand and answers the call. "Is Su Li calling?" "Hello. All right, I'll be there shortly." Gao Yang hangs up and starts to get dressed, realizing that a bath is no longer feasible. "Gao Yang, what is wrong?" Mei Li asks, visibly disappointed that their moment was interrupted. "It's nothing, just Su Li calling. I need to go see her." "Oh, and please close the door," Gao Yang says before leaving. Upon arriving at Su Li's place, he finds that she has just finished her live stream and taken a shower, only to discover that the air conditioning in her room is broken. In such sweltering summer heat, it is nearly impossible to sleep without air conditioning. Though the temperature here isn't as high as in Jinling, it is still quite warm. This situation should have been addressed by hotel staff, yet by some twist of fate, Su Li called Gao Yang instead. Upon entering her room, Gao Yang sees Su Li, freshly showered, wrapped in a large bath towel. Much of her fair skin is exposed, and if Gao Yang were to remain unaffected, he would hardly be a normal man. It is akin to being in the presence of Li Lianying. Gao Yang picks up the remote control and notices spare batteries on the table. After replacing the batteries and testing the remote, it still fails to respond. Perhaps the air conditioning is indeed broken. "Should I request a room change for you?" Gao Yang suggests, preparing to leave. However, Su Li stops him. "No need to go through such trouble. I might as well stay with you for the night. We can have someone fix it tomorrow. What are you waiting for? Let us go." This raises the question of how they would spend the night since there is only one bed. While Gao Yang contemplates how to manage sleeping arrangements, Su Li has already climbed into bed. He glances over and nearly loses his composure. "Goodness, are you serious? You're not wearing anything? You sleep over there, and I'll sleep here. No inappropriate thoughts tonight, or I shall bite you," Su Li declares, lying on the bed and engrossed in her phone. Gao Yang heads to take a shower and then lies down as well. Initially, they maintain some distance, but gradually they begin to chat and inch closer together, until they're nearly side by side. Inhaling the fragrance from Su Li's hair, Gao Yang feels a surge of restlessness. "No wandering thoughts. Let's just sleep like this. You can hold my waist at most," Su Li says, turning off the lights, her face flushed with embarrassment as she utters the last line. Gao Yang has never considered himself a paragon of virtue. The choice between a beast and a lesser beast is rather straightforward. Initially, he does hold her waist, but gradually his hands begin to stray. This is a common flaw among men. Su Li remains still, pretending to be asleep. It must be said that Gao Yang possesses great allure, tall, handsome, affluent, and capable. What woman wouldn't be attracted to such qualities? However, Su Li understands that Gao Yang is Wan Ting's boyfriend, and competing for him is futile. She knows she cannot surpass Wan Ting in terms of family background or physical attributes. At least she has the distinction of being divorced, which already sets her apart in her own mind. At this moment, the towel that enveloped her has vanished, and she feels prepared. Gao Yang does not greet her. Instead, he begins to caress her as if they were lovers. He possesses an understanding of women, or perhaps an understanding of their bodies. Throughout this encounter, Suli remains silent and motionless, feigning sleep. It is not until the satisfied intruder departs that the room is left in disarray. After some time, she hears soft snoring, turns to glance at him, smiles, and then closes her eyes, drifting off to sleep. Many things remain unspoken, thus avoiding any awkwardness. The next morning, when Gao Yang wakes, he discovers that Su Li has already left. He even questions whether the events of the previous night were merely a dream. To confirm, he searches the bed, but finds not a single strand of hair. This leaves him puzzled. Could it truly have been a dream? Sighing in resignation, he rises to wash his face and brush his teeth, and just as he finishes, the doorbell rings. Upon opening the door, he finds Qian Meili and Su Li standing there. Gao Yang, let's go have breakfast, Su Li says nonchalantly. Gao Yang observes her, sensing no difference from the previous day. Is this some sort of apparition? Without much time to ponder, he is whisked away by the two women. The hotel offers complimentary breakfast, which is neither remarkable nor terrible, but suffices to fill their stomachs. After breakfast, Qian Meili departs alone, as she needs to assist Gao Yang with renting a storage unit and attend to other matters. Gao Yang, meanwhile, heads to the raw stone market with Su Li. Throughout their journey, he contemplates inquiries he wishes to make, yet the words remain unspoken. Some matters are perhaps better left unsaid, and this may be Su Li's intention. Gao Yang gathers his scattered thoughts. Today marks his official first day of earning money. As the warehouse is not yet rented, purchasing raw stones is not feasible. Thus, he focuses on making a profit instead. The crowd today is significantly larger than the previous day, and Gao Yang, as usual, seeks out a raw stone shop with fewer patrons. Although he claims to prefer the quieter establishments, that is merely relative. Su Li is not live streaming today. Instead, she is filming short videos. A necessary task for a competent host. Gao Yang casually observes, choosing not to examine the low-quality jade, but instead making his way to the high-end section. He understands that it is better to cut one valuable piece than to slice 10 inferior ones, so he sets his sights on premium jade raw stones. Upon arriving in this high-end area, Gao Yang's eyelids flicker. The prices are exorbitantly high, causing him to feel a twinge of self-doubt. A glance around reveals that the likelihood of exceptional jade emerging from fine stones is indeed substantial, yet few truly remarkable pieces are available. None of them spark his desire to purchase. At that moment, a conversation between two individuals catches Gao Yang's attention. Turning to listen, he hears them discussing a stone the size of a grinding disc. The color is excellent, but what a pity, such a beautiful piece has a flaw, one laments. As the saying goes, we fear small flaws more than large cracks. It's a shame for such a visually appealing raw stone, as it has a 90 chance of yielding exquisite jade. What a pity. The two men, appearing to be in their 50s, clearly possess considerable expertise in the realm of stone gambling. What are you worried about? Just the other day, I saw this stone priced at 8 million. Now it's only 2 million. It's a steal. Another interjects, sounding somewhat tempted. Old who? You can't be serious about buying it, can you? Let me tell you, the reason this stone is so cheap is because of that flaw. Otherwise, why would the price keep dropping without anyone purchasing it? I remember this stone has been around for a month, and it was priced at that amount back then. As he speaks, he raises 3 fingers. Clearly, it is not 3 million. At this moment, Gao Yang's eyes narrowed into slits, and he felt an urge to seize the opportunity. However, he was aware that such actions were unacceptable, especially in Jinling City, and even more so in Ruei City. Thus, he hoped that the individual named Lao who would refrain from making a purchase. Perhaps his silent prayers were answered, for just then, the sound of firecrackers erupted next door. Ah, someone is betting on a rise. Let's go take a look. Curiosity got the better of Lao, who had initially intended to acquire the jadeite, but was pulled away by another. Without a moment's hesitation, Gao Yang rushed over to safeguard the stone, transferring it onto a small cart. Seizing the moment while everyone was distracted by the neighboring excitement, he settled the payment, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Is this the stone? Just as Gao Yang prepared to depart, Lao Hu inadvertently caught a glimpse of the raw stone on Gao Yang's cart. What a bargain. I shall buy it for fun, Gao Yang remarked casually. Little brother, since you've purchased it, why not cut it here? It would be a delight for all of us to witness, Lao Hu suggested, clearly optimistic about the stone, since it had already been sold. He had no grounds for protest. However, he was eager to see if he had made a wise investment or not. If the stone turned out to be worthless, it would mean he had gained. Conversely, if it was valuable, he would unleash a torrent of curses upon the individual who had dragged him out to witness this. In truth, Gao Yang was reluctant to have it cut here, fearing potential trouble. Ah, little brother, we meet again. Just then, the individual who had purchased the jadeite from Gao Yang the previous day reappeared. His surname was Si, with the full name Si Xianping, a rather uncommon surname that Gao Yang had not encountered before. What a coincidence! Gao Yang replied nonchalantly, wishing to leave. Aren't you going to cut this stone? Why not do it here? If it turns out well, I would gladly take it at a satisfactory price. Si Xianping was well aware of the stone's potential. He had previously abandoned it due to the flaw, but had initially valued it at 30 million. Typically, stones like this either hold no value or experience a dramatic increase, surpassing the norm. Indeed, little brother, why not cut it here? To be honest, we are all quite curious about this stone. They encouraged him. Gao Yang discerned that their sole intention was to satisfy their curiosity. Given the stone's extreme nature, if it were not for the flaw, it would undoubtedly be a top-tier specimen. However, the risk of it being worthless was over 90%, which deterred them from purchasing it. Yet, their desire to witness the spectacle remained. Whether the stone was ruined or yielded a profit mattered little to them, and it could serve as fodder for boasting. Gao Yang understood their psychology perfectly. If he continued to hesitate, he would invite suspicion. Since he was already under scrutiny, he might as well proceed with the cut and sell it subsequently. Resolving this in his mind, Gao Yang nodded and said, "Very well, I shall try my luck today. Perhaps I will uncover a piece of imperial green." Ignoring the surrounding jeers, he moved the stone toward the cutting machine. As the crowd grew larger, Gao Yang became the proverbial duck forced to the slaughter. Cutting the stone was now inevitable. He took a marker and began to draw lines, albeit sparingly, just 4 lines, one on each face. Once finished, he positioned the flawed side toward the cutting machine. Indeed, he aimed to determine fate with a single cut. With the roar of the cutting machine resonating, Gao Yang commenced without hesitation, following the lines he had drawn. All eyes were fixed upon him, understanding that if the cut revealed the flaw, it would signify the stone's utter worthlessness. Conversely, if the flaw was absent, regardless of whether it contained jade, the gamble on the flaw would be deemed a success. Time seemed to freeze, and the air grew thick with anticipation. The only sound was that of the cutting machine. Even as Su Li, who had secretly activated a live stream, watched intently, with the audience falling silent, all waiting. Suddenly, a piece of stone skin fell away, revealing the completed cut. Before the crowd could react, Si Xianping swiftly advanced to examine the cut surface. No more flaw. It has ended here. Little brother, what good fortune! Others exclaimed, hurrying to inspect the stone. Indeed, the flaw had ceased at this point, and regardless of whether jade was present, the gamble on the flaw had paid off. Little brother, continue cutting. I have faith in you. The spectators, reveling in the excitement, urged him on. Gao Yang smiled, but did not continue cutting. Instead, he began polishing the surface. This bewildered the onlookers. Could it be? Suddenly, Lao Wu seemed to realize something. It's green. It's turning green. Finally, someone with a keen eye spotted a hint of green. Ignoring the commotion, Gao Yang continued to polish other areas. Minutes later, he fetched a scoop of water and splashed it over the stone. Instantly, a vast expanse of green emerged before the crowd. Good heavens, am I seeing things? This is indeed imperial green. The scene erupted into chaos, with cheers and lamentations echoing. Old Shun, you scoundrel! This stone was mine. You dragged me out here, and now I shall have my revenge. Lao Wu was trembling with rage. This stone had genuinely belonged to him. Had it not been for this man pulling him out to witness the spectacle, Gao Yang would never have acquired it. Thus, he felt a murderous intent toward Old Shun. Little brother, stop cutting. I will offer 5 billion for it, just as it is. Si Xianping interjected. While making such an offer now carried a degree of risk, it was likely to be significantly lower in price. This was a gamble, commonly referred to as half-gamble material, where one cuts a jadeite surface and sells it. The remainder might exceed expectations, or the jadeite might not be as substantial as imagined, presenting a risk. Thus, offering $5 billion for the surface was not an unreasonable proposal. If Gao Yang lacked the ability to see through it, he might have considered selling, given the inherent risk. However, with his insight, he knew precisely the jadeite's size and value. Boss C, if you give me $10 billion, I will hand over this material. Otherwise, let us discuss the price after I reveal it. Gao Yang understood that the jadeite was worth far more than $10 billion, yet he wished to avoid complications. The events of today would soon spread throughout the raw stone market, making it the center of attention, drawing potential onlookers. However, if he could sell this stone now, Xi Jinping might not proceed with the cut. This introduced an element of uncertainty. Even if Xi Jinping chose to cut it, the focus of the crowd would likely remain on him for a while. Thus, he could quickly extricate himself from the situation. After all, the spotlight on this day was extraordinarily bright. Imperial green is the pinnacle of jadeite, the king among gems, with only a few pieces revealed each year, and rarely of such size. Xi Jinping found himself in a dilemma, for the sum involved was a staggering $1 billion. Should he incur a loss, it would undoubtedly be a source of great distress for him. However, upon examining the material at hand, the likelihood of an appreciation in value appeared exceedingly high. After all, the problem had already been resolved, leaving no plausible reason for this piece to depreciate. Just as he wrestled with his indecision, a woman's voice pierced through the air, declaring, $1 billion, I want it. Gao Yang looked up to see a tall, alluring beauty, approximately 23 or 24 years old. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded simply over her shoulders. With elegantly curved eyelashes, large, expressive eyes, and a prominent nose, her exquisite oval face radiated charm. The outfit she wore accentuated her flawless curves. Just the sight of her figure made Gao Yang feel an overwhelming urge to yield to her. Tang Yingying, you have come as well? Gao Yang recognized the enchanting woman as Tang Yingying. Much like when wanting, she possessed an undeniable beauty. Yet, the two women differed significantly. While one wanting exuded an aura of aloof elegance, Tang Yingying immediately struck Gao Yang as sultry. Uncle C, why not let me take this stone? Would that be agreeable? As she spoke, Tang Yingying began to playfully plead, her seductive sway nearly compelling Gao Yang to gift her the precious jadeite. Xi Jinping, understanding that he had no hope of retaining the imperial green today, could only offer a helpless smile and shake his head. Despite her playful demeanor, Tang Yingying was no simple woman. Any man who had dealt with her had ultimately faced dire consequences, often left with nothing but bones to chew on. Noticing Xi Jinping's silence, Tang Yingying approached Gao Yang. Sir, may I take this? Gao Yang, momentarily caught off guard, nodded dumbly. Just then, an icy chill surged from his lower abdomen to the crown of his head, jolting him back to reality. Narrowing his eyes, the dazed expression vanished, replaced by a hint of wariness. Tang Yingying was equally taken aback. It was rare to find someone who could so swiftly break free from her enchantment. This is my account. Please transfer the funds now. And do not use any delayed transfer methods, or the transaction will be canceled, she instructed with a smile, nodding slightly. After receiving Gao Yang's bank card, she handed it to an assistant nearby. The transaction was swiftly completed, and once Gao Yang confirmed everything was in order, he gestured to Tang Yingying. From this moment on, this jadeite is yours. If all goes well, you should be able to earn an additional $2 to $3 billion without issue. Gao Yang's final remark was uttered softly, likely audible only to Tang Yingying. After he spoke, he turned and pulled the still-dazed Suli away. By the time onlookers snapped back to reality, Gao Yang's figure had already vanished. Chapter 66. The Wisdom of Qian Meili. Gao Yang, wait a moment. I'm exhausted. After leaving the raw stone market, Gao Yang hurriedly dragged Suli along. This left her thoroughly fatigued. Her stamina paled in comparison to Gao Yang's enhanced physique. Observing Suli bent over, gasping for breath, Gao Yang's gaze remained fixed upon her. Eventually, Suli sensed something amiss, looked up, and her cheeks flushed crimson. What are you staring at? Pervert! Watch out, or Wanting will castrate you. After her exclamation, She quickly shifted the topic back to the 1 billion. Gao Yang, how did you become so incredible, securing the Imperial Green? 1 billion. I can hardly believe it. Gao Yang, too, felt a flurry of emotions. He had not anticipated such a lucrative beginning on the very first day. A 200,000 stone yielding 1 billion. If it weren't daytime, you might have thought it a dream. Gao Yang, as the saying goes, those who witness should share in the spoils. Shouldn't you give me a little something? Just a mere 2 or 3 billion would suffice. Su Li's words were said in jest, yet Gao Yang took them to heart. Sure. This left Su Li momentarily stunned, gazing at Gao Yang with wide eyes before she finally grasped the situation. Huh, you think you can win me over with money? Not a chance. Don't get too attached. I might just make you bleed. Gao Yang found himself bewildered by Su Li's remarks. Could it be that there truly existed someone indifferent to wealth? Let's take a short break. We should first organize the warehouse. In a few days, most of these people will leave, and the matter will cool down. If we rush in now, we might be surrounded before we even think about buying raw stones. Su Li agreed. The commotion was indeed significant, and a cooling-off period would be prudent. By the way, is your air conditioning working? What air conditioning? My room's air conditioning is perfectly fine. Enough of that. Let us go shopping. I've heard this place is quite entertaining. Gao Yang was left perplexed. Was last night truly a figment of his imagination? It could not be. After spending the morning shopping, Gao Yang acquired numerous items, including gifts for his parents and younger sister, Gao Xiaoya, not to mention a few for when wanting. Gao Yang had few friends. Although he had maintained good relations with a couple of classmates, their contacts had dwindled over time. His only close buddy, Zhang Jun, was likely awaiting judgment, and as for his ex-girlfriend, she was a distant memory. At present, his only reasonably close relationship was with Su Li. Thus, solitude proved more daunting than financial hardship. With ample funds, he wished to buy gifts for friends, yet upon rifling through his contacts, he found not a single suitable recipient. Gao Yang, I found 2 warehouses. One is closer, requiring 300,000 per year, payable in a lump sum. The other is farther, with the same rent but allowing payment every 6 months. Which do you prefer? While they dined, Qin Meili reported on her morning's endeavors. Gao Yang was unconcerned about the money. Naturally, he preferred the closer option. Furthermore, please ensure you engage with a reputable security company. A little extra cost is acceptable. We need to prioritize safety. Additionally, we require a small delivery truck. Nothing too large, just a box truck will suffice. See if you can rent one. If not, we can purchase one outright, as it shouldn't cost too much. Qin Meili nodded, acknowledging the simplicity of these tasks. By the way, how was your morning? Did you find anything? This morning, I took Gao Yang shopping and bought a whole bunch of things. I even got you a new outfit. Try it on in a moment. Su Li, quick-witted, skillfully redirected the conversation. We shouldn't consider buying raw stones just yet. We must first sort out the warehouse situation. Otherwise, where will we store the purchases? Thus, Gao Yang laid out his plan to rest for a couple of days, allowing for leisurely shopping with all expenses on him. Gao Yang articulated this because he understood Qin Meili's weakness. While she was neither particularly good nor bad, she was undeniably fond of money, as evidenced by her advances the previous night. Such women have a distinct advantage. As long as you provide them with financial support, they will comply with your requests. To put it bluntly, even if one were to engage in a more intimate relationship with her, as long as money was involved, she would not cling to you or disrupt your life. Therefore, upon mentioning that he would cover all shopping expenses, Qin Meili's eyes sparkled with excitement. She realized Gao Yang possessed considerable wealth. With a mere 1 million, they could rent a warehouse and hire several security personnel, adding the cost of a small delivery truck. The total would likely remain well below half the amount. In regards to the remaining half of the 1 million, Qin Meili may return it to Gao Yang, but he would not accept it. The answer is unequivocally negative. Hence, Qin Meili is a woman of discernment. She refrains from excessive inquiries, for the reasons behind her actions are irrelevant to her. She understands her position well, acknowledging that she is currently working for Gao Yang. Should he require her companionship in a more intimate sense, she is prepared to fulfill that role until their current affairs reach resolution. Nevertheless, Gao Yang remains the boyfriend of their superior. Qin Meili adeptly positions herself, never aspiring for anything more from Gao Yang than what is. She possesses a clear self-awareness. As for the reasons behind Gao Yang and Su Li's joint outings, or whether they share a bed, Qin mainly remains indifferent. Even if she were to witness such an occurrence, she would feign ignorance. For instance, last night, upon hearing Gao Yang's door open, she initially intended to seek him out, only to find Su Li wrapped in a towel entering his room. Would she believe that nothing occurred between them that night? If she were foolish enough to raise this matter, she would likely gain nothing in the days to come. Such inquiries would serve her no purpose. Her duty is merely to assist Gao Yang in his endeavors. Perhaps in the future, he might take her along on outings. Therefore, one should not aspire to hold leverage over others for personal gain, as this is the epitome of folly. The most effective approach is to have others willingly offer their resources rather than to demand them outright. Chapter 67. A chance encounter with Tang Yingying after lunch. Qin merely busied herself with her tasks. Gao Yang opted for a nap, while Su Li also sought rest. Consequently, he intended to check on her room and ensure the air conditioning was functioning properly, only to be halted by Su Li, who insisted that a solitary man and woman should not share a room. This predicament left Gao Yang feeling increasingly uncertain about the reality of the previous night's events. Following a video call with one wanting, he activated the air conditioning and slipped into slumber. His rest was deep, and upon awakening, he found that dusk had nearly descended. After dining, Gao Yang retrieved his room card, intending to take a stroll, for he had slept too long in the afternoon, which would hinder his sleep later. Given his current reflexes, he felt he could easily evade any unwanted encounters. However, just as he prepared to do so, he recognized a familiar face. Tang Yingying. Quick, get me out of here. Tang Yingying appeared visibly distressed, her complexion flushed and her body radiating heat. Gao Yang could feel her grip on his arm, trembling and warm. At that moment, two individuals obstructed his path, followed by three more emerging from behind. Tang Yingying, what do you think you're going today? Gao Yang felt a wave of frustration. Why could he not simply enjoy his time at the hotel without trouble? Yet, here he was, entangled in such a predicament. Heilong, how despicable of you to drug me. Tang Yingying was clearly struggling to maintain her composure, her voice quivering. If I hadn't drugged you, how could I have caught you? Tang Yingying realized that she was indeed in a dire situation, and regrettably, this unfortunate fellow was caught in the crossfire. Heilong chuka azogang ti, Tan Yingying. Do you think it's you who is foolish, or am I the one being foolish? He witnessed what he should not have and heard what he should not have. He is merely unfortunate. Everyone, seize him. Let us finish this quickly. Tang Yingying swiftly pushed Gao Yang aside. I'll hold him off. You run. Despite her delicate appearance and current condition, she exhibited remarkable fighting prowess. However, her stamina was waning, and soon enough, Heilong landed a punch that sent her reeling. Gao Yang finally snapped out of his daze and caught Tang Yingying. Are you all right? Tang Yingying, filled with exasperation, retorted, Are you out of your mind? I just told you to run. Why didn't you take my advice? You're such a fool. Gao Yang, unjustly berated as a fool, felt a surge of anger. Why was he being treated this way? In retaliation, he slapped Tang Yingying on her backside with a resounding smack. Hold this. He thrust a takeout box in her arms before charging toward Heilong and his gang. Seeing Gao Yang's reckless audacity, Heilong commanded his subordinates to attack. A flurry of punches and kicks ensued, and after a moment, Gao Yang spat contemptuously, trash. Having dealt with them, he approached the now unsteady Tang Yingying, ready to take his leave. Are you all right? Quick, get me out of here. Gao Yang was at a loss. It was imperative to not leave her alone in this deserted area. Thus, he hoisted her onto his back and hurried toward the hotel. Fortunately, they were not far from it. Upon reaching the hotel entrance, he gently set Tang Yingying down and supported her as they entered. Carrying her would lead to misunderstandings from the hotel staff, but assisting her would merely suggest he had found a drunken companion. Upon successfully getting her into a room, Gao Yang intended to fetch some water and inquire about the situation. However, as soon as he entered, Tang Yingying lunged into his arms. If you don't take me now, I'll die. As she spoke, she began tearing at her clothing, and Gao Yang was utterly bewildered. He soon realized that she might have been drugged. Yet, there was no time for contemplation, as Tang Yingying had already pushed him onto the bed. What followed was decidedly inappropriate for younger audiences. Time passed, and when Tang Yingying finally regained consciousness, she sought out her garments, only to find them in tatters. Desperate, she rummaged through the wardrobe and donned one of Gao Yang's shirts. Today's events must remain a secret, otherwise I will kill you. Additionally, let today's occurrences be forgotten entirely. With that, Tang Yingying stumbled out of Gao Yang's room. It was only then that he grasped the gravity of the situation. Gazing at the disarrayed room and the stark contrast of crimson against the white sheets, he was reminded of his prior encounter with Wen Wanting. Only this time, the roles were reversed. After considerable reflection, Gao Yang began to tidy up. He gathered the soiled linens to wash them, for he could not afford to leave any evidence of the night's escapades. A sense of melancholy washed over him as he pondered the fleeting nature of such an encounter. Just as he finished cleaning, the doorbell rang. Su Li entered unceremoniously, seemingly oblivious to the missing sheets, and collapsed onto the bed in the same position as the previous night. This gave Gao Yang a moment of confusion. Could Su Li be a somnambulist? All that had transpired the night before was undeniably real. Yet could it have been a dream? Gao Yang's mind was in disarray as he turned off the lights and climbed into bed, maintaining a respectful distance from Su Li while his thoughts lingered on recent events. However, his lack of action did not mean that Su Li was idle. She turned toward him, pressing close without uttering a word, and her hands began to wander. Before long, Gao Yang found his thoughts consumed, realizing that if he still entertained other notions at that moment, he would be quite the fool. Thus, he embraced Su Li once more. Chapter 68. Potential dangers after a tumultuous turn of events. Su Li simply rolled over and drifted off to sleep. Throughout the ordeal, Su Li remained silent, not even bothering to open her eyes. The events of the night were shrouded in too many uncertainties and perplexities. First and foremost, Tang Yingying must possess a formidable background. With such a powerful backing, coupled with her martial prowess, what kind of adversary would dare confront her? The individual known as He Long also had martial skills, yet he was undoubtedly inferior to Tang Yingying. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to drugging her. Conversely, if Tang Yingying had not been drugged, then her assailants were certainly no match for her. Moreover, from the content of their dialogue, it was evident that He Long was not acting independently. He likely served a higher power, akin to an enforcer. Gao Yang even entertained a bold hypothesis. The forces behind Tang Yingying and He Long were perhaps adversarial. Tang Yingying's presence here prompted the opposing faction to send someone to ambush her, employing the method of drugging her. Otherwise, it would have been nearly impossible for her to fall victim so easily. As for Gao Yang's remarkable fighting ability, even defeating He Long, this can be traced back to the moments preceding the confrontation. Gao Yang indeed possessed fighting skills. With a stature, he could easily handle 2 or 3 opponents like Zhang Jun. However, defeating He Long and his 4 subordinates was an entirely different challenge. The reason for his victory lay in the transformation of his vision. When Tang Yingying and He Long engaged, Gao Yang inadvertently noticed their techniques were rife with flaws. After several validations, he understood that his eyesight had undergone a mutation, rendering the changes less surprising. Thus, during the battle with He Long and his cohorts, he could anticipate their moves and counter them preemptively. Gao Yang felt overwhelmed, primarily due to his lack of understanding regarding the situation. Who exactly was Tang Yingying, and what kind of power did she command? What was the nature of the force behind He Long? Would they come after him next? Unable to make sense of it all, he decided to put those thoughts aside. Turning his head, he glanced at the already slumbering Su Li and felt a wave of frustration. Why was this person completely different between day and night? Lost in thought, Gao Yang soon fell into a deep sleep. Fortunately, he had encountered that man. To her surprise, Gao Yang was exceptionally skilled. Throughout the ordeal, he had dominated the 5 attackers. Moreover, she had unwittingly bestowed her first time upon this individual, Gao Yang, and it had been under her own coercion. The very thought of Gao Yang's innocent gaze made Tang Yingying want to laugh. However, her expression quickly shifted. This matter was not Gao Yang's fault, yet he had become embroiled in it. If the adversaries sought revenge against Gao Yang, it would be utterly unpredictable. With this in mind, Tang Yingying picked up her phone and dialed a number. Hello, arrange for 2 capable individuals to protect someone for me. I will send you the details shortly. Additionally, you must arrive here within 24 hours. This time, I intend for them to pay the price. After hanging up, Tang Yingying stood up and looked at her oversized clothing. Even twirling around, she found it amusing to wear men's attire, though the motion aggravated a wound in a sensitive area. That rogue! How could he thrust with such force? It's excruciating, Tang Yingying exclaimed before heading to the bathroom. The following morning, when Gao Yang awoke, he found himself alone in bed, not a single strand of hair left behind. However, he was certain that Su Li had been there the previous night. His phone had stealthily captured a photograph of her sleeping. Deleting the photo, he deemed that some matters required no evidence. What was important was his own understanding, not the need for proof. Ding dong. Just as he finished his morning routine, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he found, unsurprisingly, Su Li standing there. Why are you staring at me? Are you trying to take advantage of me? Let me warn you, if you dare to entertain any thoughts, I will cut you down, Su Li declared, stepping into the room and casually finding a place to sit. What are we doing today? Gao Yang was left speechless. This woman was either sleepwalking or an expert at feigning innocence. Su Li, about last night, Su Li interrupted him. What about last night? Oh, right. Qian Meili just called, asking me to take you to see the warehouse over there. It has already been rented out. Additionally, 5 security personnel have been arranged. 1 team leader and 4 team members, divided into 2 shifts. Gao Yang nodded, deciding not to dwell on the previous night's events as he led Su Li out of the hotel. They hailed a taxi based on the address, heading directly toward the warehouse. The warehouse was situated about 10 kilometers away. While this was a considerable distance, it was unavoidable. Suitable warehouses were scarce within the city, and most were located in that area. Every year, during the jade rough stone auction, warehouses in that vicinity were rented out. Sometimes, even a 1-month rental could cost as much as half a year's rent. Yet, that single month was the only time they profited. Otherwise, the warehouses remained vacant most of the year. For instance, Gao Yang's warehouse was mostly unoccupied for over 10 months in a year, yielding a mere 80,000 to 100,000 annually. They preferred long-term rentals like Gao Yang's, as empty warehouses were of no use to them. Simply put, they represented a waste. A year-long lease meant higher rent, yet it eliminated the costs associated with maintenance and cleaning for the entire year. Dressed in all black, Qian Meili displayed her intelligence by accentuating her most prominent features. Although her outfit was black, the chest area was white on both sides, creating an illusion that suggested an unintentional opening. This left ample room for one's imagination. Sister Meili, that outfit of yours has me quite excited. Gao Yang's comment was double-edged, leaving one to wonder whether he was thrilled or merely jesting. Qian Meili erupted into laughter. Gao Yang, have you been unable to find a nest for several days? Feeling a bit uncomfortable? Chapter 69. Under surveillance, Gao Yang was quite pleased with the warehouse, and it was time to commence procurement. 3 days swiftly passed, and on the 5th day of Gao Yang's arrival, he began his shopping. First, he altered his appearance, changing his hairstyle and attire. Finally, he purchased a pair of sunglasses, believing he would no longer be recognized. Yet, upon entering the rough stone market, he heard someone exclaim, "Look, that's him. He is the one who uncovered the imperial green. I was there that day. I recognize him even in ashes." Gao Yang felt a wave of irritation wash over him. If he was recognizable even in ashes, what was the point of his disguise? Had his efforts over the past 3 days been in vain? Ultimately, with no other choice, he steeled himself and pressed on. He resolved to purchase everything he needed and leave promptly. Interestingly, despite the troubles, there were also benefits. For instance, when he entered a shop, the owner treated him with utmost courtesy. As long as he showed interest in a particular stone, the owner would arrange for someone to deliver it directly to his vehicle, often at a discounted price. However, the downside was that he was followed by a crowd wherever he went. In time, though, the number of followers would gradually dwindle. One notable advantage is that as soon as he resolves a stone, there are individuals eager to purchase it, often at commendable prices. Over the course of 3 days, Gao Yang managed to acquire nearly 1 billion worth of jade materials, simultaneously reaping considerable profits. This implies that the jade he purchased during this period was entirely funded by his earnings. Sister, does this person not fear for his life in such a high-profile manner? At a distance, Tang Yingying observed Gao Yang, while her cousin, Tang Xiaomi, posed a question. Do you believe being low-key would be of any benefit? At this juncture, who does not recognize him? The more low-key he is, the more trouble he invites. It might be wiser to be somewhat ostentatious, placing oneself in the limelight, as that would deter some unscrupulous individuals from targeting him. Tang Xiaomi pondered Tang Ying's words, finding a degree of truth in them. Sister, news has surfaced that the whereabouts of He Long and his associates have been located. Should we not take action tonight? Tang Ying nodded, a fierce glint appearing in her eyes. We are responsible for this matter. Your task is to safeguard Gao Yang. I am confident that someone will attempt to harm him in the coming days. However, remember to conceal your identity and refrain from mentioning me. Do you understand? Unbeknownst to Gao Yang, he was being observed from a distance. His current mood was a blend of joy and a hint of helplessness. In recent days, he not only procured a substantial amount of jade, but also amassed wealth. And most crucially, he absorbed a significant amount of spiritual energy within him. If he were to confront He Long and his cohorts now, it would be considerably easier than that fateful night. Gao Yang was aware that his time here would not be prolonged, with a planned duration of half a month to amass 10 billion in funds. One piece of imperial green not only enabled him to achieve his target, but also elevated his reputation, albeit at the cost of attracting a multitude of troubles. Daytime was chaotic, with throngs of people trailing him, and even the night brought no peace. There were constant requests for collaboration, discussions about acquisitions, and invitations for meals. Even during his attempts at rest, beautiful women appeared at his door, eager to offer their services. Gao Yang understood the motives of these individuals, which generally fell into 3 categories. The first were those seeking long-term partnerships, such as Xi Jinping. These individuals were purely commercial, and most of the jade he had recently unraveled was purchased by this man. Their relationship was amicable, representing a standard and beneficial business partnership. For instance, sending a woman to Gao Yang was followed by his assistance in acquiring valuable materials. It seemed reasonable to send a companion for a night, and in return, he would help select 2 pieces of jade the following day. Gao Yang indeed contemplated agreeing to such arrangements. However, each evening, Su Li would visit his room, leaving him with no opportunity to engage. Even when Qian Meili hinted multiple times, he found himself unable to act. The second type of people posed the greatest headache for Gao Yang, unscrupulous merchants. They openly and covertly warned him to either collaborate with them by selling the jade he purchased or risk being trapped in this location forever. This was a veiled threat, but they were willing to take the risk. Firstly, Gao Yang lacked influence, yet possessed an abundance of exquisite jade materials. The saying, possessing gems incurs guilt, encapsulates this reality. Based on his observations over the past few days, he noted that unidentified individuals frequently entered and exited the warehouse where he stored the raw stones. Their intentions clear, they were eyeing his jade materials. He was currently troubled by how to navigate this predicament. Gao Yang could assert with certainty that once his procurement concluded, an attempt would be made against him. Ultimately, he resolved to stall. After all, these raw stones were merely stones. The idea of theft was impractical, as they were not easily movable like other items. They were heavy and cumbersome, and if someone attempted to steal them, it would be time-consuming and labor-intensive, likely drawing attention. The thought of robbery was even less feasible. After all, this was Huaxia. Who would dare to commit such an act openly? The only plausible scenarios were either waiting for Gao Yang to finish loading his vehicle or attacking him en route. Thus, Gao Yang concluded that he would likely face minimal danger before his departure. After surveying the area once more, he found no sign of the person he sought to see. Gao Yang, your fan base has surged to over 20 million. Is today not the day for our activities? Let us dine first, and then proceed to the live stone resolution. Observing Su Li's eager expression, Gao Yang shook his head, stating, "This place is no longer safe." Upon hearing this, Su Li and Qian Meili exchanged puzzled glances. Ultimately, Gao Yang decided to share the situation with them, formulating a clever escape plan, akin to the concept of the golden cicada shedding its shell. You mean we are being watched? What should we do? Perhaps we should abandon these raw stones. Su Li, feeling anxious, suggested relinquishing the materials at the mention of danger. Qian Meili remained silent, awaiting Gao Yang's response. However, I do have a plan. We will execute a golden cicada shedding its shell maneuver. Golden cicada shedding its shell? Su Li looked at Gao Yang, perplexed. Without hesitation, Gao Yang articulated his straightforward plan. Essentially, they had been purchasing raw jade during the day and delivering it to the warehouse at night. The crucial step in their plan hinged on the truck. Gao Yang proposed secretly renting another warehouse elsewhere and acquiring a large truck to store inside. Each night, instead of delivering stones, they would stealthily transport the materials from the warehouse using the truck. From the outside, it would appear unchanged, but in reality, the warehouse's contents could be completely removed in 2 to 3 days. Under the cover of night, they would transport these materials to another warehouse for loading. Within a few days, the initial warehouse would be emptied. Once the truck was on the highway and out of the province, Gao Yang's mission would be accomplished. Gao Yang, is it not dangerous for you to remain here? Should they discover the warehouse is empty, they would surely seek revenge. Su Li expressed her concerns. Gao Yang smiled reassuringly, replying, once you both have departed, it will be easy for me to slip away. I could simply blend into any public place and vanish. The primary concern was the jade raw stones, which posed a significant target. Given the peculiar circumstances of this location, they needed to prepare in advance. Therefore, starting tomorrow, Mei Li, you should refrain from accompanying me. Focus solely on the tasks I assign you. Qian Mei Li nodded vigorously. Over the past few days, Gao Yang had already gifted her no less than 5 million. This was a sum she could never hope to earn in her lifetime, making it entirely reasonable for her to assist Gao Yang. Very well, let's have dinner first. Afterward, we shall rest well. After dining, Gao Yang spent some time video chatting with Wen Wanting. After his shower, he awaited Su Li's arrival. However, as the clock neared 10, she had yet to appear. Just as Gao Yang contemplated checking on her, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he was surprised to find not Su Li, but Qian Mei Li. This development made Gao Yang somewhat anxious, as Su Li could arrive at any moment. Sensing Gao Yang's tension, Qian Mei Li casually remarked something that seemed to alleviate the atmosphere. Today, Su Li arrived, and I just came from her side. Gao Yang understood. No wonder Su Li did not come tonight. Qian Mei Li spoke while caressing Gao Yang's body, surprised at the man's solid and robust physique, undoubtedly possessing abs. She raised her head and flashed a flirtatious smile at Gao Yang. Meanwhile, Tang Yingying arrived at a residence with several companions. Inside the modest dwelling, 5 or 6 individuals were drinking. If Gao Yang were present, he would recognize one of them as the Black Dragon, whom he had previously beaten. Had it not been for their encounter, her fate would have been dire. Tang Yingying waved her hand, and several men in black leaped into the courtyard, each brandishing a dagger as they approached slowly. Boss Black Dragon, I have located the brat who disrupted our plans that night. He is staying at a hotel, accompanied by 2 alluring women. Just imagine the pleasure of spending a night with such temptresses. Black Dragon set down his drink and glanced at his subordinate. Is that all you've got? Be cautious in the coming days. Reinforcements are on their way, and it would be best to avoid trouble. However, this brat has thwarted our plans and cannot be spared. Just as Black Dragon was speaking, the doors and windows were suddenly burst open. Those who entered wasted no time, attacking with deadly precision. Black Dragon was startled and quickly pushed the subordinate beside him towards one of the intruders, then leaped through the window. Just as he jumped out, he was kicked in the chest and slammed against the wall. Tang Yingying, Black Dragon recognized her immediately. So it's your turn, Black Dragon. You ambushed me that day, and now I shall return the favor. With that, Tang Yingying lunged at him with her dagger. As Tang Yingying narrowed her eyes, her weapon was deflected by someone else. Elderly, save me, Black Dragon cried out in terror, nearly meeting his demise. Useless. Elderly scolded Black Dragon before turning his attention to Tang Yingying. Tang family girl, we have no quarrel. Why must you persist in provoking us? Tang Yingying's eyes narrowed as she recognized him. Li Sei, the first rule of the underworld is to steer clear of drugs. Yet your Yin Jiumin not only dabbles in it, but also colludes with the north of Myanmar in organ trafficking. You are utterly despicable. With that, she charged at Li Sei. Li Sei wasted no time and engaged Tang Yingying in combat, then swiftly retreated, dragging Black Dragon with him as they escaped. Tang Yingying's expression darkened. Although she was not afraid of Li Sei, defeating him would be a formidable challenge. Her greatest concern was that Black Dragon had fled. If he escaped, Gao Yang's situation would be exposed, and he would undoubtedly be implicated. There were countless ways to target Gao Yang. Sometimes, no matter how skilled one was, it would make no difference. It seemed imperative to ensure this man departed swiftly. Furthermore, the danger was not limited to that. He was far too conspicuous, with numerous factions keeping a close watch on him. A conversation with him was necessary. Chapter 71. Delivering oneself to the door, one must say. Qian Meili truly knows how to enjoy herself, far surpassing the immobile Su Li. As Gao Yang entered the room, he immediately sensed an aura of danger. This was a benefit gained from his body being enhanced by spiritual energy, granting him acute awareness of his surroundings. Startled, Gao Yang evaded the attack, then swiftly threw a punch, halting it just before contact with Tang Yingying's chest, even brushing against her skin. "It's you." A hint of surprise flickered across Gao Yang's face. "Indeed, your crisis awareness is commendable." Tang Yingying candidly acknowledged that she had attempted a sneak attack. Yet he not only avoided it, but also accurately pinpointed a counterattack. However, his lasciviousness was quite apparent. In truth, Tang Yingying had arrived some time ago. As soon as she did, she saw Qian Meili departing, her flirtatious demeanor suggesting she had just been satisfied. Taking advantage of Gao Yang's shower, she entered the room. The locks of such hotels were mere trifles for her. "You are in grave danger. Several factions are watching you closely. Even those from that night are searching for you. They kill as easily as one slaughters pigs. You must leave at once. Do not blame me for failing to warn you, for you may not even know how you perish." Gao Yang gazed at Tang Yingying. "You care about me?" Tang Yingying was momentarily stunned, not expecting him to utter such a statement. Shouldn't he feel surprised and fearful? "Who cares about you? I merely believe this predicament is my fault, and I do not wish for you to be implicated." Tang Yingying clarified. "You do care," Gao Yang insisted, grasping her hand. Tang Yingying was infuriated. Why was he so fixated on this issue? Gao Yang held her hand tightly and, to her astonishment, embraced her. "Let go. What are you trying to do?" Gao Yang obediently released her. "I merely wanted to ascertain if you cared for me. My recent confirmation suggests otherwise. Thus, you may leave." Now it was Tang Yingying's turn to be bewildered. She was momentarily at a loss regarding his meaning. "I am just a merchant, earning a living through my abilities. I neither steal nor rob, nor do I kill or set fires. Anyone who obstructs my path will face my wrath." Tang Yingying regarded the man before her, uncertain how to assess him. To label him naive seemed somewhat accurate. To call him immature was not entirely incorrect either. Yet his words held truth. He neither steals nor robs, earning money through his own efforts. Who has the right to deprive him of the fruits of his labor? However, this place was different. The fault lay not with him, but with the environment. "What do you plan to do? I can help you devise a strategy." Ultimately, Tang Yingying resolved to take action. "You care again?" Tang Yingying was exasperated. This man began to behave unusually after just a few sentences. "Say whatever you like. If you don't want to, then forget it." Frustrated, she turned to leave, only to be embraced by Gao Yang again, this time from behind. Even more shamelessly, his hands covered her curves precisely. "I know you care about me," Gao Yang said, licking Tang Yingying's earlobe. She was instantly frozen, as she had never been treated this way by a man. The events of the previous night did not count. She had been in a chaotic state then, forgetting much, unlike now, when she was fully aware, making the experience particularly vivid. For a moment, Tang Yingying's mind went blank. She forgot to struggle or resist, perhaps because she felt no aversion. Thus, the two found themselves entangled once more, repeating the events of the previous night, this time initiated by Gao Yang. Tang Yingying departed in the early hours, biting Gao Yang's arm fiercely as she left. As she felt the wind outside, she found the entire situation absurd. The esteemed young lady of the Tang clan had, in a state of confusion, allowed herself to be bedded by another, and twice at that. Most absurdly, she had delivered herself to his doorstep. With a bitter smile, she shook her head. "Sister, do you consider this to be a case of a sheep entering a tiger's den?" Tang Xiaomi appeared beside Tang Yingying at an inopportune moment, casting a teasing glance at her cousin. "Mind your own business, and do not speak of this matter to anyone. Otherwise, I shall sever your tongue." Tang Xiaomi stuck out her tongue and remarked, "Sister, should I call him brother-in-law from now on?" I find him rather handsome and quite capable. I am somewhat smitten. Tang Yingying shot Tang Xiaomi a disapproving look and said, his plan is called Jin Chan Tua Xiao. Pay attention over the next few days. If anyone discovers his plan, ensure it is dealt with discreetly. Tang Xiaomi felt a bit confused as she did not fully comprehend. Thus, Tang Yingying succinctly relayed the plan that Gao Yang had shared with her. Sister, I must say, our brother-in-law is indeed quite clever. Had you not mentioned it, I would never have thought of such a strategy. I suspect those lurking in the shadows will be quite vexed. Furthermore, our brother-in-law is remarkably resilient. Tang Yingying's cheeks flushed as she promptly delivered a playful smack to Tang Xiaomi's head. Sister, you hit me again? Indeed. The Tang family is engaged in the jewelry and jade business, and this visit is primarily for the procurement of jadeite. Hence, they intercepted a piece of imperial green from Xi Jinping. If fashioned into jewelry, the profits would be even greater. Do not worry about the jadeite. I may not be knowledgeable, but there are those who are. Rest assured, the task will be completed without issue. You need not concern yourself with that. Tang Xiaomi nodded, understanding her sister's intentions. Sister, you mean for brother-in-law to assist you, correct? If he steps in, it should indeed pose no problem. Tang Xiaomi adeptly referred to him as brother-in-law, much to Tang Yingying's satisfaction. With no further words to exchange, Tang Yingying left to tend to other matters after briefly instructing her sister. Meanwhile, in a hotel room, Gao Yang felt a pang of regret. In a moment of impulse, he had disclosed his plan to Tang Yingying, and now he was second-guessing himself, considering the substantial cost of the original stones. One never truly knows another's heart. What if the situation backfired? The following morning, Gao Yang continued his routine, bringing Su Li to the original stone market. To his surprise, Tang Yingying appeared unannounced, making her way directly towards him. Mr. Gao, I am in need of some high-quality jadeite. Could you assist me? Rest assured, I shall not let you suffer any losses. Tang Yingying had reverted to her charming demeanor from their first meeting, exuding an alluring presence. Gao Yang nearly believed that this Tang Yingying was a twin of the woman from the previous evening. I shall do my best, Gao Yang replied, rubbing his nose, while Tang Yingying appeared quite pleased, linking her arm with his. Su Li narrowed her eyes from his side. Tang Yingying, sensing the tension, turned to Su Li and asked, My dear, are you feeling a touch envious? Su Li remained silent, striding ahead. She is indeed jealous, giggled Tang Yingying, her voice rising above the din. Easily heard by Su Li. Do not move, or I shall cry foul. Given her status, any attempt on Gao Yang would require careful consideration from others. This was also a form of protection. By the way, will you be joining us tonight? Gao Yang discreetly inquired when no one was watching. Tang Yingying playfully pinched his waist. I have two tasks this time. The first is to acquire high-quality jadeite, which you shall assist me with. As for the price, it cannot be exorbitant, yet I do not wish for you to incur losses either. Let us stick to the previous arrangement. Ultimately, I must complete this task with flair, as it benefits me. In summary, I will compensate you in other ways. As for tonight, we shall see. Gao Yang nodded. After all, earning slightly less was a trivial matter. Regarding Tang Yingying's promise of compensation, his mind veered into more suggestive territory. At another location, Li Sei observed the unfolding events. Is that boy the one disrupting our plans? Hei Long promptly affirmed, Yes, that's the one. He is quite formidable. I only exchanged a few blows with him. Hei Long uttered this incredulous statement, yet Li Sei was unfazed. What is this fellow's background? Hei Long shook his head, stating, I have inquired. He has no background. Merely an outsider who fortuitously crossed paths with us that night. However, I have learned that he possesses some skill in stone gambling and seems to have acquired several valuable materials recently. Several local factions are keeping an eye on him. Li Sei's eyes sparkled with interest. He had finally heard something intriguing. Generally, individuals like Gao Yang did not pique Li Sei's interest, as he considered them ordinary and unworthy of his time. However, the prospect of profit was alluring. Hearing of Gao Yang's adeptness at gambling with stones sparked a new idea in Li Sei's mind. Of course, he was not interested in that batch of original stones. His thoughts were more long-term. He sought to control this individual. Anyone who has been active in this area for a time must have their own interests. Discover this fellow's true nature. and perhaps I can overlook this blunder and offer you some benefits. Heilong's eyes brightened at this prospect, and he readily agreed. On the other side, Tang Yingying was in high spirits, having successfully cut several high-quality jadeite pieces with Gao Yang's assistance. It appeared she had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. However, one aspect left her dissatisfied. This man was far too lecherous. Leaving aside the voluptuous woman from the previous night, it was evident that Suli had connections with him as well. Moreover, that woman had hinted that Gao Yang had a girlfriend in Jinling. Earlier that day, Gao Yang had earned 50 million. He could have made 1 billion, but it mattered little, as there were still matters to attend to. Suli's reminder interrupted their conversation. Gao Yang nodded, for he indeed had pressing matters, as he awaited news from Qian Meili. Thank you, Mr. Gao. We shall continue tomorrow. After speaking, Tang Yingying pecked him on the cheek before sauntering away with a delightful sway of her hips. Do not stare. She has left. No matter how envious you are, you cannot partake. Suli's words carried a hint of acidity. Gao Yang rubbed his nose. Whether he could partake was not for Suli to dictate, but rather for his own desires. After being teased by Tang Yingying all morning, he found it increasingly difficult to contain himself. Suli feigned resistance momentarily, but soon relented. Just as Gao Yang reached out to touch her inappropriately, Suli intercepted his hand. Gao Yang, do you wish to cross the line? He suddenly regained clarity, having forgotten this matter. Suli apir sambatimberast. Gao Yang, do you know why I pretend to sleepwalk over here every night? Because you're unwanting boyfriend, and I am her close friend. She has looked out for me. Thus, I can only resort to such means to ease my heart. I admit it is a bit unscrupulous, but I cannot help myself. So I have discarded my shame. After all, no one here knows me. Do you understand my meaning? Gao Yang comprehended Suli's intentions. This relationship was to remain confined within Jinling. He, too, felt a conflict, as men are often creatures of desire. Before shedding his trousers, he refrained from contemplating the repercussions. Once clothed again, he would inevitably experience regret. Feelings of guilt would assail him. Yet with each subsequent encounter, the foremost consideration would invariably be not to wrong himself. Of course, such monetary matters were trivial to him, akin to merely slicing off an additional piece of stone or foregoing one. However, for others, it represented a staggering sum. At the very least, Qian Meili deemed it worthwhile, fulfilling her own desires while achieving her objectives without a sense of loss. For Gao Yang, obtaining something while also providing compensation meant there was no debt incurred. Yet he overlooked one crucial aspect: the relationship between Su Li and Wenwanting. Gao Yang could afford to disregard this matter, but Su Li could not. I know you're feeling a bit uncomfortable today. Allow me to assist you. Chapter 73. Tang Yingying became addicted. The trio arrived at a restaurant for a meal, with Gao Yang discussing matters with Qian Meili. Su Li, her cheeks flushed, listened quietly, yet her thoughts had already taken flight. This was her first experience engaging in such an act. Previously, when with Xiao Mingwen, he had made similar requests, which she had resolutely declined. Today, however, she found herself taking the initiative and even acting upon it. All right, let us commence our plan starting tonight. This afternoon, you should prepare at the new warehouse, and I will join you around midnight. After a deliberation, Gao Yang reached his decision. Following lunch, Gao Yang escorted Su Li to the raw stone market, where this time he did not engage in the stone-cutting process. His only requirement was to ensure the quality of his raw stones surpassed that of others. Thus, he even procured some waste materials, albeit selectively chosen. However, he refrained from attempting to cut them himself, as it would not be cost-effective. This approach had its advantages, primarily affordability. While he indeed possessed an advantage, he could not disrupt the market, nor could he spend his days cutting stones. If every raw stone he presented yielded jade, the Jinling market could very well collapse. For instance, if 3 out of 10 stones from others yielded jade, he aimed for 4. As the saying goes, there are only mistakes in purchasing, not in selling. Those who trade raw stone materials are astutely shrewd, although the stones may appear similar piled in the shop. A closer examination reveals that those priced slightly higher have a greater likelihood of yielding jade. Gao Yang deftly capitalized on this insight. For example, the raw materials he acquired were valued at 10 billion, yet they could potentially yield jade worth at least 15 billion. By selecting the finest jade, The 10 billion worth of raw materials could yield approximately 7 to 8 billion in jade. Hence, the raw materials he sold would not be exploitative. A profit of 3 to 5 billion would suffice. The true profits had already been identified, alongside additional earnings from this venture. The thought of these figures was indeed staggering, and this was not even during a public auction. The real profits materialized during public auctions when the raw stones were of the highest quality and most lucrative. It was not uncommon to earn several tens of millions from a single cut. Naturally, one needed discernment. Those lacking it faced even greater losses. According to Wanting, certain jade materials could be valued in the billions. The risk of incurring losses when cutting such materials was also considerable. In summary, gambling entails risks, and investments require caution. After an afternoon of procurement, Gao Yang had nearly exhausted the profits earned earlier that day. In truth, he had made mental notes on each high-quality stone. The finest stones were those he did not intend to sell, marked discreetly with a pen. As usual, Gao Yang drove the vehicle into the warehouse. But this time it was not to unload goods, but rather to load them. Once he felt it was time, Gao Yang drove the boxy small truck away, parking it in its usual spot. There was indeed a significant risk involved. Should a thief attempt to steal his vehicle, it would undoubtedly lead to distress. Gao Yang waited in the room, counting the passage of time. Around 11 o'clock, Tang Yingying entered Gao Yang's room without hesitation. "Can you teach me how to pick locks?" "Just like you, effortlessly coming and going." Tang Yingying shot Gao Yang an incredulous glance, adding, "If I teach you, you'll sneak into a girl's room, right?" Gao Yang felt embarrassed. That had indeed crossed his mind. "Learning the skill isn't impossible, but first, you must join our Tang clan. If you kneel and bow to me 3 times, I might reluctantly take you as my apprentice." Gao Yang shrugged, dismissing the notion of bowing in homage. The atmosphere in the room grew awkward. One wished to initiate something, yet hesitated, while the other longed for something but felt shy to ask. Thus, a palpable tension lingered in the air. May I ask you a question?" At last, Gao Yang could no longer hold back and spoke first. "Sure." Regarding this query, Gao Yang had contemplated it throughout the day. Tang Yingying settled on the edge of the bed, prompting him to elaborate. "This relates to our identities. We often find ourselves on the move, necessitating disguise. Therefore, the persona you see by day may not be the entirety of me, or may only represent one facet." Gao Yang nodded, accepting this explanation. As he gazed at the proximity of Tang Yingying, his body began to respond hormonally. He inched closer to her. "Yingying, it's getting quite late. How about we?" Gao Yang began, extending an arm to gently embrace Tang Yingying. She feigned a brief struggle, but ultimately acquiesced, as her strength was no match for his. Before long, she found herself enveloped in his embrace. Many situations unfold in this manner. Once their encounter had concluded, over an hour had slipped by. "Gao Yang, how many women do you have? Furthermore, could you share some details about your past?" Gao Yang was taken aback by Tang Yingying's curiosity regarding his affairs. Thus, he began to explain. "I was always this way. I once believed in love. You might find it hard to believe, but after that incident, I felt as if I transformed completely, becoming less stringent than before. You may think I am merely justifying my hedonism, and I do not deny this." Tang Yingying, who had previously rested her head on Gao Yang's arm, suddenly sat up, disregarding her appearance, her face contorted with anger. "That Zhang Jun must die, and that Xiao Lily, how dare she betray my man?" Gao Yang was startled and quickly sought to calm her. "No need. I've already avenged myself in my own way. Besides, we must adhere to the law in Huaxia. You cannot act recklessly. The time has come for me to take action." Chapter 74. Trust in Tang Yingying. Just as Gao Yang rose, he was halted by Tang Yingying, who had a firm grip on his vital point. "You cannot go. There are at least 4 or 5 individuals outside monitoring this area. The moment you step out, they will undoubtedly follow you. If you switch warehouses for the raw stones, it would be futile and only serve to expose your intentions prematurely." Gao Yang frowned, realizing he had overlooked this detail. "What should we do then?" Tang Yingying slyly squeezed his vital point, smiling as she proposed. "How about I leave first, then drive over? You can provide me with the address." With no better options, Gao Yang acquiesced to her plan. Regarding whether this woman would sacrifice for his jadeite rough stone, "It is a gamble. If it is indeed for his stone, Gao Yang can only accept it. At worst, he can start anew. With this thought, Gao Yang felt at ease. After all, for him, it was merely a matter of time. A few more days spent would be worth it to truly understand a person. He then shared the warehouse address and contact details with Tang Yingying. As she prepared to dress and depart, Gao Yang embraced her once more. Yingying, it's still a bit early, why not we? Tang Yingying shot him a glance, but she only playfully resisted, ultimately agreeing. By the time Tang Yingying left, it was already past 2 o'clock. Gao Yang made a call to Mei Li and then went to sleep. In truth, Tang Yingying had the opportunity to take this batch of rough stones. Had it been anyone else, she would have done so without hesitation. However, she would not deceive Gao Yang, for he was her man, and he was the one she entrusted with her first time. Those of the Jianghu are typically more unrestrained, and Gao Yang had saved her life. Otherwise, she would not have gone out of her way to deliver that to him at night. Perhaps women place great importance on their first experiences, or perhaps she had genuinely developed feelings for Gao Yang. In any case, she was currently assisting him. Gao Yang slept soundly until dawn, only to be roused by the doorbell. Upon opening the door, it was undoubtedly Su Li. Su Li remained the same, as if nothing had transpired between her and Gao Yang. Perhaps this was her cleverness. Sometimes when one disguises themselves convincingly, they even begin to believe it themselves, rendering others oblivious. As long as one feels unembarrassed and perceives the situation as genuine, what others say becomes inconsequential. Su Li had established a clear self-image. At least for now. Gao Yang, are we going to purchase jadeite rough stones today? Gao Yang remained silent as he brushed his teeth. Today, tomorrow, we shall procure jadeite rough stones, and then the night after tomorrow, you and Mei Li will leave together. However, do not sit in the cargo truck. I plan to buy a new vehicle, a small truck. Su Li appeared puzzled and casually inquired, why arrange it this way? We could simply ride in the cargo truck. It has double seats and can accommodate several people. Gao Yang shot her a glance and replied, although our plan is meticulous, unforeseen circumstances may arise. So remember this. If something unexpected occurs on the road, do not attempt to approach. Just act as if you do not know me. Your only responsibility is to ensure your safety and call the police. You need not worry about anything else. Of course, this is the worst-case scenario. If all goes smoothly, your task is to safeguard this load of rough stones from theft. A few stolen pieces could equate to losing a house. Su Li gazed at Gao Yang. Her eyes slightly reddened. Initially, she did not comprehend his intentions, but now it was clear. Gao Yang's message was simple. If a truckload of rough stones were to be lost, it would be of no concern as long as they remained unharmed. Gao Yang, Wan Ting is truly fortunate. It is a pity I met you too late, otherwise I would. Gao Yang smiled, but remained silent, thinking, had you met me a month earlier, you would not have looked my way. Of course, he would never voice such thoughts. Many matters unfold as such. One receives what one is positioned to attain. Take, for instance, a beautiful woman, if she is genuinely stunning. She undoubtedly does not belong to the ordinary. Even if she were willing to marry you, the ensuing days might still be fraught with misfortune, potentially bringing calamity to the man. For an ordinary man cannot manage the allure of such beauty. This explains why so many beautiful women willingly become mistresses or lovers. Often, it is not by choice, but rather by necessity. A beautiful woman will always attract attention. And if a man lacks the ability to manage such allure, he has no right to possess a beautiful woman. Take Qiu Lily, for instance. Had Gao Yang been the man he is now 2 years ago, would Qiu Lily dare to lose her temper with him? Would she have strayed? Even if Gao Yang treated her poorly, she would not have strayed with Zhang Jun. The risk was simply too great. Once Gao Yang discovered her infidelity, all her wealth and privileges would vanish. Thus, a man desiring a beautiful woman must first possess the capability to not only manage her, but also to safeguard himself against the troubles her beauty may bring. This underscores the significance of status and identity. Gao Yang chose to sell a slice of the imperial green jadeite. Even though he knew he could earn an additional 200 or 300 million by cutting it all, he opted to withdraw early. He understood that his status could not sustain such a piece of jadeite. Being overly greedy could cost him dearly. Meanwhile, Xi Jinping and Tang Yingying had no such worries. For no one dared to touch them. This is the essence of power. Having wealth is of little use without a solid backing, akin to a widow. A widow cannot bear children because she lacks support. After breakfast, Gao Yang took Suli back to the rough stone market once more. Not just for today, but intending to return daily until his truck had traveled a significant distance away. Moreover, if he could profit, why would he not? Returning to Jinling City, the chances of making money in the same manner would be nearly impossible. As before, upon arriving at the jadeite rough stone market, Gao Yang was greeted by the sight of Tang Yingying approaching with a radiant smile, naturally linking her arm with his. However, today, it was not only Tang Yingying seeking him. Xi Jinping was also present. Most of the stones Gao Yang had dealt with recently had been through this individual. Only yesterday had Xi Jinping been absent, allowing Tang Yingying to seize an opportunity. Thus, today's scenario was less predictable, as both sought to claim their prize. Yet, this was precisely what Gao Yang was eager to witness. "Brother Gao, you look quite spirited today," Xi Jinping exclaimed as he approached Gao Yang and extended his hand. However, Gao Yang's right hand was held by Tang Yingying, making it impossible to withdraw. Xi Jinping, noticing this, swiftly switched hands to shake Gao Yang's left hand. "Boss Gao, why didn't I see you yesterday?" After their handshake, they strolled together, engaging in casual conversation. "Do not mention it. I was drunk the night before and slept all day yesterday. By the way, I heard someone is planning to take action against you. You must be cautious." As Xi Jinping spoke of this, the smile on his face gradually faded. "Oh, Miss Tang, you're not here today to compete with me for jadeite, are you?" It dawned on Xi Jinping that the current dynamic between Tang Yingying and Gao Yang seemed somewhat ambiguous. "Uncle Xi, you guessed correctly, but there's no reward," she added. "I only want the finest. The ordinary ones can be yours." Xi Jinping was momentarily speechless. Ordinary stones were abundant. Did he need her to offer them? Furthermore, it seemed that all the stones Gao Yang cut were of exceptional quality. "One stone per person, regardless of size. We take turns. This is my bottom line, otherwise." Instantly, the two began to haggle, with Gao Yang showing no intention of intervening. At that moment, he was preoccupied, unsure whether to feel jealous or competitive. As Suli also began to link her arm with Gao Yang. "Impossible. These are the finest stones here. It cannot be a black egg." "Absolutely not." Just as Gao Yang and the others entered the shop, they overheard such exclamations, piquing their curiosity. "Hey, I just saw that guy spent 50 million on a top-quality piece. It looks like he ruined it." Xi Jinping's words served to clarify the situation for Gao Yang. Gao Yang finally seized the opportunity to rid himself of the two koalas, but not without giving them a slight pinch. He was not one to revel in the spectacle of chaos, yet the collapse of a 50 million yuan raw stone was worth a glance. The man in his 50s bore an expression of utter exhaustion and despair. Through the murmurs of the onlookers, Gao Yang gleaned the gist of the situation. The unfortunate fellow was named Song Ping, who once possessed considerable wealth, only to squander it all within a mere span of 3 years, culminating in the ruin of his company and assets. This was his final gamble. A week prior, he had set his sights on this stone, selling off his meager possessions to fund this desperate venture, even parting with his house and car. The outcome was predictable. He was left with nothing. Gao Yang finally comprehended the inherent unreliability of stone gambling. The adage 1 cut brings poverty, 2 cuts bring wealth, 3 cuts reveal burlap encapsulated this truth. "Ha ha ha, I've struck it rich." Just as the crowd lamented for this man, believing the ordeal had come to an end, Song Ping suddenly erupted into laughter, his demeanor akin to madness. No, he was indeed mad, unable to bear the crushing blow of his failure. "Ha ha ha, I've struck it rich." As he laughed uncontrollably, he clutched a piece of scrap and fled into the distance, a sight both tragic and poignant. "Madness, the second is here. Let us disperse," a figure resembling a market manager remarked, gesturing for everyone to leave. Gao Yang felt frustrated. Su Li, instead of offering encouragement, uttered words of despair. Would Gao Yang ever find himself in such a predicament? If ever his ability to see through stones were to vanish, he would certainly never engage in such gambling, for he lacked the understanding of it. In the wake of Song Ping's calamity, the shop found itself deserted. Even Tang Yingying prepared to pull Gao Yang away. Yet, Gao Yang, undeterred by superstition, relished the situation, for it left the shop devoid of others, granting him the freedom to act as he wished. Without hesitation, he began to search. After evaluating several stones, none satisfied him, prompting him to consider the other side. At that moment, his eyes narrowed. "Boss, is the stone under your seat for sale?" The owner, burdened by the earlier events, sat dejectedly, contemplating a solution. Although he had made a profit, the insanity of Song Ping would soon circulate, marking his shop as ill-fated. Gamblers often clung to superstitions. Some would even bathe and change clothes, light incense, and pray. Others might secretly don red underwear. Such is the nature of superstition. A wise saying goes, "Better to believe in the existence of the supernatural than to dismiss it." Hence, the shopkeeper was troubled. He pondered the notion that if someone were to cut a stone and it yielded a significant profit, it would dispel the shop's misfortune, perhaps even inviting customers back. Just then, Gao Yang fixated on the stone beneath the owner, prompting him to rise. Business must go on. Once the owner moved aside, Gao Yang's eyes gleamed. The previous obstruction had prevented a clear view. After all, even his ability to see through stones had its limits. "Boss, what's the price of this stone?" Gao Yang casually inquired. The shopkeeper indicated a nearby price list, revealing 38,000. A delightful surprise. Without delay, Gao Yang transferred the funds, lifting the stone onto a small cart. "Brother Gao, this is a fine piece." The businessman's instinct was keen. "Not entirely sure, but the price is reasonable. It's worth a cut," Gao Yang remarked, drawing lines on the stone. "Uncle C, just to clarify, this one is mine." According to their earlier agreement, the first piece of jade cut would indeed belong to Tang Yingying. Uncle C Xianping felt disheartened. He had missed a day and now had to share the spoils with this young girl. However, he brushed it off, as the next piece would be his. Gao Yang proceeded with utmost caution, a fact that piqued the curiosity of Si Xianping and Tang Yingying. For Gao Yang had previously been known to sever stones with a single stroke. As the raw stone diminished in size, Si Xianping began to discern a pattern. It was elongated, measuring approximately 10 centimeters in length and 5 to 6 centimeters in width. Gao Yang halted the cutting machine and commenced polishing, a painstakingly slow process. For a mere touch could render the stone worthless. Chapter 76. The golden dragon within the jade. Gao Yang polished meticulously and gradually. Yet, no matter how slow, the moment of revelation would inevitably arrive. As a hint of transparency emerged, Tang Yingying's expression shifted to one of slight disappointment. She had anticipated an imperial green. In truth, her expectations were simply too high. This transparent jade was classified as glass-type jade. Glass-type jade, as its name implies, possesses a transparency akin to that of glass, exhibiting exquisite quality with tightly packed crystalline particles, marking it as a rare gem among jades. A defining characteristic of glass-type jade is its visible fluorescence, a phenomenon that experts refer to as fluorescence. Such jade typically showcases a glassy luster, with a texture that is delicate, pure, and flawless, displaying vibrant and bright colors. Yet, Tang Yingying's disappointment stemmed not from the jade's variety, but rather its size. Had the piece been slightly larger, its value would have soared, placing it just beneath the imperial green in worth. However, its elongated shape dictated that it could only be fashioned into rings, necklaces, pendants, or earrings, thereby excluding the possibility of a bracelet. It is worth noting that jade products with the highest value are bracelets due to their inherent size. Other items, even scrap pieces, can be crafted into various forms. Thus, while this jade boasted commendable quality, its value remained limited. Nevertheless, this thought was fleeting, as Tang Yingying soon discovered something peculiar. Within the transparency, a hint of yellow emerged, and she covered her mouth, stifling any utterance that might disturb Gao Yang. Si Xianping too fell silent, fixated on the sight. Finally, Gao Yang paused his actions. "Wow, Brother Gao, this is for me. Name your price." Si Xianping began to break the unspoken rules. "Uncle Si, we did agree that this piece of jade belongs to me." Gao Yang dismissed their pleas, captivated as he admired the jade in his hand like a cherished artwork. This elongated piece of ice-type jade, if appraised, would likely be valued in the millions. Its worth, however, was contingent upon its size. Much like the imperial green, no matter how valuable, if the size fell short, it would fetch a lesser price. Its rarity lay in the fact that this ice-type jade contained a streak of yellow jade within. However, it might not even be jade, regardless. Something within it exhibited a bluish-yellow hue, resembling a golden dragon at first glance. If this were artificially crafted, it would hold little value, but if it were natural, the price could multiply exponentially. Such occurrences have been noted before, where ice-type jade was interspersed with other colors, such as green or yellow. In that case, the value would be remarkable, making it a prized possession worthy of promotion. Other jade pieces may also possess such characteristics, but they often go unnoticed. For instance, some green jadeite contains other colors. However, since it is fundamentally green jadeite, any inclusions are imperceptible, unless the jadeite is cut open, which renders it worthless and diminishes its overall value. Only the glass-type jadeite allows for clear visibility due to its transparency. Moreover, the dragon holds special significance for the Huaxia people. I will offer 100 million. Xi Jinping, eschewing any frivolity with Tang Yingying, made a direct bid, choosing to let the price speak for itself. 200 million. Tang Yingying countered with her own offer. Xi Jinping was poised to respond when Gao Yang interrupted him. My apologies, but I do not intend to sell this piece of jadeite, as I have purposes for it. Gao Yang's refusal surprised both parties. Just as they were about to inquire further, a sudden sound startled Gao Yang, as well as several others around him. It turned out that the shop owner had also noticed the jadeite, and in a flash of inspiration, he devised a brilliant plan to publicize the event, thereby overshadowing the earlier happenings. By shifting the focus to the current situation, he discreetly retrieved a string of firecrackers and abruptly set them off. The key was that one could hardly blame him. In a sense, he was merely celebrating on their behalf. Quickly, let us depart. Gao Yang handed the jadeite to Su Li to stow in her bag, and he hurriedly pulled both women away. Xi Jinping quickly followed suit. They ran for what felt like an eternity before finally halting. Gao Yang remained composed, while Tang Yingying showed no signs of fatigue. But Su Li and Xi Jinping were breathless. Fortunately, we ran quickly. Otherwise, escaping would have been impossible. Gao Yang's words were not without merit. As such items are exceedingly rare, their existence outweighing their actual value. Everyone would want to observe it, and if surrounded by a crowd, escaping would become a formidable challenge. At that point, the number of individuals wishing to confront Gao Yang would likely multiply. Brother Gao, may I inquire about the jadeite? Xi Jinping, harboring a hint of reluctance, tentatively asked, suspecting Gao Yang might be contemplating a price hike or something similar. Gao Yang remained silent, but Su Li spoke up, deliberately emphasizing the term girlfriend while casting a meaningful glance at Tang Yingying. Nevertheless, Tang Yingying's expression remained unchanged, whereas Xi Jinping appeared to have an epiphany. Brother Gao, it is worth noting that not all girls are enamored with such items. If you genuinely wish to gift your girlfriend something, consider carving a piece of imperial green jade into a bracelet. It exudes sophistication and elegance, far superior to this piece. Wouldn't you agree? If you choose to sell, I would offer 300 million outright. Gao Yang had indeed contemplated gifting the jadeite to Wen Wanting, believing that a fine treasure should be reserved for her. However, Xi Jinping's remarks bore a degree of truth. Although the jadeite was precious, it was not particularly practical, much like an antique valued in the millions. It holds immense significance for collectors, yet for others, converting it to cash may prove more beneficial. Gifting it to Wen Wanting would merely result in it being stored away, visible to no one but her. In contrast, presenting her with 2 imperial green bracelets would undoubtedly bring her immense joy, potentially even resulting in her reciprocating in kind. Gao Yang's imagination was beginning to wander into fanciful territory. I will offer 400 million. Uncle C, if you continue to act unscrupulously, I shall not stand idly by. Chapter 77. Tang Xiaomi makes an appearance. Xi Jinping's lips twitched in exasperation, and he ultimately conceded. Gao Yang said nothing further, handing the little golden dragon to Tang Yingying. All right, let us continue our exploration on another street. Gao Yang made no mention of the financial aspect, and neither did Tang Yingying, as if the matter had reached a natural conclusion. In truth, Gao Yang had no intention of accepting money. He was given the jadeite without expectation and could only seek to compensate as best as possible. However, he felt little guilt, as the circumstances surrounding Tang Yingying and Wen Wanting differed significantly. when wanting had become entangled due to her own intoxication, while Tang Ying was saved from a predatory situation. This distinction was fundamentally significant. It was akin to someone crashing into a newly purchased car. One would bear full responsibility. In Tang Ying's case, she was akin to a car that was nearly driven off a cliff, having been rescued by Gao Yang. Though it had sustained some damage, at least she remained unharmed. And Gao Yang had even incurred additional expenses in the process. Although he had driven the car on a few occasions, it was with her consent, and he had contributed to its upkeep. At worst, it could be considered a minor wear and tear expense. Once again, the group found themselves on the opposite side, where they discovered a lack of people. The commotion from the firecrackers had undoubtedly drawn the crowd away, which turned out to be fortuitous. They would not foolishly cut the jadeite again. That old Lu is truly insufferable. He caused such chaos this morning and now seeks to deceive us again. He claims to have unearthed a golden dragon. I would much rather take his car. Each person stifled their laughter. It seemed that the troublesome character known as Old Lu had brought this upon himself, resorting to petty tricks and ultimately losing both his reputation and his capital. Gao Yang paid no heed to the matter, having earned tens of millions throughout the morning. He discreetly transferred 1 million to Su Li and 200,000 to Qian Meili. In some respects, the two women bore significant differences. Gao Yang shared a much closer bond with Su Li, whereas his relationship with Qian Meili was more transactional. Prior to this outing, he had already gifted Qian Meili several million, which he deemed sufficient. As for Su Li, he had given her approximately 20 million in total. Initially, Su Li was reluctant to accept, but she ultimately did so, recognizing Gao Yang's wealth. In a sense, she had mentally designated herself as Gao Yang's partner. Though she had never voiced it and likely would not in the future, her thoughts were clear. At the very least, she had no intention of allowing anyone else to cultivate their land. After a midday meal, Gao Yang decided against venturing out again, as drawing too much attention could prove detrimental. This was the moment for him to accumulate wealth. He would dare to cut any stone, pocket a tidy sum, and then vanish without a trace. Due to the heat, Gao Yang took a shower, and just as he settled onto his bed and picked up his phone, he noticed a transfer record, an astonishing 300 million. Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback, certain that this sum had originated from Tang Ying. He promptly sent a message inquiring why she had transferred such an amount when he had no intention of accepting it. To Gao Yang's bemusement, Tang Ying's explanation was even more absurd. "You are my man. I cannot allow you to suffer losses. The money at home belongs to the household, not just to me." She concluded with a provocative image that was quite revealing, albeit partially obscured by sheer fabric. Just as Gao Yang was experiencing a physiological response, the doorbell rang. He hurried to answer it, only to find a beautiful woman he did not recognize. She had short hair that framed her face, large, sparkling eyes, a pert nose, and plump lips. At first glance, she bears a slight resemblance to Ying. Her attire is rather revealing, adorned in a form-fitting top and a body-hugging skirt, and she is not particularly tall. Her two curves are quite pronounced, evoking a sense of allure. Ying Xiaom is also scrutinizing Gao Yang. After all, she is yet to engage in close proximity with him. At present, Gao Yang is donning a pair of shorts, having just emerged from a shower and preparing for slumber. Moreover, under the impression that she is Qi in Mil, he is oblivious to her other attributes. Ying Xiaom's eyes light up, and she unconsciously licks her lips, acknowledging her own ample allure. "Who are you?" Gao Yang inquires, observing that this woman, based on her appearance, certainly does not fit the mold of a typical escort. If such women were to possess such standards, it is likely that no man would choose to marry. "Jifu, I am Ying Xiaom, and my cousin is Ying Ying." The address of Jifu leaves Gao Yang feeling quite awkward. He hastily ushers Ying Xiaom into the room and seeks out another pair of trousers to wear, casually donning a t-shirt. "Xiaom, is it? What brings you here?" Ying Xiaom smiles, her smile equally enchanting. Yet Gao Yang dares not harbor any improper thoughts. As she is the sister of Ying Xiaom Jifu, from now on, I shall be your bodyguard and assistant. I reside in the third room next door, so feel free to seek me out at any time. By the way, let us exchange contact information. Upon finishing her words, Ting Xiaoan begins to exchange phone numbers and WeChat with Gao Yang, winking at him before turning to leave. Gao Yang senses that this girl bears a slight resemblance to SHN, not in appearance, but in her playful demeanor. As for Ting Xiaoan's identity, Gao Yang has no doubts. Not only do she and Ting Yang share a striking resemblance, but he can also clarify matters directly with Ting Yang. He hastily picks up his phone, and indeed, there is a message. It is a voice note sent after a picture was dispatched to him. It seems Ting Xiaoan had rung the doorbell, which is why he had not noticed it earlier. Chapter 78. Being followed after sending a message, Gao Yang begins to rest. In a drowsy state, he feels a slight itch in his nose, so he rubs it, finding some relief. However, before long, the itch returns, gradually awakening. He discovers a woman poking something into his nostrils. Gao Yang is startled. PFF, haha. Fu, so you are this timid. Gao Yang indeed is taken aback. Anyone would be startled to awaken and find a face so close. How did you get in? Gao Yang begins to ask, only to realize that if Ting Yang can unlock the door, Ting Xiaoan surely can as well. He even begins to suspect that those bearing the surname Ting might belong to some band of rogues. Xiaoan, could you please knock next time before entering? Also, could you teach me the skill of unlocking doors? If you teach me, I shall reward you with a piece of jade. How does that sound? Gao Yang is prepared to entice her. To be frank, he is quite intrigued by the art of lock picking. The locks in hotels, while not exceedingly intricate, are certainly superior to those in average households. Mastering such a skill would undoubtedly be advantageous in the future. Fu, teaching you is not out of the question, and I can guarantee your understanding. However, I do not wish for jade. I only ask that you join our TNGM and serve as my subordinate. What do you say? Gao Yang has heard the term TNGM multiple times and is instantly intrigued. Xiaoan, do tell me what TNGM is about. If I were to join, what would be required of me? Ting Xiaoan ponders for a moment and replies. Technically, I shouldn't disclose this information, but since you are my Fu, that makes you one of us, so I shall share. However, you must not tell anyone else. Gao Yang nods in agreement. TNGM has existed for quite some time, primarily known for its expertise in hidden weapons. However, as times have changed, the days of fighting and killing have gradually faded. To survive, TNGM has also ventured into business. Our enterprises are numerous, including jade and jewelry. Essentially, it is a somewhat clandestine faction, as most existing factions today operate in the shadows, unseen by the public eye. There is also YNGMN. The Black Dragon is a disciple of YNGMN, the one you injured. Let me tell you, YNGMN is quite nefarious. They not only engage in drug trafficking, but also collaborate with factions in northern Myanmar. The more Gao Yang listens, the more he feels something is amiss, as Ting Xiaoan has strayed off topic. He had explicitly asked about TNGMN, yet Ting Xiaoan has rambled on for half an hour about YNGMN. Xiaoan, are you straying too far from the topic? I have no interest in this YNGMN. Please just tell me what I would need to do and what benefits I would receive if I were to join TNGMN. They know they see Li. Seemingly realizing she has indeed digressed. Joining TNGM brings countless benefits. For instance, in times of danger, you can seek our assistance. We value loyalty highly in TNGM. Additionally, we possess numerous skills such as lockpicking, which is merely the basics. We also excel in throwing knives and hidden weapons. In short, we are quite formidable. As for what you would need to do, I'm unsure. As the leader here is my sister, just follow her instructions. However, as her assistant, you must heed my guidance if you wish to join TNGMN. Gao Yang understands that Ting Xiaoan is likely still relatively inexperienced and has not fully grasped the intricacies of the organization. Nonetheless, this is not of paramount importance. What matters is that Gao Yang is deeply intrigued by the skills of lock-picking and hidden weapons. Xiaoan, when your sister departed, did she instruct you to assist me? Ting Xiaoan nods. Then I wish to learn lock-picking and hidden weapons. Can you assist me in this endeavor? Ting Xiaoan, displaying a rather straightforward mindset, considers for 3 seconds before agreeing. All right, I shall first teach you lock-picking, as it is quite simple. As for practicing throwing knives, I do not possess any here, as the elders currently prohibit their use unless executing a special mission. However, we can use pebbles as substitutes. Once you master lockpicking, I will then teach you how to utilize hidden weapons. Gao Yang's eyes gleam with excitement as he quickly dresses, following Tiang Xiom to learn the art of lockpicking. Jifu, in essence, lockpicking is exceedingly simple. Every lock has a cylinder, and within that cylinder are mechanisms akin to those in traps. We merely need to manipulate the internal structure. Allow me to demonstrate while you observe. Tiang Xiom states, and with a swift motion at her chest, she produces a slender wire. She then inserts the wire into the keyhole, gently turning it while explaining the process. Gao Yang begins to utilize his ability to see through objects, clearly discerning the path of the wire and the points that require contact. With a soft click, the previously locked door swings open. Jifu, I can open this lock in merely 10 seconds. My sister takes 7. If you can practice until you achieve it in under a minute, that would be quite impressive. Give it a try. Gao Yang nods eagerly, unable to contain his anticipation. He takes the wire, which is as thin as a strand of hair, and upon sniffing it, detects a faint scent of milk. Mimicking Tiang Xiom's technique while applying his ability, he hears another click, and a lock is opened. Jifu, how did you accomplish that? Your speed surpasses even my sister S. Could you be the legendary second man? Gao Yang feels a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Tiang Xiom is clearly teasing him, yet he has no evidence to refute her claims. My rapid learning is solely due to your excellent teaching. Your methods are straightforward and comprehensible, allowing me to grasp them swiftly. Gao Yang's compliment is perfectly timed. Tang Xiaomai nodded in agreement. Brother-in-law, this lockpicking technique is quite simple. I will teach you how to use concealed weapons, but this location is not suitable. Let me take you to the wilderness. Without waiting for Gao Yang to react, Tang Xiaomai grabbed his hand and ran. She drove a rugged off-road vehicle, a rarity for girls, especially for someone as petite as Tang Xiaomai. Shortly after they departed, another off-road vehicle began to follow them. Master Li, Gao Yang seems quite capable. Should we go after them? Elder Li's glanced at Hei Long with disdain. Look at you, always thinking about women instead of honing your skills. Does he really need that little girl to protect him? Just sit back and watch the show. I'll handle the rest. Once it's done, you shall not be shortchanged. Li certainly did not regard Gao Yang and Tang Xiaomai's threats. With someone like Hei Long, he could take them out with a single punch. As for the girl, he thought she was inconsequential, at least compared to Tang Yingying. Chapter 79. The art of finger-flicking. Tang Xiaomai was quite mischievous, steering the vehicle over any stones in the road, causing a jolt that almost made Gao Yang bump his head several times. However, he did not stop her, as he was enjoying the scenery. The bumps caused Tang Xiaomai's body to sway significantly, particularly her curves, which left Gao Yang swallowing hard. Brother-in-law, you must not harbor any improper thoughts. Unless my sister agrees, there's no chance for you. Gao Yang felt embarrassed, having been caught in the act of peeking. Ahem, I was merely concerned it might come loose. I meant nothing else. He awkwardly explained. Tang Xiaomai giggled incessantly, making Gao Yang feel she was doing it on purpose. Brother-in-law, if you wish, just speak to my sister. If she consents, I have no objections. Gao Yang resolved to avert his gaze, unable to bear it any longer. After driving for over an hour, they had ventured far from rewritten, reaching the desolate outskirts. Brother-in-law, we are in the wilderness now. You must not bully me. Gao Yang swore he would never again venture out alone with this little enchantress, for he knew Tang Xiaomai was being deliberate. The vehicle came to a halt, and Tang Xiaomai stealthily glanced at Gao Yang's small tent, realizing she dared not joke any further. What if Gao Yang, enticed by her playful demeanor, lost control? She would be at a significant disadvantage, with no recourse to argue her case. Brother-in-law, using concealed weapons does not require your full strength. It primarily relies on wrist strength. Concealed weapons are inherently lightweight, unlike large blades that require brute force. You merely need to flick your wrist at the moment of release. Let me demonstrate for you. Tang Xiaomai was quite earnest and professional in her instruction. She picked up a pebble and casually tossed it, producing a whoosh as it struck a tree over 10 meters away, leaving a white mark where the bark had been pierced. Gao Yang's pupils contracted. Indeed, Tang Xiaomai had casually thrown it, yet the damage was considerable. He recalled a martial arts technique called Siyuanjin, which emphasized explosive power in an instant. He picked up a small stone, mimicking Tang Xiaomai's earlier action, but the trajectory of his throw was so poor he could hardly track it. Tang Xiaomai erupted into laughter, her mirth almost uncontrollable. "Brother-in-law, your method is incorrect. First, you must do it this way." She pulled Gao Yang's arm and embraced him, earnestly teaching him the technique. Half an hour later, she remarked, "Brother-in-law, I fear you may not master this. How about I teach you the art of finger-flicking instead?" Upon hearing this, Gao Yang's eyes lit up. The name itself suggested a sophisticated martial art. The so-called art of finger-flicking was essentially a fanciful concept, utilizing the middle finger to propel stones as a means of launching concealed weapons. In simpler terms, it resembled Dongfang Bubi's use of a needle. To execute it, one must position their fingers like a flower, extending 3 fingers while pressing the thumb against the middle finger, with a small stone resting atop. By aiming accurately and flicking with force, the stone would fly forth. Gao Yang practiced a few times, finding it relatively easy and effective in hitting targets. As the direction of his fingers guided the stone's path, Tang Xiaomai was quite pleased. Gao Yang only needed to refine his accuracy and strength. Suddenly, he recalled the spiritual energy within him and wondered if he could use it to assist his technique. Seizing an opportunity when Tang Xiaomai was distracted, he channeled his energy into his left index finger and, with a thought, fired a stone no larger than a peanut, striking a tree 10 paces ahead. Upon inspection, he found the stone embedded deeply into the trunk. Elated, he realized that its power might rival that of a handgun. Thus, he hurriedly began collecting stones, recognizing that steel balls, roughly the size of soybeans, would serve best as concealed weapons. Their spherical shape would minimize air resistance during launch, resulting in less deviation. Furthermore, from a physics perspective, smaller steel balls encountered less resistance, thereby maximizing their impact. "Who dares to disturb me?" Gao Yang was engrossed in gathering stones when he heard Tang Xiaomai's furious shout. Suddenly, an old man emerged from the shadows. It was Elder Li's, who had been lurking in the darkness. Tang Xiaomai. She instantly recognized him, going on high alert as she revealed 2 short blades in her hands, the source of which Gao Yang had not noticed, likely due to his lack of focus. "Little girl, you're no match for me. Your sister would fare better. My purpose today is not to duel with you, so leave while you can." Li spoke with an air of arrogance, as it was evident that Tang Xiaomai was indeed outmatched. "Brother-in-law, I will hold him off. You should escape. I may not be able to defeat him, but if you leave, he cannot stop me." At that moment, Gao Yang felt touched, regardless of the nature of the Tang clan. It was clear that both Tang Xiaomai and Tang Yingying prioritized his safety in times of peril. This indicated that they were not inherently malicious, at least not entirely. "Think you can escape?" Li's proclaimed, suddenly brandishing a pair of steel claws, gloves with 3 sharp blades protruding from the back of his hands. They appeared quite intimidating. "Brother-in-law, run!" Tang Xiaomai shouted as she charged at Li's. With 2 clangs, her daggers were effortlessly blocked by Li's. "You still lack experience, little girl." As Li's lunged at her with his steel claws aimed at her chest, Tang Xiaomai swiftly dodged, attempting to slice with her dagger, only to have it parried by Li's other claw. Gao Yang did not flee. He stood aside, observing intently, searching for a flaw in Li's defense. Chapter 80. Li Se was deceived. One must admit that Li Se possesses considerable skill. His flaws are few, yet few does not equate to none. Despite his lack of martial prowess or any notable techniques, he is adept at counteracting threats. "You little girl, you refuse to leave when told. Do not blame me for what comes next. Prepare to perish." Li Se bellowed, abruptly altering his stance, transforming into a flurry of claw-like shadows that surged towards Tang Xiaomai. At this moment, Tang Xiaomai was drenched in sweat, having exerted every ounce of her strength, while that foolish brother-in-law merely stood still, inciting her ire. Witnessing Li Se unleashing his ultimate move, Tang Xiaomai resolved to confront him head-on. Just as she prepared to exchange injuries, a sudden clang rang out. and she saw Li Se retreating rapidly, a notch appearing on the blade of his steel claw. Not bad, kid. Li Se's expression began to shift. He had underestimated Gao Yang's abilities and never anticipated that he would employ hidden weapons. Gamers are well aware of a fundamental truth. Melee classes inherently fear ranged classes, such as archers, for they can strike from a distance while the melee fighter cannot retaliate. The only recourse is to close the gap. Once an archer is engaged in close combat, the melee player will undoubtedly dominate. Therefore, to deal with Tang Xiaomi, Li Se must first contend with Gao Yang. And the only approach to Gao Yang is to close in. Brother-in-law, you've got the hang of it. You're amazing. Your aim is impeccable. Gao Yang felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. That phrase was undeniably awkward. Step aside and watch how I make him pay for what he did to you. Tang Xiaomi eagerly nodded, yet she clutched her dagger tightly, positioning herself beside Gao Yang. This strategic placement provided them with a significant advantage. Young man, I'm not here to kill you. In fact, I wish to propose a partnership, Li Se stated as he cautiously approached Gao Yang. Gao Yang, not being foolish, recognized that even if he could best Li Se, risking an engagement was unnecessary. Without hesitation, he launched a stone projectile. As Li Se took a step forward, he was struck by the stone, forcing him to stagger back, and another notch appeared in his steel claw. Old man, your appearance is unimpressive, yet your ambitions are grand. Do you truly think you can ambush me? Believe me, my brother-in-law will do away with you. Tang Xiaomi taunted, reveling in Gao Yang's ability to restrain Li Se. Li Se narrowed his eyes and lunged towards Gao Yang, knowing that he might only lose a steel claw in the process. However, Gao Yang had anticipated this move. The moment Li Se's gaze shifted, Gao Yang's hands moved in unison. With a resounding impact, Li Se's advance was halted as one of his claws shattered, and a stone struck his right shoulder, causing blood to seep forth. He never imagined that Gao Yang would attack with both hands, blocking one projectile but succumbing to another. Brother-in-law, allow me to avenge you, Tang Xiaomi exclaimed, charging forward, her intent not merely vengeance, but to mercilessly strike a fallen foe. Li Se, now wounded in his right shoulder, could not exert his full strength, likely only able to muster 60 to 70% of his capabilities. An opportune moment indeed. Li Se's frustration mounted. Old man, today is your day of reckoning. I shall flay you alive. I strike, Tang Xiaomi playfully shouted as she emulated Bruce Lee, declaring her intent to attack. Li Se found himself increasingly overwhelmed, sustaining several wounds from her dagger. Had it not been for his extensive combat experience, he would have surely been defeated. Li Se gritted his teeth, preparing to fight desperately, but Tang Xiaomi was no fool. Under such circumstances, she would not engage recklessly. She stepped back, evading Li Se's strike. However, Li Se's attack was a feint. He retreated swiftly and in a few leaps, vanished from Tang Xiaomi's sight. How infuriating! Tang Xiaomi fumed, ready to pursue, but was halted by Gao Yang. Let's teach him a lesson next time. Tang Xiaomi conceded, and with a flourish, concealed her dagger once more, linking arms with Gao Yang. Brother-in-law, how did you manage to learn so quickly? Gao Yang, indifferent to her lightheartedness, was intrigued by where Tang Xiaomi had hidden her dagger. Earlier, he had noticed her discreetly reaching behind her, and then the dagger disappeared. Had she concealed it there? That seemed implausible, as her pants were intact. Just as Gao Yang contemplated using his insight to investigate, Tang Xiaomi spoke up. Brother-in-law, why are you staring at my dairy Ri? You mustn't harbor any ill intentions. My sister would turn you into a eunuch. However, considering your commendable performance today, you may touch it once. I want to inform my sister. Gao Yang dismissed her frivolous remarks, redirecting his focus. Meanwhile, Li Se finally managed to board the off-road vehicle. Elderly, did you succeed? Why is it just you? Li Se seethed, delivering a slap across Hei Long's face. His injuries were not severe, merely superficial cuts that had bled slightly but were now staunched. Hei Long, disoriented from the slap, hastily started the vehicle upon seeing Li Se's disheveled state. The slap was justified in Hei Long's eyes. After all, Li Se had indeed underestimated his opponent. Now, all he could do was hope that Li Se would emerge unscathed, or, better yet, meet his demise. However, the latter was unlikely, as Li Se was tending to his wounds and showed no signs of being critically injured. Thus, He Long could only wish for Li Sei's safety, particularly since Tang Xiaomi had fought vigorously, her body reeking of sweat. Having just finished a shower, Gao Yang received a video call on WeChat, discovering it was from Wanting. Chapter 81. Suli was kidnapped, darling, I miss you. The moment the video connected, Wanting greeted him with this sentiment. Following, that was a display of affection between the two. After Gao Yang outlined his upcoming plans, they shared a tender moment before ending the call. Qian Meili was preoccupied at the warehouse, requiring no immediate attention, so Gao Yang decided to visit Su Li. Having just finished her own shower, Su Li was delighted to discover that the intruder had departed. Perhaps she would leave Rui City by midnight tomorrow or early the following morning, prompting her to seek out Gao Yang one last time before her departure. Thus, Su Li spritzed herself with perfume, a departure from her usual routine of foregoing fragrance at night. Today was an exception, especially around her armpits and other sensitive areas. Satisfied with her scent, she exited the bathroom, only to be startled as someone embraced her from behind. Su Li gasped, quickly discerning that the assailant was male, given the precise placement of his hands. Just as she prepared to scream, she caught a glimpse of a familiar face smiling at her through the bathroom mirror. Gao Yang, you scare me to death. How did you get in? I distinctly remember locking the door. Gao Yang would not divulge his lock-picking skills. You must not have secured it properly. Next time you leave, be cautious. What if a rogue wolf were to find you? Su Li shot him a glare. After all, the rogue wolf was none other than himself. Yet, sometimes, women are drawn to men with a penchant for mischief. As long as they are enamored, the more roguish the man, the better. Indeed, if one finds themselves unattractive, it cannot be deemed lustful. It is merely lewdness. Gao Yang directly lifted Su Li and unceremoniously tossed her onto the bed. While Gao Yang indulged in absurdity, Li Sei had just managed to tend to his wounds. He Long, you are doomed. He Long was taken aback and hastily pleaded for mercy. Elder Li Sei, this matter cannot be attributed to me. How was I to know he possessed hidden weapons? That night, I did not witness him utilizing any. Li Sei contemplated unleashing his anger, but ultimately restrained himself. He Long's words served as a reminder. Gao Yang indeed wielded hidden weapons, yet he may not excel in combat. During their previous encounter, Gao Yang remained stationary before launching sneak attacks with hidden weapons, indicating his lack of prowess in direct confrontation. Thus, it followed that He Long had not lied. To deal with Gao Yang, alternative strategies must be devised. Primarily, one must restrict the opponent's space, as a reduced area would render hidden weapons nearly ineffective. Additionally, he needed to gather reinforcements. While he could dismiss Tang Xiaomi, Tang Yingying posed a significant challenge. If Gao Yang, a ranged attacker, were added to the mix, even two individuals would struggle to gain the upper hand. Furthermore, if Gao Yang proved too formidable, targeting those close to him was an option. For instance, the woman residing in the hotel, Su Li, just happened to fit Li Sei's preferences. After much contemplation, Li Sei picked up his latest model phone and dialed a number. Upon completing the call, his expression brightened considerably. He Long, take a few men and bring that woman beside Gao Yang to me. Remember, do not lay a finger on her, otherwise I shall sever your hand. He Long eagerly complied. Confronting Gao Yang was beyond his courage, but dealing with a woman posed no issue. Originally, there were two women near Gao Yang, though one had not been seen in recent days. Nevertheless, as long as the target was present, it sufficed. He Long quickly acquiesced and departed. At the hotel, Tang Xiaomi had just concluded a conversation with Tang Yingying, primarily recounting the day's events. After hanging up, boredom set in, prompting her to tease Gao Yang. Upon entering his room, however, she found it empty, which left her feeling rather disheartened. Thus, she reclined on the bed, playing with her phone while awaiting Gao Yang, as there were plans for later that night. After a considerable time, the door swung open, and Gao Yang entered, instantly spotting Tang Xiaomi lounging on the bed, causing his lips to twitch. She wore a body-hugging skirt, one leg draped over the bed while the other dangled over the edge, subtly revealing a glimpse of red lingerie, an undeniable temptation. Fortunately, Gao Yang had just come from Su Li's side. Otherwise, he might have had a different reaction. Xiaomi, as a young lady, could you exercise some caution? Tang Xiaomi immediately grasped his meaning and promptly placed her leg back on the bed. her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, one of the rare occasions Gao Yang had witnessed her blush. Brother-in-law, did you happen to catch a glimpse of something? Gao Yang shrugged, unwilling to admit anything. Checking the time, he handed the keys to the truck to Tang. Xiaomi, remember, safety comes first. She nodded in agreement, rising and stretching lazily, perhaps intentionally showcasing her chest as she did so. Then, she playfully bumped into Gao Yang before swaying her hips and departing. Gao Yang felt a twinge of concern and stealthily followed her, only to find his worries unfounded. The moment Tang Xiaomi exited the hotel, she seemed to transform, vanishing from sight in an instant. Initially, he thought little of it, but then he caught a glimpse of her profile. Su Li, an ominous premonition struck him. Just as he rushed forward, the van sped away. Without hesitation, Gao Yang jumped into his SUV and pursued, careful not to drive too fast lest he draw attention. It wasn't until they reached the outskirts that he began to accelerate, as the area was largely deserted. And he had not yet turned on his headlights. His current vision rendered them unnecessary. After a brief chase, as Gao Yang prepared to overtake the vehicle to intercept it, the van unexpectedly came to a halt outside a courtyard. He watched as Su Li was hoisted by someone into the yard. The individual carrying Su Li was none other than He Long, whom Gao Yang recognized from that fateful night. The other two individuals drove away. Without hesitation, Gao Yang picked up a stone from the ground and stuffed it into his pocket, then seized a brick and stealthily entered the courtyard. He proceeded cautiously, uncertain of how many adversaries awaited him inside. Within the room, Li Sei gazed with satisfaction at the unconscious Su Li. Excellent work. This has been executed splendidly. You shall be rewarded for this. Now, you may leave. Chapter 82. Rescue He Long promptly agreed and exited the room, closing the door behind him. TCH. While he scoffed, He Long felt powerless, cursing inwardly. At that moment, a loud thud resonated, and a sharp pain surged through the back of his head, causing him to fall unconscious. Gao Yang swiftly supported He Long, not out of concern for the man's safety, but rather to prevent any noise from escaping. After dealing with He Long, Gao Yang approached the door and cautiously pushed it open just enough to witness the elderly Sei gradually unfastening Su Li's nightgown, revealing a substantial expanse of fair skin. Just as Li Sei prepared to make his move, a sudden chill crept up his spine, prompting him to turn in alarm. A brick missed its target and struck the wall forcefully. You! Li Sei recognized Gao Yang instantly, his heart racing with surprise, but soon, joy replaced his fear. The door was ajar, and Gao Yang stood alone, meaning he had come unaccompanied. You possess quite a bit of courage, young man. How about we collaborate? With my assistance, you will have wealth and women at your disposal. Gao Yang's eyes blazed with fury. Due to his negligence, Su Li had been abducted. Had he not fortuitously observed Tang Xiaomi outside the hotel, the consequences would have been dire. Su Li remained unconscious, and Gao Yang felt relieved she was merely unconscious. Had he arrived any later, the situation could have been unimaginable. Thus, upon hearing Li Sei's proposition for collaboration, Gao Yang erupted with rage. Collaborate, you say? Go to hell. Gao Yang acted swiftly, launching 2 stones at Li Sei with both hands. Anticipating the attack, Li Sei leaped aside, but this was precisely what Gao Yang intended. Now Su Li was safe. You invite trouble by refusing my offer. Li Sei, unarmed with his steel claw gloves, deemed himself adequately prepared to confront Gao Yang. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. Gao Yang deftly tilted his head, evading the incoming strike, and countered with a punch. Taken aback, Li Sei attempted to block but made 2 critical errors. He forgot about his injured hand and underestimated Gao Yang's strength. With a resounding thud, Li Sei was sent flying backward. He coughed up blood, gazing at Gao Yang in terror. How are you so strong? Gao Yang rubbed his aching fist, feeling a twinge of pain himself. You have yet to fathom the extent of my capabilities. Today, I shall ensure your demise. Gao Yang bellowed, charging towards Li Sei with fists raised. The adage holds true. Villains often meet their demise through their own verbosity, and Gao Yang was not one to make such a blunder. Li Sei has spent a considerable portion of his life navigating the complexities of the Jianghu. Thus his combat experience is exceedingly profound. Aware that he could not triumph, he should have contemplated an escape route much earlier. As Gao Yang rushed towards him, He swiftly kicked a nearby stool at Gao Yang, and then pivoted to exit the room, seizing the nearly lifeless Hei Long and leaping onto the rooftop. Gao Yang, however, did not dare to pursue, for Su Li was still present. Instead, he hurled a stone directly at Li Sei. In haste, Li Sei utilized Hei Long as a shield. A loud cry erupted, emanating from the unconscious Hei Long, whose lower body was profusely bleeding. Li Sei's lips twitched slightly, yet he did not linger, executing several leaps to vanish from sight. Gao Yang paid no heed to this, promptly arranging Su Li's clothing before preparing to depart. At that moment, he noticed a box resting beside the bed, which was surprisingly heavy. He casually picked it up and then carried Su Li to the vehicle. The security in this area was abysmal. Upon returning to the room, he placed Su Li on the bed and took a moment to gather himself. He then retrieved his phone to call Tang Xiaomi, recounting the events of the evening. After hanging up, Gao Yang recalled the box. It was secured with a combination lock. But Gao Yang was not a thief. He was a robber, and thus he forcefully broke it open. As the box creaked open, his eyes sparkled at the sight within. It contained numerous valuable items. Aside from a few changes of clothes, there were 5 pieces of jade, which he estimated to be worth over 100 million. Additionally, there was a small box. Upon opening it, he discovered a book and several other intriguing items, including a ring that resembled jade but had a unique allure. He slipped it onto his finger. He stored the jade pieces in a cabinet and took out several items he deemed useful. Finally, he picked up the book, which was better described as a hand-copied manuscript. Flipping through it, he realized it was a manual on martial arts, though he could not decipher it. So he carelessly tossed it aside. After thoroughly checking the box and finding nothing more, he discarded it and the clothes beneath the bed. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 3 a.m. Meanwhile, Su Li was still sound asleep, even snoring softly. Gao Yang, in a moment of mischief, extended his hand. The following day, Su Li awoke, recalling a dream in which she had been sleeping soundly when Gao Yang arrived and performed an intimate act with her. Strikingly, she had cooperated willingly. With a wry smile, she shook her head, realizing she truly needed to leave. Otherwise, she might become addicted to such encounters. Just then, she sensed something amiss. This was not her room, but Gao Yang's, and she recognized her nightgown, confirming that last night was not merely a dream, but a result of this rogue carrying her away. Cursing him as a scoundrel, a lecher, and a pervert, Su Li harbored a peculiar feeling within her. Meanwhile, in another room, Tang Xiaomi was engaged in conversation with Gao Yang. Brother-in-law, this situation is more complicated than it seems. Li Sei is affiliated with the Yinzhou Men organization. After you injured him last night, he will undoubtedly seek assistance. Their headquarters, although located in a neighboring province, is much closer than ours, so you must leave here promptly. Gao Yang shrugged nonchalantly, brimming with confidence in his abilities. Xiaomi, let's not dwell on that for now. Can you take a look at this? He handed her the martial arts manual. Tang Xiaomi flipped through it and remarked, "This is a martial arts manual." Gao Yang was left speechless. It was evident to anyone that it contained illustrations, each representing a distinct technique. Did he truly need Tang Xiaomi to enlighten him? Chapter 83. My dear, can we focus on the main point? At a loss, Gao Yang resorted to addressing her as my dear. Certainly my grandson. Tang Xiaomi seized the opportunity to claim a verbal advantage. The manual appeared to be quite old, with yellowed and damaged pages, indicating it was an ancient martial arts text. However, the characters on it were unfamiliar to her, and she speculated that Li Sei might not comprehend them either. Otherwise, if he truly practiced the techniques within, it was likely that Gao Yang would not stand a chance against him. Perhaps using X-ray vision to read, it could prove useful. She added. Gao Yang suddenly remembered the ring, realizing he had forgotten to have it appraised. Perhaps excited was a more fitting description. In moments of stress or excitement, one often overlooks significant details, which is entirely normal. Moreover, with a stunning beauty lying beside him, who could blame him for not examining such matters? He was no Sun Wukong, immobilizing celestial maidens to pilfer peaches. He was certainly not that foolish. All right, let's set this aside for now. We should visit the raw stone market. We're nearly done with our purchases, and today is the last day. As he stepped outside, he saw Su Li emerging from her room, offering him a radiant smile. Yet, Her smile quickly faded when a beautiful woman exited the adjacent room, linking her arm with Gao Yang's. Brother-in-law, shall we go? Gao Yang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Upon returning to the raw stone market, he no longer felt the same anxiety. His confidence stemmed from his strength. After several altercations, he had come to believe in his combat prowess. Gao Yang? Who is that woman? Seizing the opportunity, while Tang Xiaomi stepped away to the restroom, Su Li inquired. She's a sister of Tang Yingying. Gao Yang's explanation prompted Su Li to regard him with a knowing gaze, causing him to feel uneasy. What are you looking at me like that for? After a prolonged silence, Su Li remarked, So you've had your way with Tang Yingying? I never would have guessed, Gao Yang. You are quite the expert in this area. Are you planning to pursue Tang Xiaomi next? Aren't you afraid of igniting a fire in your backyard, leading Wan Ting to sever your connection? Gao Yang was taken aback, hurriedly denying, Don't say such things without evidence. Su Li scoffed, When you prepare to lie, or are already lying, you exhibit a characteristic nose-touching gesture. It happens every time. So I advise you to change this habit. Otherwise, with Wan Ting's intelligence, she will uncover the truth within a week. And remember, with enough diligence, even an iron pestle can be ground into a needle. Gao Yang fell into contemplation. He was not concerned about the metaphor of the iron pestle. After all, it was a mere joke. Clearly, he needed to be cautious. While Gao Yang pondered these minor issues, Li Se had found new accommodations and paid a doctor to treat He Long's wounds. This was not due to He Long's significance, but rather his familiarity with the area, making him akin to a local authority. Henceforth, He Long would be instrumental in Li Se's endeavors. Furthermore, the responsibility for He Long's unfortunate condition largely lay with Li Se himself. At the moment Gao Yang had hurled the stone, He Long could have evaded it, but a habitual action led to his current predicament. Although Li Se felt somewhat guilty, he would never admit it. He Long, how are you feeling? Li Se inquired, showing rare concern. Elder Li Se, ami not ruined, He Long lamented, feeling as if he could perish at any moment. If he were 50, he might have accepted his fate, but at only 30, how could he live on? He Long, even with a significant injury, you still possess some functions. At least you don't have to squat to relieve yourself. Count your blessings and try to find peace. As Li Se departed, He Long's eyes were filled with resentment. If it were not for that old dog instructing him to abduct Su Li, how could he have possibly invited this calamity upon himself? Li Se, I curse your 18 generations of ancestors. Naturally, Li Se was oblivious to the curses being hurled at him by He Long. Even if he were aware, it would matter little. His primary concern at the moment was the contents of his room, specifically the box that Gao Yang had taken. Yet, that was not the most significant matter at hand. The most crucial item was the iron box. This iron box had come into his possession by chance, and while he had yet to decipher the other items, he had already gleaned some insights from the martial arts manual. His increased prowess compared to 3 years ago was primarily due to this manual. Although he could not comprehend the characters, practicing the movements outlined within had proven beneficial. Previously, Li Se had wielded a dagger, but he had since transitioned to steel claw gloves to train in the martial arts techniques, allowing him to utilize both fists and blades, truly a twofold advantage. Last night, in his carelessness, he could now only pray that Gao Yang had rescued the woman and departed. Otherwise, the box would indeed be lost. Gao Yang, just you wait. Li Se did not linger, as this place had become perilous. He needed to make his swift exit. He also required time to tend to his wounds while awaiting reinforcements. Thus, a day passed, and Gao Yang loaded the final batch of raw stones onto the box truck before departing. Before leaving, he also fashioned a sign with 2 characters inscribed upon it. Following this, the events of tonight's covert operation were set into motion. Gao Yang was in his hotel room, making arrangements with Qian Mei Li, and then began briefing Su Li. Su Li, around 2 o'clock tonight, you will leave with Tang Xiaomi and head to that warehouse. Remember, exercise utmost caution along the way. If there are any issues with the raw stones, do not engage. Ensuring safety is of paramount importance, understood? Chapter 84. This is a gun. Gao Yang, are you truly not coming with us? I'm quite worried about your decision. Gao Yang smiled and replied, When the time comes, I will have Wan Ting find you a gem appraiser. Do not touch the stones I have arranged. You may use the triangular ones for your live stream. As for the others, place them in the back lot. But you may need to stay in my shop for now. After all, this batch of raw stones is worth at least over $1 billion, representing all my hard work. If you fear being alone, you can have Susan or my sister accompany you. Since Gao Yang had made his decision, Suli knew further persuasion would be futile. The only thing she could do now was to fulfill Gao Yang's wishes one last time. Suli was a woman who loved fiercely. Otherwise, why would she have so decisively chosen to divorce her ex-husband? She even relinquished all company funds to him because she understood that procrastination would only harm her. As for regrets, she would address them later. Gao Yang loved me. After declaring this, Suli leaped into Gao Yang's embrace. As night fell, a gentle breeze caressed her face. Gao Yang could not see Su Li and the others leave, but he was certain they had departed. He awaited news of their exit from the province, or perhaps ill tidings. Uncertain if this plan had any flaws, he felt reassured by Tang Xiaomi's presence, alleviating concerns about safety. Checking the time, it was 3:30. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they should be able to leave the province by dawn, at which point they would be safe. It was not in Gao Yang's nature to wait idly, so he thought of the ring, the martial arts manual, and some other items. First, he examined the ring on his finger, unsure of its material, and used his perspective ability to check its properties. To Gao Yang's surprise, he found nothing discernible. Typically, if his mutated eyes could not reveal something, it indicated one of two possibilities. The first possibility was that it held no value, akin to picking up a random stone from the road, serving no purpose. Since it possessed no value, it naturally bore no information. The second possibility was that the item was of exceedingly high grade, far beyond the ordinary. Gao Yang did not dwell on this. He decided to regard it as an ordinary trinket, as it looked quite appealing. He then retrieved the martial arts manual, and this time, to his astonishment, he found information regarding it, including explanations of the techniques. This was a manual for external martial arts, simply referred to as external boxing, with the melodious name of Ben Lei Quan. The manual contained 9 techniques, each divided into 9 forms. Gao Yang's interest was piqued, and he began to study the first technique, Jing Gang Fu Hu. After observing for a while, he noted some resemblance to the techniques employed during the fight between Li Sei and Tang Xiaomi yesterday, albeit with some differences. After practicing in his room for a while, he felt constrained and thought of the small grove Tang Xiaomi had previously taken him to. However, he could not go there now as he lacked transportation. Tang Xiaomi had taken her car, and the box truck remained in the warehouse. Suddenly, Gao Yang recalled Li Sei's courtyard, now surely vacant, as Li Sei would not be foolish enough to reside there. He donned his clothes and exited the hotel, treating it as a morning jog. It was not far at all. By car, it would take merely a few minutes, and running would take perhaps half an hour. After all, driving through the outskirts would not be particularly swift, and a brief 10-minute drive on a highway would exhaust anyone. As Gao Yang jogged, he remained unaware that a group was stealthily trailing him. By the time Gao Yang reached his destination, it was already past 4. Relying on his mental map, he began practicing the set of punches. Initially clumsy, he gradually grew more adept. Just as he was nearing proficiency in the first technique, he heard a disturbance from the rooftop. Realizing this, Gao Yang began moving toward the courtyard entrance, preparing to retreat. However, upon reaching the gate, he halted abruptly, for something caught his eye. Gao Yang started to back away, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This object, which he had only seen on television, had a simple name, handgun. If someone wielded a knife, Gao Yang would not feel intimidated. However, this handgun left him with no confidence of evasion. He continued to retreat, quickly finding himself at the center of the courtyard. At that moment, 7 or 8 individuals charged in from the rooftop and entrance. They bore no firearms, but each brandished a machete, unmistakably nefarious. Gao Yang, you must understand our intentions. I shall not waste words. We seek wealth, not your life. Lead us to the warehouse and assist us in retrieving the raw stones, and I assure you no harm will come to you. Gao Yang exhaled in relief. Why not proceed directly? Why must I guide you? Finally voicing his curiosity, he felt reassured, knowing that these intruders were unaware of Su Li and the others. Are you foolish, or am I? The warehouse is guarded by a security company, armed with firearms. Should we approach, they will undoubtedly open fire. Once the shooting begins, not only will the police arrive, but others will as well. I can only say I am fortunate to have stumbled upon you during your midnight escapade. I said all I need to. Now, will you cooperate or not? Gao Yang shrugged and replied, Do I have a choice? Upon hearing this, the armed man laughed and waved, signaling two others to approach. Their intentions were clear. They intended to take Gao Yang hostage. But this was the opportunity Gao Yang had been waiting for. Although he feared the gun, if he acted swiftly enough and found shield, he would have a chance to escape. Alternatively, he could seize the gun from them and potentially turn the tables. As the two subordinates reached out to grasp Gao Yang's arm, he swiftly sidestepped and concealed himself behind one of them. He then delivered a powerful kick, sending the other individual crashing to the ground. At this moment, the remaining members finally reacted, brandishing their machetes as they advanced towards Gao Yang. He had been anticipating this opportunity, as the presence of more people would render the gunman reluctant to fire. This was indeed the case. The armed individual could only watch helplessly as his subordinates engaged in combat with Gao Yang, paralyzed by fear of shooting their own. The reason for the gunman's hesitation was not merely the fear of hitting his comrades. That concern was secondary. The primary reason was that once a shot was fired, the situation would escalate beyond control. If Gao Yang were to be killed, all their efforts would be in vain, and the gunfire would expose their presence, forcing them to retreat rather than pursue their original objective. Thus, there are moments when a firearm serves solely as a deterrent, and unless the situation becomes critical, it will remain unused. However, his inaction granted Gao Yang the opportunity to counterattack. Gao Yang firmly seized the neck of the individual wielding the golden badge with one hand while snatching a machete with the other. After toppling two more adversaries, he seized the chance to shove the man towards the gunman. Unsurprisingly, the two collided forcefully. Before either could react, Gao Yang lunged forward and wrested the handgun from the gunman's grip. A gleam of joy spread across Gao Yang's face as he aimed the pistol and pulled the trigger, only to find that he had never operated such a weapon before. The safety was still engaged, rendering his effort futile. In that fleeting moment of confusion, a machete swung towards him. Startled, Gao Yang narrowly evaded the blow, but his shoulder was still grazed. His lack of combat experience had led him to momentarily fixate on the handgun instead of focusing on the battle at hand. Fortunately, he managed to dodge in time, and the wound was not severe. Realizing he could not linger, Gao Yang grasped the individual and propelled him towards the oncoming attackers before dashing out of the courtyard, vanishing from sight in an instant. What should we do, boss? The gunman's face turned pale. Losing the handgun was merely a minor setback, and the injuries sustained by two subordinates were not grave. The most critical issue was his exposure, which meant he could no longer access the warehouse. Take them and retreat quickly. Meanwhile, Gao Yang concealed the handgun in a secure location and pressed his hand against his injured arm as he made his way towards the hotel. He hastily tore his clothing and discovered a 3-inch gash on his arm, with flesh protruding from a wound. The pain caused cold sweat to bead on his forehead. A trip to the hospital seemed unnecessary. He fashioned strips from his torn clothing to bind the injury and began to channel his internal energy for healing. Time passed, and once the pain subsided, Gao Yang exhaled a deep breath. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Suli calling. He quickly answered, "Hello. All right, I understand. Please stay safe. Call me again around noon to update me on the situation." "Yes, goodbye." After hanging up, Gao Yang finally smiled. He tidied the room in preparation for sleep, having endured a rather exhausting night. Upon entering the bathroom for a quick wash, he noticed that the ring on his finger had vanished. Just as he was about to dismiss it, the ring reappeared. "What is this?" He began to examine the ring when suddenly his vision blurred, and he found himself in a vast room. It was enormous, comparable to a basketball court, but eerily empty. To say it was empty was misleading. At its center stood a pedestal with a box atop it. Bewildered, Gao Yang quickly deduced that he was in a storage space. Pinching himself to confirm his state, he felt nothing. This must be his spiritual essence or consciousness. How could a storage ring truly exist? He pondered. How do I exit this place? He burst into laughter, realizing he had stumbled upon an unexpected fortune. Firstly, he confirmed two things. The ring was indeed a storage ring, and its previous disappearance was merely an optical illusion. It became invisible when not needed. Secondly, its activation likely followed the principle of blood recognition. similar to what one might encounter in a fantasy novel. Gao Yang, having pressed his bloodied hand against the wound, had essentially completed that requirement. After his excitement waned, he began to gather items, placing the jade he had obtained earlier into the ring, along with his clothing. He even decided to stow away his tattered garments and the broken box from Lycée, reasoning that it was better to keep them here than to discard them carelessly. Next, he aimed to explore the interior of the ring further, aware that the box within likely contained treasures. However, glancing at his arm made it clear that venturing outside was unwise, especially with the dawn breaking. Resolutely, he re-entered the ring's space and approached the box, which was not crafted from wood, but appeared to be a massive, hollowed-out jade structure. How could such a large piece of jade even exist? He mused. Though this was not the main concern, the contents inside were. Gao Yang attempted to open the box, but remained stubbornly shut, despite exerting all his strength. He could only create a narrow gap. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the fact that he would need to grow stronger to unlock it in the future. Once again, Gao Yang reappeared in his rented room, excitement soon giving way to fatigue. He glanced at the time. It was nearly 7 a.m. Taking advantage of this lull, he decided to catch up on some much-needed rest, closing his eyes and quickly drifting off into slumber. He was awakened by the sound of Tang Xiaomi's voice. "Brother-in-law, how did you injure your arm? Who did this? I'll take care of him." Gao Yang chuckled at the sight of the tense and slightly pouting Tang Xiaomi. He recounted the events of the previous night, albeit with some omissions. "How infuriating. Do you know who that person is?" Gao Yang shook his head. "I've never seen him before, but his characteristics are quite distinct. He appears to be in his 30s, stands around 165 centimeters tall, and most notably, has a scar on his left cheek. Additionally, he is left-handed." Chapter 86. Being followed, it must be him. I'm going to take care of them now. Tang Xiaomi's old habits resurfaced as she declared her intention to leave, only to be halted by Gao Yang's grip. "Can you not use your brain for a moment? My dear aunt, first, tell me who this person is and how formidable he is. Do you think they are foolish enough to wait for us to seek revenge?" Upon reflection, Tang Xiaomi recognized the validity of Gao Yang's words, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Her sister had often commented on her lack of thoughtfulness, and now Gao Yang echoed those sentiments, prompting her to consider a more introspective approach. "Brother-in-law, I'm just worried about you. Based on the description you provided, there is only one person who fits. Scarred Liu is a figure of considerable influence, commanding a group of several dozen individuals engaged in dubious activities, such as the events of last night. Moreover, he maintains connections with the region of Mianbei." Upon hearing the term Mianbei, Gao Yang's countenance darkened. This area has gained notoriety in recent years, not for its jade, but due to the infamous Gaozi incident. It is a realm of chaos, lacking any semblance of order, where murder and arson are commonplace. Various criminal organizations from numerous countries operate here, rendering this location synonymous with turmoil. Let's set this matter aside for now. Today we shall rest, and tomorrow I will take you to gamble on stones. You have exhibited commendable behavior these past few days, and I intend to gift you a fine piece of jade, crafting an entire set of jewelry for you." Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaomi was elated. "Brother-in-law, you must keep your word. I desire an imperial green set. Not too much, just 2 bangles, 2 earrings, a necklace, and a ring, and perhaps a jade pendant as well." Gao Yang's expression darkened. How could she dare to say such a thing without feeling greedy? "Let's pretend I never made that offer. Your requests are beyond my means." He scoffed, pondering whether his worth could even match such extravagant demands. "Brother-in-law, I was merely jesting. Let's make it simpler. I have a fondness for red jade. Just procure a piece of red jade for me. If that proves too difficult, yellow jade will suffice. If you can manage that, I shall reward you with a touch here," she remarked, gesturing to her chest. Gao Yang merely snorted, dismissing her antics. He had seen through her. She was merely a child at heart. With Su Li and Qian Meili gone, Gao Yang found himself in need of a companion. It was evident she was also searching for someone, and her intentions were likely to shield herself from danger, for her safety was now compromised. "My sister has instructed me to protect you closely," he stated. Gao Yang cast a glance at Tang Xiaomi, pondering who was truly safeguarding whom. However, he refrained from voicing this thought, recognizing her good intentions. "Please step outside. I need a change." Tang Xiaomi shot him a look. My sister has ordered me to stay by your side. I shall not leave. Besides, you are not unclothed, so what is there to fear? With no other option, Gao Yang complied, lifting the thin blanket and retrieving his clothes from the storage ring. Such items were indeed a hassle to keep in there, especially in moments like these. It seemed he needed to allocate time to purchase more clothing, ensuring he had a sufficient wardrobe stored away. Once dressed, Gao Yang led Tang Xiaomi out for a shopping expedition, the foremost item on their agenda being clothing. He resolved to procure not only apparel, but also essentials like bottled water, beverages, and compressed biscuits. However, such items could not yet be purchased due to a lack of storage space. Thus, acquiring clothes became a priority. Brother-in-law, are you planning to buy me clothes? I adore form-fitting outfits. They accentuate my figure, and you would surely enjoy the view. Upon entering the shopping mall, Tang Xiaomi's self-assured musings filled the air. The most perplexing aspect was whether her behavior was a facade or simply her innate nature. She seemed to weave suggestive remarks into nearly every conversation. Yet when it truly mattered, she appeared to shy away from any opportunity. The pair spent the morning wandering the mall and supermarket, amassing a plethora of items, including Gao Yang's, Tang Xiaomi's, Tang Yingying's, and even goods for Gao Yang's parents. Naturally, the collection also included various apparel for when wanting and others, with even sultry lingerie making an appearance among the purchases. Brother-in-law, there are 3 groups of people tailing us. Despite her carefree demeanor, Tang Xiaomi remained acutely aware of her duties. In fact, her very disposition served to confound their adversaries. Gao Yang had noticed as well. These followers bore resemblance to the likes of Dao Baolu. From this moment on, every action would require utmost caution. The warehouse incident was likely to be exposed in the coming days. Given that he would no longer be acquiring raw materials, the lurking enemies would surely grow suspicious, prompting them to investigate. If they discovered the warehouse empty, they would realize they had been deceived, and retribution would be inevitable. Far beyond mere surveillance, it could escalate to kidnapping, extortion, or worse. Ding dong. Just as Gao Yang stowed the items into his storage ring, the doorbell chimed. The visitor could not be Tang Xiaomi, as she would not arrive so promptly. Following the events of the previous night, Gao Yang had become more cautious. With a quick use of his ability, he peered through the door, revealing an unexpected sight, none other than Tang Yingying, who had been absent for 2 days. Tang Xiaomi had mentioned that Tang Yingying might visit that evening. It was still midday. Confirming her identity, Gao Yang opened the door without hesitation. Tang Yingying wore a snug outfit, one that was exceptionally fitted, typical attire for undertaking missions. When executing tasks, tighter clothing facilitates movement, often comprising leather or denim. Currently, she was clad in leather, accentuating her flawless silhouette. Tang Yingying shot a glance at Gao Yang, discerning the desire in his gaze, for it bore an unmistakable intensity. Have you had your fill of staring? She questioned, feeling somewhat self-conscious under his scrutiny. Do not misunderstand. I was merely admiring the quality of your outfit's material. How does it maintain such a snug fit without compromising its integrity? May I take a closer look? Gao Yang inquired, extending his hand to explore the fabric. Tang Yingying swiftly swatted his hand away and closed the door. Remove your shirt. Gao Yang was taken aback by her directness, devoid of any preamble. Observing his expression, Tang Yingying rolled her eyes. I wish to examine the injury on your arm. Enough chatter, hurry. Before Gao Yang could respond, Tang Yingying took matters in her own hands, swiftly removing his top to reveal a bandaged arm, stained with dried blood that had begun to discolor. Does it hurt? She inquired, though the question seemed superfluous. It was quite painful, but your presence has alleviated it, he replied, earning another eye roll from Tang Yingying, though it seemed she appreciated his humor. As she carefully unwrapped the bandage, she was surprised to discover it had begun to heal. What medication have you used? The results are remarkable. Gao Yang chuckled. I simply applied some urine. It is said that child's urine cures all ailments. Tang Yingying pinched him playfully at the waist. You a child? Does that mean I was bitten by a dog that day? As she trailed off, the words hung awkwardly in the air, and Gao Yang could not help but chuckle at her embarrassment. Slowly, he reached out, lifting her chin gently, and leaned in to kiss her. Tang Yingying closed her eyes, savoring the moment. Gao Yang would certainly not stop at this point. As he reached out, His hand covered the Mongolian yurt, while the other ventured towards Tang Yingying's curvaceous form. Just then, the sound of the door opening interrupted them. Both individuals snapped back to reality and quickly separated, recognizing that it was undoubtedly Tang Xiaomi who had entered. Tang Yingying shot Tang Xiaomi a glare and remarked, "You should remember to knock next time." Tang Xiaomi responded with an "oh," as if she grasped the underlying meaning. "Sister, I hope I haven't interrupted your little rendezvous." The atmosphere, already awkward, became even more so. "If you keep babbling, I'll tear your mouth apart." Tang Xiaomi stuck out her tongue, choosing to remain silent, as she still held a healthy fear of her older sister. "I received news on my way here that Li Sei has recruited 3 accomplices, and their main objective is to deal with you. Moreover, several other factions are also eyeing you. Your current situation is somewhat perilous. I suggest you leave here as soon as possible." Tang Yingying succinctly relayed the situation. "As for Li Sei seeking retribution against me, there's no need for haste. I injured him, and he will likely require several days to recuperate given his age. Recovery isn't swift for him. Regarding leaving, there's no rush. My purpose for coming here has only been half fulfilled. It isn't easy to make this trip, and I worry that if I leave, you might miss me." Tang Yingying pinched Gao Yang's waist with considerable force, causing him to grimace in pain. "What do you plan to do?" Gao Yang pondered, stroking his chin. "There will likely be movement at the warehouse within 2 days, so they will undoubtedly come looking for me. My intention is to resolve this group first. Afterward, we can rent an isolated courtyard in the suburbs and draw them out. This approach is relatively straightforward. Once we handle these small fry, we can address Li Sei and his crew. However, I will still need to earn some money in the meantime." Tang Yingying nodded in agreement. Since Gao Yang was unwilling to leave, this arrangement seemed acceptable. "Xiaomi, you'll be responsible for finding a house. The more secluded, the better. I will accompany Gao Yang to ensure his safety." "Tang Xiaomi pautet, appraising somewhat ze luten." "Sister, why don't I protect my brother-in-law instead?" At this, Tang Yingying shot her a fierce glare, prompting Tang Xiaomi to hastily retreat. "Yingying, why is she so afraid of you?" Gao Yang inquired, puzzled, as it seemed unusual for sisters to have such a fearful dynamic. "Do you truly wish to know?" Tang Yingying asked nonchalantly. Gao Yang nodded. "I have a nickname, Tang Min Xiao Mo Nu, and the title of Little Witch is not without merit. It was earned through my deeds. Although I appear charming and smile sweetly, no one dares to make a move against me, for those who sought to take advantage have already met their demise. Are you scared now?" As she spoke, Tang Yingying deliberately displayed a seductive smile. "What are you doing? It's broad daylight. Save that for the evening. This outfit is quite expensive. Please do not tear it." Her plan to intimidate Gao Yang backfired, leaving her in a precarious situation. The room was soon filled with a cacophony of sounds akin to thunder, accompanied by the sound of applause. After an indeterminate amount of time, Tang Yingying looked at the leather jacket and pants she had purchased less than a day ago, feeling utterly speechless. Where had her leather attire gone? It had been reduced to mere scraps. "Gao Yang, this outfit is rather costly," she remarked, unbothered by the potential for exposure, having already crossed that threshold. Standing amidst the remnants, she began picking up pieces of fabric, grumbling under her breath. Gao Yang remained silent, opening a cabinet to retrieve several bags, which he then handed to Tang Yingying. Her eyes lit up with suspicion as she accepted the handbag. Inside were garments, women's clothing, indicating that Gao Yang had indeed bought her new attire. A wave of sweetness washed over her heart. However, upon spotting the lingerie, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Is this called lingerie? The fabric of both the top and bottom combined is hardly the size of my palm." Seeing Gao Yang's keen interest, Tang Yingying quickly donned a jacket, grateful that it appeared relatively normal. "Gao Yang, does it look good?" She twirled in her new outfit. "It looks splendid. How could my woman not look beautiful?" "Gao Yang boastet." "Gao Yang, would you dare say that in front of that one wanting?" Gao Yang fell silent at her question. He understood he had misspoken and joined Tang Yingying at his side, gently caressing his cheek. "Rest assured, I am your woman, the kind hidden in the shadows, ensuring no one else knows. Once I complete this task, I will seek you out. I will only appear when you need me or long for my presence. Now, I am hungry and desire something delicious. Then I will accompany you to the jade market to earn some money." With these words, Tang Yingying conveyed a message to Gao Yang, She would not disrupt his life with one wanting. At that moment, Gao Yang felt himself to be a true scoundrel. After lunch, Gao Yang boldly presented himself alongside Tang Ying at the jade market. As for those who had been trailing him in the shadows, he paid them no mind. His focus solely on the prospect of encountering excellent jadeite that day. Brother Gao, why didn't you come this morning? Upon entering the jade market, Xi Jinping approached him. Gao Yang realized that this man had been waiting for his arrival. It was improbable that he would randomly encounter him in such a vast market otherwise. It was only natural for Xi Jinping to wait for him, as they were both in pursuit of profit. I had some matters to attend to this morning. By the way, how was your haul today? Gao Yang casually inquired. Don't mention it. I bought 3 pieces and they all collapsed, resulting in a loss of over 10 million. Gao Yang furrowed his brow. Such a string of misfortunes was uncommon. Xi Jinping was seasoned in the art of stone gambling. While 1 or 2 pieces collapsing might be explicable, 3 in a row raised alarm bells. Where did you purchase these stones? Take me there. Xi Jinping nodded and led Gao Yang to the shop where he had experienced his losses earlier that day. The establishment was called Lao Lai Yuanshi Store, a place Gao Yang had never visited before. This is the one, Xi Jinping whispered. Gao Yang nodded and began to examine the stones. As he inspected them, his frown deepened. The stones appeared to be of high quality externally, yet most were hollow inside. This was perplexing, as the first criterion for assessing jadeite's quality involved examining the stone's exterior. In simpler terms, when selecting a raw stone, one primarily judges it by its appearance. And experienced gamblers can glean fundamental information based on that. However, the shop stones presented a peculiar phenomenon. While their exteriors were appealing, the interiors were mostly empty. Not that they were entirely hollow, but the majority were. Gao Yang contemplated for a while, unable to discern the underlying issue, primarily due to his limited understanding of the jadeite industry. Thus, he decided to take a hands-on approach. He casually picked up a stone and rolled it across the floor to ascertain whether there was any underlying problem. However, he still could not identify any issues. Just as he was about to give up, a small gray speck caught his attention. This tiny dot was in an inconspicuous spot. Gao Yang used his finger to scratch at it, and the surface instantly flaked away. Narrowing his eyes, he began to understand the problem. He proceeded to inspect several more pieces, discovering that they all exhibited similar traits. Now, he had a clearer picture of the situation. He had heard from others in the past that jadeite rough was an extraordinary entity, one whose internal structure could not be detected even with the most advanced instruments in the world. Otherwise, the concept of gambling on stones would cease to exist. If it were possible to ascertain the content with precision, who would still gamble on stones? A mere scan with an instrument would reveal the presence of jadeite. Yet, some unscrupulous merchants would devise clever schemes to exploit this. They would use a very fine, yet remarkably long drill bit to create a minuscule hole in the rough stone, possibly no larger than a matchstick or even smaller. The intent behind this tiny opening was to ascertain whether jadeite resided within. Should jadeite be discovered, that particular rough would be selected. If not, they would disguise the rough using a mixed material, sealing the hole in a way that made it nearly undetectable from the outside. Gao Yang had observed for quite some time before noticing some peculiarities. It was as if he had gained insight, prompting him to investigate these rough stones closely. Had it been anyone else, they might never have realized the truth. In fact, this matter had little to do with him. As long as he remained unscathed, he was indifferent. This led to 2 questions. Should he expose the deceit? By nature, Gao Yang preferred to avoid meddling in others' affairs. Yet he recalled that individual from that fateful day who had gambled his entire fortune on stones and lost everything, ultimately descending into madness. Though that incident could not be blamed on the shopkeeper, but rather on the unfortunate gambler. What if it were this shop that was involved? Would the proprietor not bear the brunt of the blame? Contemplating this, Gao Yang resolved to inform Xi Jinping of the situation, leaving it to the latter to decide whether to report it. He then discreetly signaled to the 2 and made his way outside. Brother Gao, are you serious? Upon reaching a short distance away, Gao Yang recounted what he knew, leaving Xi Jinping in shock. Naturally, he had heard of such occurrences, but had never encountered them firsthand. Thus, the reality of the situation astonished him. Tang Ying was equally curious, though she remained silent. Having essentially confirmed the situation, Gao Yang suggested they investigate further, expressing his unfamiliarity with the area and uncertainty on how to proceed. His words were quite diplomatic. He affirmed the existence of the issue while simultaneously distancing himself from responsibility. Si Xuanping's expression darkened. His lack of a strong sense of justice stemmed from being a victim himself. After all, over 10 million was no trivial sum, and no one's wealth was easily acquired. Brother Gao, you should leave this matter to me, Si Xianping replied, indicating his understanding of Gao Yang's lack of connections. Gao Yang was content with this outcome. He had shared what needed to be said, and anything beyond that was no longer his concern. His willingness to speak was predicated on Si Xuanping's respectable character. Had it been anyone else, he would have been disinclined to involve himself in such matters, confident in his own immunity to deception. Once the discussion concluded, Gao Yang departed with Tang Yingying, heading in another direction. For he had yet to yield any profit that day. Yingying, why have you been so quiet today? Gao Yang inquired, observing her perpetual smile and amiable demeanor. I have decided to embrace a more demure persona, she replied, leaving Gao Yang perplexed. He felt he understood her intent, yet was equally confused. I have heard that men possess a strong sense of masculinity, preferring obedient, gentle, and delicate women, Tang Yingying added, her cheeks slightly flushed. This revelation brought clarity to Gao Yang. He playfully asked, Yingying, do you know what type of woman men truly desire? Chapter 89. Reinforcements for Lisei arrive. Tang Yingying shook her head, eager to know the answer. Let me enlighten you. Men appreciate women who are poised and dignified in public, gentle and virtuous at home, and provocatively alluring in private. Hey, why are you pinching me? I thought we were talking about being a demure woman. The two engaged in playful banter as they walked down another street, having completely forgotten about Si Xianping. With his spatial ring, the sale of the jadeite he cut became inconsequential. Meanwhile, in the courtyard where He Long was recuperating, Li Sei was tending to his wounds. His other injuries were manageable, primarily superficial, but the hole in his shoulder inflicted by Gao Yang, compounded by a subsequent punch, would take at least 10 days to heal. At this moment, 3 individuals entered his room, 2 men and 1 woman. These 3, of similar age to Gao Yang, were among the more distinguished members of the younger generation from Yinjiumen. The leader among them was named Chao Xiong. Do not be misled, as it is indeed a peculiar surname. Another man, sharing He Long's surname, was named He Ying, also an unusual name. He and He Long hail from the same village, establishing a certain kinship. The final member, a woman, bore the same surname as Chao Xiong. She was his sister, Chao and I. Older Li Sei. Are you saying your injuries were not inflicted by members of Tang men, but rather by an outsider named Gao Yang? Chao Xiong inquired. Li Sei regarded the trio and nodded. Chao Xiong, do not underestimate him. He is formidable. I was injured due to my own complacency. Furthermore, he has 2 sisters from Tang men accompanying him, whom you both are familiar with, Tang Yingying and Tang Xiaomi. Upon hearing this, Chao and I scoffed. Tang Yingying possesses some skill, but as for Tang Xiaomi, I hardly regard her as a threat. Li Sei felt a headache coming on. The headquarters had sent such arrogant individuals. It seemed these youngsters needed to experience some hardship to temper their pride. There is no rush. Settle yourselves in. After a day or 2, I should be able to manage my injuries, and then we could devise a plan to deal with them. Moreover, there are others currently seeking trouble with them. We can observe from a distance before taking action. And above all, do not alert the enemy. Tang Yingying is not merely accompanied by her sister. She has other subordinates as well, so exercise caution. Go check on He Long. I need to focus on my healing. The 3 nodded and exited Li Sei's chamber. Upon entering He Long's room, they were met with a rather pitiful sight. He Ying, you must avenge me, He Long exclaimed, tears streaming down his face upon seeing He Ying. All right, first tell me what happened. Who exactly is this Gao Yang? Is he truly as formidable as Li Sei claims? Upon hearing Gao Yang's name, He Long seethed with anger. He Ying, do not listen to his nonsense. He is merely lustful and fell into someone else's trap. My current state is entirely his doing. Gao Yang possesses some skill, but he is nowhere near as powerful as Li Sei suggests. He Long's animosity was directed towards 2 individuals, Gao Yang and Li Sei. Sometimes, hatred can cloud one's judgment, even the soul. At this moment, He Long yearned for revenge. While he was unable to confront Li Sei, He was determined to exact vengeance on Gao Yang. If he were to seek retribution alone, the opportunity might never arise. However, utilizing these three individuals to exact revenge appeared to hold promise. The identities of the other two individuals, He Long was uncertain about, but he was well aware of He Ying's formidable prowess. At the very least, he could contend with Li Se. However, the individual named Chao Xiong was evidently the leader of this expedition, which implied that his skills were undoubtedly superior to those of He Ying. If Gao Yang were to depart from rewritten, it would seem that his chances for revenge would be utterly diminished. Thus, He Long began to downplay Gao Yang's martial prowess, embellishing the events of that fateful night. Are you suggesting that Li Se was ambushed by Gao Yang while engaged in unspeakable activities within his chamber? The question came from none other than the leader, Chao Xiong. Indeed, I was caught off guard and rendered unconscious at the outset. While I did not witness the subsequent events, we can certainly imagine that if Gao Yang could ambush me, he could surely do the same to Li Se. However, Li Se will undoubtedly refuse to acknowledge that he was ambushed, as he was engaged in disreputable activities and cannot afford to lose face. It must be said that He Long's analysis bore a semblance of reason. Very well, you should focus on recovering from your injuries. I shall assist you in avenging your grievances. Upon uttering these words, the trio departed from He Long's quarters. What are your thoughts on this matter? Inquired He Long. The credibility stands at about 80%. Firstly, this Gao Yang is not a member of the Tang clan. He is an outsider who came to purchase jadeite raw materials. According to He Long's account, he inadvertently became embroiled in the incident that night. This was corroborated by Li Se, who likely possesses some degree of martial skill. Yet, as He Long stated, he cannot possibly be as formidable as Li Se claims. Thus, it is plausible that Li Se was injured by Gao Yang, for we all know that Li Se is quite the libertine. Under such circumstances, Li Se managed to escape with He Long, indicating that Gao Yang is not exceedingly powerful. Nevertheless, we must bear in mind that we are in a city, which complicates our maneuvers significantly. Should a conflict erupt, it would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Chao Xiong pondered this. Brother, do we truly fear that we cannot handle them? At that time, you can contend with Tang Ying, while He Ying faces her sister. I shall confront Gao Yang. With the three of us, we could easily overwhelm them. Chao and I spoke with unwavering confidence, as if everything were within her grasp. Chao Xiong shook his head slightly. It is not that simple. Tang Ying is quite formidable, and we cannot ascertain whether Gao Yang can match us at this point. Additionally, they have a cadre of supporters. In the event of a confrontation, we might not emerge victorious. Our only recourse is to draw them out. However, there is no need for haste. Let us first assess their strength. Though Chao and I harbored some dissent, she ultimately acquiesced to Chao Xiong's directive. Chao and I, you should attempt to engage Gao Yang. See if we can draw him out. If we can strike them separately, the situation will become significantly simpler. Chapter 90. Ambushed Gao Yang, accompanied by Tang Ying, found himself in the jadeite market, shedding his previous demeanor of subtlety. He recognized a profound truth. When discretion becomes futile, one is better off being ostentatious. There are merits to being conspicuous. If one can withstand the ensuing crisis, others will think twice before encroaching upon you, as you will be perceived as possessing strength. Gao Yang was aware that he was being followed, and by more than one group. Nonetheless, he remained unconcerned. Throughout the afternoon, he successfully extracted 7 pieces of high-quality jadeite. He gifted 3 of these to Tang Ying, and he harbored no concerns regarding her willingness to compensate him. She was now entirely his concern. The remaining 3 pieces he reserved for Xi Jinping, given their amicable relationship. The last piece was designated for when wanting, as the Wen group also required jadeite. In total, he amassed a fortune of 10 billion, in addition to his existing assets. Moreover, much of the jadeite he had processed in recent days had been utilized for acquiring raw materials. However, he still had a surplus, bringing his total assets to just over 13 billion, not to mention some jadeite remaining. Gao Yang, you ought to consider establishing an account with the Rui state, as it would facilitate future international endeavors. Furthermore, the security it offers is significantly superior. Gao Yang found himself intrigued by Tang Ying's suggestion. The Rue State Bank is renowned as the world's preeminent bank, and although its reputation has suffered somewhat due to recent controversies, it remains indisputably the safest banking system globally. Ying, could you elucidate the particulars regarding the Rue State Bank? Gao Yang was resolute in pursuing this venture, as his financial resources were expanding, and he would likely need to travel abroad in the future, making the Rue State Bank's credit card an appealing and secure option. The term Rue State Bank is actually a collective reference, not denoting a singular institution. It encompasses all banks within the country, which are primarily privately owned. Their main advantage lies in their system, boasting the most sophisticated banking operation framework in the world. Issues we frequently encounter elsewhere are virtually non-existent in these banks. Recently, I came across a report detailing how a bank official embezzled funds from numerous depositors, only for the bank to dismiss it as a personal misconduct. Is that not ludicrous? My funds were entrusted to your institution, only for them to be misappropriated by your own staff, and yet you conclude with such a statement? It is indeed a peculiar situation, indicative of the incompetence of those in charge. Gao Yang cast a curious glance at Tang Ying, surprised by her candidness. However, the critical matter remained how to proceed with the account setup. Gao Yang, to establish an account with the Rue State Bank, you must possess a minimum deposit of 300,000, which should not pose an issue. Furthermore, you must provide complete personal information. Once these criteria are met, you may apply, and the process is generally swift. This is one of their advantages, alongside confidentiality, security, and rapid transfer capabilities, all of which are unrivaled globally. If you wish to proceed, I can assist you. Establishing an account was undoubtedly a priority. Gao Yang entrusted Tang Ying with all necessary identification documents before he ventured out of the hotel alone. Initially, he had reservations about leaving, given the sensitivity of the current situation. However, he had no choice. He needed to retrieve his handgun. He set off in his van. The moment Gao Yang departed, a dozen vehicles trailed him from various directions. He paid them no mind, as it was daylight, and these pursuers lacked the audacity to act. Upon reaching the designated location, he retrieved his handgun, securing it within his ring. As anticipated, those following him could only maintain their distance. Refraining from taking action at this juncture, Gao Yang couldn't help but smile to himself, imagining the frustration those pursuers would feel if they knew his warehouse was currently empty. He resumed his journey back to the hotel, but after driving less than a kilometer, he noticed a woman staggering along the road before collapsing onto the pavement. Gao Yang furrowed his brow. He was disinclined to involve himself in matters that did not concern him, yet the woman was now obstructing the roadway. He halted the vehicle, having unknowingly grasped a small pebble in his hand. One must always maintain a degree of vigilance. Kneeling beside the woman, he began to assess her condition. She was quite attractive, though her attire was rather modest, which was not unusual in this region, predominantly inhabited by ethnic minorities. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, adorned in typical ethnic garb, devoid of makeup, and her skin was slightly fairer than average. The saying, "one's beauty can overshadow 3 flaws," encapsulates this principle. "Are you all right?" Gao Yang casually inquired. "I live in the small courtyard ahead. I'm feeling weak all over." Gao Yang furrowed his brow, but nodded in agreement. He reached out and lifted the woman, only to notice a pleasant fragrance emanating from her, reminiscent of a certain herbal scent. Moreover, her figure was alluring, possessing a curvaceous softness. However, Gao Yang had no time to appreciate this, as dusk was swiftly approaching. He placed the woman in the passenger seat and drove towards the direction she had indicated, discovering a courtyard approximately a kilometer away. Upon parking, he carried the woman inside. "Is anyone home?" Gao Yang called out after gently setting her down. "There's no one. I'm alone. Please help me to my room so I can lie down." Gao Yang nodded and assisted her into the chamber. The room contained an incense burner, currently releasing a soothing aroma. Although this scent was pleasant, it differed from the fragrance of the woman. "Rest well. I have matters to attend to," Gao Yang said before taking his leave, aware that the fading light meant he needed to depart quickly. At that moment, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, intensifying rapidly. Not good. This thought barely crossed his mind before he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 91. The counterattack. Chao and I certainly had some skills. Just as Gao Yang lost consciousness, Chao Xiong, and Haiying emerged from another room. It turned out the woman was one of their trio, Chao and I. Do you even know who I am? There are still many people outside. Haiying, why don't you drive away those intruders? Chao and I began directing Haiying with confidence. Haiying shrugged and said nothing, turning to leave the courtyard. Shortly thereafter, he drove off in Gao Yang's vehicle. First, tie him up. With his sleeping incense, he won't wake for 5 hours. When he does, we can interrogate him, Chao Xiong remarked, picking up a rope to bind Gao Yang. Indeed, the sleeping incense had rendered Gao Yang unconscious, and under normal circumstances, it would take 5 hours for him to awaken. This 5-hour duration reflects the traditional method of timekeeping in the area, equivalent to 10 hours, a practice still upheld by many locals. Once Chao Xiong and his sister had bound Gao Yang, they paid him no further attention. However, Gao Yang regained consciousness in merely half an hour. His rapid recovery was due to his unique physiology. The incense acted as a toxin, but due to his mutated body, he possessed regenerative and detoxifying capabilities. Upon awakening, Gao Yang's first instinct was to assess his surroundings. He found himself in a small room with a bed, bound to a large wooden chair, with a cloth stuffed in his mouth. He refrained from struggling, instead gathering his thoughts. Reflecting on how he had been ambushed, he recalled the incense burner. Initially, he had overlooked its significance, but just before losing consciousness, the pieces fell into place. The incense had barely burned, revealing a considerable flaw in the woman's story. She claimed to be alone at home, yet she had fainted over a kilometer away, more than an hour prior. This raised the question, who had lit the incense? If she had ignited it before leaving, it would have burned out long ago. Conversely, if someone else had lit it, then she was lying. Had this situation occurred with Tang Yingying, she would have quickly identified the inconsistency. However, Gao Yang lacked the experience in the underworld that might have alerted him to the trap, leading to his current predicament. His deductions were largely correct, yet he failed to realize that merely inhaling the incense was harmless. It required a catalyst, which was the fragrance from Chao and I. At that moment, as Gao Yang prepared to break free from his bindings, he heard voices and footsteps approaching. The door to his room swung open. Chao Xiong, aren't you going to take him to Lisei? Upon hearing this, Gao Yang recognized his captors. Lisei is useless. We'll handle this ourselves and make a big score. A second voice chimed in. Brother, this Gao Yang seems like a fool. He can't even see through such a simple scheme. Hearing this, a surge of murderous intent filled Gao Yang. The owner of that voice had deceived him. All right, you stay here to guard him. Even if he wakes up, it will be late at night. We should visit Lisei first, or he will grow suspicious. Gao Ni, be careful. Haiying, let us go. Gao Yang felt a flicker of hope as the two men departed, leaving behind Chao and I, presenting him with an opportunity. Unfamiliar with the surname Chao, he mistakenly thought her name was Chao. With his hands bound behind the chair, he swiftly drew a dagger that had been gifted to him by Tang Yingying for protection. It was quite handsome, though lacking in intellect. Considering you harbored malicious intentions towards me, I may spare your life. Chao and I said, sitting on the bed and rummaging through her bag. Inside, she had numerous small vials, some for healing, others for harm, including sleeping potions. This was typical. Their clan had a penchant for studying such substances, even possessing both restorative and disruptive agents, similar to the ones used by Hei Long on Tang Yingying. Unbeknownst to her, Gao Yang had already opened his eyes, and the ropes binding him had been severed by the dagger. Initially, he intended to strike swiftly and lethally, but upon hearing her claim that she did not wish for his death, he decided to teach her a lesson instead. With his bindings undone, Gao Yang lunged at Chao and I. She looked up just in time to see him charging toward her, startling her. However, she was not defenseless, quickly attempting to block and counter his attack. Yet, Chao and I misjudged Gao Yang's strength. If Lisei could not withstand a single punch from him, how could she? With a cry of pain, Chao Ni's arm was dislocated by Gao Yang's blow. Seizing the moment, he grasped her throat. Speak. How many of you are there? And why are you targeting me? Where is your headquarters? Chao and I, sweating profusely from the pain, refused to utter a word. Do you believe I will kill you? Gao Yang brandished the dagger. A flicker of fear crossed Chao Ni's face, quickly replaced by agony. Gao Yang found himself at an impasse. He could only kill her directly if she remained silent. Just then, his gaze fell upon the small vials by the bedside. Sheathing the dagger, he picked up one of the vials and examined it. Although he could not decipher the writing on it, the contents are what mattered. Will you speak? If not, I will feed this to you. Panic flashed across Chao Ni's face at the sight of the vial. There are only 3 of us. We came here to assist Li Sei in dealing with you and Tang Yingying. As for our headquarters, it is not located in this area. It is hidden deep within the mountains, and even if I told you, you would not understand. If you wish to know, simply inquire with T. Ying Y. Ying. I have already answered your questions, so shouldn't you release me now? To speak frankly, Gao Yang indeed had no intention of harming this woman, primarily because of her previous remark. Yet, leaving her unharmed was a source of discontent for him. In Chapter 92, Mistaken Medication, just as Gao Yang hesitated, Con made her move. Seizing the moment when Gao Yang was distracted, she suddenly brandished a dagger, lunging fiercely at his abdomen. How could Gao Yang repeat the same mistake? He had long anticipated Con's actions. As the dagger approached, he quickly swung the bottle in his hand towards her. With a scream, Con dropped the dagger with a clatter, her other arm dislocated from the impact, causing beads of sweat to form on her forehead. Gao Yang, filled with indignation, disregarded the contents of the bottle and forcefully poured its contents into Con's mouth. She coughed violently, attempting to pat her chest, but both arms were dislocated. Water! Water! Noticing Con's distress, Gao Yang felt a twinge of sympathy and, trembling, produced a bottle of nutrient drink from his ring, which contained various items he had carelessly stored. After opening it, he poured it in her mouth. After a while, Con finally regained her composure. Do not blame me. I have not provoked you. Each time, it has been you who instigated me. Today, my decision not to kill you is not due to your beauty or my benevolence, but rather because you did not intend to harm me before. However, before Gao Yang could finish his words, he sensed something was amiss, for Con's complexion had turned crimson, her gaze drifting. This closely mirrored Yang's condition from that fateful night, and it seemed even more severe. Indeed, after administering such a potent drug to Con, it was no surprise she was in distress. Gao Yang, you are killing me. If you do not help me, I will perish. I have consumed too much of that drug. Please, I implore you. Gao Yang finally comprehended the implications of the small vial he had given her. Desperate, she beseeched, quickly, I beg you. I am on the brink of collapse. Gao Yang was no naive fool. This was Con pleading with him. He hesitated no longer. After roughly an hour, feeling fatigued due to the potency of the drug, Gao Yang observed that Con had fainted. Ultimately, he chose not to leave immediately, instead restoring her dislocated arms. Con winced in pain, yet remained unconscious, evidently having exhausted herself. She had overexerted herself. Moreover, Ting Ying was likely worried. After walking for about a kilometer, he finally located his vehicle, but it was in disarray. The driver's seat had been ransacked, yet the keys remained. Upon attempting to make a call, he discovered his phone was dead, presumably due to a depleted battery. Ignoring the situation, he drove away, noticing that no vehicles followed him along the way. Upon hearing Xion's words, Ying's cheeks flushed, yet she offered no rebuttal. As Gao Yang plugged his phone into the charger, he shamelessly inquired, 3 suspicious individuals? Do you know their names? Ying immediately pressed for more information. Gao Yang pondered before responding. One is called Ying. Another is Con. The third I do not know. Gao Yang was unaware that the third was indeed Con, mistakenly believing it to be someone else. Ah, so it was them. The other must certainly be Xiying. Ying explained. Gao Yang appeared puzzled. Is there truly someone with that surname? Con. Gao Yang's mind wandered to the peculiar nature of the name. The Co surname is rare, supposedly a branch of descendants from Co, who split his name to form a new surname. Whether this was true or not remained uncertain. Moreover, the character itself did not convey the same meaning as one might think. Ying's explanation felt somewhat like an attempt to cover up the truth. Ying, I'm not imagining things. It is your own thoughts that are running wild. Yang's face reddened, casting Yang a glance before recalling something else. By the way, we have secured a rental for the house. Should we move in? Yang snapped his fingers. We must move. Meanwhile, after Yang's departure, some time passed before Con gradually regained consciousness. She noticed her arms could move, but felt a sharp pain emanating from somewhere. Con recalled the events she had just experienced, a surge of resentment rising within her. Yet, she soon calmed herself. Observing her movable arms and the cozy bed she lay upon, she realized this could only have been arranged by Yang. At this moment, Con's feelings were complex. Their clan possessed a tradition that a woman's first time must be reserved for her beloved. Thus, regardless of circumstances, Yang had become her man. However, there existed another saying. To resolve a situation like Con's, one must either live with Yang or eliminate him. There was no third option. Thus, Con faced the dilemma of whether to kill Yang. Slowly rising despite the pain, she recalled the scene from the neighboring room and hurriedly dressed. Upon entering, she found the room immaculate, with even the sheets missing. Con's cheeks flushed. This man possessed a surprising attentiveness. At that moment, the door to the courtyard swung open. Con, has Yang awakened? The speaker was Xiying, Con's brother. Yang was rescued, and I was injured. In chapter 93, Old Li, the crocodile, Yang erupted with fury upon hearing this. What? After all our efforts, he was rescued? How can I not be incensed? Explain the situation. Xiying, glancing at Con's pale face, discerned her injuries. Suspecting they were grave, Con had lost significant blood due to a deep wound inflicted by a hard object. The situation unfolded as follows. Shortly after your departure, a masked assailant attacked me. Although I was injured, their primary aim was to rescue someone, otherwise, you two would never see me again. Con fabricated a simple explanation, wishing to avoid further elaboration. The more she explained, the more potential flaws could arise. Given her current state, her credibility remained intact. Xiying furrowed his brows, inquiring, "Do you know who they were?" Con shook her head slightly before succumbing to a coughing fit. "We have been compromised. We must leave immediately." Xiying believed her, refraining from further questions as he prepared to gather their belongings. Though Yang felt some skepticism, the primary concern was to evacuate, and Con was finally relieved. "Heo Yingi, next time do not fall into my hands, otherwise..." Meanwhile, in a secluded courtyard, dozens of individuals had gathered. "Old Li, what is the purpose of summoning us here? Speak swiftly." Old Li, the orchestrator of this event, faced numerous impatient inquiries. "Indeed, do not waste our time this late at night. Proceed." Lao Lu nodded and said, "Gentlemen, let's speak plainly. We are all eyeing that fellow Gao Yang. Since a single party cannot consume it all, why not collaborate? After all, the longer we delay, the less advantageous it becomes for us. I propose we strike directly and swiftly seize the jade raw stones." The other three exchanged glances, as they had all tacitly understood the situation, even if it had not been formally acknowledged. Now that it had been brought into the open, it was not necessarily a disadvantage. As Lao Lu pointed out, no single entity could manage it alone. This was not due to Gao Yang's strength or the presence of 2 security guards at night. The real issue was the mutual restraint among the 4 of them. If one party acted, the other 3 would surely take advantage of the situation. This is akin to the clam and the snipe fighting, with the fisherman reaping the benefits. Ultimately, it is unpredictable who will benefit. Thus, cooperation seems the wiser course. "Very well, I have no objections. Please, outline your plan." Lao Lu smiled and replied, "Gao Yang has not gone to procure raw stones today, so I suspect he is preparing to leave. I estimate it will be within the next couple of days. So if we are to act, it must be tonight. There are only 2 guards on that side. Although they are armed, we are equally equipped. The only problem is how to neutralize these 2 guards without gunfire, as a single shot would expose our operation." Just then, a younger associate burst in. "Boss, breaking news. The warehouse we were monitoring has encountered an issue. All the guards have evacuated before dark. There is currently no one guarding it." Instantly, the group stood up in shock. "Is that true?" The young associate, startled, stammered after a moment, Absolutely, I saw it with my own eyes. I even sneaked over to take a look, and guess what? The warehouse is completely empty. He then produced a note left by Gao Yang, which bore two words. This is outrageous. Lao Lu slammed his fist on the table. Realizing that Gao Yang had already devised some means to transport the entire batch of jade raw stones away. Meanwhile, his men had been foolishly tailing and surveilling without purpose. It was utterly absurd. To top it off, they were having a meeting to discuss how to proceed with this matter. We consider ourselves local players. Yet if the opponent were truly a formidable dragon, we might accept our fate. But this is merely a brash outsider, boldly mocking us. I cannot swallow this indignation. What do you think, gentlemen? At this moment, a usually quiet figure spoke up. His name was EU. Lao Lu, have you considered this? This fellow is an outsider. Yet he managed to transport such a large quantity of jade raw stones right under our noses. Do you truly believe he lacks any backing? He could very well be the scion of a prominent family, deliberately seeking experience. If we act rashly, even if we succeed, it would merely be a matter of pride. However, should we fail, or if my previous speculation holds true, and he is indeed a young master from a powerful family, we might find ourselves in serious trouble. The others exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Are you suggesting that he has already taken action, or is preparing to do so, and that he discovered Gao Yang's true identity, prompting him to retreat? If your speculation is correct, who might be behind Gao Yang? He shook his head. I truly do not know. However, there was a confrontation between him and Scarlu a couple of days ago. Scarlu must have suffered a setback, which is why he chose to leave. Of course, this is merely my conjecture, but I have decided not to get involved in this matter. Do as you wish. I will not envy your gains. Farewell. He was not one to linger unnecessarily. He was known for his caution. His nickname, EU, stemmed from his penchant for lurking and seizing the moment to ambush his prey. He generally avoided situations that were overtly risky. Thus, his departure was entirely understandable. And what about you two? Lao Lu pressed. I am certainly going to take action. Otherwise, how can I continue to operate here? I cannot allow myself to be the subject of ridicule. Moreover, this fellow likely possesses at least several billion in assets. If we capture him alive, Lao Lu began to entice them with the prospect of fortune. Chapter 94. The Temptation Plan. Meanwhile, Gao Yang had just concluded 2 phone calls. One from Su Li, who informed him that they had covered half the distance and were currently resting, estimating their arrival by tomorrow night. The other call was, of course, from Wenwanting. They exchanged pleasantries, after which Gao Yang instructed Wenwanting to prepare for unloading arrangements for the following night. By the time he hung up, it was already past 10 in the evening. They were in a courtyard located in a suburban area, somewhat secluded. Currently, 3 individuals resided in this courtyard: Gao Yang and the Tang sisters, Tang Yingying and Tang Xiaomi. At that moment, Tang Yingying and Tang Xiaomi had finished their baths and were enjoying a meal while chatting. Xiaomi, have the others been arranged? Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaomi promptly nodded. Everything is set. They are nearby. If anyone dares to come, I guarantee none will escape. Satisfied, Tang Yingying nodded in approval. It's about time. Let's get some rest. As Tang Xiaomi was about to say something, she noticed Gao Yang approaching and instantly understood why Tang Yingying wanted her to sleep. With a pout, she headed to her room. Gao Yang, I have prepared the water for you. You should go take a shower. The conditions in the suburbs were quite poor, lacking a water heater, so they had to boil water using an electric kettle. Gao Yang nodded, then pulled Tang Yingying into an embrace, whispering in her ear. Upon hearing this, Tang Yingying's face flushed, and she playfully punched Gao Yang's chest a few times, but said nothing as he led her into the shower room. Initially, all was well. Tang Yingying helped Gao Yang scrub his back. However, as time passed, Gao Yang grew less restrained. In no time, Tang Yingying found herself wrapped like a dumpling, and then Gao Yang had her sit on his lap. He then carried her towards the bedroom. Just as Tang Xiaomi emerged from her room to use the restroom, she stumbled upon this steamy scene. Wow, my sister and brother-in-law are quite bold, taking things from the bathroom to the bedroom without missing a beat. Feeling overheated, Tang Xiaomi hurried to the shower room. Without a second thought, she stripped and stepped into the tub, not minding that Gao Yang had just bathed. The night passed without incident, and the next morning, Gao Yang took the 2 sisters in a small delivery truck back to the Jade Raw Stone Market. Today marked the beginning of Gao Yang's official wealth-building plan, as he felt no further reservations. Su Li and her companion Qian Meili had already covered a significant distance, relieving him of concern. The situation at the warehouse was undoubtedly exposed, showcasing his strength. He trusted that some would choose to steer clear, and now he only needed to deal with the remaining few. Thus, he saw no need to be discreet. He would purchase any promising raw stones he encountered. Most crucially, he now possessed a storage ring, meaning he could ensure his own safety and withdraw from the area at any time. Over the course of the morning, Gao Yang unearthed 14 pieces of jade, including 4 high-grade ones and 10 medium to high-grade pieces. The commotion caused by this was not insignificant. Gao Yang remained unfazed. A portion of the jadeite was sold to Si Xianping, while another portion, naturally, went to Tang Yingying. In any case, Gao Yang planned to sweep through the entire rough stone market over the next few days, aiming to make a substantial profit before departing. Xiaomi, here is the red jadeite you desired. It should suffice for your jewelry collection. Take it. Gao Yang handed a piece of red jadeite the size of a bowl to Tang Xiaomi, leaving her utterly astonished. Brother-in-law. This, Tang Xiaomi found herself at a loss for words. In truth, her previous comments had been made in jest, as red jadeite was indeed a precious form of jade, and such a substantial piece could only be described as priceless. Just take it without hesitation, Gao Yang insisted, pressing the red jadeite into her hands. Brother-in-law, I didn't touch anything inappropriate. I mean, if you don't mind, could I? At that moment, Tang Yingying delivered a swift reprimand to Tang Xiaomi. How dare you tease your brother-in-law? Don't you dare. After saying this, Tang Yingying reached for the jadeite, but Tang Xiaomi, quick-witted, clutched it protectively to her chest. Sister, this is a gift for my brother-in-law. Besides, you've taken your share. Can't I have a little too? Upon hearing this, Tang Yingying's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she instinctively reached to strike Tang Xiaomi, who nimbly evaded her grasp. This is your fault. Xiaomi saw everything. How embarrassing. At that moment, a seemingly random passerby brushed past Tang Yingying, and she found a note suddenly in her hand. After glancing at it, she handed it to Gao Yang. Upon reading the note, Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. The individual was, in fact, one of Tang Yingying's subordinates, and the note revealed that there were currently 23 individuals lying in wait at their rented residence, 3 of whom were armed, while the rest wielded various melee weapons. What do you think of the situation? Gao Yang casually inquired. Tang Yingying pondered briefly before responding. These individuals are likely part of that group that frequently follows you. Their presence here suggests they are preparing to ambush you, indicating they belong to smaller factions. Larger forces would likely recognize me, and thus, I doubt they would dare to act. These smaller factions, lacking a solid foundation, can often be quite troublesome. Her assessment aligned with Gao Yang's thoughts. Given the peculiar nature of this locale, those individuals could operate without restraint, just as Gao Yang could. He understood one fundamental truth. These individuals were wolves, and while they might experience friction among themselves, their attitude towards sheep was uniform. Gao Yang the lamb. They truly believe him to be a lamb. Yingying, that's enough for today. I'll take a stroll around the street. I need to procure some items. You and Xiaomi prepare yourselves. I shall return to collect you before nightfall. Furthermore, engaging them here is not ideal. We must lure them to the mountains or an uninhabited area tonight. I believe the location where Xiaomi and I confronted Li Se last time would be perfect, quiet and devoid of witnesses. Tang Yingying was uncertain about Gao Yang's intended purchases, but obediently agreed. He placed a gentle kiss on her forehead before departing in his small truck. In truth, Gao Yang had numerous items to acquire. Foremost among them were steel balls, which he anticipated would be frequently necessary, thus necessitating a visit to the hardware store. Additionally, he sought medical supplies, bandages, food, and water. Chapter 95. The luring plan. Gao Yang purchased anything deemed useful, focusing primarily on cold medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, bandages, and iodine. In a strange turn of fate, he found himself buying 10 boxes of condoms. As for food, he opted for anything and everything: cookies, instant noodles, candies, and chocolates. He also stocked up on bottled water, followed by mineral water, energy drinks, and various nutritional beverages. Once he had filled his truck to capacity, he sought a secluded spot to stow all these items into his ring. This ring was indeed a remarkable item. Even with 100 billion, Gao Yang would not trade it away. Upon arriving at the designated meeting point, Gao Yang discovered Tang Yingying had already been waiting for some time. "Where is Xiaomi?" he casually inquired. Xiaomi set off ahead with a group to lay an ambush. "This time, we intend to resolve these minor nuisances once and for all. By the way, have you ever taken a life?" Gao Yang scratched his nose and replied, "Does killing a chicken count?" Tang Yingying rolled her eyes in response, choosing to remain silent. "Killing a chicken, what a grand feat. Yingying, this is for you." Gao Yang handed her a handgun. Tang Yingying was taken aback. "Where did you acquire this?" Gao Yang recounted the events of that fateful night, and Tang Yingying realized he had retrieved this weapon. "Gao Yang, this item is not particularly effective, and it has a critical flaw: the noise it produces. Generally, we wouldn't utilize such a thing while out in the field. If you like, I can procure one equipped with a silencer for you next time." Gao Yang remained silent, continuing to drive with a sense of unease. He felt a tinge of disappointment, for he regarded this weapon as the finest possession he currently owned, only to hear Tang Yingying downplay its significance. This perspective was reflective of Tang Yingying's environment. Had this been in the hands of Qian Meili or Su Li, even if they did not require it, they would still display a facade of delight, perhaps even offering a kiss in gratitude. It was akin to young couples who, regardless of their true feelings about a gift, often feign joy for the sake of romance. After all, life is devoid of constant surprises. Many are crafted by human intent. The vehicle gradually approached the entrance of the courtyard. Gao Yang deliberately exited the vehicle for a moment before re-entering and driving away once more, leaving those lying in wait within the courtyard utterly bewildered. Old Lu, what? Old Lu was equally perplexed. Let us follow him. He must be hiding something valuable in his vehicle. Gao Yang kept a watchful eye on the rearview mirror, and after approximately 5 or 6 minutes, he noticed several vehicles trailing him. Finally, he felt a sense of relief wash over him, fearing they might not fall for his ruse. Meanwhile, after old Lu and his group departed, a woman emerged from nearby. Had Gao Yang been present, he would have recognized her immediately as Chao and I. Early that morning, Chao and I had ventured to the rough stone and jadeite market, seeking Gao Yang, perhaps for vengeance, perhaps for other motives, and subsequently accompanied Tang Xiaomi to this location. Chao and I was indeed more astute than Tang Xiaomi. She had managed to follow them without being detected. Upon her arrival, she spotted old Lu and his group lying in ambush. With keen intelligence, she quickly grasped the situation's gravity. Thus, she concealed herself nearby, intending to approach Gao Yang when the opportunity arose. However, events unfolded in a manner she had not anticipated. Gao Yang simply drove away, followed closely by old Lu and his group, leaving Chao and I frustrated as she was unable to drive. Fortunately, the rough terrain hindered swift travel, and she resorted to running in pursuit. As darkness descended, Gao Yang arrived at the location where he had previously battled Li Se, the clock striking 8 in the evening. As soon as he parked, 5 or 6 vehicles emerged from behind, surrounding a small truck. "Kid, you sure can run," old Lu remarked, advancing with his firearm in hand. "What do you intend to do?" Gao Yang, visibly anxious, positioned Tang Yingying behind him, his own nerves beginning to fray. "Rest assured, we are merely seeking financial gain and do not intend to take lives. As long as you cooperate with us, we will not harm you. Should you refuse to comply, you cannot blame us. Here lies your chance for survival. Reveal the password to your bank card, and I shall let you go." Gao Yang, having shed his previous trepidation, inquired casually, "Did you see the items I left for you?" Lao Lu was momentarily taken aback, then realized that this fellow, facing imminent death, dared to jest with him. "Kid, if you don't learn your lesson, you won't behave," Lao Lu declared, ready to pull the trigger. Of course, he had no intention of killing Gao Yang. Injuring him would suffice. Gao Yang had been observing the man closely, and in a swift motion, he flicked a steel ball from his hand, striking Lao Lu's wrist just as he squeezed the trigger. A piercing scream shattered the stillness of the night. Attack! With his shot successful, Gao Yang dashed towards Lao Lu, swiftly retrieving the handgun from the ground and stowing it within his storage ring. As Tang Yingying had remarked, sometimes a handgun is less effective than other items, such as steel balls. Kill them all. The massacre commenced immediately. These individuals were merely local thugs, no match for Tang Xiaomi's men. Gao Yang concealed the handgun. Yet he was soon overwhelmed by the horrific scene before him, retching uncontrollably. He could engage in fights, but taking lives was an entirely different matter. After firing a few steel balls, the others had already been dispatched like poultry, slaughtered by Tang Xiaomei's forces. The gruesome sight made Gao Yang sick. Tang Yingying hurried over, patting his back, and it was some time before he began to regain his composure. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaomei had arranged for the cleanup with remarkable speed, shattering Gao Yang's previous perceptions. "Don't kill me, I surrender." Lao Lu, now frightened, glanced at his companions. In the blink of an eye, their numbers had dwindled from 23 to just 3. After taking a sip of water, Gao Yang felt somewhat better. "Did you not just say for me to bring out my bank card? Here it is. I trust you know what to do." Lao Lu and his two companions exchanged glances, fully aware of Gao Yang's implications. Crucially, they recognized that the earlier assertion by the crocodile was indeed accurate. Gao Yang was undoubtedly a young master from a prominent family, shielded by a formidable force. This explained his aversion to death. In essence, their survival hinged on Gao Yang's whims, as he had likely never killed anyone before. This was their opportunity. Gao Yang found the situation amusing, feeling as though he were being regarded as a fool. Did they truly perceive him as so naive? He also understood that these individuals could not have brought substantial assets with them. Even if they possessed bank cards, the funds were likely minimal. Furthermore, even if he were to request a transfer, they might hesitate. He urgently needed a bank card from Ruegua. "It's all yours." Gao Yang's mindset began to shift gradually. Had this been a few days prior, he would never have uttered such words, highlighting that many matters require a process of growth. After speaking, Gao Yang climbed into the vehicle, and following a gesture from Tang Yingying that signaled a throat-cutting motion, she too departed. Once all had left, one of the 3 bodies on the ground began to stir. Lao Lu, having survived a stab wound to the abdomen. "Gao Yang, I will certainly avenge this," he vowed before attempting to leave, only to be confronted by a cold female voice behind him. "You may not have that opportunity." With a swift motion, a dagger pierced Lao Lu's heart. His mouth moved a few times before he collapsed, lifeless. The woman inspected the other 2 bodies, confirming their demise before turning to leave. Unbeknownst to Gao Yang, all of this transpired. Upon returning to the courtyard and after bathing, Gao Yang lay on the bed, resting his head on Yingying's abdomen. He reveled in the comforting warmth. The day's events had profoundly impacted him, as he had witnessed firsthand that taking a life was far simpler than slaughtering a chicken. Tang Yingying, ever perceptive, sensed that Gao Yang might have been shaken by the day's events, so she remained silent, allowing him to rest his head on her belly. Both remaining still. After a considerable time, Gao Yang began to recover. "Yingying, have you completed the application for the bank account in Ruegua?" Tang Yingying, surprised by his first inquiry after such a long silence, replied, "Yes, it is in process. Once it is finalized, I will provide it to you. It is getting late. Shall we rest?" Gao Yang nodded and climbed into bed. That night, he behaved himself, refraining from any inappropriate advances towards Tang Yingying, and they slept peacefully together. The following day, the trio resumed their tasks, entirely unaware that various factions in Ruiqing were in a state of shock. The reason was simple. The previous day, 3 factions had attempted to confront Gao Yang, a matter that was far from secret. Yet, today, Gao Yang remained active in the primary market, while the 3 factions that had sought to confront him had seemingly vanished without a trace. This could only imply one thing. The individuals from those factions were likely no longer alive. Hence, the notion that Gao Yang possessed a powerful backing had been confirmed, at least in the eyes of the crocodile. In this world, there exists a rule: the strong command respect. Gao Yang had demonstrated his prowess, leading others to abandon certain notions. They now believed him to be formidable. The truly significant gangs were undoubtedly aware of the source of this incident, Tangmen. The more they understood this, the more fear they felt, for the 2 entities were not on the same level. Much like the difference between petty thieves and notorious bandits, anyone who dared to provoke them would be courting death. Meanwhile, in Jinling City, the original plan was for Su Li and her associates to arrive the previous night. But due to traffic delays, they did not reach Jinling until dawn. When Wanting beheld the truckload of jade raw stones, her eyes sparkled with delight. Gao Yang had informed her that this cargo was worth at least 1.5 billion. Her keen eye for value was commendable. Had she known that Gao Yang currently had over $1 billion in his account, her jaw would surely have dropped. By the time the workers had unloaded all the stones, it was already midday. Wen Ting, my task has been successfully completed, Su Li announced, her exhaustion evident. Let's go eat first. After our meal, you should rest well. We can discuss any matters tonight. Su Li waved her hand dismissively, saying, You need not worry about me. I will just rest upstairs and keep an eye on these jade stones. We can address everything tomorrow, as I need to select some stones for a live stream sales event. As she spoke, she stifled a yawn and entered the store, closing the door behind her before ascending to the second floor to sleep. Qian Meili, equally fatigued, was also yawning incessantly. You have worked hard this time. Let us discuss everything at the company tomorrow. After resolving matters on this end, Wen Wanting drove away, her heart filled with joy. Little did she know that just moments ago, the two women had been involved with Gao Yang, and it was uncertain whether her happiness would remain intact. 3 days passed slowly, and during this time, Gao Yang encountered no troubles. His days were spent either charming women or amassing wealth. Notably, he finally received the long-awaited bank card from Ruegua. In these few days, he had earned a considerable sum, and his account had grown to $1.5 billion. He deposited $1 billion into his Ruegua bank credit card, while the remaining $500 million stayed in his original account. In truth, his purpose for coming had nearly been fulfilled, and the only reason he lingered was to assist Tang Yingying in dealing with Li Sei and his associates. Over these days, Tang Yingying's subordinates had been searching for Li Sei's whereabouts, but oddly, these individuals seemed to have vanished. However, Gao Yang knew they had not truly disappeared. They were likely hiding in some dark corner to recover from their injuries. Although he did not receive any news, he encountered a person named Chao and I. Chapter 97. The second form of thunder fist. Upon seeing Chao and I, Gao Yang felt a twinge of nervousness. After all, he had forcibly administered medication to her that day. In a sense, he had taken advantage of her. I have something to discuss with you, Chao and I declared before entering a fast food restaurant. Gao Yang, scratching his nose, had no choice but to follow her inside. They requested a private booth and ordered several dishes, sitting face to face. Return my belongings. Chao Ni's cheeks flushed as she didn't mention the previous incident but demanded her items. They are not with me. I'll return them next time. Gao Yang fabricated a response. In reality, the items were in his storage room, but he could not retrieve them now. How could he explain if he suddenly produced a collection of vials? Besides, he had no intention of giving them to this woman. What if she turned them against him? Chao and I moved her lips and then handed a piece of paper to Gao Yang. The names on it corresponded to the drugs, with annotations for each one. Don't take the wrong medication and end up dead. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given you this. Why are you giving this to me? Gao Yang asked, Buzlet. Chao and I opened her mouth, but chose not to explain, instead picking up her chopsticks and beginning to eat. It wasn't until they finished their meal that she finally spoke up. You should leave quickly. This place isn't safe. Yin Jiumin is devising a plan against you, and the only reason they haven't acted yet is that Li Sei's injury hasn't healed. As she stood to leave, Gao Yang grabbed her arm. You care about me. Chao Ni's face turned red as she retorted, I wish you would die sooner. You care about me. Gao Yang repeated, turning her to face him. Chao and I, why not follow me? I have feelings for you. Staying with Li Sei's group will lead to no good. Chao and I gazed at Gao Yang, her lips moving but unsure of what to say, her heart racing. Seizing the moment of her distraction, Gao Yang leaned in and kissed her. Chao and I was momentarily taken aback, or perhaps her mind short-circuited. She had never experienced such a sensation before. It felt delightful. Slowly, she closed her eyes, and even as Gao Yang's hands wandered, she did not resist. Just as she felt herself weakening, Gao Yang gently released her. Mindful that they were in a fast food restaurant and would not engage in indiscretions there. Nini, may I call you that? Gao Yang, though not a seasoned seducer, found it easy to charm a girl like her, who had emerged from the mountains. Chao and I nodded, her cheeks still flushed. You should leave quickly. It's truly dangerous here. My brother, Chao Xiong, is even more formidable than Li Sei, and that He Ying is quite powerful as well. You are no match for them, not even with Tang Yingying's people. Gao Ni spoke Di. Gao Yang grasped her hand, saying, But I can't bear to part with you. Once I leave, I want to see you again. He decided to continue his flirtation. Though his feelings for her were genuine, She was indeed beautiful. However, before she could respond, Gao Yang sealed her lips with his own. After a while, he reassured her. Don't worry, I'm quite capable. Li Se is not my opponent. It's uncertain who will strike whom. Just remember, if you sense something is amiss, protect yourself. You need not concern yourself over me. Thus, a somewhat innocent and slightly proud Chao and I found herself thoroughly captivated by Gao Yang. If this were in Jinling City, he would have long since driven women to madness with such simple tricks. Tang Yingying and Tang Xiaomi were also making preparations for the impending conflict, which both sides anticipated. Each was confident. For instance, on Yin Jiumen's side, Chao Xiong held a firm belief in their strength. On Tang Yingying's side, her confidence stemmed from knowing Gao Yang was formidable, and she had a larger group. Gao Yang had mastered the second form of Thunder Fist, and now considered himself a skilled fighter. Additionally, his total assets had reached 1.7 billion. He simply wished to assist Tang Yingying. Gao Yang, we've located Li Se as hideout. I plan to take action tonight. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, asking, don't we have fewer people on our side? Li Se, He Ying, and the Chao siblings make 4, while we have 3. Is this feasible? Chao and I will hold back Tang Xiaomi. It should be manageable for a short time. As for Chao Xiong, I will deal with him, and my subordinates will handle He Ying. Your task is to injure or eliminate Li Se as quickly as possible. Gao Yang nodded, acknowledging the arrangement, and thus he prepared for the confrontation. In a certain courtyard, Li Se stretched his body. His injuries had healed significantly, leaving only minor recovery needed. This would not hinder his combat ability, as such individuals could still fight effectively with some injuries. Chao Xiong, are you ready? Tonight, we seek revenge. Before He Ying could respond, they heard the sound of rushing wind from the entrance. The visitors were none other than Tang Yingying and her group. Tang Yingying, we were just about to come looking for you, but you've come to us instead. Chao Xiong sneered. Tang Yingying ignored him and focused on Li Se. Li Se, you have committed numerous evils, even plotting against us. Today, I shall ensure your demise. Without further ado, she flicked her wrist, revealing 2 daggers. Chao Xiong stepped forward, positioning himself between her and Li Se, for he alone could withstand Tang Yingying's assault. Chapter 98. Mutual Destruction. He Ying, let us take on this kid together. He seems a bit troublesome. Plans are often disrupted by unforeseen events, and Li Se had developed a sense of fear towards Gao Yang, prompting him to call for He Ying's assistance. All right, let us deal with him first. He Ying was not one to hesitate. He charged directly at Gao Yang. Meanwhile, Tang Yingying attempted to confront He Ying, but found herself entangled by Chao Xiong, while Tang Xiaomi sought to assist, but was blocked by Chao and I. Thus, their subordinates rushed towards Li Se, igniting the battle. As Gao Yang saw He Ying charging, he threw a punch. However, He Ying was no fool. He had heard Li Se speak of Gao Yang's brute strength, so he drew a short blade and lunged at Gao Yang's fist. With a sudden crack, Gao Yang swiftly launched a steel ball from his other hand, striking the dagger. It could be said that Gao Yang was preparing a sneak attack, which was thwarted by He Ying, who blocked it with the dagger. Kid, I was already wary of you. Gao Yang paid no heed to the prattling of this fellow and shot another steel ball with urgency. He Ying still felt some trepidation towards such hidden weapons. After all, the steel ball was small and could easily catch one off guard. Thus, he dodged to the side, momentarily reluctant to advance. Just then, one of Tang Yingying's subordinates let out a piercing scream as Li Se's steel claws struck his back. Li Se was poised to finish him off when a steel ball hurtled toward him. He quickly retreated to evade it. Gao Yang was prepared to get serious because, judging by the current state of the battle, Tang Xiaomi was at a disadvantage, while Tang Yingying and Chao Xiong remained oblivious. It was evident that Tang Yingying's subordinates were no match for Li Se. Only Gao Yang had the ability to suppress He Ying, making the situation extremely unfavorable for them. The only viable solution was to resolve the matter swiftly by eliminating one opponent. Therefore, Gao Yang directly employed the Thunderbolt Fist, a technique he had recently learned. Yet, rather than charging at He Ying, he surged toward Li Se. Li Se's eyelids twitched. The fist technique felt familiar, seemingly akin to his own, but with an added potency. This was precisely the moment Gao Yang had been waiting for. Bang! He drew his pistol and fired. A steel ball struck He Ying's abdomen directly. Kid, you don't adhere to martial ethics. He Ying clutched his stomach with one hand while pointing at Gao Yang with the other. Bang bang! Gao Yang fired two more steel balls at He Ying. One was deftly dodged, while the other struck him squarely in the chest. Fortunately, it was on the right side. Otherwise, he would surely be finished. I'm not one of you martial artists. What nonsense about martial ethics? Just as Gao Yang was about to finish off He Ying, he spotted Li Sei suddenly charging toward Tang Ying. Realizing the danger, Gao Yang shouted a warning before dashing towards Tang Ying. With a swift slash, Gao Yang felt a searing pain in his back. Li Sei's dagger had grazed him. We need to go. After the sneak attack, Li Sei seized He Ying and bellowed, making a quick retreat. Chao Xiong and his sister exchanged glances before following suit. Had Li Sei succeeded in his ambush or severely injured Tang Ying, he could have teamed up with Chao Xiong to confront Gao Yang. Fortunately, Gao Yang had shielded himself with his back, and although there were 3 gashes on his skin, it was evident he had managed to evade most of the blow. The injury was not fatal, leaving Li Sei with little confidence to defeat Gao Yang in a one-on-one confrontation, especially since He Ying was gravely wounded and required medical attention. Thus, making a decisive retreat was the wisest choice. Gao Yang, are you all right? Tang Ying, lacking the time to pursue Li Sei and his cohorts, rushed over to check on him. Tang Xiaomi hurried over as well. Gao Yang smiled and reassured her, I'm fine, not dead yet. Let us leave quickly. We wouldn't want the gunfire to attract unwanted attention. Tang Ying acknowledged the truth in Gao Yang's words and quickly organized a retreat. In truth, the battle that night had turned out somewhat anticlimactic. It had started with a deadly intensity, but had devolved into this state for reasons unknown. Perhaps it was Gao Yang's disregard for martial ethics that had set the tone. With He Ying severely injured, Li Sei and the others lost their will to fight. Then, following a sneak attack that injured Gao Yang, Tang Ying and her subordinates also lost their fighting spirit. Gao Yang wanted to pursue, found himself hindered by the pain in his back, which was quite bothersome. Ultimately, the outcome of the plan remained uncertain, whether it was a success or a failure. Gao Yang, how foolish of you to take the lethal blow meant for me, Tang Ying declared, unable to hide her gratitude. It was fortunate that Gao Yang's back injury was not severe. It was merely a superficial wound. You are my woman. If I don't shield you, who else would I protect? Gao Yang replied, besides, my skin is tough enough to withstand it. Tang Ying felt a surge of joy at his words. Though she had another thought unspoken, that she had indeed noticed Li Sei's attack and could have evaded it. Yet, to voice that would make her seem foolish. You are truly wonderful. Tang Ying, overwhelmed by her feelings, pressed her cheek against Gao Yang's back and embraced him tightly. Sister, I'm still here. Tang Xiaomi, unable to endure the affectionate display, hastily reminded them. Oh, why are you still here? Tang Xiaomi felt utterly defeated by her sister and reluctantly departed. Just as a cunning rabbit may have several burrows, Li Sei and his associates operated similarly. Such individuals never lingered too long in one location. So whenever they rented a place, they would secure multiple accommodations. The current location happened to be where He Long was recuperating. At this moment, He Long was already able to rise and walk a bit. He had 2 wounds, one in his abdomen and another in his right chest, both requiring bullet extraction. For now, they could only staunch the bleeding and seek a surgeon. Within a minute, Li Sei had summarized He Ying's condition. Chao and I frowned and said, you all stay here. I'll go find a doctor. Li Sei grabbed Chao Xiong's arm. Let me go. I'm more familiar with this area, and I know the doctor who treated He Long last time. You all just need to ensure your safety. With that, Li Sei turned and left. He Ying lay unconscious. His injury serious, but not life-threatening. Given the significant blood loss, it was entirely reasonable for him to have fainted. Gao Yang had sustained injuries that night. Thanks to Li Sei. Fortunately, Gao Yang's wounds were not severe. This was something she could ascertain. Additionally, she couldn't help but smile at He Ying's remark about martial ethics. Chapter 99. Eliminating Li Sei. Outside, He Long wore a grim expression. Previously injured, he now found himself in a state of androgyny, all thanks to Li Sei. And now, with He Ying also injured, he questioned why it was always the 2 of them suffering while the others remained unscathed. In terms of martial prowess, He Ying should have been superior to Chao and I, so why were they the unlucky ones? Gao Yang, under the care of Tang Ying, took a bath and then prepared for sleep. Due to his injuries, Tang Yingying left to sleep alongside Tang Xiaomi, primarily to prevent Gao Yang from succumbing to temptation, which could aggravate his wounds. Just then, a text message arrived. It was from Chao and I, inquiring about Gao Yang's injuries. Naturally, Gao Yang replied that he was fine and asked about the situation on their end, learning that He Ying had survived, which left him somewhat despondent. Bored, Gao Yang began to tease Chao and I, asking about the color of her undergarments, among other things. His phone was filled with suggestive images that she had sent him, though he deleted them after viewing. The conversation ended well past 11 at night, and Gao Yang began to cultivate his energy to heal. Simply put, he was using the internal energy to assist in the healing of his wounds. In truth, such minor injuries were hardly significant. After all, it had taken him only 2 days to recover from fractured ribs caused by Wanting's collision. Moreover, this superficial injury would likely heal overnight. Once his healing concluded, Gao Yang absorbed the energy from the emerald, realizing he still lacked sufficient strength. Additionally, he urgently needed to access the box within the space of his ring. Gao Yang had attempted to retrieve it, but it seemed as though it had taken root within the ring. The more this was the case, the more it indicated that the box contained something of great value. Furthermore, he had been here for several days, and most of his tasks were nearly complete. Thus, lost in thought, Gao Yang eventually fell asleep. The following morning, when Tang Yingying saw the scabs on Gao Yang's back, she was utterly astonished. In truth, this is still a matter of high-pressure control. After breakfast, Gao Yang sought an excuse to leave, for he had a mission, to eliminate Li Se and He Ying. Indeed, Chao and I, having been led astray by Gao Yang's persuasion the previous night, inadvertently revealed her residence. Furthermore, she harbored a desire for Li Se's demise. Gao Yang stealthily approached the place where Li Se and his companions resided, aware that Chao and I had already relocated her brother. However, for safety's sake, he felt compelled to confirm this. Inside the room, Li Se was tending to his injuries when he suddenly sensed an unusual disturbance outside. Alert as always, he promptly opened the door, only to find Gao Yang emerging from He Ying's room, with a lifeless He Long sprawled on the floor. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Se instinctively attempted to flee. Yet, Gao Yang would not grant him such an opportunity. He swiftly shot 2 steel balls, blocking Li Se's escape route. However, he underestimated Gao Yang's combat prowess. With his Ben Lei fist mastered to the second form, Li Se stood no chance against him. The crux of the matter lay in Gao Yang's unscrupulous tactics. He alternated between punches and hidden weapons, leaving Li Se defenseless. Gao Yang, must you be so ruthless? In the past, you might have spared my life, but after enduring so many battles, you are no longer the Gao Yang I once knew. Li Se, I fear your words come too late. Even if I chose to spare you now, it would be futile, for both He Ying and He Long have already met their ends. Our enmity has long been established. Today, it is either your demise or mine. Blame your 9 gates for their many sins. They deserve their fate. With that, Gao Yang unleashed a flurry of rapid attacks, exploiting a chink in Li Se's defenses and delivering a powerful punch to his chest. Li Se coughed up blood. Gao Yang, unperturbed by his suffering, seized the moment to claim his life. Knowing he was outmatched, Li Se turned to sprint into the room, believing he could escape through the window. However, Gao Yang had anticipated this and hurled a handful of steel balls indiscriminately towards him. Li Se found himself frozen in the doorway. 1 foot inside and the other still outside, his body riddled with bloody wounds. With a final thud, he collapsed lifeless. The fatal injury had struck the back of his head. Gao Yang's eyes gleamed with surprise. He had not imagined the steel balls could be employed in such a manner. His earlier actions had been instinctive, driven by the fear of Li Se's escape. The unexpectedly effective outcome brought a wry smile to his face. Had he known this would transpire, he would have expended far less effort the night prior. With a heavy heart, he recognized that the 3 villains had finally met their end, ridding the world of their menace and avenging Su Li. Without hesitation, he stored the 3 corpses in his storage ring and departed, sending a brief message to someone before leaving. After Gao Yang departed, he made his way to the woods where the previous night's events had unfolded and called Tang Yingying. Shortly thereafter, the 2 sisters arrived in an off-road vehicle. Upon witnessing Li Se's lifeless body, they were taken aback. Gao Yang, how did you accomplish this? Gao Yang smiled and recounted the events, though he refrained from divulging every detail. Ying, I believe I have fulfilled my obligation to you. What reward do you intend to grant me? Tang Ying blushed, feeling shy. In truth, Gao Yang was merely teasing her. She playfully pinched his waist, and with that, Tang Xiaomi hurried into the vehicle, sticking her tongue out at Gao Yang. The scene was chaotic. Steel balls littered the ground, and the bodies of Li Sei and He Ying had vanished. Chao and I wore an expression of shock. This place is no longer safe. We must leave immediately. Chao Xiong wasted no time, abandoning their belongings and hastily escorting his sister away. It was clear to him that Gao Yang was behind the attack, though he remained unaware that his own sister had been the instigator. Chapter 100. Return to Jinling City with Li Sei dealt with. Tang Yingying's mission here was essentially complete. Gao Yang devoted himself to gem mining each day, carefully extracting particularly fine stones and secretly storing them in his ring. Days passed, and Gao Yang ceased his gambling on stones, instead accompanying Tang Yingying on outings and crafting figurines at night. It was not that he wished to linger, but he longed to meet Chao and I, a sentiment she shared, for she too was preparing to depart. As if by fate, they arrived and departed in unison. Just as Gao Yang checked into a hotel, Chao and I arrived. Although they had not met in person for several days, their WeChat conversations have been fervent, especially from Chao and I, who was enthusiastic, bold, and uninhibited. What young woman could resist such advances? They spent an entire day and night entwined in each other's embrace, only parting reluctantly at last. Chao and I yearned for Gao Yang, a deep longing that surged within her. When he finally appeared before her, she leaped into his arms. Darling, I've missed you terribly. In that moment, Gao Yang felt a pang of guilt. Regardless of Chiu Lily's treatment of him, this woman before him was undeniably cherished. Yet he pondered whether his descent into moral ambiguity was rooted in vengeance or simply his true nature. If unwanting was an anomaly, then what of Tang Yingying? And what about Su Li? What Qian Meili? Fool, I have missed you too. Ultimately, Gao Yang set aside his tumultuous thoughts, one hand grasping a suitcase while the other wrapped around Wen Wanting as they made their way to the parking lot. At that moment, Wen Wanting found herself contemplating Gao Yang's words. Her cheeks flushed. What did he mean by inconvenient with so many people around? Did he truly wish to engage in such activities in broad daylight? Meanwhile, the raw stone shop had transformed into Su Li's livestream studio, while his own business received scant attention. Observing the heap of raw stones in the yard, Gao Yang's face broke into a smile. This signified the emergence of his third enterprise. The subsequent days would be busy as he set about categorizing these stones. Some of high quality would be offered to the Wen family group, while others would be utilized for livestream sales, with the remainder designated for sale or partnership arrangements. Su Li, have we procured enough storefronts? Per your request, we have acquired them all. What is our next step? Su Li gazed at Gao Yang with anticipation. After a moment as contemplation, he replied, First, we must establish a dedicated schedule. Every afternoon, we will conduct live streams here, selecting stones on-site and then slicing them in the backyard. Additionally, we should coordinate with Wanting to arrange for several skilled artisans to create jewelry on-site. This approach will lend credibility and persuasiveness. If we maintain this for about a week, our establishment should gain considerable recognition. By then, our jade shop will thrive, and this commercial street will gradually come to life. When Wanting nodded in agreement, that sounds feasible. I will arrange for some personnel to assist on site. One more thing. With so many storefronts available, if someone wishes to rent or purchase one, they are likely to open a raw stone shop as well. Could this pose a threat to our business? Gao Yang Chuklet, do you believe a market is more prosperous when just one vendor sells vegetables, or when the entire market is bustling with vendors? In today's era, it is nearly impossible for one to indulge in solitary pursuits. I fervently wish that this entire street were lined with establishments selling jade raw stones. Only in such a scenario would our business flourish. As long as we ensure the quality of the original materials, coupled with your support, I am convinced that this market will soon ignite with prosperity. At that juncture, we shall seize the opportunity to sell off all the properties in our possession, thereby accomplishing the first phase of our plan. The subsequent step involves assimilating the existing Jade Street, which would result in the raw stone market of Jinling City being more than twice its previous size. Furthermore, I must confess that I possess a somewhat petty nature. What I most desire to witness is whether that convenience store will ultimately harbor regrets. Upon hearing this, Suli couldn't help but chuckle. She was well aware of the convenience store that Gao Yang mentioned, as it was she who had inquired on his behalf. It was precisely for this reason that Gao Yang had chosen this location. It seems that this man indeed harbors a touch of pettiness. However, typically, individuals with such traits do not acknowledge them, nor do they openly express their feelings. Yet Gao Yang did so without the slightest hint of embarrassment. All right, I shall heed your advice. I will arrange for someone to cooperate with Su Li tomorrow, when Wanting replied. For instance, if this store currently belongs to Gao Yang, and these jade raw stones are also his, then we must clearly delineate how the profits will be calculated. Whether we earn abundantly or modestly is of little consequence. What truly matters is that we secure a profit, and the accounts must be meticulously detailed. As the saying goes, even close brothers must keep accounts clear, especially when it involves two companies and an individual. After a thorough discussion, it was decided that the jade raw stones will be priced at Gao Yang's procurement cost plus a 10% markup. After all, there are costs associated with procurement: warehouse rental, transportation, and security. So a 10% increase is quite reasonable. Thus, the plan was set to commence the live broadcast this very evening, advertising Gao Yang's store and its location. This endeavor consumed the time until 3 or 4 in the afternoon. For reasons unknown, Gao Yang and When Wanting departed early. Su Li observed their exit, fully aware of their intentions. After all, Gao Yang would be away for over 20 days, and When Wanting, being a normal woman, naturally had her own needs. This was entirely reasonable. The only concern that troubled Su Li was the fate of her own land. Would she simply allow it to lie fallow? Chapter 101. A pleasant surprise, they ascended to the second floor with an unspoken understanding, one following the other. Once they entered the room, their mutual accord intensified, and they immediately embraced. Each subsequent step unfolded seamlessly, as if they had rehearsed it. Gao Yang was relatively composed, but it was When Wanting who truly stood out. The distinction between a woman and a girl lies in their demeanor. One is shy, while the other is unabashed. Before experiencing such intimacy, girls often fantasize about it. However, upon becoming women, an insatiable craving awakens within them. An addiction. Indeed, this experience can become addictive, both mentally and physically, often surpassing that of men. Some women even desire their partners to be less gentle. What they seek is wildness, akin to the lyrics that sing of a gallant hero. After a considerable time, When Wanting was nearly exhausted, yet she found no need to rise. Darling, you've worked hard this time. Look at how tanned you become. Have you been indulging in fast food? The insinuation of infidelity was not lost on Gao Yang, who, as a rogue, could hardly admit to such behavior. When Wanting smiled, but remained silent, holding her own understanding of the matter. It is not unreasonable for a man who spends long periods away from home to seek release when the need arises. Sometimes, women ought not to be too astute. Overly clever women often find life more burdensome than their less enlightened counterparts. What do men prefer? They are drawn to those who exhibit a charming naivety. If a woman presents herself as more astute than the man, he is bound to be wearied by the relationship. Astute women learn to disguise their intelligence, relishing when men affectionately call them silly or foolish. After being away for over 20 days, Gao Yang had evidently honed his skills further, introducing new elements to their intimacy. Darling, what is this? When Wanting asked, propping herself up with one hand, her body supported in a manner that, from Gao Yang's perspective, resembled 2 ripe pomelos adorning her chest. Unable to resist, he reached out to pinch them. Stop it, tell me what it is. At this moment, Gao Yang could not divulge the secret. After all, surprises were in order. When Wanting, I recall the last time we were in the office lounge. When Wanting's cheeks flushed a deep shade of red. She understood precisely what he meant, recalling her previous curiosity. Let us agree on just once. At most once a week, or I want to consent. Gao Yang nodded eagerly, prioritizing this moment above all else. When Wanting shot him a playful glare before slowly burrowing into the covers. Brother, I miss you terribly, Gao Xiaoya exclaimed, leaping into his arms. Not now, I'm cooking, he replied. At the mention of this, Gao Xiaoya became animated. Brother, business at the store is thriving. especially since sister-in-law has placed Su Li's livestream orders directly with us. We're packing numerous deliveries daily. Gao Yang was taken aback and turned to look at Wen Wanting, who had just finished brushing her teeth. She shot him an annoyed glance, seemingly still irked by a previous matter. This situation was rather straightforward. It was merely a loophole. To put it simply, the jewelry that Su Li promoted could be ordered under Gao Yang's jewelry store's name and then processed by Wen's jewelry. This arrangement would maximize profits. Each piece of jewelry could yield an additional profit of several dozen yuan. While it may seem insignificant for an individual item, the cumulative total could become substantial. Gao Yang was certainly keen to commend Wen Wanting for this clever strategy. In truth, he was not particularly concerned about this profit margin. To simplify, how much can a jewelry store earn in a month? The real money lies in the raw stones themselves. Of course, now that Gao Yang had accumulated wealth, he was eager to venture into other businesses. As the three enjoyed dinner, they engaged in lively conversation. Wen Wanting silently applauded Gao Xiaoya, realizing her younger sister was worth the affection bestowed upon her. After dinner, Gao Yang instructed his sister to clear the dishes while he took Wen Wanting to the raw stone shop. His primary objective for the evening was to unveil the raw stones. The finest piece remained tucked away in Gao Yang's storage ring. The success of this shop depended on the live broadcast scheduled for that night. To that end, Su Li had meticulously prepared, hanging 2 solar lamps in the courtyard to replicate daylight conditions and setting up the live streaming equipment. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was already electric. After all, Su Li was the first to attempt a live, raw stone unveiling. The costs associated with this venture were exceedingly high, and few hosts could afford it. Only Gao Yang was capable of undertaking such a feat following Su Li's impassioned speech. Gao Yang commenced his first stone unveiling of the evening. Wen Wanting, this raw stone is my gift to you. Keep your eyes wide open. With that, Gao Yang began the work of unveiling the stone for the night. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room was filled with curiosity, eager to discover what this jadeite rough stone would yield. Gao Yang had garnered quite a following, and many were watching attentively. Known for his straightforward approach to jadeite cutting, he brought down the blade directly onto one surface. Wen Wanting watched with anticipation, sensing that, since Gao Yang had promised her a gift, the jadeite within would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Just as in their previous encounters on Jadeite Street, he always managed to surprise her. Chapter 102. Surprise. Gao Yang's speed in cutting was remarkably swift, attributed to 3 factors, the last of which was a desire to show off. Indeed, it was an exhibition of skill. A competent and professional jadeite gambling master should possess a fluid and graceful cutting style, or so Gao Yang believed. Modesty suited gradual growth, but only boldness could lead to expansion. Gao Yang was no longer the individual who rode an electric scooter to work. He had paved his path to success. As the shards fell away, the rough stone gradually diminished to the size of a rugby ball. Gao Yang halted the cutting machine and began polishing with a grinding wheel. When a hint of green surfaced, Wen Wanting's heart raced. He had truly succeeded. This was imperial green. She was certain of it, the depth of its green. The sheen exuded. What kind of jadeite was this? It was stunning. The live chat erupted with speculation. Most viewers were unfamiliar with jadeite, but a few knowledgeable individuals recognized it immediately. This is imperial green, without a doubt. My heavens, someone has really uncovered imperial green. The chat filled with messages and various virtual gifts, while Su Li remained silent, her mouth agape in astonishment. The two watched in awe as a piece of imperial green, slightly larger than a bowl's opening, appeared in Gao Yang's hand. Wanting, I did it. This is for you. Wen Wanting trembled as she extended her hands to receive the imperial green, then leaped into Gao Yang's embrace, overwhelmed with joy. Regardless of its monetary value, the mere fact that Gao Yang remembered this gesture was enough to move her. They embraced, while countless viewers feasted on their display of affection, filling their hearts with envy. Even Su Li felt satiated by the sweetness of the moment. Gao Yang was immensely satisfied with the ambience of the evening, confident that his shop would soon flourish. Meanwhile, in another room, Tang Yingying and Tang Xiaomi were glued to the live stream. Sis, that woman is the true queen, Tang Xiaomi exclaimed with a hint of regret. Tang Yingying bit her lip and asked, So, who do you think is more attractive, me or her? After a moment's contemplation, Tang Xiaomi replied, The queen is naturally graceful and dignified, tall and poised, with ample attributes. As for you, while you may be shorter, you possess a generous bosom and a captivating allure. Your advantage lies in your charm. Tang Yingying took no offense at Tang Xiaomi's assessment. What was wrong with being alluring? It was a form of capital. What man wouldn't want an enticing partner? As long as one didn't overdo it, it was perfectly acceptable. Xiaomi, I can't leave for now. Would you mind going to Jinling City in my stead? The night passed without further conversation. The next day, when Gao Yang arrived at the jadeite store, he was taken aback by the throng of people. Su Li was busy explaining the situation. Upon seeing Gao Yang, she hurriedly recounted the events. He nodded, signaling her not to worry. Ladies and gentlemen, our store is temporarily closed for business, with plans to reopen tomorrow morning. As you can see, these rough stones have just arrived from rewritten and are still in disarray. I need to organize them before they can be displayed for sale. However, rest assured, the quality of these materials is far superior to others. I welcome you to support my business in the future, but for now, I kindly ask you to leave, as I cannot organize with so many people present. If I cannot organize today, I cannot sell. Among the crowd, some were merely spectators, while others were genuinely interested in purchasing jadeite rough stones. After all, last night's broadcast had attracted many viewers, and even those who had not watched had heard of it. Boss Gao, could we possibly see the piece of imperial green from last night? I have never seen imperial green in my life. Yes. I would also like to see it. Could you accommodate us, Boss Gao? Gao Yang smiled, for this was precisely his intention. The purpose of showcasing the imperial green during the live stream was to create such an effect. This phenomenon is known as a chain reaction, or more aptly, the celebrity effect. A film, no matter how well made, will struggle at the box office without a star. Yet, if it features a renowned actor, even an average film can achieve considerable success. This was the effect Gao Yang sought. Apologies, everyone. That piece of imperial green no longer belongs to me. I gifted it to someone, and it may already be in the process of being crafted into jewelry. However, rest assured, I have acquired a significant number of rough stones, nearly all from the same source. Who knows? Given the rarity of imperial green, I am sure you all understand that while it may be unlikely to find more, the chance of discovering exquisite jadeite among these materials is quite high. Stay tuned. Gao Yang's words were skillfully articulated, suggesting much while revealing little, leaving the interpretation to the audience. However, the groundwork had been laid. Whether anyone would seize the opportunity remained to be seen. Gradually, the crowd dispersed, and Gao Yang closed the shop door, knowing that without doing so, he would accomplish nothing that day. Gao Yang, does this store count as a success? Su Li asked, her excitement palpable, for this was Gao Yang's establishment. Pretty much, he replied. Su Li, I have a suggestion. I wonder if you would consider it, though it ultimately depends on your willingness. Su Li gestured for him to continue. Without hesitation, Gao Yang shared his thoughts from the previous night. Your live streaming company does not seem to be generating much revenue. How about we dissolve it? You could join me here, and we would focus solely on live streaming this product, the one you are currently promoting. By day, you would help me manage the store, and by night, we could continue live streaming to earn money. This way, you would likely earn significantly more than before, and it would be less exhausting. Merging the two businesses, even if you only retain a 10% stake, will be far superior to your current venture. What do you think? Chapter 103. A fondness for conversation, Su Li fell into contemplation. Yet, this depended on whom one compared to. Since meeting Gao Yang, she had discovered that earning money could be so effortless. Take the events in Ruiqing, for instance. Gao Yang's casual generosity had already surpassed her total assets. Furthermore, her current company lacked potential, and her nightly live streams garnered more income than her business ever could. Even if she didn't earn, Gao Yang would ensure she was well taken care of, as he was her partner. Though their relationship could not be publicly acknowledged, it was sufficient to know they shared a bond. By managing the store during the day and engaging in live commerce at night, she could balance work and pleasure seamlessly. Gao Yang, as a major shareholder of the company, you hold the final say. I shall heed your guidance. Gao Yang chuckled, for he had been seeking an individual to assist with the store, and now he finally had a suitable candidate. Very well. Please expedite the disposal of the company. If someone is willing to take over, just transfer it. A slightly lower price is acceptable. The main goal is to divest quickly, and I assure you, I will not treat you unfairly. SL nodded in agreement. As long as Gao Yang made this promise, she was satisfied. After SL departed, Gao Yang contemplated inviting her upstairs for a moment, but ultimately decided against it, wary of the implications in the bustling city of JNLN. Once SL left, Gao Yang changed into a fresh outfit, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to work diligently. First, he sorted through the raw stones, categorizing them into high, medium, and low grades, and then began pricing them and placing them in designated areas. This task was monotonous and tedious, but did not need to be completed in a single day. He aimed to prepare enough to conduct business normally, leaving the remainder for later organization. With a sudden clang, the rolling shutter door was raised, revealing WNW Ing approaching with takeout boxes in hand. "Darling," I called, but you didn't answer. WNW Ing's statement was cleverly phrased. She remarked that he did not answer, rather than questioning why he hadn't tea. This subtle distinction conveyed a sense of understanding rather than accusation. He was simply busy. Ing, I've been preoccupied with these matters. I may have lost track of time. Let me tell you, these stones, whether cut or sold, are worth at least several billion. Just wait to enjoy the life of a wealthy lady. WNW Ing smiled faintly. She was already affluent. Yet Gao Yang's ability to generate wealth was indeed commendable. You're the best, darling, but even the best need to eat. By the way, where is SL? As Gao Yang washed his hands, he provided a brief explanation. WNW Ing remained silent. Gao Yang's suggestion was indeed sensible, as the store required additional manpower, and he couldn't rely on others entirely. Once he finished washing, WNW Ing opened the takeout boxes, originally containing 3 meals. Now, there were 4 since SL had left. My parents are not doing well at home. You know how farming is exhausting and unprofitable. It would be better for them to come here and assist. My mother could prepare meals and do laundry, while my father, who is only 50, could lend a hand at the store. This way, SL would have an easier time, and we could all dine together after work. The casual mention of dining after work brought a smile to WNW Ing's face. You are the man. You can decide the family matters. When the time comes, we can put everything under the jewelry store's name and secure insurance for them. Regardless of its utility, purchasing insurance is wise. It's still timely at 50, and by the time they retire at 65, they will be eligible for pension benefits. Gao Yang, recognizing he had no shortage of funds, and acquiring insurance posed no downside. All right, you can have your secretary assist with that when the time comes. WNT. We had our fill, and there is still some time left. How about we? WNWN blushed, fully aware of Gao Yang's intentions. Darling, let us save that for the evening. The evening shall be suitable. Now is not the time, as Gao is waiting for me to go gift shopping. Ultimately, WNWN departed, and Gao Yang chuckled as he continued to sort the stones. Gao, does our father smoke? WNWN choice of address brought a sense of appreciation to Gao. Previously, GLL would refer to their parents simply as your dad or your mom, which lacked the warmth of WNWN's phrasing. Sister-in-law, my father does not smoke, but he drinks occasionally, though not excessively, as my mother keeps him in check. As for my mother, she has no particular hobbies. She simply enjoys chatting, or, as they say in the Northeast, she likes to lead, engaging in idle chatter. Along the way, Gao briefly recounted their family situation. Following that, they embarked on a shopping spree. WNWN also purchased several outfits for Gao Yang, not forgetting about her sister-in-law, Gao. Sister-in-law. How did someone as exceptional as you end up with my brother? This question had long been on Gao's mind. Upon being asked, WNWN recalled that fateful evening. Had it not been for that incident, perhaps she and Gao could have eventually come together, though certainly not as swiftly. After all, one must break through the window paper for clarity. WNWN naturally refrained from revealing to Gao that she had been drawn in by Gao Yang's drunkenness, instead offering a casual excuse. Gao toiled until after 5 in the afternoon, feeling it was time to open the door. Goodness, Why are there so many people outside? After some inquiries, he discovered that many were there to rent or purchase storefronts. Wait a moment. I recall the property prices here weren't this high before. How could they double in less than 3 months? You think 3 months? When I inquired last month, the price for 2 storefronts was only around 2 million. Some are even priced at 170 or 180,000. How did the prices soar so dramatically? Which scoundrel has inflated the market? Enough chatter. Let us see if there is anything available for sale. I suspect the prices will surge even more in a few days. Gao Yang listened intently, feeling his cheeks flush, for he was indeed the very scoundrel responsible. Gao Yang, what are you doing here? Just then, SL arrived. I am engaging in a bit of mischief. SL was taken aback, not comprehending Gao Yang's words. Thus, he began to elaborate, which soon had SL in stitches. Gao Yang, by your logic, wouldn't that also apply to me and WNTing?